the West Memphis 3 case. On May 5, 1993, the weather was perfect in the small town of West Memphis, located in Crittenden County, United States. The 3 8-year-old friends were getting ready at their homes to go out and play. The boys had met at Weaver Elementary School, and what brought them together was the local scout group, where all 3 had reached the rank of novice scouts. First, there was Stevie Edward Branch, born on November 26, 1984, the son of Stephen and Pamela Branch. His parents had divorced when he was young, and later his mother married Terry Hobbs. Years later, the family expanded with the birth of his younger sister. Stevie was about 4 feet 2 inches tall, weighed around 64 pounds, and had dark blonde hair. He was an honor student with a promising future, but at that moment, he was just a child. That day, he put on a white shirt and blue jeans, left his house on his black and red bicycle. Second was Christopher Byers, born on June 23, 1984, to parents Melissa DeFayer and Rick Moore. His parents divorced when he was just 4 years old, and shortly after his mother married John Mark Byers, who adopted him along with his 13-year-old brother, creating a new family. Christopher was the smallest of the group, standing at about 4 feet, weighing around 51 pounds, and had light brown hair. His physique matched his personality. He was very sweet and innocent. He wore blue pants, dark shoes, a white long-sleeve shirt, and headed to his destination. The group was completed with Michael James Moore, born on July 27, 1984, to parents Todd and Dana Moore, and he had an older sister. Michael was the leader and stood out for his strong personality. He was about 4 feet 2 inches tall, weighed around 77 pounds, and had brown hair. Before leaving, he put on blue pants, a Boy Scout shirt, and a cap from the same organization. He liked wearing the uniform even when he wasn't at scout meetings. He was a real enthusiast. He rode on his green bicycle to meet Christopher and Stevie. The 3 boys headed toward the Robin Hood Hills, where they played all afternoon. Around 6:30 p.m., Christopher's stepfather started calling them to come home, but he only heard the echo of his own voice in response. After half an hour of waiting and growing anxious, Mark Byers decided to go to the police station to report the 3 boys missing. Although the authorities began a search, it had to be limited because it was already very dark and the trees covered the entire area. Nevertheless, families and neighbors carry out their own search until dawn, but they could not find any trace of the 3 children. At the break of dawn the next day, the police started a more comprehensive investigation, led by the search and rescue personnel of Crittenden County. They searched every corner of the forest, but they could not find even a single clue. Around 1:45 in the afternoon, just when they thought all hope was lost, they reached the Robin Hood Hills, the wooded area where the boys had last been seen. Officer Steve Jones spotted a black shoe floating in a creek, leading to the largest drainage channel in the hills. He alerted his supervisors and they acted quickly, searching the area downstream of the ditch. There, they encountered the most shocking sight of their lives. The lifeless bodies of the 3 children were at the bottom of a lake, having been tied hand and foot with their own shoelaces. Their right ankles were tied to their right wrists behind their backs, and the same was done with their left legs and arms. The horror did not end there. Both Michael and Steve had bruises all over their bodies. Christopher, on the other hand, had bruises and abrasions on various parts of his body, as well as cuts on his private parts and bite marks. However, this was not of particular attention to the detectives. No one could understand the magnitude of the crime. It had been perpetrated with a cruelty that transcended human limits. At the bottom of the same muddy ditch, wrapped around sticks, they found the children's clothing. Most of the garments were inside out, as if they had been hastily removed. Something that particularly caught the detectives' attention was that the underwear of 2 of the children was nowhere to be found, and 1 pair of pants had traces of fluid, leading to speculation about a possible motive of sexual assault. However, before drawing any conclusions, they had to wait for the forensic analysis. The case was just beginning. The investigation process was hindered because the officers had removed the bodies from where they were found before the forensic scientists arrived to conduct the pertinent studies. The crime scene was contaminated as the chief of police was continuously smoking, throwing cigarette butts into the ditch. The autopsies indicated that Christopher died from multiple wounds that caused him to bleed out, while Stevie and Michael died from drowning in the ditch. The autopsies indicated that Christopher died from multiple wounds that caused him to bleed out, while Stevie and Michael died from drowning in the ditch. The hypothesis of sexual abuse was discarded because the studies showed that the wounds were the result of a knife attack and there were no signs of sexual abuse on the bodies of the minors. Speculation began about the possibility that the children had been attacked somewhere near the woods and then murdered in the ditch. Christopher's autopsy stood out from the rest. He was the only victim with drugs present in his system, specifically Ritalin. While the boy took the medication daily due to his attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, the dose found in him corresponded to a level higher than that indicated by his therapist. The details emerging from the case were increasingly disturbing, and the townspeople grew more and more anxious, exerting pressure on the police. They were desperate for a quick resolution and a culprit to blame. Suddenly, it seemed as if a light had been shone on a potential suspect, a teenager who seemed to fit the criminal profile. His name was Damien Eccles. He was 18 years old and had a substantial record of minor offenses such as vandalism and theft. He had dropped out of high school and had been institutionalized due to mental health issues. The police, who had been speculating for some time, saw him as the perfect scapegoat. Eccles was always attracting too much attention with his heavy metal band fandom, his interest in pagan religion, his dark clothing, and his black hair, making the townspeople feel scandalized whenever they saw him. His family, being from a lower social class and having had interactions with social services on several occasions, was also known to the police. On May 7, 1993, Eccles was interrogated for the first time. He denied knowing the 3 murdered children or having anything to do with the case. He even agreed to a polygraph test, which suggested that he was innocent. However, prejudices persisted and there was no concrete evidence against him. Despite this, the media and the entire town had already deemed him guilty. Public opinion alone was not enough to close the case. The manager of Bojangles, a local restaurant, contacted the police for the second time that week. After seeing the case on television, he believed there might be a connection to an incident that had occurred at his restaurant on May 5th, near where the bodies were discovered. At 8:40 p.m. on the day of the children's disappearance, he had called the West Memphis Police Department to report a strange incident. A man with brown hair had entered the restaurant, covered in blood, with muddy feet, a bruised arm, and appearing disoriented. He had then gone into the women's bathroom. A few minutes later, the man left the restaurant, and the employees discovered blood smeared on the walls of the bathroom. Officer Regina Meek responded to the call, speaking to the manager through a drive-through window. She didn't seem particularly concerned about the information and left without checking the bathroom. After the manager's second call, Detective Bryn Ridge and Sergeant Mike Allen returned to the restaurant, this time with a more proactive approach. They collected scrapings of the blood from the bathroom wall, but did not bother to question the other employees about the incident. The scrapings were never sent to a crime lab for analysis and were later declared lost. The lead was dismissed because the prosecutor argued that it was completely absurd to think that the person who committed the murders and took great care to hide the bodies, clothes, and bikes of the children would enter a public place covered in blood. Moreover, the injuries would have made it very difficult for one person to have killed all 3 boys alone. The police were desperate for someone to bear witness to the crime that they believed Eccles had committed. They interrogated Jesse Miskeely Jr., a 16-year-old with a mental disability, for 12 hours without the presence of his parents or an attorney. After numerous twists and turns, Ms. Skelly implicated himself, Eccles, and Jason Baldwin in the crime, despite not having any connection to Eccles. However, his statement was inconsistent with the forensic evidence, as he described the boys being tied up with an industrial rope, whereas they were actually bound with their own shoelaces. Within a few hours, Ms. Skelly retracted his statement, even providing an alibi that he was in another town watching a wrestling match on the night of the murders. But it was too late. The police had what they needed: 3 perfect suspects, capable of creating 3 distinct knots to subdue the victims, just as the crime scene suggested. The media frenzy that ensued portrayed the 3 suspects as guilty, further fueled by the satanic panic phenomenon sweeping across the United States at the time, where heinous crimes were often associated with devil worship and the resurgence of cults. The West Memphis authorities crafted a strong narrative against the three young men, labeling them as outcasts who had committed the murders as part of a satanic ritual. When Eccles' home was searched, a book with a pentagram on the cover was found. The police saw this as sufficient evidence to claim that the three teenagers were involved in a black magic cult, shaping the narrative they wanted to impose on the public consciousness. People began to come forward claiming they had seen Eccles near the crime scene. Detectives managed to interview two girls aged 12 and 15 who claimed they had heard Damien confess to the murders. An anonymous statement claimed to have seen Eccles covered in mud on the night the children disappeared. However, the real lead was provided by a woman named Vicky Hutchison. She said her son Aaron, who sometimes played with the three young victims, had seen strange things in the woods. Nonetheless, her statement was dismissed due to its lack of solidity. Vicky didn't give up and provided a second statement in which she claimed to have seen the teenagers performing a ritual, which later turned into debauchery, on the same night that the victims disappeared. She alleged that the teenagers had abused the boys. However, there was no evidence of this on any of the bodies, and her testimony was extremely odd. Vicky committed to gathering more evidence and invited Damien to her home for a conversation. She hid a microphone and recorded every second of their talk. However, the young man didn't say anything that could be used against him. Frustrated by the lack of evidence, the police stated that the tape was inaudible, but didn't prove Eccles' innocence under any circumstances. Both he and Jason were arrested on June 3rd of that same year. Jesse Miscali Jr. was tried separately from the other two accused, providing several statements that did not match the facts narrated by the prosecution. The trial was heated, and an expert on false confessions stated that the young man had suffered from police coercion. They had taken advantage of his mental condition to tell him a version of the crime, and he ended up believing it. However, none of this was taken into account when delivering the sentence. On February 5, 1994, Ms. Kelly was convicted of 1 count of first-degree murder and 2 counts of second-degree murder. Although he avoided the death penalty, the judge sentenced him to life imprisonment plus 40 years. The trial of Eccles and Baldwin was as scandalous as their companions. Evidence used included Stephen King books, black metal band flags, and song lyrics written on the walls of the accused rooms. The verdict was emphatic. The young men were part of a satanic cult and had murdered the children to carry out a ritual. Fibers and a knife found by divers in a lake behind Baldwin's house were also presented as evidence. However, it couldn't be proven that any of these items belonged to the accused youths. It was circumstantial evidence, and they were not given the right to appeal. Much of the evidence that the defense attorneys hoped to present was excluded by the judge. Eccles was sentenced to death by lethal injection for being the mastermind of the crimes, while Baldwin was sentenced to life imprisonment. When asked if there was any reason why the sentence should not be pronounced, Baldwin reaffirmed his innocence. Eccles, completely devastated, shook his head. The execution date was scheduled for May 5, 1994, but nothing was that simple. For the victims' families, the sentence had been handed down too quickly, and there were unresolved issues, which began the most mediatic part of the case, attracting the attention of the most unexpected figures. The young men were already known throughout the country as the West Memphis Three. The case aroused the interest of several prominent figures in the music world, whom Eccles and Baldwin listened to. Among them was Pearl Jam's lead singer, Eddie Vedder, who helped raise money for their legal defense. Natalie Maines, the lead singer of the Dixie Chicks, also joined the cause of the trio. The metal band Corrosion of Conformity included a song inspired by the case called Free the Three in their album Wise Blood. But it wasn't just musicians who were part of the media defense. The young men also received support from Johnny Depp and several film directors. In February 2007, with significantly more advanced technology, new DNA tests were conducted. These tests showed that there was no trace of the three accused on the bodies of the children. The bite marks also did not match any of them. Most shockingly, the results suggested the presence of other individuals at the crime scene. A hair found on one of the shoelaces of Michael Moore was consistent with the DNA of Terry Hobbs, Stevie Branch's stepmother. Hobbs had a criminal record and was known in the town for having a long history of mistreatment, including assaulting his wife, allegations of hitting minors, and attacks on neighbors. Another hair found near the crime scene on a tree stump was consistent with the DNA of a friend of Hobbs, named David Jacoby. Both claimed to have been together on the night of the murders. Hobbs emphasized that he believed the guilty parties were already behind bars. However, 3 witnesses presented sworn statements claiming they saw Hobbs with the children on the night they disappeared. The police did not initiate legal actions against him, but the media did. Peter Jackson, the renowned director, began producing a documentary with the goal of reconstructing the events, pointing at Stevie's stepfather as the murderer. New testimonies were collected. Jolyn McCoy, Michael Moore's mother, claimed she saw Hobbs washing clothes on the night of the murders, presumably to clean mud off his clothes. Additionally, a cherished pocket knife belonging to Stevie, which he almost always carried with him, was later found among Hobbs' possessions. Finally, and perhaps most damningly, 3 young men claimed that a nephew of Hobbs told them his uncle had been the murderer, but it was a family secret. Opinions among the victims' families began to diverge. The stepfather of Christopher Byers started to suspect Hobbs, even calling him a child murderer. However, Todd Moore believed that the evidence against Hobbs was not convincing. He pointed out that his son spent a lot of time at Stevie's house and could have easily picked up a hair with DNA on his shoelaces on one of those occasions. The tipping point came with the reappearance of Vicky Hutchison, who admitted that she had agreed to collaborate with the police in exchange for a $30,000 reward. She was supposed to provide false information to implicate Eccles. This revelation indicated it was time to redeem the West Memphis Three. In 2010, 17 years after the crime, the Arkansas Supreme Court ordered that the DNA evidence must lead to a new trial. The West Memphis Three reached an agreement with the prosecution adhering to the Alford plea, which allowed them to assert their innocence while acknowledging that the prosecution had enough evidence to convict them. On August 1931, they were released on a suspended sentence of 10 years after having spent 18 years in prison. However, they remain on probation and could be incarcerated again for more than 21 years if they reoffend. The procedure allowed the accused to freely express that they are innocent, even though their official record still lists them as guilty. In interviews given after their release, Baldwin stated that he had been reluctant to plead guilty to crimes he did not commit, but he did so to spare Eccles from the death penalty. Although the families of 2 of the victims came to believe that the trio was innocent, a spectator shouted murderers at the 3 as they left the courthouse. It would be very difficult to undo the scandal that the West Memphis police had constructed. In a press conference, the 3, now adults, stated that their main concern was clearing their names. In 2013, a new version of the story emerged from Billy Wayne Stewart, a self-confessed drug dealer, and Benny Guy, a convicted felon. The story was not firsthand, but had reached them through Buddy Lucas, a teenager from the town. On May 5, 1993, Buddy had gone out with Terry Hobbs, David Jacoby, and his friend John Mark Byers to buy marijuana from Stewart. They then got into Hobbs' truck and drove around the city, smoking and drinking whiskey. They reached a wooded area, and at that moment, Hobbs asked the 2 teenagers to get out and fight while he and Jacoby watched in a fetishistic act. It was unclear whether this led to any intimate activity. During the course of that afternoon, Christopher Byers, Michael Moore, and Stevie Branch appeared on their bicycles. Upon realizing they were witnessing something they shouldn't, they decided to leave, but it was too late. Hobbs shouted at his companions to stop the boys, while Jacoby hit one of them. That's when the attack occurred, resulting in the mutilation of Christopher's genitals. The other boys had seen too much, so they decided to kill them all. The clothing and bodies of the boys were collected and dragged to the water, and their bicycles were thrown into the swamp. According to Stewart, when he tried to call the West Memphis police investigator to tell him Buddy Lucas' story, he didn't even bother to return the calls. These statements are public knowledge, but the case remains closed. It is unclear if the authorities prefer to leave the case as a collective myth rather than seeking true justice for the victims and their families. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. Let's continue. In the early hours of May 25, 1996, Kristen Smart vanished. She was last seen at 2 a.m., allegedly intoxicated and passed out on a neighbor's lawn. Two fellow students offered to help, unable to ignore her sorry state. A third, Paul Flores, stepped in to help as he lived nearest to her Muir Hall residence. She was never seen again. Her trail went cold. For 2 decades, Flores's name continued to pop up on investigation radars. Despite an array of items of interest, no solid leads panned out. Kristen's disappearance sparked a change in legislation ensuring safety for future students. Stan and Denise Smart welcomed Kristen Denise Smart into the world on February 20th, 1977. She was born in Augsburg, Bavaria in West Germany. Kristen's parents were both teachers of the time to children of American military personnel. When she was still a young child, they eventually moved back to Stockton, California. The eldest of 3 children, Kristen's mother, Denise, called her a dreamer. According to her family, Kristen had a great love of the ocean and an adventurous spirit. She had a real zest for life. Kristen graduated from Lincoln High School in Stockton in 1995. Prior to attending university, she worked as a lifeguard and camp counselor at Kaimokulea in Hawaii. In 1996, Kristen enrolled at California Polytechnic State University in San Luis Obispo, California. She had high aspirations but was also indecisive. Initially, Kristen enrolled at Cal Poly to study architecture. She loved drawing. Later, she changed her major to communication studies. Denise said she wanted to be the next Joan London, traveling the world as a reporter. Memorial Day weekend 1996, Kristen called home and left a voicemail. Good news. Good news. I'll call home Sunday. The call never came. Like clockwork, Kristen checked in with her family every Sunday. But for the Smarts, all communication ceased that faithful weekend. Friday night, Kristen attended an off-campus birthday party. Her friend, Margarita Campos, recalled dropping her off. Campos said that Kristen seemed a little mad because she didn't join her for the evening. The last thing she said to Kristen was to be careful. Temperatures were warm, and Kristen wore a cropped gray t-shirt, black surf shorts, and red Puma sneakers. Witness statements from the party varied. Some alleged she was extremely intoxicated. Others claimed she didn't drink at all. Some believed she was possibly given a date rape drug. On May 25, 1996, at 2 a.m., fellow student Tim Davis spotted Kristen passed out on the lawn next door. Together with Cheryl Anderson, an acquaintance of Kristen, they both helped her walk back to her campus dorm, Muir Hall. It was then Paul Flores reached the group and offered to help take Kristen back to the residence. He was leaving the party too and spotted them on his way back to his own dorm, Santa Lucia Hall. Once all 3 reached the Cal Poly campus, Davis left the group since he lived off campus. Now down to 3, Cheryl started to notice Paul's odd behavior. In her disposition, Cheryl remarked about the many stops made along the way. She also noted the familiar manner Paul had with Kristen. He held her around the waist as Kristen wrapped her arms around his neck. Paul even suggested that Cheryl go ahead as they tried to catch up. Cheryl eventually went her own way, but not before double-checking with Paul about ensuring Kristen's safe return. Paul claimed he walked Kristen to the intersection of the hallways that led off to both their respective residence halls. This was around 2:30 a.m. on May 25, 1996. Kristen Smart has never been seen or heard from since then. When Sunday rolled around without a call from Kristen, Denise didn't grow immediately concerned. With Monday being a holiday, anything could have come up. Kristen's roommate, a neighbor, however, found it unusual. They contacted the university police department to report Kristen missing. No report was taken. Concerned, they called Kristen's family and the San Luis Obispo Police Department. On May 27, 1996, Denise received a UPD asking if Kristen had returned home for the weekend. She hadn't. The UPD only filed the missing persons report 3 days after her last sighting. Kristen's roommate, Crystal Calvin, revealed that none of her personal belongings were missing. This suggested to authorities that Kristen probably didn't make it back to her room. Paul Flores was now a person of interest. He was the last known person to see Kristen. 5 days after Kristen went missing, Paul was interviewed by the UPD investigators. 5 days after Kristen went missing, Paul was interviewed by the UPD investigators. He told investigators they both went their own directions at the intersection. Investigators, however, were quick to notice Paul's black eye. When asked about it, Paul said he was elbowed in the face during a basketball game. A friend later refuted this story. He insisted that the black eye was there before the basketball game. Paul allegedly told him he didn't know how he got the black eye, he just woke up with it. A month later in June, Paul was interviewed again, this time confessing he lied about the black eye incident. Paul changed his story. He apparently hit his eye on the steering wheel of a truck. When questioned further, Paul said that the story sounded unlikely. Paul told investigators he was in his truck at around 2 a.m. on the morning of May 27, 1996, installing a car radio because he was selling his truck. Family lawyer for the Smarts, James R. Murphy Jr., said Paul was last seen with Kristen after the party. His injuries looked consistent with those of someone involved in an altercation. Cadaver dogs were called in to assist in the search for Kristen on June 29, 1996. For dogs trained to search for human remains were used individually to search Santa Lucia Hall. Each dog alerted to room 128, Paul Flores's room. The dog showed no interest apart from the corner of one mattress, a mattress Flores told investigators belonged to him. Carta dog handler, Adela Morris, said cadaver dogs can detect the slightest physiological changes. Their reactions during the search indicated a strong possibility of a dead body being in room 128. A second handler, Gail LaRocque, recalled the behavior of her boxer, Tori. When allowed to search, Tori repeatedly searched the left side of room 128, the side used by Paul Flores. The dog's behavior and strong reaction indicated she found a scent, but was still searching for its source. Paul Flores remained the strongest suspect. Nobody meant no formal charge. Paul went on to live his life as a free man shrouded in a cloak of suspicion. From 1996 through February 2007, investigations continued. Searches were conducted in all possible locations, including 4 properties owned by the Flores family. None of them yielded any positive results. On the advice of his lawyer, Paul Flores pleaded the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution protects individuals from incriminating themselves. The person who invokes this clause cannot be compelled to provide information that they feel could incriminate them further. Paul, therefore, had the right to remain silent during his 1997 deposition. Attorney James R. Murphy hit a brick wall. Paul's silence and refusal to cooperate left investigators scrambling for new leads. Although all evidence left back to Paul, former Sheriff Ed Williams himself said he saw no way of completing the case. Authorities were getting frustrated. The Smarts took it upon themselves to file a wrongful death charge. The court, however, decided against proceeding with the charges. Kristen's case was still an active criminal investigation. Paul and his Kristen Smart or the accusations against them. Although Derek C., one of Paul's roommates, said Paul allegedly joked about Kristen's disappearance, these allegations remain speculation as Paul shielded himself against further questioning by lawyering up. 6 years after going missing on May 25, 2002, with no remains having been found, Denise Smart confessed it was a bittersweet moment of closure. Then Chris Lambert broke the silence. Chris was 8 years old when Kristen went missing. Haunted by the ever-looming billboard over Arroyo Grande, Chris found himself asking why there were still no answers all these years later. Hearing about Kristen's disappearance at a young age frightened him. Chris became fixated by the case. In May 2018, he quit his job at a musical instrument shop to work on the podcast full-time. With no formal training in law or journalism, he was driven only by a passion for answers. He began asking questions to see if he could get people talking. In February 2019, Chris's determination paid off. He decided to visit the memorial to Kristen on Shell Beach on her birthday, February 20th. Armed with a cell phone, Chris waited to meet someone willing to talk about Kristen. As luck would have it, he ran into Kristen's mom there and was able to talk with her about her daughter. From there on, Chris and the Smarts developed a strong relationship and worked on getting Kristen's story out to the public. The podcast, In Your Own Backyard, took on a life of its own. What started as a local series exploded onto the national scene. To date, it has raked in over 11 million downloads. The podcast follows the case of Kristen Smart and her disappearance from the Cal Poly campus. Chris had a knack for getting people to talk to him. He was able to obtain interviews with people related to the case to varying degrees. Chris searched for witnesses that were reluctant to speak or overlooked by investigators. He was able to uncover multiple allegations that remained mere speculations over the years. A former colleague of Paul's mother, Susan, claimed she complained about not sleeping well after her husband got a call in the middle of the night during the Memorial Day weekend. He left in his car after the call. Another claim came from one of Susan's tenants. This time, the tenant told Chris that every morning after Kristen's disappearance at 4:20 a.m., an alarm would go off from the area of the backyard. A third interview with an Australian exchange student brought to the forefront a possible altercation between Kristen and Paul. According to Chris, the student alleged to have seen Kristen fighting off Paul on the night she disappeared. In an effort to tie up all of the speculations made by people interviewed by Tussle with Kristen. The second, that Paul's father, Ruben Flores, helped cover up the crime. And the third, that the body of Kristen Smart was buried in the backyard of the Flores home. Another disturbing development in his investigation was that Chris uncovered allegations of gross misconduct by Paul over the years. Women who went to school or worked with Paul reported his overly flirtatious behavior and excessive drinking habits. For women approached the Daily Beast, alleging Paul had sexually or physically assaulted them. An ex-girlfriend even went as far as to claim that Paul brandished a butter knife in her face during a fight. 13 more women had accusations leveled against Paul, including predatory behavior, harassment, and sexual assault. Although Chris has made 2 attempts to contact Paul, he had no success. He figured an interview could tie up loose ends, but more importantly, it would give Paul a chance to explain the allegations against him and give his side of the story. However, he refutes the claim that Chris tried making contact with her family. Susan stated she could shoot plenty of holes into Chris's investigation. Sheriff Ian Parkinson of the San Luis Obispo Sheriff's Department credits Chris for helping move the investigation forward. Parkinson commended Chris on putting together a well-done podcast. He said getting the story out there persuaded people to come forward, the value of which has been a game changer. Denise Smart also credited Chris saying, "The stars aligned when the podcast aired." Denise further thanked Parkinson for putting vigor back into the case of Kristen since taking office in February 2011. Despite the continued silence of the Flores family, the investigations along with the podcast shook their precarious foundation. On January 29, 2020, 2 trucks owned by Paul were taken into evidence. On February 5th of that same year, search warrants for specific items of evidence were issued for 4 different locations. This included a home in Los Angeles. Paul was briefly detained while the search was carried out. By April 22, 2020, the Los Angeles Times reported that a search warrant was served at the home of Paul Flores in San Pedro, California. Items of interest were successfully retrieved during the search, including date rape drugs and videos of Paul sexually assaulting young women. Paul was then arrested on February 11, 2021 in Ranchos Palos Verdes, California on suspicion of being a felon in possession of a firearm. In March of the same year, a search warrant was issued for the home of Paul's father, Ruben Flores, using cadaver dogs and ground-penetrating radar to carry out the property search. An older model Volkswagen was towed away for evidence after a search conducted by the dogs. On April 13th, Paul and his father Ruben were taken into custody by San Luis Obispo County Sheriff's Department in relation to Kristen's case. Paul was charged with murder and Ruben with being an accessory after the fact. Paul may have gotten away with a charge of sexual assault due to the statute of limitations, but murder committed during a rape or attempted rape still carries a first-degree felony murder charge. In September 2021, a judge ruled that there was sufficient evidence for the case to proceed to trial. Set to begin in April 2022, the trial was delayed and moved to Monterey County. The trial began on July 18, 2022. Paul and Ruben are being tried separately with two different sets of jurors, but at the same time. Opening statements made by San Luis Obispo County Deputy District Attorney Chris Pavel painted a picture of a young life lost too soon. Pavel described to the jurors a family mourning their daughter's unknown whereabouts and the evil that is Paul Flores. He added that evidence found at his father Ruben's house suggested both men were responsible for the death and subsequent disposal of Kristen's body. Paul's defense attorney, Robert Sanger, called that evidence into question. He said it was a tragic situation, that Kristen's body was never found, nor was any DNA evidence. He stated it is believed she is deceased, but there is no evidence of what happened to her after Paul left her at her dorm. Since July, the trial has seen accusations of predatory behavior and violence leveled against Paul Flores. Many women have come forward accusing Paul of harassment and inappropriate sexual misconduct. Two women who were referred to as Rhonda Doe and Sarah Doe gave testimony of their encounters with Paul. Both women alleged they felt uncharacteristically drunk after meeting Paul. Large chunks of their memories were lost, and both described waking up to Paul abusing them. Their graphic testimonies brought jurors to tears, prompting Judge Jennifer O'Keefe to call for a recess. Testimony surrounding the search of Ruben Flores' home caused another juror to break down. With testimony from investigators and experts, many graphic details are being recounted. Judge O'Keefe stated that it was a long, hard trial, and sometimes things are emotional. It was not unusual for jurors to break down emotionally. Damning evidence came in the form of one Jennifer Hudson. Hudson took to the stand explaining how she encountered Paul and his friends while skateboarding. She was 17 years old at the time. Previous court papers stated that Hudson alleged Paul remarked he had buried Kristen beneath his ramp in his backyard in Hawasna. This was allegedly said while they were together during a public service announcement of Kristen's disappearance. Sanger, defense attorney for Paul, questioned the relevance of her statements. He pointed out her recreational use of drugs and alcohol, questioning her reliability. He implied she was not answering truthfully according to a transcript of her tweets. Hudson acknowledged her lack of action in notifying police. She said she only came forward after the podcast was aired. She further admitted that she canceled an interview with a detective after meeting the producer of the podcast in 2019. Sanger further questioned Hudson on whether she thought Kristen Smart was buried in Susan Flores' backyard. She reportedly responded that made the most sense. When Sanger pursued that Hudson had affiliations with motorcycle gang members, the line of questioning was objected to by prosecutors, the judge siding with the prosecution. During a cross-examination by Perel, he asked Hudson to explain a previous statement in which she said she felt responsible for the misery of the Smart family. Hudson responded by stating that had she not been a coward, she would have come forward earlier. After her testimony, Hudson reportedly broke down in tears. Unexpectedly, court proceedings were halted after Hudson's testimony. No reason given by the judge. The trial is expected to continue through September 2022. For the Smart family, an emotional decades-long search for the truth is finally coming to an end, yet their heartbreak over losing their daughter never will. Where other victims of Paul Flores, old wounds are being reopened. For Chris Lambert, the quest for justice has finally begun. Kristen Smart can finally rest at peace as her killer may soon be held accountable. No longer just a face on a billboard, Kristen's story is being laid bare for all to hear and for all to share in the triumph and relief of seeing her killer face his just dues. Morgan Chantel Nick was born to Morris and Colleen Nick in Ozark, Arkansas on September 12, 1988. She was the couple's first child, and later, the family expanded with the birth of two more children. Morris was known to be a loving and kind father. Those who knew the couple said they embraced their parental responsibilities, doing everything in their power to make life easier for their children. Though Morris and Colleen initially seemed happy, challenges soon surfaced in their relationship. When Morgan was 6, they decided to separate, which ultimately led to a divorce. The process, however, was amicable, and they never fought over the custody of their children. The children primarily lived with Colleen, a devoted mother who always put her children first. Morgan and Colleen shared a close bond, spending most of their time together. Morgan excelled academically, despite her young age. Having just completed kindergarten, her family could already envision her thriving in elementary school. Personality-wise, Morgan was a shy child with a big heart. She loved apples and was fond of cats, leading her mother to allow her to have one as a pet. Despite her shyness, Morgan was actively involved as a Girl Scout and enjoyed playing with other kids. She dreamt of becoming a circus artist or a doctor when she grew up. On June 9, 1995, Colleen received an invitation from a friend to watch a minor league baseball game in Alma, Arkansas. Thinking Morgan might enjoy watching other kids play, she asked her to accompany her to the game, about 30 minutes away from their home. It was a night game, starting at 9 p.m. Upon arriving, the stands were already packed, but Colleen managed to find a spot for herself and Morgan. However, 6-year-old Morgan soon grew bored and began fidgeting with her shoelaces. Despite being a calm child, usually hesitant to engage with strangers, 2 older kids approached her. They introduced themselves as Jessica and Ty, aged 8 and 10 respectively. There are different accounts of what happened next. In one version, Morgan asked her mother if she could play with Jessica and Ty, but Colleen initially declined. Concerned about the unfamiliar surroundings and the packed venue of almost 300 people, Colleen was hesitant to let Morgan wander off. However, Colleen's friends urged her to let Morgan play, assuring her she was being overprotective and that Morgan would be fine. Eventually, Colleen relented. The kids mentioned wanting to run up a nearby hill to catch fireflies. With the game nearing its end around 10:30 p.m., Colleen allowed Morgan to go, but only for a short while. In another version, when Jessica and Ty invited Morgan to catch fireflies, Morgan's innate shyness made her decline. Yet, Colleen's friends thought it would be good for Morgan to interact with other kids. Colleen then persuaded a reluctant Morgan to go with them, even if it meant leaving her mother's side. What's certain is Morgan left the stands with the 2 children. While Colleen tried to keep an eye on them, she got distracted when the baseball game ended and teams came into the stands to greet their families. The next time Colleen looked for the children, she saw Jessica and Ty returning without Morgan. Concerned, she immediately asked them about her daughter's whereabouts. They replied that the girl had disappeared while everyone was emptying sand from their shoes, leaning against Colleen's car. Subsequent investigations revealed that while Jessica and Ty sat at the front of the vehicle shaking out their shoes, Morgan was alone at the back emptying hers. Another significant and worrying detail was that the children insisted they saw a creepy man talking to Morgan before she vanished. Confused and anxious, Colleen immediately raised the alarm, and the adults present at the baseball field helped her search the nearby areas for her missing daughter. However, hours passed in the search without results, and Colleen decided to report the incident to the local police. Those who knew Colleen highlighted her kind nature and how she was always willing to help those in need. Therefore, when she needed support in searching for her child, many showed their solidarity. Additionally, being a devoted mother who always looked out for her children made the community even more outraged at the kidnapper or kidnappers who took Morgan away from her family. On the day she disappeared, Morgan was a beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. Before going to the baseball game with her mother, she had attended her Girl Scouts activities and was wearing the organization's green shirt, blue denim shorts, and white tennis shoes. Another distinguishing feature of the young girl was that she had 5 silver crowns on her molars, a type of cap used to cover and protect a damaged tooth which were easily visible. When the police were informed of the disappearance, they immediately began their investigation. Officers and local volunteers organized numerous search mobilizations, while detectives went door to door seeking evidence and witnesses. Since Jessica and Ty claimed to have seen a man speaking with Morgan before her disappearance, the police compiled a detailed description of the suspect, who was said to be between 23 and 38 years old with black hair sprinkled with gray, and he had a mustache and beard. Witnesses also reported seeing a faded red pickup truck nearby with a mismatched white camper shell that seemed too small by a couple of inches. They noticed possible damage to the back right corner of the vehicle. Some claimed the truck had Arkansas license plates, but the plate number wasn't recorded. Additionally, upon reviewing home videos recorded at the baseball field, investigators confirmed the existence of the suspect and the aforementioned red truck. However, unfortunately, Morris seemed devastated by his daughter's disappearance and expressed willingness to cooperate with law enforcement. Surprisingly, during the initial investigation, the girl's father became a potential suspect as some evidence suggested he acted as a low-level drug dealer. He also reportedly had a criminal history, including assault and property damage charges. From the beginning of the investigation, Colleen was willing to cooperate with law enforcement in every way because her only wish was for her daughter to return safely. However, when investigators initially suspected Morris, her ex-husband, of being involved in Morgan's disappearance, she felt the police were making a grave mistake. She defended him, claiming he would never harm their children. Fortunately, the police soon ruled out Morris as a person of interest and focused their attention on Clifford Joe Pullen, rumored to be his drug supplier. This individual had a criminal record, and in addition to being arrested for marijuana possession, he had also been charged with first-degree rape of a minor in 1995, suggesting he might be capable of kidnapping. Nevertheless, authorities quickly cleared Clifford of any suspicion and stated he was not involved in Morgan's disappearance. Although the police received numerous leads at the time, none led to Morgan, and months and then years went by. During this period, information from Albert Harvey, a resident of Stuttgart, Arkansas, seemed promising. He claimed he had seen a man fitting the suspect's description with a blonde child trying to enter his truck. Interestingly, Albert was able to identify the suspect from the sketch, and the police used all their resources to scour the area. However, as hours went by without any leads, law enforcement began to doubt his claims. They subjected Albert to 2 polygraph tests, which he failed, and he eventually admitted to lying. The case went cold, and as time passed, the search was no longer for a 6-year-old girl, so the existing photos of Morgan seemed insufficient. To provide a solution, in February 2001, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children released an age-progressed photo showing what Morgan might look like at 12 years old. The intention behind such photographs was to widely disseminate an updated image of Morgan. This way, if someone spotted a teenager resembling the image, they could alert authorities to verify it if she was the girl abducted in 1995. Leads in the case were dwindling. Although police vowed that they wouldn't stop working the case until they found Morgan, the trail was growing cold. Searches would continue to be held sporadically, and detectives still followed up on every tip they received, but nothing brought them any closer to finding Morgan. The next lead came in January 2002 when a tip led investigators to search a property in Logan County, Arkansas. A witness claimed that Morgan was buried there. This testimony was so detailed and specific that the police acted on it. However, despite using search dogs and scouring the area thoroughly, nothing was found. On August 14, 2005, ABC's Home Edition and John Walsh, co-founder of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, addressed the topic of missing children, highlighting Morgan's abduction. Colin and Morgan's siblings received a new home after their family home was damaged by a water heater explosion. In November 2010, federal investigators searched a vacant house in Sparrow, Oklahoma after receiving a tip from a confidential informant. Sparrow was about 25 miles from Alma, and the property they searched had once belonged to a convicted child molester who was currently in jail. Although investigators had nothing linking the man to Morgan's disappearance, they searched through the home looking for possible DNA evidence that might indicate Morgan had been there. Unfortunately, they didn't uncover anything related to the case. In August 2012, 2 convicts, identified as Tonia Smith and James Monhart, were accused of trying to buy some of Morgan's personal documents, including her social security number and birth certificate. While they were found guilty of document forgery, investigations determined they weren't involved in Morgan's disappearance. On December 1837, police conducted another search on a property in Sparrow. Some reports said it was for an unrelated investigation, while others believed it was connected to Morgan's case. Notably, the search dog signaled to a well on the property, which then became the focus of the search. After an intense 24-hour search, investigators left the property without finding any evidence. In November 2021, detectives identified Billy Jacklinks as a potential suspect in Morgan Mick's abduction. An Arkansas resident, Billy was a registered sex offender who had been in and out of prison since 1992. Reports suggest he had a typical upbringing, with no apparent signs of deviance. He served in the U.S. Army during World War I and later worked for an airline in Dallas before returning to Arkansas. Despite seemingly staying out of trouble, he was arrested and charged with sexual offenses in 1992, 2 months after Morgan's 1995 disappearance. Billy attempted to kidnap an 11-year-old girl only 8 miles from where Morgan vanished. Witnesses reported he drove a red pickup truck, aligning with descriptions from Morgan's case. A week after Billy's arrest, investigators searched his truck, finding hair, fibers, a mask sheet, rope, a tarp, insulation tape, and blood on one of the seats. The samples were stored for future analysis, but it's unclear if they were tested then. Shortly after his arrest, Arkansas State Police and the FBI tried to question him about Morgan's case, but he invoked his right to an attorney and refused to talk. Regarding the 11-year-old he tried to kidnap, Billy proclaimed his innocence, but he was convicted of sexual solicitation and sentenced to 6 years in prison in 1995. Billy remained behind bars until his sudden illness and death on August 5, 2000. In 2021, a news channel aired a documentary titled Still Missing Morgan. Arkansas's police mentioned they were still seeking information about the red truck with an attached white cabin. The documentary led to over 200 new tips, but none have resolved the case. The revelation about Billy Jack Links was the last major update, but Morgan's disappearance remains an active investigation, with the police continuously receiving tips. Meanwhile, Colleen pleads with law enforcement to follow every lead, refusing to rest until his daughter is found, hoping for her safe return. This case has profoundly impacted Arkansas and even influenced the naming of the Amber Alert. The Amber Alert system began in 1996 after the disappearance of Amber Hadriman in Arlington, Texas. AMBER is an acronym for America's Missing Broadcast Emergency Response, managed under the Department of Justice. The Morgan Nick Amber Alert is Arkansas's name for the program designed to alert the public when a child goes missing. This program is a joint effort between local law enforcement, media outlets, and civic groups to raise awareness about potential abductions, thereby increasing the chances of locating the missing child. Activating the Morgan Nick Alert involves the participation of all Arkansas law enforcement agencies, along with more than 250 local radio stations, TV networks, and other media outlets. This information is quickly disseminated to all parties, enabling them to broadcast details about a possible abduction widely. As of 2023, the case remains unsolved. Since Morgan's disappearance in 1995, her father, Morris, has opted for privacy, preferring not to discuss his daughter's case publicly. In contrast, Morgan's mother Colleen is vocal about her ongoing efforts to bring Morgan home. Colleen lives in Alma, Arkansas, where she runs the Morgan Nick Foundation, assisting families dealing with abductions or missing persons. Beyond advocating for these families, Colleen spreads awareness about daily dangers faced by children and offers detailed resources to help parents and teachers understand online safety basics and parental control apps. Despite extensive investigations that have yielded thousands of leads, there is still no concrete information on Morgan's whereabouts. The FBI and local communities have offered a reward of $60,000 for information leading to the recovery of Morgan Nick and the identification, arrest, and conviction of those responsible for her kidnapping. The case of Sheila Labar, a monster with an angelic appearance. Psychological and physical traumas received at an early age can have a very unpredictable effect on adult life. Of course, far from always, they lead to the fact that a person becomes cruel and seeks to hurt others, but sometimes it is the trauma can give rise to a real monster. Criminal psychologist Adrian Rain believes that there are genetic and psychophysical mechanisms that can turn a person into a cold-blooded killer, about which he wrote in detail in his book, Anatomy of Violence. History knows a lot of serial criminals who had a truly hellish childhood, and perhaps to them can be attributed our heroine today, Sheila Labar. This woman had an angelic appearance which she skillfully used, seducing her victims and then brutally murdered them. Despite the fact that the court was able to prove only 2 of her crimes, criminologists are sure that there were many more. And now let's look at this difficult story from the beginning and try to understand whether Sheila Labar was a born monster or became him as a result of the cruelty that she faced in childhood. Who is Sheila Labar? Sheila Labar was born in 1958, the July 4th, in the small country town of Fort Payne, Alabama. She was the youngest of 3 children of her parents and was raised with her brother and sister Lynn. Her childhood was spent in a picturesque but rather secluded place on a farm nestled among cornfields. According to the memories of Lynn's older sibling, Sheila was an active, inquisitive, and open-minded girl with a creative streak. She liked to be in the center of attention, had a good voice and cute appearance. So perhaps, if her life had turned out differently, she would have become a famous actress or singer. But instead of bright posters, her name decorated the pages of criminal chronicles. The unimaginable cruelty of her father. The head of the family, Manuel Bailey, for many years suffered from alcohol addiction, although it would be more accurate to say that his addiction suffered from his entire family. He often went on binges, turning into a real beast who enjoyed abusing his wife and children. He insulted and humiliated them, beat them with anything that came to hand, could throw everyone out in the middle of the night in a downpour or frost, and locked himself in the house, not letting anyone inside. Mothers, daughters, and sons often had to spend the night in a barn or in the open air in the field. One day, when Manuel was once again in a drunken rage, he began throwing dishes and other objects at his family members. The mother tried to cover the children as best she could, but one of the flower pots thrown by her husband hit her youngest daughter Sheila in the head. Sheila suffered a serious concussion and a lifelong scar on her temple, which she painstakingly covered with her hair. But not even the insults and beatings were the worst thing that the sisters had to endure in their parents' home. According to the memories of Sheila and Lynn, Manuel from an early age forcibly inclined them to intimacy. The mother may have been aware of what was going on, but the subject was never broached. However, despite the nightmare at home, Sheila did well enough in school. She dreamed of leaving the farm as soon as possible and go to conquer the big city. The girl was quite ambitious and determined. She passionately wanted to realize her childhood dream in life and become an actress or pop singer. And she had everything for this: charisma, bright appearance, and a beautiful voice. Adulthood, first marriage. Barely Sheila was 18 years old. She left her parents' home, but adult life was not so joyful. To enter the university, she was not allowed to average score, and to move to the big city, she simply did not have the money. Then Sheila got a job as a maid in one of the hotels, where by that time her older sister was already working. It should be noted that Sheila had a slender figure and a very attractive appearance. She had big blue eyes, a charming smile, and a mop of thick long hair. She was surrounded by attention from men, and over time, she learned to use it and manipulate her suitors. In the late 70s, Labar then Bailey met a guy named Jonathan Baxter, and a romantic relationship began between them. Jonathan was not yet 20 years old at the time, but he already had a young daughter from a previous relationship. However, the child did not become a hindrance, and soon the couple got married. However, this marriage lasted only a few months and collapsed after Jonathan learned that the young wife abused his daughter while he disappeared at work. Jonathan did not organize scandals and listen to explanations. He just filed for divorce and put his wife with his belongings outside his house. He never wanted to see or hear from her again. After the divorce, Sheila dated various men and mostly lived off them. But all these relationships were fleeting and lasted from a few weeks to a couple of months until in the early 80s, she met her future second husband, Ronnie Jennings. The tumultuous romance soon led to marriage, and Sheila took on a double last name, Bailey Jennings. It was an unhealthy relationship between two irascible and unstable people who regularly cheated on each other, scandalized, and even fought. Still, their marriage lasted more than 3 years. In 1984, after another family quarrel, Sheila demanded a divorce from her husband, but he refused her. In fact, Ronnie did not hold on to the relationship at all. He just wanted to piss off his wife and make her mad, and he succeeded. Sheila became hysterical, took a large number of drugs in front of her husband, drinking strong alcohol, and after this infernal cocktail, sat behind the wheel of the car and rushed down the road. Naturally, soon Sheila, under the influence of pills and alcohol, lost consciousness, flew off the road and at high speed crashed into a tree. She miraculously survived, but suffered a massive head injury. She spent more than a week in a deep coma and doctors made no prognosis. When Sheila finally regained consciousness and gradually recovered, she was transferred to a psychiatric hospital where she spent several months. She later complained of her sister that one of the orderlies was constantly harassing her and possibly taking advantage of her helpless state when she was heavily sedated. After all this, Sheila returned to her second husband's home but began to behave not just aggressively but threateningly toward him. When during another scandal, she attacked Ronnie and poked him in the chest with nail scissors. Ronnie, fearing for his own life and health, filed for divorce and hurriedly moved out of the mad woman, rich lover. When the second marriage was dissolved, the young woman began looking for lovers through the dating columns of the print media, and she left her ads there as well. But no man did not stay with her for long because Sheila tended to dominate everything, rigidly suppressing their partners both in intimate and everyday life. Soon the photo of an attractive girl in the dating section drew the attention of 60-year-old Wilfred Bill Labar. The man had previously been married twice and had adult children and grandchildren from previous marriages. He was widowed a few years ago and had been living alone on his large country ranch ever since. Bill was a fairly wealthy man. He had a chiropractic office in Epping, New Hampshire, and on the ranch, he raised horses. At the same time, he was very lonely and needed a strong, powerful woman. In fact, that's exactly what he found. Sheila was attracted by the wealth of her new acquaintance, and she decided that it would be an ideal union for her. And to make Bill completely lost his head, she began to send him a postal mail frank letters, supplementing them with her nude photos. The trap worked, and soon Labar invited a charming pen pal to visit his ranch. Their romance developed rapidly. An elderly man is not stingy on expensive gifts for a young mistress, and in the summer of 1987, she moved to live with him. This has incredibly flattered the doctor, who now went out in public with a beautiful companion who was half his age and was fit for him as a daughter. Nevertheless, he did not plan to marry Sheila. However, Sheila, not waiting for a marriage proposal, changed her name, calling herself Labar. Bill was surprised by this turn of events, but he did not object. Sheila began to interfere in all the affairs of her elderly lover, starting to control his business, finances, and disposition of his property. In addition, Bill was getting older and could not satisfy the intimate needs of a young woman. Then, according to Sheila herself, he allowed her to meet other men whom she often brought directly to their home. One of Sheila's regular lovers closer to the mid-90s was a Jamaican national named Wayne Ennis. He was much younger than Sheila and was initially hired as an au pair on the ranch, but soon the young man, with Bill's consent, which was probably given under pressure from Sheila, moved to live in the owner's house. In 1995, Sheila and Wayne officially legalized their relationship, and the spouse considered that from now on, he would be the couple continued their relationship online. Sherry sent photos of ultrasounds and her growing belly. "I just bulged out my belly. Jerry wanted to believe it so badly that I had no doubt. He would see the pregnancy even if it wasn't there," Miller would later say. Soon, on November 5, 1999, Jerry Cassidy received an email, presumably from Bruce Miller, in which he wrote that he knew about everything and would not let the bastards be born. A concerned Jerry tried to contact Jerry. Hours later, she texted him herself, informing him that she had to leave for a few days and that she would text him later. The next day, Jerry received a message from Bruce and learned that he had forced his wife to have an abortion. Attached to the letter were photos of a battered Sherry. "I remember standing in front of the mirror trying to draw bruises on my stomach." Sherry would later recount, Jerry had reached a tipping point. His children, not one but two twins at once, had been killed by Bruce Miller. He was again devastated and full of anger. He blamed Bruce for the deaths of his 3 children and the abuse of the woman he loved. After reconnecting with Sherry the next day, November 8th, Jerry said he couldn't go on like this. He would kill her husband. The couple set about devising a plan to kill him. They worked out routes, parking spots, and even the best place in time to get to the dump. Jerry then made the long drive from his home to Michigan. That same evening, as Bruce planned to leave work, he received a call from Sherry, and following the plan, asked if he could pick up a pizza on his way home. Distracted by the conversation, Bruce did not notice a man approaching him from behind, pointing his 20-gauge shotgun at him and pulling the trigger. After committing the crime, Jerry went home and Sherry began the next part of the plan. She called Bruce's brother, Chuck, said she was very worried about her husband's long absence, and asked Chuck to drive to the junkyard and see if everything was okay. When Chuck got there, he found his brother dead on the floor in a pool of blood. He had been shot in the chest with a shotgun at close range. According to eyewitnesses, when Sherry learned of Bruce's death, she began screaming and crying. The crime scene was quickly discovered, but no trace or evidence of the suspect remained. Detectives learned that Bruce carried large amounts of cash, and they initially thought his death may have been the result of a botched robbery as the dead man's wallet was missing. John Hutchinson, a friend and employee of Bruce's who had recently borrowed $2,000 from him, came under suspicion. Police questioned Hutchinson, searched his home, and confiscated weapons. John adamantly denied involvement. The search was inconclusive, and despite the fact that Hutchinson failed a polygraph test, he was eventually released. A theory of murder due to falsification of vehicle identification numbers was considered. However, none of the options did not give any leads, and soon the case was closed. Meanwhile, according to Bruce's sister, Judy Miller, Cherry's behavior did not fit most people's idea of a grieving spouse. 2 days after the death of her supposedly beloved husband, she was already dancing in a bar in Otisville, Michigan, and looked happy. 2 weeks later, she had a boyfriend, and it wasn't Jerry Cassidy, but a local delivery boy named Jeff Foster. The goal was accomplished. It was like Sherry had passed a level in a video game and the former lover was no longer interesting. Jerry thought that after the murder, he would be with the woman he loved. After all, he killed for her. But that didn't happen. She began to distance herself. And a month after the murder, she moved her new boyfriend, Jeff Foster, into the house she used to share with her husband and completely severed her relationship with Jerry, leaving him devastated. It was probably at this point that Cassidy realized he had murdered an innocent man in cold blood, and naturally, Sheila chose an occupation to her liking. She became an operator of intimate phone services. Since she had a truly enchanting voice, men fell for the bait and offered to meet her in person. Among such guys was Kenny County, who at the time of their acquaintance was barely 24 years old. The young man was attractive in appearance, very good-natured and open. However, he had a low IQ level due to which he was very gullible. This was exactly the kind of guy LaBar was looking for. Kenny was very close to his mother, on whom he actually depended, but Sheila, with the help of clever manipulations, managed to break this connection and literally lure Kenny to herself. She made him an unforgettable night of love and promised that they would be like this all the time. The young man decided that he had met the woman of his dreams, about which he informed his relatives and then moved to live in Sheila's house. But soon, Sheila showed the guy her true face, having arranged for him a real torture room in one of the rooms. Each time, intimacy inevitably turned into a brutal beating or something worse. Kenny's body was covered with bruises, abrasions, scratches, cuts, and burn marks, but he could not leave the house of the mistress who had completely subjugated his will. Sheila did not allow him to see and communicate with his loved ones, and his family could only guess what was happening to Kenny. The first alarm was raised by neighbors who periodically noticed the guy and were horrified by his sickly appearance. A few days before his disappearance, a local store clerk took a picture of the young man on her cell phone camera, and later, this picture was attached to the case file in court. In the photo, Kenny's condition could be described as deplorable. He was very thin, there were huge bruises under his eye and on his cheek, and his nose was probably broken. Judging by the degree of healing, all these injuries had been inflicted at different times, which suggested that the guy had been brutally beaten for a long time. The contents of his cart were also alarming. He rolled 2 large canisters of fuel to the cash register, as it later turned out, for his own cremation. The store employees were so puzzled and even frightened by the guy's appearance that they decided to report him to the police for possible domestic violence. But this time, Sheila managed to get away with it and they could not charge her with anything. Soon Kenny stopped contacting his family altogether, and when his worried mother arrived at Labar's house, the owner behaved aggressively and advised to leave Kenny alone. All subsequent attempts ended similarly, at which point Kenny County's family filed a missing persons report with the police indicating that he may be being held forcibly at the country ranch, a home crematorium, and gruesome findings. When police arrived at Sheila's home, she claimed that the young man no longer lived with her and claimed that Kenny had run away because his mother, whom he was allegedly terrified of, began visiting them frequently. As evident, Sheila provided an audio recording in which she asks her lover if his own mother had attacked him, and he quietly gives an affirmative answer. It all seemed more than strange, and the very next day, an officer visiting Sheila secured a search warrant for the estate. Sheila had been on the police's radar many times before, and her name had been linked to another mysterious disappearance of a boyfriend. But over the years, Sheila had never been questioned and her house and grounds had never been searched. When the police arrived, they did not find Labar at home, but they did see several fires burning near the outbuildings. The fires looked strange and were made of improvised materials, a mattress, fragments of wooden furniture, hay, etc., all doused with a flammable mixture. One of the bonfires had bones in it that clearly looked like human remains. The squad requested reinforcements in the form of forensic experts, reporting all the findings, but that turned out to be just the tip of the iceberg compared to what they discovered next. Almost all over the house were found poorly washed traces of blood. It was so much that it seemed as if there had been a real massacre. It turned out that the blood belonged to at least 3 different people. The bones smoldering in the fire belonged to the missing Kenny, and I remember hearing her scream, "No, Mommy. No, don't go." After that moment, the full implications of what I had done to Bruce, his friends, his family, Jerry, his friends, and his family hit me with full force. They will never see them again. Bruce was a great man, Jerry Miller wrote of her husband. He never hurt me or my children. All he did was love us. He wanted to adopt my children. He just wanted a family. The only man who loved me, and I ordered him killed. In 2022, Sherry gave a public interview to a popular TV station. She admitted that Bruce was not involved with the mob and never abused her. She admitted that she used makeup to fake bruises and faked ultrasound scans to manipulate Jerry. According to Sherry, she didn't do it for the money. She said that she was afraid Bruce would find out who she really was and felt that it would be easier for him to be killed than to learn the truth about her. Sherry admitted that she knew about Jerry's tendency toward depression and the briefcase of evidence, but was confident that she would talk herself out of anything and could manipulate the jury and the court. She was so convinced of this that she turned down a plea bargain that could have gotten her 15 years instead of a life sentence. According to Sherry, it took a public story to find peace with herself. It's still very hard for me to look in the mirror realizing what I did. I've been waiting to tell the truth and hopefully get a sense of peace from it. Sherry Miller remains incarcerated at the Huron Valley Women's Complex in Michigan. She is not eligible for parole. Who in one voice called her a crazy, unstable, and extremely violent woman. And Wayne Annis, the third husband, said that the ex-wife repeatedly persuaded him to kill Mr. Labar in order to seize his property. But despite the defense's attempts to convince the court that Sheila was insane and in need of treatment, it was proven that she was aware of her actions at the time of her crimes. She was found guilty in July 2008 and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of ever being released. All of her appeals were rejected. Sheila is now serving her sentence in Florida at Homestead Correctional Facility. Thanks for watching, guys. That was Jack. Subscribe to the channel and don't forget to click on the bell not to miss new stories. Hello. See you soon. Take care. But he's not a murderer. During the final sentencing, excitement gripped the Eckerd parents. Judge Anthony imposed a sentence of 50 years in prison without parole. The parents were broken. One miserable day had taken 2 sons from them at once. The cold-blooded murder of an innocent man and even a brother is clearly beyond the bounds of adequate human response. In the biblical story, the brother-killer Cain was banished from paradise as punishment. But he solved the problem differently, eliminating the source of his remorse. Maria Fernanda Sanchez, also affectionately known as Mafe, was born in the late 1990s in the warm state of Querétaro, Mexico. She was the daughter of Javier Sanchez and Carolina Castaneda, who quickly realized that she would be a source of joy and vitality in their lives. Mafe stood out from an early age, exhibiting an extroverted personality that paired well with her passion for travel, allowing her to easily make new acquaintances. She also had a deep love for music, which added a charming touch to her character. Over time, Mafe discovered the magic of yoga, a discipline that she believed helped connect her with her inner self, bringing her peace that was visible in her appearance and her ever-present genuine smile. Her thirst for knowledge led her to seek out new experiences and embrace every opportunity to learn. Mafe was a diligent student, resulting in a strong academic foundation. She chose to study communication and digital media at the Instituto Tecnológico de Estudios Superiores Monterrey. Her resume was impressive, boasting certifications in video editing and special effects from the Academia Artigiate, as well as digital marketing. From a young age, Mafe demonstrated ingenuity, an innate quality that she enhanced by pouring passion into anything that could elevate her creativity. These favorable conditions made it no surprise that she excelled in digital content creation, photography, and video editing. Mafe was the soul behind Mesh Productions, a small production house she created that reflected her passion for audio-visual production, visible through her social media presence. Her professional journey also included a role as a journalist at a magazine from 2018 to 2021, where she helped to increase the presence and prestige of her alma mater through social media content and contributed to educational note writing for Connecta. Between 2020 and 2022, Mafe interned in innovation and digital marketing at Kellogg's Company, also taking on a leadership role as the director of editing and production at Emporio Studio, where she worked on projects for well-known companies. In February of 2023, the next chapter of her life brought her to Germany to pursue a master's degree in new media design at the European University of Applied Sciences. Ever enthusiastic to acquire new knowledge and meet new people, Mafe settled in a modest apartment in the Berlin district of Treptow-Köpenick, maintaining her sociable spirit and contagious joy. Despite feeling the impact of the distance from her homeland, she stayed connected with her family through phone and video calls, sharing her excitement about her new experiences and friendships. However, in July of 2023, a post in a group for Latinos in Germany on a well-known social network revealed a sign of vulnerability. Mafe was seeking a Spanish-speaking psychologist as she was going through a very difficult time. Like anyone away from home, although she had chosen to go abroad for personal growth, Mafe was also facing her own challenges. Despite new friendships and adventures in Germany, she began to feel a deep longing for her home, family, and culture. Mafe's life took a dark turn on Saturday, July 22, 2023. Although she had planned to attend the annual LGBTQ community celebration in Berlin, she decided at the last moment to stay in her apartment to work on an academic project. This wasn't out of character for her, as she had always been very responsible, especially when it came to her studies. Despite the odor of the celebration, she chose to fulfill her duties. Just before noon, Mafe spoke with her family in Mexico. The conversation was like any other day, but it turned out to be their last. After this seemingly normal interaction, Mafe left her room in the student residence in Treptow-Köpenick, disappearing without a trace. The following Sunday was unusually quiet from Mafe's end, which seemed strange to her family. They thought she might be busy or resting, but as the hours passed and she didn't respond to her family's regular calls, their worry increased. They tried to remain calm and ward off dark thoughts, but anxiety started to take over. Finally, on Monday, July 24th, concern turned into action and Mafe's family contacted the authorities at the student residences to request they check on her apartment to ensure everything was all right. The state in which they found Mafe's room turned into a perplexing mystery. First and foremost, Mafe was not there, and bizarrely, her cell phone was left on her bed, while the door to the inner courtyard was left open. These details were utterly enigmatic and led the residence administrators to alert the authorities, resulting in an immediate and extensive search. The European University of Applied Sciences, aware of the gravity of the situation, offered its support to the family and closely collaborated with the authorities in the search for Mafe. Through a statement, One of her teachers expressed the academic community's dismay of the student's disappearance and highlighted the coordinated efforts to find her. Concern peaked on July 25th when Maffei's parents, Javier and Carolina, traveled to Berlin, marking the start of an international search. The authorities issued a missing person notice, requesting any information that could shed light on her whereabouts. Although the police considered the possibility that Maffei might be facing emotional vulnerabilities, this theory was discredited by her friends and family, who emphasized that she had seemed happy and normal in the days leading up to her disappearance. Maffei's image, disseminated through a social media account created by her parents named Find Maffei Berlin, depicted a 24-year-old woman, approximately 1.53, weighing 48 kilograms, with long brown hair and tattoos decorating her arms. 3 days into an intense mobilization led by Maffei's family, the Mexican embassy in Germany announced its full involvement in the case. A national search protocol was then implemented in a desperate attempt to find the young woman. The Mexican ambassador in Germany used his personal social media account to express his distress and urged empathy and generosity towards those who are far from their loved ones, striving to excel in an environment with a different language and customs than those of their childhood. On July 26th, consular authorities announced the implementation of the protection protocol known as Search for Nationals. This protocol involved coordination between the Mexican and German authorities, aiming to cross-check information from hospitals, schools, and even morgues with testimonials, persons of interest, and security camera footage. However, nothing seemed to yield results. The search intensified on July 27th when the police began to explore canals and ponds in the region. Equipped with search dogs and divers, the search operations unfolded on multiple fronts, and civil society volunteer groups organized through social media to search for Maffei on streets and in public squares. They distributed flyers and pamphlets with Maffei's image and details, leaving notices in wooded areas and urban spaces alike. Meanwhile, a poster with Maffei's image was shared on social media and spread throughout Berlin, thus multiplying the efforts to find her. As the mobilized public continued their relentless search, additional snippets of information were shared online. According to those close to the young woman, Maffei's room appeared to have been rummaged through before the authorities' arrival. While the police did not confirm this detail, Maffei's father Javier shared in an interview that his daughter lived in a ground-floor apartment with a balcony facing the street, and the door to her apartment was inexplicably open. 5 days since Maffei left her apartment, despite the lack of concrete information, the family maintained their optimism and hope. Her father pointed out that they believed the young woman was still in Berlin, as they had not been informed by the authorities whether her passport was among her belongings. On the same day, the family issued a statement thanking Maffei's university and the organized civil society for their support. While they shared their gratitude, they underscored the importance of keeping certain aspects of the case confidential to avoid hindering the investigation. Javier revealed that his daughter had plans to move to Spain in the coming days to meet up with her boyfriend, a young man she had recently met and with whom she was starting a relationship. The boyfriend's solidarity was demonstrated by his travel from Spain to Berlin to contribute to the search for Maffei. Despite the efforts, on July 31st, the Berlin police reported that they had still not obtained any relevant information that could reveal Maffei's whereabouts, who had now been missing for 9 days. Up to that point, the collected evidence had not shed light on her location and uncertainties still prevailed. On the same day, Mexican president announced his intention to seek help from his German counterpart to collaborate in the search for Maffei. Days passed slowly as Maffei's family fought to bring visibility to the case of their missing daughter, participating in various interviews to shed light on the baffling situation. In a conversation with a renowned Mexican journalist, Javier, Maria Fernanda's father, shared the challenges they had encountered in the search. He explained that in Germany, due to personal data protection laws, cameras are not allowed to film public places, complicating the tracking of clues. He also revealed the small size of the missing persons department in Germany and how the detective in charge of the case in Berlin faced an overwhelming task. Regarding the Mexican authorities, Javier shared that they had received support and had been offered psychological assistance. The Mexican authorities referred to the case as atypical due to the time elapsed and the circumstances surrounding the disappearance. He added that the family was working on issuing a yellow notice through Interpol, hoping to extend the search beyond the borders of Germany and Mexico. Despite the many tears shed, he said they maintained strength and a positive attitude in their quest to find their daughter amid the difficulties and uncertainty surrounding the case. Desperation and uncertainty lingered as the days passed without news of Mafi. On August 3rd, following exhaustive searches and without encouraging results, Interpol issued a yellow notice for her location practically worldwide. Although authorities considered it unlikely that she had left Germany or the Schengen area, this measure reflected the determination to find her. On Friday, August 4th, a spokesperson for the Berlin police shared in an interview with local media that they had verified her possible whereabouts and were closely following up on the received information. However, the lack of details left everyone in suspense. While the Berlin police had gathered up to 120 clues about Mafi's disappearance, concrete evidence that could lead to her exact location remained elusive. Meanwhile, on Saturday, August 5th, the young woman's parents organized a solidarity event in front of the Mexican embassy in Berlin. About 200 young Berliners, dressed in white and carrying lit candles and messages of encouragement, gathered to keep the search alive and show their support for the family. In the midst of this emotional scene, the feared news arrived in the early afternoon. Mafi's lifeless body had been found floating in a canal in Berlin. The search for Maria Fernanda Sanchez had come to a tragic end. Heartbroken, her loved ones confirmed the tragic outcome. Despite the search efforts and the maintained hope, the reality was unrelenting. It was revealed that the student's body had been found by a person walking across a bridge. Although authorities had previously searched the area with divers, it was later explained that the canal was extensive and its waters had hidden the tragic secret. The community gathered in mourning and solidarity, but also to demand answers. The search took a dark turn as it entered a new phase, determining the circumstances surrounding the young woman's death. Meanwhile, the police stated that there was no suspicion of third-party involvement and reiterated that the investigation was ongoing. The Mexican ambassador in Germany shared that the next step in the case would be an autopsy of Mafi to shed light on the causes of her death. Although he assured that the body showed no signs of violence, caution was maintained until the autopsy was completed. In a statement issued by the Mexican Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Embassy of Mexico in Berlin, the Sanchez Castaneda family expressed their gratitude for the support received on both sides of the Atlantic. They especially thanked those who had volunteered for the search efforts and requested respect for their daughter's memory and privacy as they navigated the difficult circumstances of their loss. The painful chapter in the life of Maria Fernanda had come to an end. However, questions still lingered in the air. Pain and sadness spread throughout Mexico as news broke of the tragic end in the search for Mafi. Social media was filled with messages of comfort and wishes for eternal rest for her. Over 24,000 followers joined in a gesture of solidarity, while a feminist collective in Berlin and other volunteer groups also expressed their support with messages filled with love and strength. Politicians from various political streams in Mexico joined in the mourning, sending prayers, solidarity, and condolences to the parents, family, and friends of the young woman. The Secretary of Foreign Affairs in Mexico and current senator trusted that consular authorities would provide support to the family in this difficult time. The discovery of the body marked a new chapter in the investigation. It was known that the German authorities had received more than 120 leads about the young woman, and there were indications pointing to the days before her disappearance. But the situation remained secretive, and if there was any result from that part of the investigation, it is something that has not transpired. Although 2 weeks of intense search involved 500 people and covered more than 3,000 kilometers, there are still unanswered questions. According to Mexican media, the Mafi case brought to light a pending issue for the diplomatic representations of that country in Europe: attention to mental health. The debate that opened highlighted that adapting to new cultural codes, discrimination, lack of support networks, and insecurity could deeply affect young people seeking a life abroad. The Mexican embassy in Germany reminded of the availability of a free window for access to mental health, while the Secretary of Foreign Affairs of Mexico offered tools, a free psychological support platform for Mexicans in France and Monaco. A video shared by friends of Mafi, showing the young woman laughing and singing, reminded of her extroverted personality and all the vital energy that characterized her. That is why they asked for explanations to understand what really happened. On August 7th, 2 days after the discovery, Maffei's parents said that the Berlin police had not allowed them to identify their daughter's body. Sources close to the family confirmed that only the Berlin police had identified the 24-year-old young woman. The police statement reiterated that it could not be assumed that the young woman's death occurred due to the responsibility of third parties, but at the same time warned that the precise circumstances remained unclear. Media speculation was kept at bay, aware of the need to respect the official version. However, the police statement about Matthew's exceptional psychological situation and comments about her mental health raised suspicions about the true intention to investigate what happened to the last consequences. The how and why of her death were mysteries that tormented the Latin American community in Berlin. Attention was focused on the autopsy, a crucial step to dispel speculation. The most recent news occurred on August 9th and was published by a newspaper in Mexico, an informative medium that announced new delays in the autopsy. The newspaper managed to get answers from a spokesperson for the Berlin prosecutor's office who announced that they would have to wait about 2 months to know the results of the autopsy and that nothing is certain regarding the date of delivery of the body to the family. She pointed out that the autopsy had been ordered, but that it had not yet been carried out due to the workload and shortage of personnel. She added that it would take about 8 weeks before the result is available. Only from that moment can they think about releasing the body, but perhaps more investigations will be necessary before being able to deliver the remains to the family. The future of the investigation still does not seem to indicate immediate results. The repatriation of the body and the parents' decision on the final destination of Maffei depend on the results of the autopsy. The community cries out for clear answers and definitive closure, while the mystery surrounding the young student continues to weigh on the hearts of all those who followed her story with hope and much anguish. In February, the body of 36-year-old Sabrina Payne was found in a field near Tremont, Illinois. Sabrina was a black female who was known to support a drug habit with prostitution. Sabrina had last been seen at her home 2 days before her body was found. The original autopsy failed to determine a cause of death, leaving some of the detectives to believe she had overdosed. One detective, however, felt uneasy about that assumption. His suspicions were confirmed as more bodies were found in Peoria and Tazewell counties over the next year. On February 5, 2004, the body of 36-year-old Barbara Williams was found in a date near Edwards, Illinois. She was found partially clothed and lying face down in the snow. She had been seen alive between 9 and 10 p.m. the night before. An autopsy showed that she had multiple contusions and abrasions on her body. Toxicology showed that she had fatal levels of cocaine in her blood. At this point, police were not ready to call this a murder or entertain the idea of a serial killer preying on black drug addicted. In February, 32-year-old Shakanda Thomas was reported missing. She had last been seen by her family in August. Shakanda was known to disappear at times, but when she didn't come back after several weeks, her family reported her missing. Shirley Entrap was also reported missing in February. She was seen 3 days before she was reported missing. Tamara Waltz was reported missing in February after not being seen for 3 weeks. All 3 missing women were also black females known to support a crack cocaine habit with prostitution. 36-year-old mother of 8, Laura Lawler, disappeared from her home after leaving with a man and woman. Her longtime partner searched for her, but only was able to determine she had been with a man named Larry. Her boyfriend and father to her 7 daughters and 1 son describes Laura as the love of his life and a beautiful soul. The two had experimented with crack cocaine, and Laura seemed to struggle with addiction before her disappearance. On September 25, 2004, Linda Neal was found on King Road in Tazewell County. She was found nude along the side of the road. Linda, like the other women, was known to be part of the drug scene in Peoria. At this point, police had determined there was likely a serial killer stalking black females in the Peoria area. A task force was formed, which one detective states would have occurred much quicker if the victims had been white females. While police desperately searched for the killer, they kept a close eye on women in the community at risk. Despite their efforts, on October 15, 2004, Brenda Irving's body was found in a ditch near Farmington. Brenda was found nude, and an autopsy determined that she had been strangled and suffered blunt force trauma to her head. She also had fatal levels of cocaine in her system at the time of her death. Her children had feared for their mother's safety, as she had known many of the women who had been killed or disappeared from central Illinois. Brenda struggled with drug addiction. Despite detectives' best efforts, the case proved difficult to solve. They followed thousands of leads, but finally got the lead they were waiting for in February. 35-year-old Vicki Balmer was arrested for theft. From jail, she told authorities that she thought she could help them find the serial killer preying on her fellow sex workers. She believed that a man who had picked her up in July 2004 was responsible. Balmer explained that in July, a man named Larry Bright lured her to his mother's home while they shared alcohol and drugs. Once she was intoxicated, she said Bright attacked her, attempted to rape her, and pulled a knife on her. Somehow, Balmer was able to escape. Police were at first skeptical as Balmer asked for a plea deal in exchange for her testimony. Why hadn't she reported this back in July? Why wait until she was under arrest? Vicki Balmer claimed she was scared of being arrested for outstanding warrants, which is why she did not come forward in July 2004. A search of her criminal history confirmed the warrants, so detectives decided to take a look at the man named Larry Bright. Larry Dean Bright was born in Peoria, Illinois on July 8, 1966. He served a 2-year stint in prison at age 19 for burglary and carjacking. According to Larry's family, the time Larry spent in prison changed him for the worse. Larry became more angry and violent and began using drugs. Larry had an injury, which started an addiction to prescription opioids and later crack cocaine. He also developed an addiction to pornography, preferring videos with black women. Larry lived with his mother in a tiny guest house behind her home. Larry enjoyed gardening, creating a beautiful garden bed of flowers for his mother. When the police arrived at Larry's home following the tip, they noticed the beautiful flowers in the garden. Larry was placed under arrest for the unlawful restraint of Vicki. They questioned Larry about the murders, but he denied having any information about the murdered and missing women. Throughout the interview, Larry smoked several cigarettes. Detectives planned to take one of the cigarette butts and test it for DNA, but Larry ate them before leaving the interrogation room. Larry declined to gift DNA voluntarily. Police searched Larry Bright's home on January 20, 2005. The investigators dug up the garden, finding several small bone fragments and ashes that were later determined to be human. When the police questioned Larry again, they told him they were digging up his mother's flowers. At this point, Larry broke down and confessed to multiple murders. He even led investigators to the remains of some of his victims. Larry explained that around July 27, 2003, he picked up Sabrina Payne on the south side of Peoria. He drove her to his home, which he shared with his mother. He claimed the two drank and used cocaine before having consensual sex. Larry said he did not intend to tell Sabrina, but he became enraged, thinking Sabrina was trying to rip him off. He strangled her to death and dumped her body near the cornfield where she was found. Larry confessed to picking up Barbara Williams in February 2004. Again, he used drugs and alcohol with his victim. He stated that he once again lost control of his anger and killed Barbara. He claimed he caught Barbara stealing from him. He dumped her body along the road where she was found the next day. The prosecution believed that after the first two murders, Larry developed a bloodlust. At the time of his arrest, he said, "I knew them I would kill, the others I would pick up. I went out hunting." Larry also confessed to killing Laura Lawyer. He burned her body in his backyard burn pit, burying their remains in his mother's yard. He said he wanted to destroy the bodies to avoid getting caught. He confessed to killing Tamara Walls and burning her remains. Her jawbone was found in the backyard. He admitted to strangling, beating, and burning Shirley and Trapp. Shakonda Thomas had the same fate after being picked up by Larry Bright. He burned the woman and buried the ashes in the yard. Because of his attempts to creamy his victims, he was nicknamed the Bone Crusher. Larry said that he attempted to burn Linda Neal and Brenna Irving as well, but the attempts were unsuccessful due to the weather. He dunked both women along the side of the road. Larry was facing the death penalty following his January 2005 arrest. In an attempt to spare his mother the embarrassment of a trial and avoid the death penalty, Larry Bright pleaded guilty to 7 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of drug-induced homicide on May 30, 2006. Bright's murders were not considered racially motivated, but detectives believe he was just attracted to black women. He is one of the very few serial killers who chooses victims outside of his race. Larry was sentenced to 7 life sentences without the possibility of parole to be served concurrently. He was also given an additional 30 years for the drug-induced homicide. As part of the plea deal, Larry will be required to serve 100% of his sentence with no parole consideration. Larry is currently housed at the Shawnee Correctional Center in Vienna, Illinois. He will spend the rest of his life behind bars, but that brings little peace to the families of his victims. The loved ones of Larry's victims want people to know that the women he killed were more than just drug addicts or prostitutes. They were people. They were mothers, daughters, sisters, and friends. The serial killer dentist of St. Louis, Clennon Engelman. Dr. Clennon Engelman was born on February 6, 1927 in St. Louis, Missouri. Dr. Engelman grew up on the south side of the city and felt a deep connection to his neighborhood. After serving in the military, Dr. Engelman used his GI Bill to go to Washington University and become a dentist. He opened his dental office on the south side of St. Louis, serving the community he had always loved. Dr. Engelman, who went by Glenn, was married to a woman named Edna Ruth, but they divorced in 1956. By 1958, both Glenn and Ruth had remarried. Glenn was operating his dental office and appeared to be successfully serving the St. Louis community. On December 17, 1958, citizens in Forest Park noticed a bloody man stumbling. The man, James Stanley Bullock, soon passed from his injuries. These injuries were caused by a gunshot. No one could figure out why someone would shoot 28-year-old James Bullock. James Bullock was born on April 17, 1931 in DeSoto. He was raised in Shiloh, Illinois by his grandparents and later his aunt after his parents passed away. According to an article from 1938, the then 7-year-old was living with his grandparents in 1938 and enjoyed attending school and fishing. James later served in the military before returning to St. Louis to work and go to college. Back in St. Louis, James met Edna Ruth, the ex-wife of Dr. Glenn Engelman. The two married, and 6 short months later, James was dead. An employee at a local sanitarium initially claimed James was there 4 days before his murder, asking to be admitted because he feared for his life. His wife and aunt said this was not true, as the three had dinner together on that night. According to his widow and aunt, James was not afraid for his life, and they knew no one who would want him dead. However, Edna Ruth benefited greatly from her husband's death. Ruth had life insurance policies totaling $64,088. While under questioning, Edna Ruth made several weird statements, including telling the police she was married before, but her husband did not know. Who was she married to? Her husband's dentist, Dr. Glenn Engelman. Edna Ruth had lied to James and his family and lied on the marriage application about being married before. Police questioned a local career criminal who was out on parole for an assault at the time of the shooting. They weren't able to tie him to the murder of James, but they did note he lived near Dr. Engelman's office. Dr. Engelman and Edna Ruth both refused to take a polygraph test and denied any involvement in the murder of James Bullock. Dr. Engelman's new wife, Ida, refused to be questioned by the police. A patient provided an alibi for Dr. Engelman. However, another witness said that they tried to find someone at the office around the time and the office was empty. Edna Ruth invested part of the funds she received after becoming a widow and a doctor. Been bored being a dentist, so he often ventured into other areas of business. This included buying a trike strip along with a partner, Eric Fry. Dr. Engelman had grown to be close friends with Eric and his wife Sandy. On September 26, 1963, Eric and Dr. Engelman were at the drag strip using dynamite to explode and then fill abandoned cisterns on the property. Eric was lying on his stomach near one of the cisterns when the dynamite exploded quicker than anticipated. Eric was killed instantly and found lying in the bottom of the cistern. Coroner H.D. Steinbeck ruled the death accidental. Mr. Frey's wife had an insurance policy on her husband, which she invested part of into Dr. Engelman's practice. Dr. Engelman divorced Ida and married his third wife, Ruth, in 1967. The couple shared a son, but Ruth heeded the close relationship her husband had with a young woman who worked in his office named Carmen Miranda. Dr. Engelman offered to train Carmen to be a dental assistant in his office. Edna felt uncomfortable with the flirting between the doctor and his young assistant. Dr. Engelman, however, claimed he was trying to help people in his community. He hired Carmen's brother, Nick, as well at one point. Ruth was relieved when Carmen met a married man named Peter Home. Just a few months later, however, Carmen and Eric were walking in a rural area in Pacific, Missouri. The couple were exploring an area known to have caves and scenic paths. A shot suddenly fired, hitting Peter in the head. Peter died instantly, and a hysterically Carmen flagged down the help. Nearby, police found an X on a tree made with tape. The area was familiar to locals as a hunting area, and police believed that the shot was accidental. Police believe someone was target shooting at the axe and accidentally struck Mr. Home. Carmen had a significant amount of life insurance on her husband, totaling $60,000. This is equivalent to around $300,000 in 2024. Dr. Engelman and Ruth divorced soon after, at which time Dr. Engelman married young Carmen, whom he had known since she was a small child. His son lived with Edna, his ex-wife. Despite being married to Carmen, Dr. Engelman and Ruth still met regularly for sex. Dr. Engelman Consume had extramarital affairs, which included previous affairs with Carmen, Ruth, and even Sandy Fry, the wife of his business associate Eric Fry, who was killed by dynamite. Another of Dr. Engelman's affairs was with a patient named Barbara Boyle. On November 3, 1977, someone pretending to be from the farm girl walked up to the farmhouse owned by Arthur and Vernita Gueswell in Illinois. Soon after entering the home, the elderly couple were attacked, and both were shot in the head. The wealthy couple left $340,000 to their son, Ronald Gueswell. Guess who Ronald Gueswell was married to? Barbara Boyle. On April 4, 1979, less than 2 years after the murder of his parents, Ronald Gueswell was found dead inside his car outside a hotel in East St. Louis, Illinois. The man had been beaten and shot to death. He had been missing for 4 days when his body was found. Following her husband's murder, Barbara collected his inheritance in addition to several life insurance policies. The equivalent sum of money today would be nearly $1,700,000. Guess who she cut to? Dr. Clennon Engelman. Following the murder of Marmal Gueswell, authorities were starting to notice the trend of connected deaths to Dr. Engelman. His patients and community, however, only saw a generous man committed to helping his community and its citizens. Dr. Engelman was not the greatest dentist, however. He often did a sloppy job of making casts for dentures and dental appliances, requiring the work to have to be redone by the dental lab several times. His business was struggling, however, and he soon found himself in debt with a dental lab owned by Sophie Barrera. Sophie Barrera owned a South St. Louis dental laboratory and had grown tired of waiting for Dr. Engelman to pay up by 1980. She filed a lawsuit against the doctor that was said to go to court just a few days after Sophie was murdered. On January 14, 1980, Sophie entered her vehicle in South St. Louis. Shortly after, the vehicle exploded. Police found remnants of a bomb under her charred vehicle. Sophie had told her son before she was in fear of being killed. She believed Dr. Glenn Engelman was dangerous. Dr. Engelman was questioned for 3 hours and then released. Police were certain he was responsible for Sophie's death, but they had to prove it. The public also wondered if the bombing was related to another bombing in the area that was carried out between two mob families fighting for control over St. Louis's labor unions. The evidence indicated, however, that this was not a mob hit. The number one suspect was the man who owed Sophie $15,000. Dr. Engelman had to be stopped, but the police weren't sure how to do it. Detectives soon began having conversations with Dr. Engelman's ex-wife and mother of his son, Ruth. Ruth told police nothing at first, but eventually started to talk. She explained that Dr. Engelman often bragged about killing people. He told her that he had a superpower: he was able to kill without remorse. He had admitted to killing Eric Fry, Peter Home, and the Cuswell family. It was his side hustle, killing for profit. Ruth agreed to help the police, but none of her testimony could be used in court because Dr. Engelman confessed to her while the two were still married. He was protected by spousal privilege. Ruth decided to wear a wire, however, and met up with Dr. Engelman to exchange their son and sometimes just to socialize. They were still having a sexual relationship despite Dr. Engelman's marriage to Carmen. She tried to get Dr. Engelman to confess to Arkin by asking to write questions. He didn't seem to take the bait at first, and Ruth feared he would kill her next. Ruth suggested police plant a bug in her bedroom and she would invite the dentist over for sex. Dr. Engelman was suspicious, however, and did not say anything that could lead to his arrest. Ruth then met him at a diner wearing a wire, and this time he commented on being homicidally intimate with the widow of one of his victims. He admitted to the murders in great detail, providing just what police needed for an arrest. He explained that he found murder more sexually satisfying than sex. His ex-wife was given a new life in the witness protection program. Carmen, who was no longer married to the dentist, and her brother Nick were brought in for questioning to corroborate the allegations against Dr. Engelman. As possible co-conspirators, they asked for and were granted immunity to testify against the dentist. Carmen told quite the story. She said she was working for the dentist when he suggested she find someone with good benefits to marry. He told her about Eric Fry, whom he said he directed Sandy Fry to marry with all intentions of murdering the insurance proceeds. Soon after she was married, Carmen said Dr. Engelman told her where to go and made sure her husband was shot and killed. He staged it to look like a target shooting accident. Clennon Engelman was finally arrested and charged with murder in 1980. Carmen testified at Dr. Engelman's first trial, for which he was convicted of murdering Peter Hom and given 50 years in prison. The dentist then pleaded guilty to the murder of Sophie Barrera to avoid the death penalty. Serving a list sentence for that murder in Missouri, Dr. Engelman was back in court by 1985 in Illinois. In 1984, Robert Handy, a conduct and acquaintance of Dr. Engelman, admitted to authorities that he had taken part in the murder conspiracy of the Giswell family. He implicated Dr. Engelman, who had bludgeoned Harold Giswell and Shaheem, as well as Ronald's widow, Barbara Boyle. Dr. Engelman was given 3 life sentences for the Goswell murders. He also was convicted of federal mail fraud and given a 30-year federal sentence. He is believed to have killed at least 12 people, including conspiring with his first wife to kill her husband, James Bullock, in 1958. Edna Ruth was never charged in the case due to lack of evidence. Barbara Boyle went on trial for the murder of her in-laws, Arthur and Vernita Giswell, and husband Ronald in 1985. The jury acquitted her of the murders of Arthur and Vernita by convicted her of conspiracy to commit murder in the death of Ronald Giswell. Barbara Boyle was sentenced to 50 years in prison in 1985. She was granted parole in February 2009. Dr. Engelman enjoyed his notoriety in Missouri, often comparing himself to legendary outlaw Jesse James. He is believed to have killed at least 12 people, but the actual number is unknown. Unlike other serial killers, Dr. Engelman was inspired, at least in part, by greed. He also seemed to revel in his ability to not feel remorse. Dr. Engelman died of diabetes-related health issues in 1999 at age 72. He was incarcerated in Jefferson City at the time. Brittany Locklear was 5 years old when she and her mother, Connie Locklear Chavis, were waiting for the school bus on Gainey Road in Rayford, North Carolina. It was still dark outside on the morning of January 7, 1998. Her mother went inside briefly to use the restroom, leaving her daughter alone at the bus stop for only a few minutes. When she looked out the door, Brittany was nowhere to be seen. After rushing to Brittany's school, West Hoke Elementary, school officials would inform her that Brittany never arrived. A neighbor, Rose Johnson, reported seeing Brittany being abducted and told authorities it was a white male in a full-size brown or tan truck. The neighbor told law enforcement that the pickup had slammed on the brakes and wheeled into the driveway at 2023 Guys Loop near the Bowmore community. A man got out of the driver's side, grabbed Brittany, and sped away. While neighbors insisted it was a white man in a brown pickup truck, Authorities said they were unsure of the color and other details. Over 500 people would join the search for the missing child, and her clothing and backpack would be discovered the same day. Tragically, one day later, on January 8th, the day after her disappearance, a search party would find Brittany's naked body in a drainage ditch off Ryan McBride Road about 3 miles from the family's home. She had been raped and drowned to death. Investigators would release a warning looking for a brown truck, and residents from across the region started calling in tips. So much that they started piling up. However, they didn't have the manpower or equipment to take this many calls and were basically unprepared. By the time the FBI gave the detectives software to manage the crime tips, calls had already started to taper off. Jay Tilley with the State Bureau of Investigation stated, "We know there was info that came in that we didn't follow up on." The family said the sheriff at the time, Jim Davis, had tried to intimidate them into confessing to Brittany's death. They said he even tried to pin her death on Brittany's step-grandfather, James Stevens, even going as far as to show him half-naked photos of Brittany. Brittany's mom, Connie, would accuse Jim of using the case to help his election campaign. In 2001, voters would vote in Hubert Peterkin instead of Jim Davis, making this the third sheriff to take over the case. In February, investigators thought they had a break in the case when they arrested Fort Bragg firefighter Keith Douglas Laundrie for bank robbery. Upon cleaning out his locker at the fire station, they would discover a photo of Brittany from a newspaper clipping, which investigators thought was strange. However, when they tested his DNA, it did not match the DNA found at the crime scene. A reward is being offered for information in Brittany's case, and her parents have both been cleared of involvement. Child molesters within a 50-mile radius of Brittany's home were also questioned, but the interviews provided no leads. Brittany was called Little Brittany by her teachers and classmates because she was the smallest and youngest child in her class. She hugged just about everybody. Her mother said she liked going to church and to school and wanted to become a pilot when she grew up. Her family still seeks answers in this case. As of today, there have been over 17,000 leads, 92 agents, and over 9,100 work to solve this mystery, but the case remains unsolved. On the morning of September 20th, 2001, 33-year-old Angela Wayland Hudson walked her 2 children to the bus stop in Pelham, North Carolina. When her children returned home from school that day, Angela was not at home, and they were told by their stepfather that their mother claimed to have something she needed to do and left the home on foot. Angela never returned and was never seen again. Even though there was a history of abuse in their marriage, since there was never any evidence of a crime, not much has been done by law enforcement to find Angela. She lived in a rural area, and the only place within walking distance was a small convenience store, but she left her car behind. Angela had filed for a divorce and went missing on the same day as her second scheduled meeting with her divorce attorney. She had gotten a restraining order against Robert, but as Robert was a cabinet maker and his workshop was attached to the Hudson home, the judge allowed him to be at the workshop during working hours without being in violation of the order. Angela and her children had planned on having an aunt and a cousin over for dinner, and they had been trying to get in touch with Angela but couldn't because her phone wasn't working. They went ahead over to Angela's home and discovered she was gone. They found half-prepared food laying out on the counter and table. She had been cutting up meat and veggies, and it was all left laying out unfinished. Her car, purse, jewelry, eyeglasses, and medication were still at the home. The following day, her family went back to the house to get her and the children's belongings. When they arrived, her husband's adult son was at the house and stated that his dad had to go out of town, so he wasn't there. Strangely, the son would only allow the family in certain parts of the home. A detective said Robert was asked to take a polygraph test twice but refused, and none of the 4 acres of property or vehicles were ever searched. Angela was initially considered a runaway, which was strange with the history of abuse in the relationship. There are a lot of unanswered questions, such as why Robert wouldn't take the polygraph test and why his son refused to allow family in certain parts of the home. Particularly, the son kept the family away from a huge freezer in the house and the father's workshop. Her family described her as a devoted mother who would have never left her children without someone to care for them, not even during a flare-up of her by bipolar disorder. Robert was not the children's father, and he did not want to support them. This happened in February 2001 when missing persons with bipolar disorder were not taken as seriously as other missing persons cases. Her family describes her as a very private person who kept things to herself, and they stated she always had a pattern of getting involved in abusive relationships. As of today, her case remains unsolved. The heartbreaking case of a beautiful woman, Julie Scully. Julie Marie Scully, an American woman, gave up everything to pursue love, but just a few months later, her body was found in a horrific state in a remote lake in Turkey. What turned her beautiful life into an international sensation case? Let's follow the case today. Julie was the daughter of Julia and John Scully. To understand her story better, let's consider her parents' situation. Julia was born in 1943 on an Indian reservation in New Mexico, home to the second largest Native American tribe in the United States. Life on the reservation was extremely challenging, with no electricity or running water and limited job opportunities due to widespread alcoholism. Many residents turned to substance abuse as a coping mechanism. At the age of 12, Julia's parents sent her to a boarding school to help her learn English and adapt to life outside the reservation. After moving to the city, she began to fit in as an average American and found work at a mental health facility. However, she became addicted to substances. Later, Julia met a police officer named John. They got married just 2 days before the one-year anniversary of their meeting. John took a job as a patrolman in one of the most dangerous areas of North Philadelphia. In January 1969, Julia became pregnant, and they welcomed their daughter, Julie. As Julie grew, she formed a very close bond with her father, and relatives noted that she would do anything to earn his approval. Father and daughter spent a lot of time together fishing, while Julia often felt sidelined in family life. During these times, she struggled with feelings of being an outsider. Although Julia hid her substance addiction, her erratic behavior raised concerns among those around her. Things worsened as Julia began to use more potent illegal addictions. Despite this, on November 10, 1969, Julie's brother, John Patrick Scully, was born. The new baby quickly became the center of attention for their parents, leaving Julie feeling unloved and neglected. Meanwhile, Julia's substance abuse continued, and she fell into a deep depression. In January 1973, overwhelmed, she took an entire pack of sleeping pills. Fortunately, John found her in time, administered first aid, and called for medical help. Julia was revived, but not only did the family learn of her addiction, the situation deteriorated further. She began to resemble a shell of her former self. Soon after, Julia attempted self-harm again due to depression, but this time she also was saved. The issues between her parents did not go unnoticed by their children, especially by Julie, who was 9 years old at the time. During her birthday party, friends gathered to celebrate, but in the middle of the festivities, their father left to see his mistress. He had been having an affair for a while, viewing it as an escape from his growing disgust for his dependent wife. He stayed with Julia only for the sake of the children. During the party, the mistress arrived at their home to pick up John, and Julie saw her leaving with him. He seemed completely unconcerned that his secret was now obvious. This revelation hit Julie hard, and Julia began to blame herself for the situation. Julia struggled to understand what was really happening. During this time, Julie had once been an excellent student, started to fall to a C average in school. John then decided to transfer her to a new school in Kensington. In here, Julie, a bright and beautiful girl, became very popular but also fell in with a bad crowd. She started skipping school, and her grades continued to decline. By this time, she was 12 years old and already looked attractive, attracting the attention of many boys. All this was aggravated by the fact that their family lived in a disadvantaged area, which made her parents increasingly afraid for Julie. Fearing she could become a victim of the addiction, one evening, Julie's friends were supposed to spend the night. But when the mother came to check on them, the schoolgirls were not in the room. Concerned, Julia contacted emergency services, and the police eventually located them in downtown Philadelphia. Julie's relationship with her mother was deteriorating, resulting in frequent arguments. Her rebellious behavior also troubled her father. Julia entered treatment for her addiction, During Julia's absence, the home environment became more peaceful. However, despite Julie's early attempts to please her father, her rebellious nature intensified. She continued to skip classes and perform poorly academically due to spending more time with friends. When John learned of this, he was very upset. At the age of 14, Julie informed her father that she wanted to drop out of school. This decision likely stemmed from her feeling ignored by her parents. She was attractive and often the center of attention at parties, making her prioritize fun over her father's approval. By the age of 14, Julie had started living a sexual life. After graduating from high school, her parents began considering her future and special education needs. John helped her gain admission to a prestigious engineering school known for its strict selection process. He personally spoke to the director to ensure she would be accepted without facing competition, emphasizing that she was the daughter of an indigenous person, which he hoped would earn her some concessions. In the January, his efforts succeeded, and Julie enrolled in the engineering program. Meanwhile, her brother chose a different path. He joined the Navy as soon as he turned 16. During this time, Julie decided she was content with her life and dropped out of school to pursue financial independence. She began working and soon met a boyfriend. He was 6 years older than her. Their relationship progressed quickly, and they married in November 1985, just a few months before Julie turned 18. Although marrying provided her with financial support and emotional stability, their union was kept secret, even from her father. When John eventually found out, he supported the marriage, believing it was a better choice for Julie than living with a dependent parent. Unfortunately, the marriage ended in 1988, and Julie had to move back in with her mother. Despite finding a new job, she did not contribute to her mother's living expenses. Julie became more beautiful than ever, attracting attention every time she was in public. Many people even mistook her for a model and often asked if she was one. Over time, she started to leverage her beauty. Though she felt fragile and vulnerable inside, she was desperately searching for love, but only found brief connections. Many men invited her out on dates and to various events. This trend continued in July 1989 when she attended a stylish party at a yacht owners club. There, she met Timothy "Tim" Nist, a man 11 years her senior. He was a successful businessman who owned his own yacht. In the early 1998s, he started a landscape design company, and his business thrived during the boom of the U.S. real estate market. Julie and Tim's relationship progressed rapidly, but it soon became evident that Julie was very jealous. One day, when Tim was at a bar with another girl, Julie arrived and immediately hit him, leaving a bruise on his face. She also attacked the girl, who was actually Tim's longtime secretary and just an employee helping with the business. Although the situation was tense, the conflict was eventually resolved. Besides, Julie aspired to be a model and saw an advertisement for a beauty contest in a newspaper. Eager to participate, she and Tim gathered her best photos to submit them to the magazine hosting the contest. Unfortunately, they later discovered that the contest was a scam. The magazine used fake ads to collect free photos for their men's section, which was on the last page. One day, Tim arrived at his office to find his secretary absent. To his surprise, Julie was sitting at her desk with a friendly smile, claiming that the secretary would no longer come to work and that Julie had taken over her job. This arrangement allowed Julie to work from home, giving her more freedom and financial independence. Meanwhile, she kept checking her email to see if another magazine had responded to the beauty pageant, but there was no response at all, which made her very frustrated. Eventually, feeling cheated out of her prize, she went to a magazine's office and confronted the editor, demanding an explanation for the lack of recognition for her supposed win. In the end, the editor accepted her photos and promised to include them in the next issue. Julie told everyone about what happened and began to prepare for the competition, which later took place in an elite hotel. At the contest, 12 finalists participated, including Julie. Unfortunately, the judges selected other contestants, and only one person voted for her. Despite this setback, Julie formed a friendship with Cheryl Tuplis Hood, the magazine editor, and became this magazine's face, appearing on billboards throughout the city. This exposure increased her popularity, leading to numerous modeling job offers. Julie quickly gained fame, and her career flourished until the fall of 1990. She continued to work for SEMA while winning awards in smaller beauty contests. However, failures awaited her on the big podium. On November 16, 1991, Julie married Tim when she was 23 years old. They enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle and did not deny themselves anything until 1997. Julie's modeling career continued to grow, leading to more income and television appearances. However, she also began to struggle with alcohol abuse. Their marriage had its ups and downs, but overall, they shared love and understanding. Tim wanted children, and they had the financial means to support a family, but Julie was hesitant, fearing it might jeopardize her modeling career. In February 1995, she became pregnant. Despite her friends' concerns, she continued to drink and smoke during this time. On November 26, 1996, she gave birth to a daughter named Katie, which profoundly transformed her life, which Julie willingly accepted. During this time, Julia overcame her addictions and started to actively support her granddaughter. However, they frequently argued about parenting. Soon after, Julie began to struggle with postpartum depression, feeling unhappy because her pregnancy had affected her figure. She became withdrawn and didn't make an effort to return to her former self. Around the same time, her relationship with Tim started to deteriorate, especially in April of that year. They were compelled to see a family psychologist. Julie felt that the therapist favored Tim, but the therapist was actually trying to help her confront her issues and past traumas. Ultimately, the psychologist concluded that Tim was not spending enough time with Julie, putting their marriage at risk. Julie felt lonely and started reaching out to her friends. She came home intoxicated on November 1st. This is the 7th year of Tim's annual cruise tradition, which they had maintained since their wedding. This year, they decided to move the trip up to celebrate the Christmas holidays. The cruise was intended to strengthen Julie and Tim's relationship. They left Katie with her grandparents and flew to San Juan, Puerto Rico, where they boarded a cruise ship. Almost immediately, a man named George Skiatopoulos, who worked in the ship's engineering department, noticed Julie. Although he held a low-ranking position, he introduced himself as the captain. The next day, he had made a bet with a friend that he could start a romantic relationship with Julie. At just 22 years old and fresh out of college, George was at the beginning of his engineering career, but he looked respectable enough for Julie to believe him. He falsely claimed to be 28 and fabricated a few accomplishments to impress her. At that time, Julie was 29 years old, and she quickly became close to George. Tim noticed their interactions but was accustomed to Julie being friendly with strangers, so he didn't think much of it and felt no jealousy. Before a party, George offered Julie a tour of the engine room. During the tour, they shared a kiss, but nothing more happened afterward. When Julie returned home, she excitedly told a family friend about her feelings, thinking it was just a brief attraction since she believed she would never see George again. However, not long after, George sent Julie a seemingly innocent letter, and they began talking on the phone daily. He tried to persuade her that Tim wasn't good enough for her. These conversations were not hidden from Tim. He caught Julie a few times while she was on the phone, but chose to trust her without questioning what they discussed. This situation left Julie feeling conflicted. She was torn between the stability of the family and new sensations lover whom she missed so much, which caused her to become more distant from her husband and daughter. Noticing the change in her behavior, Tim grew concerned and wanted to mend their relationship. On January 3, 1941, he planned a surprise birthday party for her 30th birthday. The celebration went well, with many friends attending. During the party, Julie requested another cruise as a gift, specifying a particular ship and date. Tim was unaware of her true intentions to meet George again. He agreed to her request. On February 13th, Julie went on a cruise where she met George. After some intimate moments and returning home, Julie excitedly shared her experience with her friend Tony, who is also the godfather of Katie. Although he was trustworthy, it was hard for Tony to keep this secret to himself. Feeling a deep longing for George, Julie decided to visit him secretly. She framed the trip as a vacation with her mother and daughter. She revealed to her mother about her secret relationship, which led to disapproval, But this could not stop Julie. Initially, the plan was for Julie, Julia, and Katie to go to Florida together. However, by March 26th, she left them behind and traveled to Puerto Rico, where she betrayed love of her husband. Upon returning, Julie began to communicate more openly with George. She would frequently talk to him on the phone, send flirty love letters via email, and even create a video sharing snippets of her life. All of this she did without hiding it from Tim, with whom she still lived. Using her husband's earnings, she started going to parties and drinking regularly. Tim noticed these changes and suggested that they see a family psychologist after 7 years of marriage. One day, Julie expressed her desire to break up with Tim, but he opposed the idea. She owned a share in Tim's business, which was generating about $1 million annually. Julie was in dire need of finances as George was planning military service, which in Greece lasts 20 months. She attempted to help George obtain a visa to the USA, but by that time, she could no longer afford it. Struggling with emotional issues, she started taking antidepressants, which made George very angry, and he forbade her from continuing the medication. To impress her new boyfriend, Julie decided to get in shape. However, she had trouble sleeping due to taking sleeping pills and other strong medications, which led her to lose about 10 kg. She hoped to return to modeling to earn money, but George was very jealous and opposed her pursuing this career. Consequently, Julie had to abandon her plans. No one supported her relationship with this Greek man, not even Cheryl, who had previously shown interest in her. In a separate incident, Tim was unable to access a project document. When Julie refused to let him into her room, he had to call the police for help. Despite her resistance, he retrieved what he needed for work. Julie became paranoid, believing that Tim had hired a detective to spy on her. The tension in their home escalated, and it seemed inevitable that they were heading toward a divorce. By midsummer, George and Julie secretly got engaged while they were in the United States. This was done secretly, although she didn't hide from anyone that she was going to move to Greece. During this time, Tim started receiving monthly bills of $67 for international phone calls. Eventually, he discovered that she had been unfaithful to him by an engineer from a cruise ship, and they had been communicating with him behind his back. This revelation made Tim furious, and he decided to expedite the divorce process to eliminate any complications. In response, Julie attempted to restrict Tim's communication with Katie. She aimed to gain full custody so she could leave for another country without any obstacles, which Tim strongly opposed. While they was trying to resolve their issues, Julie's lover George informed her that he had quit his job and planned to visit her in New Jersey. During this time, Julie was under significant stress due to ongoing conflicts with Tim, which even caused her hair to start falling out. However, she believed that all this was due to separation from her beloved. Additionally, she became increasingly paranoid and jealous, demanding constant communication and obsessing over other women in George's life. When George arrived in New Jersey, their relationship took on a more chaotic tone. He frequently asked Julie for money, pressuring her to spend more than she could afford. Because of this, she was forced to take money from Tim, while she completely limited him communication with their daughter. Tim went weeks without seeing her, which drove him to frustration. Meanwhile, George constantly deceived Julie about his financial situation and employment status. It was surprising how unattractive this man was. The beautiful Julie, who literally crouched before him and was ready to give up her well-established life for him. Julie's friends and family were puzzled by her behavior. They tried to convince her to rethink her feelings, as they couldn't comprehend why she would fall for a bald, unemployed man with rotten teeth who was manipulative, deceitful, and excessively jealous. Despite their concerns, Julie seemed infatuated with him. She planned to use her divorce settlement to pay for a professional hair transplant for her boyfriend and fix her own teeth. When Tim learned about her plans, he was outraged, especially since he felt Julie was involving Katie in this situation. He threatened that if she attempted to leave, he would take Katie away, and she would never see their child again. This threat likely dampened Julie's enthusiasm momentarily. She even told her friends that she had ended her relationship with George. However, this was only a temporary setback. A few weeks later, she went to Greece with George to further develop their relationship. During this time, Julie met the parents of George, and they enjoyed the weekend. Because of the religious views of the boyfriend's parents, Julie was forced to hide her marriage and her daughter, as well as her modeling past. When she returned home, she dreamed of a future with her lover. On December 1st, she planned to leave Tim and their shared home. That day, she also left Katie and checked into a hotel. After using a significant amount of psychoactive drugs, Julie traveled to Greece on December 8, 1998. While there, she and her partner made plans for marriage and their life together. George convinced her to open a joint bank account, claiming she needed help with the language barrier. In her infatuation, Julie deposited $80,000 into the account and left an additional $18,000 in cash for expenses. This was all the money she had, and then she vanished without a trace. On January 8th, George called Julie's friend to report that she was missing. He said she was supposed to meet him near McDonald's for a snack but never arrived, despite him waiting for several hours. At that time, they didn't have mobile phones to reach her. After a lengthy search, George contacted the police to report his fiancée's disappearance. Shortly before these events, Julie called her friend to express how much she missed Katie and to share that she was having issues with her fiancé George. The friend sensed that Julie was considering leaving George, and she thought that Julie would return to the US soon. However, Julie never came back. Amid this, George's call was concerning. He informed her friend that Julie had disappeared and left her passport in the car, which the police later took. The problem was that George couldn't locate the officer who had taken the document, making his story seem suspicious. In response, the friend contacted Tim, who was the only one who could provide assistance. Tim quickly understood that Julie was in trouble. The last time she had reached out to her family in the US was on January 7th, and since then, no one had heard from her. Julie's mother described George as pathetic. Not only was he unattractive, but he also seemed to lack self-control. There was an incident where George became aggressive towards Julie when, during an argument with Julie, he yelled at her, grabbed her by the throat, and pushed her against the wall. He only released her when he heard the threat of police involvement. At this time, Julie attempted to end the relationship. Following this, Julia called the police, and George was deported. But then, despite the circumstances, Julie traveled to Greece to support her boyfriend. She defended him in every way possible, even taking responsibility for the attack. When she learned that Julie was missing, Julia suspected that her daughter's boyfriend was involved in her disappearance. George pretended to help with the search for Julie. During this time, Julie's family tried to reach the American embassy in Athens, but they faced a significant language barrier since no one at the Greek police stations involved in the investigation spoke English. In the United States, the FBI became involved in the case. It was revealed that Julie's passport had been with George the entire time, although he claimed he found it later. When George learned that the FBI was now investigating, he changed his story and said that Julie's documents had been stolen. His behavior grew increasingly suspicious. He attempted to withdraw money from their joint account but was unsuccessful. The couple was scheduled to get married on January 23, 1999. During this time, news outlets were covering the story of the missing American woman. George became agitated when he spoke on the phone with Julie's friend, who had alerted the media, George insisting he was innocent. He even gave statements to the press and participated in interviews to defend himself. 16 days later, George, the main suspect, was in the interrogation room. He continued to stick to the story he had shared with the media. However, after 4 hours of questioning, the police got him to confess to killing his lover. He claimed that it was an accident. George seemed to genuinely regret the incident, even shedding tears during the interrogation. Despite this, his account was filled with inconsistencies. At times, he insisted that Julie had not disappeared, only to later admit his guilt and then deny any involvement again. George explained that after moving to Greece, Julie quickly became unhappy and missed her home. She expressed a strong desire to return, and despite George's attempts to support her, her distress only deepened, which worried him. In the days leading up to her disappearance, Julie was constantly in tears. Furthermore, George's mother discovered that Julie had an ex-husband and a daughter in America, which made her feel disgusted with Julie. She openly expressed her disapproval to George. He was ultimately persuaded by his mother to leave Julie with such a complicated past. Their relationship was fraught with arguments, and they eventually were evicted from their hotel due to their conflicts. However, George exacerbated the situation. He prevented her from contacting her family and friends and physically abused her. It became evident that his mother struggled with schizophrenia and frequently required hospitalization. A lot of her issues seemed to have been passed down to George, who had an inflated sense of self-worth. As a result, he exhibited arrogant behavior. His manipulative tendencies were often noticed by friends and family. He disappeared at the slightest disagreement and immediately attacked his beloved. Besides, there was an incident where George's mother herself had a badly injured hand, but she justified herself by saying that she accidentally cut herself. Despite the abuse, Julie remained in the relationship. On January 8, 1999, the couple embarked on a long trip to Athens. As they drove along a deserted two-lane highway, their calm conversation spiraled into another argument. George eventually stopped in a remote area of the road where they were isolated from other drivers. George got out of the car and immediately attacked Julie, choking her in an attempt to silence her screams. George later told the police that it felt like he was watching the incident from outside his body. He felt completely powerless and couldn't stop until Julie showed no signs of life. Although he claimed the attack lasted only a few seconds, forensic experts indicated that strangulation typically takes at least 3 minutes. Afterward, George was in shock and contemplated burning her body and scattering the ashes into the sea from a cliff, intending to jump afterward to be with her. However, he ultimately abandoned this plan. Instead, he found himself in an interrogation room, which revealed his guilt. George claimed he had tried to take his own life using an air gun, jumping in front of a truck, and through an overdose of medication, but he was unsuccessful. Following the murder, he treated her body with indifference. He placed her in the trunk of his car and drove to the nearest gas station, where he purchased gasoline. He then returned to the scene, dragged her body away from the road near 2 small lakes, poured gasoline on her, and attempted to set her on fire. However, the fire didn't ignite because it started to rain. At one point, he thought about throwing her body into the lake, but instead placed the charred remains back in the trunk and drove to his grandmother's house. George discovered a large suitcase intended for travel and decided to pack the body inside it. By this time, rigor mortis had already set in and the body would not bend. Additionally, the head would not fit into the suitcase, so George resorted to cutting it off. He grabbed the head by the hair and raised it to the level of his face and later confessed to the police that he was horrified by the sight of her vacant eyes. Yet he still found her beautiful. He kissed her on the lips before placing the body into the suitcase. Afterward, he burned the suitcase and discarded it in a swamp, leaving the head behind. George then traveled to Kavala and threw Julie's head into the Aegean Sea. Tim and his family were informed of George's confession 19 days after Julie's disappearance. George, Julie's lover and intended husband, guided detectives to the murder site, where they discovered her remains. Tim traveled to Greece to bring her body back to her homeland. During this time, George confessed to the crime on live television. His mother suffered a stroke upon learning of his actions. Tim's father even remarked that George should have died alongside Julie. Despite this, many articles unfairly blamed Julie for the tragedy. Greek authorities described this murder as one of the most horrific cases known at the time. George's lawyers attempted to argue that he was insane, citing his mother's schizophrenia as a possible reason for his mental state. At one point, George expressed a desire for the death penalty, but Greece does not have capital punishment. In the United States, Tim became a source of support for Julie's family and friends. Despite Julie's infidelity, he proved to be a decent person. Friends of Julie, who remembered her fondly, believed that George initially exploited her for financial gain. When he found out that her husband was rich, he forced her to divorce for a tidy sum that the woman had to invest in his business. Before her death, Julie realized George's true intentions and decided not to invest in his projects. a decision that ultimately cost her life. George's trial began on November 27, 1999. Since February 2009, cases in Greece have been heard by 3 judges instead of juries, which has expedited the justice process. Notably, no defense witnesses were present during the hearings. On December 6, the court found George guilty and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Although it seemed that justice had been served, the Greek legal system faltered. In February 2002, George appealed his conviction, claiming he was insane at the time of the murder. His sentence was subsequently reduced to 23 years, and he was granted the right to appeal again. By February 2007, he was released and now lives with his new family in Kavala. The case of Julie Scully is a heartbreaking tragedy, with haunting details of the complex relationship. From a happy marriage, she began an affair with George Skiatopoulos, which led to irreparable arguments and conflicts that eventually led to her death. The case is not only a story of personal loss, but also a reflection of the complex elements of love, trust, and power in relationships. The media and public continue to investigate to clarify what really happened, but the story of Julie will forever be a painful reminder of the tragic consequences of toxic relationships. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. Let's continue. Jeremy Vargas was born on July 18, 1999, on the island of Gran Canaria. He was a friendly blonde boy who grew up with a passion for motorcycles, karate, and playing games with his cousins. He was the first child of Juan Francisco Vargas, commonly known as Juanfra and Ethisa Suarez, who had known each other since they were children and started a family at a very young age. Ethesa lived just a few houses away from Juanfra's family in the 80-housing neighborhood in Los Llanos on the island of Gran Canaria amidst undeveloped land and wind turbines. Even though they were very young and their relationship was unstable, Ethisa gave birth to their second child, Aiden, in February 2006. However, it seems that Aiden's arrival only highlighted the cracks in their relationship. Juanfra, then 22 years old, had been fond of partying and women since he was 15, and he also spent hours in the gym. Of course, these were not priorities for Ithaca, especially after having 2 children to look after. Due to all their differences, a few months after Aiden's birth, Ithaca left Juanfra. Following the separation, Juanfra moved back to his mother's house, Maria del Carmen, where he lived for a short period of time. He then began a sort of nomadic life without a stable partner or a fixed place to live, staying in one place one day and another place the next. He also lived temporarily in the houses of his new partners, resulting in him fathering 7 children with 6 different women throughout his life. A few months after the separation, Juanfra was working outside of the neighborhood. On Saturday, March 10, 2007, following tradition, Jeremy's maternal family gathered together. It was almost 2 in the afternoon, and while the grandparents, uncles, and Jeremy's mother were in the living room, he and his cousins were playing in the street. From the window, the adults could see the vacant lot located a few meters away, where the children were playing with a cardboard box from a TV bought days before. Jeremy was enjoying himself, using his plastic shovel to fill a small bucket with soil. The table was already set, and the grandmother called them from the window to come meet. All the children went up except for Jeremy. When his cousins entered the house, they went back to the vacant lot to hurry him up, but the 7-year-old was no longer there. Alarm bells rang and they asked the neighbors, but no one had seen anything or anyone. Jeremy's mother couldn't imagine that her son could have just disappeared like that. The family immediately reported the incident and expressed their concern because Jeremy had respiratory problems and was on daily medication. This condition was communicated to the civil guard, which responded promptly to the disappearance. It was unusual for him to be nowhere to be found. The next day, the civil guard and the police deployed a large search operation, which was later joined by the army, as well as neighbors and volunteers. The streets started to be plastered with posters of Jeremy's face. His shy nature led authorities to rule out the possibility that he had voluntarily gone off with a stranger. Only 5 days had passed on March 15, 2007, when Jose Segura, the government delegate in the Canary Islands at the time, revealed that the initial investigations were focusing on immediate family, friends, neighbors, and school. He added that they had a rational hope of finding the boy because controls had been activated at ports and airports and he had not left the island. The next day, the search operation extended to the coast, where divers also participated, looking for any clue that might lead them to Jeremy, but it was in vain. When a week had passed since the disappearance, more than 1,000 people joined the largest search operation ever conducted on the island to find a person. The year before, a girl named Sarah Morales had disappeared, and the population felt that history was repeating itself. Another minor had been taken from the arms of his parents. For the first month and a half, Jeremy's house remained open. Family members and neighbors slept in the garage, on sofas, mattresses, and the floor. The first posters, in black and white, included the family's phone number. Thousands of calls came in from the island, the mainland, and from abroad, including Mexico, China, and London. Many calls expressed sorrow or support, while others were malicious. Someone tried to extort €50 from the family in exchange for information, telling them to run because the boy was dying in a refrigerator. This was too much for the family, making them realize the cruelty that can emerge in such moments. On March 19, 2007, Jeremy's family's hope was rekindled. However, it was concluded that the subject did it with the intention of profit and they had no connection with the case. He was released 2 days later. In June of that year, then Minister of the Interior provided an update on the actions related to the case. He reported that they had received 600 calls regarding Jeremy's abduction, all of which had been investigated and some leads were being followed up on. However, to the family's despair, the case seemed to be growing cold. In January 2008, the arrest of a 37-year-old man for the attempted kidnapping of a 9-year-old girl in the Gran Canaria set off all the alarms. In relation to this person, a chilling detail emerged that caused a lot of pain to Ithaca. The individual owned an animal crematorium, and there were rumors that if he was the one who kidnapped Jeremy, he could have easily disposed of his body. However, the authorities conducted examinations in the incinerator and nothing was found. On the first anniversary of the disappearance, the family received support from their municipality, and that same year, the investigation was reinforced with 6 new agents from the Central Operational Unit. In January 2009, the mothers of Jeremy and another missing child, Sarah Morales, distributed 4,000 posters in Gran Canaria with photos of their children, hoping to prevent them from being forgotten. In 2010, investigators discovered a skull in a playground in the same locality where Jeremy disappeared. Initially, it was thought to be him, but after various analysis, it was confirmed to belong to a woman who had died 10 years earlier. On the 5th anniversary of the disappearance in 2012, the Civil Guard wanted to let the community know that they were still searching for the little boy. A new call for public collaboration was made to clarify a lead they received, which reported that a white car, driven by a man wearing a cap, was the key piece of the investigation. The community joined forces, and in less than 24 hours, the Civil Guard received more than 90 calls and emails with new leads. They thanked the public and stated that they were not ruling out any hypothesis, including family revenge, human trafficking, organ trafficking, and even pedophilia. They reported that 195 people accused of pedophilia were island. But it seems that the effort was in vain because nothing was found about the boy. Fernando Torres, a Carrot teacher who was involved in the biggest pedophilia case in Spain in 2010, was also under the authorities' scrutiny. He had given classes a few months prior to Jeremy's disappearance. He was sentenced to 302 years in prison for committing 35 sexual abuse crimes and 13 other crimes of corruption of minors. His residence was thoroughly searched, but no evidence was found linking him to Jeremy's disappearance. Almost coinciding with the 6th anniversary of the tragedy, Jeremy's family offered a generous reward to anyone who could help locate him. In 2013, the Civil Guard announced that they were investigating 3 Scottish pedophiles, 2 of whom were already imprisoned in their country. It was thought that they might have some connection to the boy's disappearance since all 3 were in Gran Canaria when the events occurred. Investigation sources reported that several agents had traveled to Scotland to take statements from the suspects, but the men remained silent, resulting in another dead end. In 2014, the then Minister of the Interior announced that there were quite promising new lines of investigation in relation to this case. However, no results were seen. In 2015, the discovery of a skull in the municipality revived hope of at least having closure. But this possibility was again frustrated when it was verified that the skull did not belong to Jeremy. In May 2016, the case attracted attention again, but not due to new leads. Instead, it was because of cross-accusations between Jeremy's stepfather and two young people from Mercia and their parents. Jonathan accused the four of spreading harmful comments about the missing child on social networks, while the Mercia family accused him of threatening them. On June 1, 2016, the Civil Guard found evidence to investigate Antonio Ojeda, better known as El Rubio, a 56-year-old man and former resident of the neighborhood. The subject in question had been in prison since 2015 for abusing a boy he approached while playing in the street. The events occurred in 2012. Antonio confessed to a cellmate that a neighbor had ended Jeremy's life and burned his body. According to his story, they had drugged him with a solvent on the day of his disappearance to prevent him from raising his hand. Given that Jeremy suffered from pulmonary insufficiency, it is likely that the blue color Antonio referred to was related to cyanosis, which causes this skin coloration during episodes of stress, such as the one the boy was presumably subjected to by his kidnappers. The detail of the child's respiratory problem was only known to the authorities and the family. How could Antonio know that the boy would turn blue? Because of this, he was at the center of the Civil Guard's investigation into Jeremy's disappearance. Antonio refused to testify or provide DNA samples. However, the court, which had been handling the case since the day the young boy disappeared, decided in 2017 to provisionally dismiss the case, concluding that there was no evidence against Antonio or any other person. This decision was confirmed by the Provincial Court of Las Palmas a year later, leading to the closure of the proceedings against the pedophile, who was released in March 2020 after serving a sentence for sexually assaulting another child in 2012. Jeremy's family, who have never stopped fighting to keep the investigation open and prevent the case from being forgotten, requested the reopening of the case. They argued that the presenting judge had not given due weight to evidence that the family considered very important. All this evidence pointed to the only suspect at the time, Antonio. In their request to reopen the case, the family mentioned that the judge had also dismissed another piece of evidence provided by the testimony of Pedro, who was 11 years old at the time of the events. He stated that he had seen a white Renault at the scene of the disappearance. In 2015, during a conversation with the prosecution's lawyers, Pedro, who was approaching 20 years old, clarified that it was indeed a white Renault, the same model owned by Antonio, but that he had initially confused the vehicle due to similarities in the rear design. The family also requested that multiple statements placing Antonio as a regular and daily customer of a bar located near the place of Jeremy's disappearance be taken into account. In fact, it was possible to see the vacant lot from the bar's entrance. In 2021, on the 14th anniversary of Jeremy's disappearance, the family's hopes were focused on the potential reopening of the case after all their efforts to achieve it. However, the moment was overshadowed when, on August 30th, 2021, in the early morning hours, Jeremy's father, Gonfra, was arrested by the National Police on suspicion of sexually assaulting his own 13-year-old daughter, born from a relationship that began after Jeremy's birth and disappearance. Juanfra was brought before a judge on the morning of August 31st, 2021, resulting in his provisional release with a restraining order while the investigation continued. On September 2nd, 2021, the court ordered the reopening of the case regarding Jeremy's disappearance. For the family, this was a significant step forward, as it allowed them to continue their fight to determine responsibility and see the perpetrator brought to justice. However, just 2 days after his provisional release, on September 2nd, 2021, Juanfra once again devastated the family of his first son. He was accused of sexually assaulting another teenager, as reported by reputable Spanish media outlets. The victim was the daughter of one of Juanfra's ex-partners, and like the first alleged victim, she was also 13 years old. Police sources confirmed that she was encouraged to report the incident after the alleged assault on Juanfra's daughter became known. On September 3rd, 2021, the court granted Juanfra, 37, provisional release with precautionary measures while the accusations against him were investigated. However, sources from the Superior Court of Justice of the Canary Islands explained that his release conditions could change during the investigation. Juan Frere refused to testify in both cases and was prohibited from approaching or communicating with the complainant. He was also banned from leaving the island, had his passport confiscated, and was required to appear before the court every Monday. Determining what kind of person Juan Frere is important for this case because his behavior could have influenced his son's fate. While under investigation for the 2 alleged cases of sexual abuse against his daughter and his stepdaughter, Juan Frere made headlines again just a year later. Jeremy's father was arrested in 2022 after his partner reported him for alleged domestic violence. The woman had previously reported him for abuse earlier that year, and although he was summoned to trial in February, the woman withdrew the complaint before the trial, resulting in the case being closed. She later told the civil guard that she had withdrawn the charges under coercion from Juan Frere. She returned to him, but far from stopping his violent behavior, the abuse continued for 6 months, leading her to file a new complaint. Juan Frere, who, as mentioned earlier, fathered 7 children with 6 women, had been under suspicion for 15 years. On the day of Jeremy's disappearance, he had a solid alibi, as he was seen in the other side of the city, and even the civil guard had intercepted him at a traffic stop. However, there was always speculation that the boy's abduction could be related to a revenge or debt incurred by Juan Frere related to drug trafficking. Jeremy Vargas's father, who comes from a humble family and has worked in the hospitality sector since a young age, has not provided financial support for any of his children and has not taken on the responsibilities that are his to bear. A neighbor from the area who has known him since childhood told the media that Juan Frere has always been very successful with women, but he fathers a child, gets bored, and leaves them. She described him as a man incapable of commitment. However, this absent father who was on a very wrong path could have been the cause of Jeremy's disappearance, but there is nothing to prove it. What is certain is that the investigation into the disappearance of the 7-year-old boy remains open, and the reality is that news about his case is currently linked to scandals involving his parents, not to police updates on new findings or lines of investigation. In early 2023, the boy's mother, who continues to fight in search of answers, gave an interview. The interview went viral as the woman pointed out that to the pain of losing a child was added the suffering caused by having to deal with all kinds of attacks on social networks disguised as dark humor, which caused her a lot of harm. In the interview, she also reported receiving calls for a long time with all kinds of insults or pretending to be the civil guard with false leads about Jeremy's whereabouts. With the case reopened, a new opportunity is drawn to find Jeremy and try to figure out who kidnapped the boy. His mother has stated that she trusts the justice system and has begged the perpetrator to give Jeremy Vargas' remains back to the family. She indicated that if the boy was no longer alive, which would be very likely, she begged the kidnapper to give them the remains so they could give him a proper burial. The case of Benny Lynn Burke. In February 2021, a mysterious disappearance occurred in Dundee on the 250th birthday of single mother Benny Lynn Burke and her 2-year-old daughter, Jellica. What really happened to them? Let's explore this case and learn about one of the most disturbing events in Scottish history. Dundee is a vibrant city, home to around 45,000 people. Benelyn fell in love with the UK, where her child, Jellica, was born. She was born in November 1995 in the Philippines and had an older brother and sister. Growing up, Benelyn was an ambitious person. She worked and studied hard, focusing on getting her dream degree while contemplating her future. In 2015, her life took an unexpected turn when she met Lexington Burke online, a wealthy landlord from the UK who was almost 40 years her senior. Despite the significant age gap, they fell in love and decided to have a child. A month after their wedding on the island of Samar in the Philippines, their daughter, Jellica, was born. Unfortunately, their happiness did not last long. In 2019, after moving to the UK, their marriage began to fall apart and eventually ended in divorce. Benelyn became a single mother living 3 miles from Bristol in Kingswood. She found a place to live, and her family began a new chapter. For the first time, Benelyn felt a sense of freedom. She joined a Facebook group for mothers and began to connect with them. One member, Vicky Whip, offered support and complimented Benelin, calling her a very kind and pleasant person. Her daughter, Jellica, developed normally, curious and confident in exploring her surroundings. For several months, Benelin worked at a nursing home while also selling car vacuum cleaners online, sending part of her income to her family in the Philippines. Life was stable and peaceful with no signs of impending problems. In 2021, Benelin and her daughter were living abroad, and she missed her parents terribly, calling and texting them every day. Feeling lonely, Benelin frequently visited the dating site Filipino Cupid. One day, she started chatting with Andrew Innes, a 52-year-old man. They quickly connected and decided to meet in person. Benelin accepted his invitation to his home in Dundee as she was curious to learn more about Scotland. Andrew wanted to help Benelin find a job as a public relations manager that paid $1,000 a month, but Benelin preferred her current job. Andrew was a kind and caring person, which made him the type of person Benelin wanted to connect with to find happiness again. Her sister, Sheila Aquino, supported her decision. On February 17, 2021, Benelin picked up Jellica and drove to Scotland for a weekend with Andrew. During the trip, she video chatted with her sister. Jellica packed very little because she planned to return home soon. Curious about the man who had captured her younger sister's heart, Sheila asked for an introduction. Without hesitation, Benelin introduced them, and Sheila observed Andrew's tall figure and bald head with interest. On February 18th, Benelin spent the day exploring the city of Dundee. She visited impressive museums, enjoyed local parks, and toured popular tourist attractions. While sightseeing, she called her sister, Sheila, to share these experiences. Benelin showed Sheila Andrew's house, and they admired the white structure. Little did they know this would be their last conversation. The next morning, Sheila texted Benelin but received no reply. 2 days later, she still hadn't heard back. Finally, on February 21st, Andrew contacted Sheila and informed her that Benelin and her daughter had gone to Glasgow with a man she had met online. This news did little to ease Sheila's anxiety. She was doing her best to understand the situation. Was Benelin really safe? Why hadn't Benelin contacted her? Andrew reassured Sheila that Benelin would get in touch later, but it was unusual for Benelin to remain silent for so long. This worried Sheila. All she wanted to know was whether Benelin was alive. Andrew insisted that Benelin was fine and claimed she had met a good man. Sheila felt confused after her conversation with Andrew. It seemed he wanted to hastily end the discussion. He mentioned wanting to terminate his relationship with Benelin and asserted that he would delete all records of their contact, claiming it was essential for their safety. On March 1st, Benelin was scheduled to take her daughter, Jellica, to a routine pediatrician's appointment, but the appointment never took place. Concern turned to panic when they learned that Benelin and Jellica had last been seen on February 18th. Doug, the family urgently reported their disappearance to the police, who were extremely worried. Benelin's brother even dreamed of blurry images of his sister and her daughter, heightening the family's fears. Meanwhile, the police received information that Benelin had been in Dundee the previous week. After conducting an investigation, they identified a man named Andrew Innes. When the police knocked on Andrew's door and asked about the whereabouts of Benelin and her daughter, Jellica, Andrew replied that they were in Glasgow. What surprised the police was his refusal to let them in, citing that his daughter had just finished bathing. The officers caught a glimpse of the neatly dressed girl inside and insisted on entering the house. What they discovered was chaos. The kitchen was a mess, with pots and pans strewn across the stairs. The officers inquired again about Benelin's whereabouts, and in a shocking revelation, Andrew admitted that he had killed her and hidden her under the floorboards. Let's take a closer look at Andrew's life. He was born in June 1970 and initially attended Alva Academy. He later moved to the University of Aberdeen and pursued a career in the video game industry. Andrew married a Japanese woman, and they had children together. The family eventually moved to Japan, but their marriage ended in 2019. After the divorce, Andrew was deported back to the UK, which profoundly affected him. He stopped meeting women in person and instead created several profiles on dating sites to search for potential partners. Police discovered his profiles on only 4 dating sites, including Filipino Cupid. It was on this site that he began communicating with Benelin and quickly became the prime suspect in the murders of her and her daughter. Andrew's dark secrets were uncovered when police examined his laptop and found a well-organized spreadsheet of documents and data that he had collected from dating sites. The spreadsheet provided insight into his thought processes and included details about the women he interacted with online. Each entry was rated based on criteria such as age, height, weight, and whether they had children. He was particularly fond of women in their 20s and 30s with young children. Andrew told police that his argument with Benelin turned violent, leading to her death. He initially denied any involvement in her death, but later confessed. Police quickly arrested Andrew. On March 5, 2021, he was taken to the police station, where he claimed that he had buried Benelin and her daughter in the kitchen under a thick layer of concrete. Andrew's house was then searched. Under the kitchen floor, they found a large black garbage bag, just the right size to conceal an adult body. Nearby, there was a smaller bag. The findings shocked everyone in the house. Andrew had not only killed Benelin and her child, but also hidden their bodies beneath his kitchen floor. The events that unfolded shocked the community, leaving many confused and asking the same questions. Forensic experts stated that Benelin's DNA was found on a sledgehammer left at the scene, confirming it as the murder weapon. An autopsy revealed that Benelin suffered chest injuries and severe head injuries. Jellica's autopsy determined that she had been suffocated and had significant pressure marks on her neck and around her mouth. Sheila had received a missed call from her sister's ex-husband, Lexington Burke, who informed her of the deaths of Benelin and her daughter. Sheila was shocked to hear this information. When she regained her composure, she broke the heartbreaking news to her parents, who lived far away and were unaware of the situation. Benelin's family had hoped that her move abroad would bring happiness and the fulfillment of her dreams. Unfortunately, for Benelin and her daughter, their experience in a foreign country turned into a terrible nightmare. Her father wondered why his kind-hearted daughter had met such a tragic fate. In the weeks following the death of her loved ones, Sheila struggled to come to terms with the loss. She often had trouble sleeping and even reached out to Benelin via text message, hoping to get a response. She expressed that joy had left their family after the deaths of Benelin and Jellica and insisted that Andrew be held accountable for his actions. Soon after the tragedy, Benelin's family faced another hardship. On June 7, 2021, a fire destroyed their home in the Philippines, leaving them homeless. This tragedy occurred just days before Benelin and Jellica's ashes were to be returned to them. The family has struggled to cope with their loss, and Father Benelin mentioned that they are currently relying on the kindness of local residents. When police reviewed the initial online conversations between Andrew and Benelin, they discovered that he had asked her for private photos, but she had refused. Despite this, their relationship continued, and they made plans to meet. When police examined Andrew's search history, they found that 3 days before meeting Benny Lin, he had searched for information about the use and storage of weapons. Andrew then invited Benny Lin to his home. During questioning, Andrew recounted the events that occurred between February 20th and March 5th. He mentioned that he had purchased a hammer when he stopped to get gas. On that fateful morning, when he returned home, Andrew found Benny Lin in the kitchen where she was preparing dinner. He explained that Benelin resembled his ex-wife who was now living in Japan. This resemblance triggered memories of how his wife had treated him unfairly, causing his anger to rise. In a fit of uncontrollable rage, Andrew resorted to violence. He first picked up a hammer to attack Benelin but quickly realized that it was ineffective. Remembering a samurai sword he had always admired, he decided to use it instead. During questioning, he claimed that Benelin had taken his hammer and chased him for a while. Their struggle moved from the kitchen to the living room, where Benelin was eventually attacked with both a sword and a knife. During questioning, Andrew explained that after several days without Benelin, Jellica began crying for her mother. He was unable to calm the crying child and did not want to care for her, which led him to kill her and hide her body alongside Benny Lin's. To conceal the crime, he placed the bodies in plastic bin bags, wrapped their heads in blankets and tarpaulins, and buried them under the kitchen floor. On February 2, 2023, 2 years after the murder, Andrew Innes was remanded in custody as the trial began at a high court in Edinburgh. Benelin's family had traveled from the Philippines to attend. Andrew Innes admitted to causing the deaths of Benelin Burke and her daughter, Jellica, at his home in Dundee, but denied intentionally killing them. The chief inspector described Andrew as cold and callous, stressing that he showed no remorse for his actions. After being questioned by the inspector, Andrew appeared very distressed and began to cry. He claimed that a fight had broken out that day and that he had acted in self-defense, leading to Benelin's death. He insisted that he had not started the fight and that during the struggle, Benelin had picked up a sushi knife and attacked him. He claimed that if he had planned the act in advance, he would have done it more tactfully and discreetly. On the third day of the trial, Andrew took the stand but gave inconsistent testimony. During cross-examination by the defense attorney, he was asked why he killed Benelin. He claimed that he was insane due to steroid use. As the trial progressed, more shocking details came to light. The courtroom eagerly awaited the forensic expert's testimony, hoping for new revelations. It was revealed that DNA belonging to Benelin was found on Andrew's clothing, and a condom containing DNA from both Andrew and Benelin was found in the trash. A girl then testified about her daily experiences in Andrew's home, describing the use of handcuffs. She alleged that Andrew even paid her after committing his despicable act. Unfortunately, her identity and how she arrived at Andrew's home remain unclear. On February 6, 2023, the judge sought evidence from the defense regarding the psychosis Andrew claimed to have, but found none. The jury quickly returned a verdict. Andrew Innes was convicted of double murder. He was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 36 years. Although justice had been served, the horrific nature of the crime would haunt people's memories for a long time. The case of Carrie Nelson. On December 13, 1980, Carrie Nelson, a resident of the small American town of Luverne, Minnesota, was born to loving parents, had a younger sister, and many friends. She was a sensitive and kind girl, always trying to help her loved ones and very empathetic towards others' problems. After graduating from her local high school, Carrie attended college in the neighboring state of North Dakota. Her dream was to become a doctor to help people. It was there that she met a boy named Mike Kellen, and after some time, the couple got engaged. Carrie balanced her university studies with a part-time job at Blue Mound State Park, close to her hometown. Her duties included selling tickets for the park and guiding guests who came for camping, hiking, or wildlife viewing. Carrie had been working there for her second consecutive season and was passionate about the place. The job was straightforward, and it also allowed her to spend a lot of time in nature, enjoying the picturesque landscapes. On May 20th, 2001, Carrie went to work as usual. That day, only one other girl named Rebecca, who was an intern, was working at the park. In addition to her primary responsibilities, Carrie was tasked with training Rebecca and familiarizing her with the workflow. Carrie's shift started at 8 a.m. and was supposed to end at 3:30 p.m. She spent most of the day with Rebecca, explaining the details of the job. Around 12:45 p.m., Rebecca went to the office building located at the other end of the park, while Carrie stayed in a small room at the entrance. Rebecca returned around 2:30 p.m., entering the building through the back door, where she discovered a horrifying scene. Carrie was lying on the floor motionless, with a pool of blood near her head. At approximately the same time, Rebecca heard the front door open, and fearing it could be the same person who attacked her colleague, ran out the back door and headed home. Rebecca lived in a house within the park because her father was the park manager, so she reached it quickly. She informed her parents about the incident, and her father rushed to the scene while her mother called the police. The father reached the building and found no one but Carrie. He tried to find her pulse and realized she was dead. After that, he closed the curtains, locked the front door, and called 911. Around the same time, another call was made to the police. It turned out that when Rebecca discovered her colleague's body, a park visitor had entered, not the attacker. The woman went to the reception area, saw Carrie's body next to the pool of blood, then returned to her car and also called 911. The police arrived at the scene and began their investigation. Carrie's body was found behind the counter, where the telephones and cash register were located, and there were scattered objects and papers around. The handset of one of the phones was dangling from the table, and the plastic pen from Carrie's chair was broken with its pieces scattered on the floor. Based on this, the police inferred that there had been a struggle between the victim and the attacker. After speaking with the administrators, the investigators learned that 2 bank bags intended for storing money from the building were missing. Moreover, the unknown thief had taken cash from the cash register, totaling approximately $2,000 in stolen money. On the floor, the detectives found several clues: a man's wristwatch with a broken strap and a pack of cigarettes. Considering that Carrie did not smoke, the police assumed the cigarettes were left by the killer. As for the watch, they speculated that Carrie might have torn it off the attacker's wrist during the struggle. They also found large orange stone particles on the floor. The park manager told investigators that these particles likely came from a decorative stone with the park's name on it that was located in the reception area. The officers searched all the rooms but could not find the suspect. Given that there was blood spatter on the walls and ceiling of the room, they assumed that this stone had been used as the murder weapon. Meanwhile, their colleagues blocked the road leading to the park's entrance and began questioning all visitors. A couple who was camping reported that around 2:30 p.m., a white car with a brown vinyl roof sped past them. Unfortunately, they could not recall the make or the license plate of the vehicle. The detectives' investigation was complicated by the absence of surveillance cameras in the park, as crimes were extremely rare there. The only clues available were a wristwatch, a pack of cigarettes, and the vague testimonies of witnesses. Medical examiners inspected the victim's body and concluded that the cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head with a heavy object. They suspected that the offender might have used a large decorative stone, but this theory could only be definitively confirmed after its discovery. According to the detectives, Carrie's attack took place between 2 o'clock and 2:30 p.m. at the young woman's workplace. They found a love letter she had written to her boyfriend. In it, Carrie expressed her eager anticipation for their wedding and her desire to have 2 children. She dated the letter at 2 p.m. Another interesting fact was that the man's watch found near the victim's body had stopped at 2:16 p.m., possibly because Carrie tore it from the wrist of her assailant. The police expanded the search throughout the park, and 5 days later, they found the decorative stone in a nearby stream. Apparently, the killer had taken it with them and thrown it into the stream from a bridge while driving. Medical experts compared the characteristics of the stone with the injuries to Carrie's head and confirmed it was the murder weapon. However, the water had washed away any fingerprints and DNA samples that the offender might have left behind. No further clues were found, and the police began to search for a potential suspect. They first suspected Carrie's boyfriend, but he had a solid alibi. At the time of the murder, he was at a funeral 110 kilometers away from the park. That day, around 3 p.m., he had tried to call Carrie on her work phone, not yet aware that his girlfriend had been killed. Investigating park employees, police learned that Carrie had been troubled by a 26-year-old co-worker named Steven, who persistently asked her out and whose advances she had rejected. Steven, who also had a known drug habit and allegedly sold drugs to park visitors, became a person of interest. Steven's alibi for the day of the murder, he claimed to be at his daughter's birthday party, didn't account for the entire time frame of Carrie's death, raising suspicions. Steven owned a white Cadillac, aligning with the description of the vehicle seen speeding away from the park. Financial difficulties further suggested a motive for Steven's potential involvement in the theft and possibly the murder, especially if he had discovered Carrie's intentions to report his drug-related activities. His vehicle was impounded and a DNA sample was taken, but there was not enough evidence to conclusively link him to the crime. Despite collecting various DNA samples and fingerprints at the crime scene, none could be conclusively matched to Steven or any other suspects, leaving the case unresolved. The investigators continued to pursue all leads, but with limited evidence and no further clues, the case went cold. At that time, DNA analysis technology had significantly advanced, allowing experts to re-examine the evidence. This time, they identified 3 distinct DNA profiles, one belonging to Carrie, another to an unknown male, and a third to an unknown female. These samples were run through the state database, but no matches were found. However, detectives remembered a significant detail. The pack of cigarettes found near Carrie's body had a unique tax stamp indicating that it was purchased in South Dakota. They sent the DNA samples to their South Dakota counterparts and eventually made a breakthrough. Upon checking the South Dakota database, they found a match for the male DNA profile. The individual identified was Randy Swaney, a 35-year-old with a criminal record for serial theft and who was, at the time, serving a 30-month sentence in a South Dakota prison. At the time of the murder, he had been out of jail. Police also found that he owned a light-colored Oldsmobile Delta, which matched the description given by witnesses. His fingerprints were found to match several prints at the crime scene. Despite this evidence, detectives aimed to gather as much proof as possible before charging him. With only a month left in his prison term, the police moved quickly, fearing he might flee upon release. They interviewed his wife, who was accustomed to her husband being under police scrutiny for thefts, but was shocked to hear about the murder suspicion. When shown a photo of the wristwatch found at the scene, she confirmed it belonged to Randy and said he sometimes wore it, leading investigators to believe the last DNA sample on the watch was his. They then informed her of their suspicion that her husband was involved in the murder. On April 19th, detectives went to the prison to talk to Randy, but he declined to speak without a lawyer. After a failed interrogation attempt, Randy called his wife. The police who recorded jail calls overheard her upset and questioning what he had done. She was mainly concerned about her DNA being found on the wristwatch and fearful of being implicated in the crime. The wife cooperated with the police, providing her DNA sample, allowing them to search her home and handing over photos of Randy. One photo showed him at the wheel of a white car, similar to the one described by witnesses. Another showed him wearing a wristwatch with a broken strap like the one found at the crime scene. She also confirmed that Randy smoked the same brand of cigarettes found near Carrie's body. All this evidence was sufficient to take the case to trial. Randy was charged on May 8, 2007, a day before his scheduled release. He was immediately transferred to a Minnesota jail and the prosecution began preparing for trial. According to the prosecution's theory, Randy had initially targeted the Park building as an easy robbery site due to the lack of cameras and security, but also the presence of cash. When he entered the building, Carrie may have been in another room. But as she returned and discovered the intrusion, Randy began to steal money from the cash register. She caught him in the act, which led to a struggle between them. Randy then threatened her to open the safe. After accessing the safe, he took a decorative stone and struck her over 5 times, fearing leaving a live witness. Even his relatives, including his wife, testified against him during the trial. They revealed that Randy regularly committed theft, abused illegal substances, and had serious gambling debts, constantly leading him into debt. His former cellmate recounted how Randy mentioned leaving his watch at the crime scene. Another inmate testified that after the police interviewed him in jail, Randy said, "This time they've caught me. I'm looking at life in prison." Randy's defense lawyers maintained his innocence, arguing that he had lost his watch prior to the incident and that the real killer had found and used it. However, this claim was in direct conflict with the DNA evidence found on the watch, which included genetic material from Randy, his wife, and Carrie. The accused claimed he had been fishing about 150 kilometers from the park on the day of the incident, but since he was supposedly alone, no one could corroborate his alibi. He also claimed that he had been in the park only once, long before the murder, which is when he acknowledged he might have left his fingerprints. However, all of the defense's arguments were outweighed by the solid evidence. The defense attorney tried to cast suspicion on others, including Carrie's boyfriend, insinuating he could be the real killer, but these suggestions did not align with the facts. The trial concluded on August 15, 2008. After 6 hours of deliberation, the jury found Randy guilty. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Despite this, he continued to assert his innocence and filed several appeals, all of which were denied. From the start, his defense relied on far-fetched theories that contradicted the DNA evidence and other substantial proof, leaving no chance for his case to be reconsidered. The case of Jennifer Kess. Jennifer was an American woman from Orlando, Florida. She attended the University of Central Florida in Orlando, graduating in February 2003 with a degree in finance. In February 2006, 24-year-old, she seemed to have everything going for her. She had a thriving personal life, was excelling at work. She currently works as a financial manager at Central Florida Investments timeshare company in Ocoee and recently purchased a condo in Orlando. According to her best friend, Jennifer was always cautious about her safety and carried pepper spray with her at all times. On Sunday, January 22, 2006, Jennifer returned from a vacation with her boyfriend, Rob Allen. They had been dating for about a year. Since Rob lived approximately 3 hours away from Jennifer's apartment in Orlando, they could only see each other on weekends. On Monday, January 23rd, Jennifer returned to work after her vacation. That day, she called her mother, Joyce Kessy, to talk about her trip. Joyce later said Jennifer sounded happy and refreshed during the call. After work, Jennifer went home and called her boyfriend around 10 p.m. The conversation did not go well. Jennifer felt upset, as she believed Rob didn't love her enough. She was frustrated that they lived far apart and could only see each other on weekends. She told him that this arrangement wasn't enough for her. The two argued and the call ended on a bad note. Rob could not have imagined that this would be their final conversation. The next morning, after Rob called her early in the morning as usual, his call went straight to her voicemail. Jennifer didn't show up to work and stopped answering her phone, which was highly unusual. Concerned, her co-workers contacted her parents, who immediately became alarmed. On their way to Jennifer's apartment, her parents called local hospitals and reported her disappearance to the police. When Jennifer's parents arrived at her apartment, everything appeared normal. The apartment manager used a spare key to unlock the door, and they found her suitcase in a clean and tidy living space, as if a maid had just cleaned it. However, the bathroom was noticeably disorganized. Jennifer's mother explained that Jennifer often rushed out in the mornings, leaving the bathroom messy. Inside, they found scattered cosmetics, curling iron clamps, a wet crumpled towel, and water droplets everywhere. Jennifer's bedtime t-shirt was on the floor, all suggesting she had spent the night there. Strangely, her purse, keys, and cell phone were missing. It seemed evident that Jennifer had stayed at home the night before, woke up, started her usual morning routine, left the apartment, locked the door, and then disappeared. Jennifer's brother, Logan Kess, began questioning nearby construction workers to find out if they had seen Jennifer or noticed anything suspicious that morning. However, the workers refused to cooperate or share any information, which fueled Logan's suspicion that they might know something but were unwilling to speak. The Kessy family grew increasingly frustrated with the police, who initially showed little urgency. Authorities believe Jennifer might have had an argument with her boyfriend and left on her own, expecting her to return soon. Later that evening, when Jennifer still hadn't returned, the police officially declared her missing. Although evidence showed she had been in her apartment that morning, authorities initially speculated she might have been abducted the previous night. Based on cell tower data, they concluded she wasn't at home that night. However, her parents strongly disagreed, maintaining that she had stayed in her apartment overnight. Further analysis later confirmed that the initial interpretation of the cell data was incorrect. Jennifer had, in fact, spent the night in her apartment. Rob was questioned by investigators, and he provided a clear alibi, proving that he had nothing to do with his lover's death. Jennifer's family and friends immediately organized efforts to find her, distributing flyers with her photo and appeals for help throughout Orlando. Hundreds of people joined the search. However, as the hours turned into days, hope of finding Jennifer alive began to fade. The police struggled to find leads, and while various theories were proposed, nothing concrete emerged. Witnesses reported seeing Jennifer's car leaving her apartment complex around 7:40 a.m. on the morning she disappeared. However, they couldn't identify who was driving or which direction the car went. 2 days after Jennifer went missing, a tip came into the sheriff's office. Jennifer's car was found abandoned at the apartment complex. Located nearly 2 kilometers from her own apartment, Jennifer had no known ties to this area, and her family stated that she had never been there before. When police found the car, they asked Rob to inspect it with them, as they were particularly interested in his reaction. Initially, police feared they might find Jennifer's body, but they found no signs of a struggle or foul play. The car appeared normal. Inside, they discovered Jennifer's cell phone, charger, sandals, and shoes, nothing out of place. Despite continued investigations, no additional evidence was found. The mystery of Jennifer Kest's disappearance persisted, leaving her family and friends in anguish, desperate for answers they might never fully receive. Was it a robbery or a car theft? Witnesses might have seen who was inside the car, but none could be located. However, police soon discovered crucial evidence when reviewing surveillance footage in the area where the car was found. Around noon on the day Jennifer disappeared, a camera recorded someone driving her car. The person briefly parked near the pool area, reversed, sat in the car for 32 seconds, then got out and walked away without looking back. The surveillance camera captured images every 3 seconds, but the individual's face was obscured each time by a fence post. As a result, their identity could not be determined. Based on the person's walk, police concluded it was a man about 1.65 meters tall, dressed like a construction worker. Detectives distributed the photo, hoping someone might recognize the man from his walk, height, or general appearance, but no leads emerged. At the time, renovations were underway at Jennifer's apartment complex. She had told her parents that construction workers would stop what they were doing and stare at her whenever she walked by. The workers frequently changed, and many were reportedly undocumented. Possibly because of this, they were uncooperative with the investigation and avoided speaking to the police. Due to language barriers, investigators were unable to question these individuals, and no additional evidence linking them to the case was discovered. There were no surveillance cameras in Jennifer's apartment building, and security relied only on a guard logging visitors' names. However, police found that the visitor log had been left blank. In addition, investigators failed to thoroughly search Jennifer's apartment. No security measures were implemented to protect her home, which allowed around 14 people to enter the apartment before the investigation moved forward. This mismanagement significantly harmed the case. Police were also unable to recover fingerprints from the steering wheel or rearview mirror of Jennifer's car. It is uncertain whether these areas were wiped clean during the brief period when the car was parked. No traces of DNA were found in the vehicle either. Overall, the investigators' efforts were poorly executed, causing the case to stall. By February 2008, on the second anniversary of Jennifer's disappearance, her family and friends gathered in Orlando, holding posters with her image in hopes that someone might recognize her. In February 2009, a detective revisited the case with a fresh perspective. He tried to talk to a maid who had worked at Jennifer's apartment complex since February 2006. The woman said she remembered the young woman's disappearance. When detectives showed her the surveillance photo of the person seen driving Jennifer's car, the maid commented that he looked like a man she had seen before. She wasn't entirely sure, but the man's walk and hairstyle reminded her of him. The detective discovered that the man had previously lived and worked at Jennifer's apartment complex. He had performed maintenance work in Jennifer's apartment just a week before she disappeared. Tracking the man down was easy. He was serving time in a Florida prison for assaulting a young woman, a crime committed 2 years after Jennifer's disappearance. The detective met with him and questioned him about his work in Jennifer's apartment. He admitted to performing maintenance there and claimed that Jennifer had let him in before leaving for work. When shown the surveillance photo of a person resembling him, the man denied it was him, pointing out that the individual appeared to be about 10 centimeters shorter than he is. He was cooperative and denied any involvement. He agreed to take a polygraph test, which he passed. The detective then interviewed another worker who had assisted the man with repairs at Jennifer's apartment. The co-worker confirmed they had worked there and stated that everything had gone smoothly. The detective also spoke to the apartment complex manager to check if Jennifer had experienced any conflicts with the man or others. The manager reported that they had noticed no issues. In 2010, this detective was removed from Jennifer's case. Over time, the Kess family began to feel that the Orlando Police Department had abandoned them. But the police insisted the investigation was still active. In reality, the case had been largely neglected. In 2016, a decade after Jennifer's disappearance, she was officially declared dead in Florida. 2 years later, in December 2018, her parents Joyce and Drew Kesse filed a lawsuit against the Orlando Police Department to gain access to police records from the case. The lawsuit was settled in March 2019. The Orlando police chief gave investigators 6 months to review the case. But when no new leads emerged, he made a pivotal decision. In an unprecedented move, the police department handed over all case materials to the Kess family. Jennifer's parents received more than 16,000 pages of documents and 67 hours of video and audio recordings. By mutual agreement, the official investigation was closed. The Kesse family then hired private detective to review the case. After examining the files 3 times, the detective expressed shock at the many critical mistakes and oversights made by the Orlando police. The detective began by revisiting the crime scene and speaking with residents of Jennifer's apartment complex. One neighbor had lived there for 2 years before Jennifer disappeared, shared her concerns. She initially appreciated the gated complex with security, but grew uneasy when construction workers began occupying empty apartments. She explained, "When I came home from work, there would be a group of drunk men outside. They would yell unpleasant things or stare at me inappropriately as I walked by. It made me very uncomfortable." Despite complaining to the building management, no action was taken. Another neighbor described even more troubling experiences. She revealed that construction workers had entered her apartment while she was away. She noticed unsettling signs, such as her underwear drawer being opened, evidence of someone using her shower, and footprints in her closet. She also recalled a disturbing incident where she caught one of the workers watching her through a window while engaging in indecent behavior. She reported the incident to the police, but the man was never held accountable. He was merely fired and disappeared. A third neighbor revealed that a construction worker had approached her in the parking lot at night, attempting to start conversations and coming across as overly pushy. She said she encountered him several times a week. In contrast, a fourth neighbor had a more positive impression of the same worker. She said, "I remember him as cheerful, friendly, and talkative." She moved into the complex shortly after Jennifer's disappearance and recalled that this worker frequently visited her apartment. However, Jennifer's name was never mentioned in their conversations. What unsettled this neighbor was that, 9 months after Jennifer vanished, the worker suddenly left the complex overnight and disappeared. The man was found through descriptions from neighbors and passed a polygraph test. At this time, when the investigation progressed, the detective uncovered a potential lead. 10 months after Jennifer vanished, a witness reported seeing someone throw a rolled-up carpet into a lake near her apartment complex. At the time, construction workers living in an apartment across from Jennifer's were seen moving carpets, raising suspicions that Jennifer's body might have been hidden in one of the carpets and discarded in the lake. In November 2019, 12 years after Jennifer's disappearance, local police, along with a team of divers, searched the lake where the carpet was reportedly dumped. Despite searching for 2 days, no evidence was found. It has now been 13 years since Jennifer Kesse vanished. After investigating the case for several years, private detective proposed a new theory about her disappearance. Based on interviews with residents of Jennifer's apartment complex, he discovered that approximately 10 construction workers had been living in an empty apartment directly across from Jennifer's unit. He speculated that on the morning of January 24, 2006, as Jennifer was leaving her apartment and locking her door, some of these workers attacked her from behind and dragged her into the vacant apartment. Unfortunately, identifying these individuals has proven impossible, as there are no records or contracts documenting their names. Jennifer's parents have dedicated their lives to finding her. Despite investing significant time and money, they have not yet succeeded. Jennifer's mother expressed the pain of their ongoing search, saying, "It's very, very hard to move forward. The hole in our hearts will remain until we have answers." Jennifer's boyfriend, Rob Allen, also shared that he frequently thinks of her and imagines the life they might have had together if not for this tragedy. The Jennifer Kesse case remains one of the most mysterious and heartbreaking missing persons cases, enduring for more than 18 years without clear answers. The Kesse family continues to seek justice and holds hope that one day, new clues will emerge to help solve the case. The Kesse family remains hopeful for Jennifer's return. They are offering a $15,000 reward for any information that could lead to her whereabouts. Despite extensive investigations and search efforts, Jennifer's whereabouts remain unknown to this day. This case serves as a poignant reminder of the importance of sustaining public interest and support in the pursuit of justice for missing persons. Sarah Nicole Graham, born on April 1, 1996, in the United States, remains a subject shrouded in mystery as specific details of her birth and early life remain undisclosed. Sarah's upbringing was under the care of her mother in Texas, sharing a joyful childhood with her brother, though their names are absent in the records detailing Sarah's life. Described as a sweet, responsible, and initially shy girl when meeting new individuals, Sarah's spontaneous and lively nature would shine through once she became comfortable. From the information gathered, we learned about her father, Hubert Graham, a direct descendant of the indigenous people of America. This lineage connected Sarah to the Lumbee tribe, predominantly situated in the counties of Robeson, Hook, and Scotland in North Carolina. The Lumbee tribe emerged from the remnants of extinct tribes, grouping in a recognized area since 1956 when Congress passed the Lumbee Act, officially recognizing them as Native Americans. However, the act also withheld federal recognition benefits, denying them sovereignty, land rights, and other advantages afforded to different tribes. Despite generations of fighting against this discrimination, they remain without a reservation, though they do congregate in a specific area. Located in Robeson County, North Carolina, serves as the cultural, economic, and political hub for the Lumbee tribe. Sarah journeyed there in 2014 after finishing high school, possibly aiming to connect with her genealogical roots. At 18, she aspired to relocate to Fairmont, a quaint rural town north of the North Carolina-South Carolina border, to live with her father, Hubert, her stepmother, Connie Graham, and a stepbrother, though details about him remain elusive. By then, Hubert and Connie held positions as assistants to the sheriff of the county, earning them respect within the community. While little is publicly known about Sarah's relationship with her father and stepmother, all signs pointed to her enjoying the newfound connection with her ancestral culture, having grown up in a different state. Upon settling in Fairmont, Sarah eagerly sought employment, quickly landing a job as a receptionist and cashier at Walmart in Pembroke. Her excellent communication skills and friendly demeanor quickly made her an indispensable team member. Sarah was a responsible and kind-hearted young woman, popular among her colleagues, and was beginning to form friendships. In just 2 months of reconnecting with her ethnic roots, Sarah was thriving and genuinely happy. However, on the morning of Wednesday, February 4th, 2015, something changed. Although she woke up early and prepared for her 7 a.m. work shift at Walmart, she never arrived. Her supervisor immediately noticed her absence, given her previously consistent punctuality and commitment. That very day, the white Chevrolet van, loaned to her by her father and under his name, was found abandoned. At around 12:15 p.m., police received reports of the seemingly deserted vehicle located several meters from the road near a cornfield, marking the beginning of a concerning mystery. When the officers approached the area, they were able to confirm that it was indeed the van Sarah usually drove. It was already quite strange that it was parked there, seemingly abandoned and without the young girl in sight. The situation became even murkier when witnesses claimed they had seen the vehicle parked there since 6:45 a.m. This statement set off alarms, as it meant that the van had stopped there just 15 minutes after Sarah had left her house. It was a puzzle that no one could decipher at that moment. The officers inspected the vehicle and the surrounding area for any clues or traces that could guide the investigation into Sarah's whereabouts. However, the task proved difficult. There was no damage to the van, no signs of a struggle around it, and no tracks of shoe prints being dragged on the ground, which could have indicated an abduction. A mysterious aspect of the case revolved around the fact that the van was locked. Speculations were made that someone must have manually locked the door with the car key. However, many older vehicles, like the one Sarah was using, allow the driver to manually lock the doors and close them without using the key. In many cases, cars get locked by accident. With the discovery of the abandoned van, the Fairmont Police Department activated the Missing Person Search Protocol. Along with police officers, 140 local volunteers and a canine unit participated. However, there were challenges, the first being that Robeson County is the largest in North Carolina, making the search extensive and primarily in a rural area. As a result, the search was not easy, and even a helicopter had to be used. Concurrently, the process of printing missing person flyers began. Sarah was described on the flyers as a Native American young woman, 5'7" tall, weighing 150 pounds, with short brown hair, wearing corrective glasses and braces. Robeson County has just over 100,000 permanent residents, though it is known to temporarily house many migrant workers. The area also has a rather negative reputation, being known for significant drug trafficking activity. This is due to its strategic location, situated halfway between Miami, Florida, and New York on Interstate 95, making it a popular stop for traffickers. Amidst this scenario, with many people coming and going without proper records or tracking, figuring out what happened to the young girl seemed like a Herculean task. Local and state officials joined the search, but without significant results. A month later, FBI agents joined the search, yet they too were unable to find any trace of Sarah. Her family had no contact with her, nor did they receive ransom demands or any communication from supposed kidnappers asking for favors in exchange for her safe return. The general consensus in the town was that she had vanished into thin air. On March 18th, 6 months after Sarah's disappearance, Connie, her stepmother, was dismissed from her position as an assistant at the sheriff's office. She had worked there for 23 years, and her sudden dismissal raised eyebrows and fueled suspicion and rumors. The sheriff announced the news but refused to provide further details, labeling it a personal decision. He also stated that the dismissal was not related to Sarah's disappearance, though this did little to quell public suspicions. In a statement, he also expressed understanding of the public's eagerness for information, but requested patience, stating that releasing specific case details could jeopardize the integrity of the investigation and hinder efforts to find Sarah. He assured that the Robeson County Sheriff's Office detectives, in collaboration with the FBI, were working tirelessly on the case and vowed not to stop until Sarah was found. After Connie's dismissal was made public, sources close to the investigation said that the FBI considered Connie a suspect in the case, adding that an arrest and charges could be forthcoming. Once this information was disseminated, all eyes turned to the Graham residence. However, as time passed, the hypothesis that the stepmother was involved in Sarah's disappearance was never proven. In fact, she was not arrested for questioning, nor were charges brought against her, and she was never named a person of interest. Despite this, public opinion on social media at the time and over the years has consistently suggested that she might be involved. While there hasn't been any official statement, rumors suggested that Connie's son and Sarah's stepbrother was a problematic boy and that he was responsible for the young girl's disappearance. The rumors spread on social media talked about a romantic interest ordering an obsession from the stepbrother, to which Sarah never responded. On the contrary, she seemed annoyed by his persistence. A year after Sarah's disappearance, there was very little information available about her case. It seemed as if the earth had swallowed her up. On the first anniversary, FBI agents and local officers conducted an operation where they distributed flyers with Sarah's details and images to drivers passing through the area where the teenager's van was found. At that time, the officers insisted that although they had little information about the young girl who had only been living in the place for 2 months when she disappeared, it was clear that her disappearance was not usual. They stated that she would not have left without notice, and if she had, she would have contacted her parents to at least inform them that she was well and in another place. In December 2018, human remains were found near the railroad tracks about 3 kilometers from the lumber bridge in Riley County. Later, it was determined that they belonged to a female, and immediately people thought it could be Sarah. On December 1338, it was announced that Sarah's dental records were sent to Riley County to see if there was a match with the young girl. A second set of dental records was sent to the office of the forensic chief medical officer in Riley. However, it was later confirmed that it was not Sarah. In 2022, the Federal Bureau of Investigation made another appeal asking for information to find the teenager, stating that although they had received hundreds of clues, they still needed that missing piece to bring Sarah home. The agent reminded that there is a $5,000 reward for information that leads to finding Sarah's whereabouts. After the video was published, the young girl's father broke the silence he had maintained for years. He expressed his feelings about how the agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, treated him in the case of his daughter Sarah's disappearance. At the time of his statement, he served as chief of the Roland Police Department and mentioned that despite holding that position, he needed to be treated as a father, as Sarah was still his daughter regardless of the circumstances. It is worth remembering that previously, Hubert had worked as a deputy sheriff of another county when his daughter disappeared, and this somehow led to him being viewed very critically and always being under suspicion. Hurt by the whole situation that kept him always in the public eye, despite there being no real evidence against him, Hubert said that over the years, the FBI had barely contacted him in relation to Sarah, and he recalled a call in which they asked him about his daughter's orthodontics due to the finding of some human remains, which ultimately turned out not to be Sarah's, but no one informed him of the results. He found out like any other citizen when the media published the outcome of the investigation of the female remains found near the train. The truth was, in the investigators' opinion, there was someone close to Sarah who was not revealing all the information they had, and this had given rise to numerous rumors and speculations about what had happened. Hubert expressed his deep concern about not knowing anything about his daughter's whereabouts after she came to live with him and his wife 2 months before disappearing. Despite the difficult situation, he maintained hope that Sarah was alive and stated that no one had provided him with solid evidence to indicate otherwise. He clarified that he was not an indifferent father to what had happened and offered his arguments for keeping a low profile. He said that although he had experience as a detective due to his 23 years in law enforcement, he preferred to stay away from the investigation to avoid any perception of influence or interference in the process. However, that didn't seem to work out quite well either, as he then received criticism for being lenient and not offering cooperation. He pointed out that his position was quite difficult, as whether he did or did not do something generated abundant criticism. To the father's statement, the FBI responded in a very institutional way. Through a public affairs specialist, they responded to Hubert's concerns about routine contact in relation to Sarah's case and explained that they had always spoken with the family when there were updates in the investigation, but they would not necessarily make a personal notification for already known information. Despite the pain and uncertainty, Sarah's father shared that there came a point where he had to surrender to God's will and not let worries dominate his life. He affirmed that ultimately God knew best and would handle the situation according to his will, regardless of what the final outcome was. On June 13, 2023, special agents and officers from Robeson County conducted a search at the Graham family's home, looking for new clues about Sarah's disappearance. The sheriff's office stated at that time that they were doubting the version given by the father and stepmother about the day the young girl was last seen. The statement from the sheriff's office indicated that they had not been able to independently confirm the family's version that Sarah left for work the day she disappeared, which occurred more than 8 years ago. Now, after such a long time has passed since her last sighting, Sarah's case is being reviewed again. In a Facebook post, the sheriff's office confirmed that homicide detectives, the FBI, and a tracker dog from the North Carolina Troopers Association had started a search, although no details were provided about the location where it was taking place. According to the authorities, Sarah is one of several Native American women who have disappeared in the same area in recent years. During the summer of 2017, it was reported that 3 women, 2 of them belonging to the North Carolina tribe, were found dead in the city of Lumberton in Robeson County. The cases have not been solved, which has raised fears of the existence of a possible serial killer, according to a news report. Despite this concerning situation, the sheriff's office did not mention any possible connection between these cases and Sarah's disappearance in their statement. The case of Sarah Nicole Graham remains a mystery, leaving her family and community seeking answers for over 8 years. Over time, authorities have conducted thorough investigations and searches, but to this date, there has been no significant breakthrough in the case of Sarah Nicole Graham. The lack of concrete information has led to various theories and speculation. While Sarah's family continues to wait anxiously, her family continues to cry out for justice and longs for the day her family continues to cry out for justice and longs for the day when the truth about her disappearance is unveiled. Meanwhile, the memory of Sarah endures in the minds of those who knew and loved her, and the hope of finding her alive persists. As the investigation continues, it is hoped that new leads and developments will shed light on this dark and painful episode, bringing the long-awaited peace and closure to her family and her community. The case of Jamie Haggard. David Haggard was born on February 23, 1974, in Woodinville, Washington, United States. He is the oldest son of Arthur Richard, an agricultural worker, and his biological mother is largely unknown. When he was 15, Arthur had 2 more children with another wife, daughters Stephanie and Jamie Haggard. Jamie, the youngest, was born on December 2, 1980, in King County, Washington. She was cherished and spoiled by her father, Arthur. He sought to fulfill her every wish from the moment she was born. Jamie and Stephanie grew up very close. They often dressed alike and did activities together, making them look like twin sisters due to their small age difference. Jamie loved spending holidays by the water, whether at the sea or a nearby lake, and frequently asked Arthur to take them to Poplavino when the opportunity arose. David's life as the oldest child was far from peaceful and happy, unlike his father's and younger sister's lives. He moved to California, where he had to adapt to a new family that he barely knew. Feeling lonely and lacking parental affection, he turned to illegal substances in his teenage years. This marked the beginning of his downward spiral. He started with minor offenses, but things escalated. One day, David took a car without the owner's permission and was arrested for theft. He was released afterward, but did not learn from this experience and continued to engage in criminal behavior. Soon after, he was arrested twice for possessing illegal substances. His last arrest in February 2005 resulted in a 2-year prison sentence, but he was paroled after a year due to his youth. The state decided to grant him a chance to clear his record on the condition that he remain offense-free for 5 years. If successful, he could have his 3 felony convictions in California erased, leaving him with a clean record. After all the incidents, he returned to Washington. Meanwhile, Jamie is entering her teenage years, and this has brought many changes for her. She became more independent and no longer looked up to her older sister Stephanie. She has big ambitions and sets high goals for the future. After graduating from high school, she dreamed of becoming a doctor. Ultimately, she chose to become a physician assistant. During this time, she met a young man named Jake, who came from Woodinville. They quickly became close, and their friendship gradually developed into love. In February 2008, at just 19 years old, Jamie gave birth to twin girls, whom she named Dylan and Madison Rose. However, Jake and Jamie's relationship faced many challenges, and they split up shortly after their daughters were born. Despite the breakup, they maintained a friendly relationship and communicated regularly for the sake of their daughters, sharing custody without any issues. Jamie also successfully completed his studies and got a steady job at a medical center. David still had trouble during this time. He started using illegal drugs again, and his behavior became erratic and aggressive. As a result, he was arrested for public disorder conduct. Fortunately for David, at his hearing, he reached a plea deal with the prosecutor. The court decided to defer his sentencing again and placed him on probation, requiring him to undergo regular alcohol testing. He attended an anger management workshop and pledged not to repeat his illegal behavior in the future. Since his sentence was suspended, but not vacated, this means his previous crimes will still be on his record. Meanwhile, Jamie began a new relationship. Although her family didn't know much about the man she was dating, she called him her fiancé. Unfortunately, the relationship didn't go as she had hoped, and the romantic phase ended, leaving Jamie feeling upset. Seeking support, she decided to move in with a friend, which meant her children, the twins, stayed with their father, Jake. However, Jamie still made an effort to spend as much time as possible with her children to make up for her absence. David continued to engage in illegal activities. In February 2016, he got into a fight with a friend over a car. Fueled by anger, he broke into his friend's house, where he stole several items, including a toaster and a refrigerator. Given his criminal background, he wanted to avoid being caught, so he set the house on fire. Initially, investigators couldn't determine the cause of the fire, but they discovered a crowbar at the entrance, suggesting that someone had forcibly entered the home. A few months later in March, Jamie found a new place to live. She rented a house in Kenmare, a small town on the shore of North Lake Washington, just a 15-minute drive from Woodin Villa. David, who was homeless but still in touch with his family, approached Jamie. She kindly invited David, her half-brother, to stay with her for a few days. However, whether out of manipulation or convenience, David ended up moving in permanently. At first, his stay with she seemed to cause no inconvenience. Sharing the rent with him made her feel like she had gotten through a difficult period in her life. As time went on, the differences between Jamie and her half-brother David became more noticeable. She started to dislike his personality and habits, but they did share one common issue. Both were using illegal drugs. To support her addiction, Jamie began stealing pills from her job at a local hospital to sell. Meanwhile, David began a relationship with a girl named Carly Scher, who frequently visited and sometimes stayed for long periods, which annoyed Jamie. Additionally, David also befriends a young man named Jason. Then, he invited Jason to move in with them, which upset Jamie. She didn't like Jason, so she treated him badly. She felt uncomfortable in her own home, and her relationship with David became increasingly strained. They argued frequently, and many of the arguments stemmed from David bringing Jason to live with them. The noise from David's parties even led neighbors to call the police on occasion. Whenever Jamie tried to address the situation, David reacted with anger and threatened violence. Over time, Jamie fell into depression. Her father, Arthur, who she often spoke with on the phone, noticed something was off with her. Although she never shared the details of her troubled relationship with David, but Arthur could see she having problems. However, even if she had confided in Arthur, it likely wouldn't have changed anything, as their family viewed David as a kind and caring person. Jamie visited her friends and shared her feelings of fear and sadness. She confided that she was afraid of her half-brother David, particularly because of his violent behavior, and she lived in constant worry that he might attack her at night. On July 5, 2016, David stole a forklift from a construction site and used it to take equipment from there. After committing the theft, he set the vehicle on fire to cover his tracks. He was not alone. His accomplice Carly was with him. Additionally, he had taken over Jamie's house without her consent. He wanted to make changes that she did not approve of, leading to more arguments between them. During one heated argument, David violently struck Jamie, hitting her in the face and stomach, and demanded that she leave. Jason, a friend of David's who was present, did nothing to intervene and simply watched. Jamie left and spent the night at a friend's house. Afterward, he told Jason that Jamie was a burden and suggested that he should kill her. The next day she returns home, which makes he feel even more disgusted as he assumes he is the owner of the house. On June 9, 2016, Jamie spent the day at her father Arthur's house. Then, she returning home, she planned to pack her belongings and leave for good. However, when she got home, she found her brother David with Carly. As soon as Carly saw Carly left the house, leaving her and he at home together. He, still angry, confronted she, which led to a heated argument. The situation became tense and led to a fight, as a result of which he overpowered and killed her. To dispose of Jamie's body, David dismembered it. Afterward, he attempted to burn some of the body parts on a spit in the backyard, which caught Carly's attention. She noticed him with a lit fire, which was unusual since he typically didn't cook outside. When she asked him about it, he said that before Jamie left, Jamie lit a fire. A few days later, David stole a car, packed a suitcase, and drove 20 minutes north to Snohomish. He then abandoned the suitcase containing Jamie's dismembered remains by the side of the road. As days went by without any news of Jamie, his daughter, Arthur grew increasingly worried, especially when David drove to his house to ask if he had heard anything about Jamie. It was unusual for she to go missing like this, which made Arthur suspect that something was wrong. He decided to reach out to some of Jamie's friends, but none of them had seen her or had any information. On June 17, 2016, Arthur went to Jamie's house, but she was not there either. In his desperation, he called over a police officer and reported his youngest daughter, Jamie, as missing. Almost a week after the crime occurred, David sent a message to Stephanie from an unknown number pretending to be Jamie. His intention was to prevent her family from worrying, but this plan did not work well. Meanwhile, the police were already investigating and looking into bank transactions. They were suspicious because there hadn't been any activity taking place on Jamie's bank account or credit card. Meanwhile, Arthur focused on seeking help through social media, hoping someone would provide information about his daughter's whereabouts. 1 month after Jamie went missing, early in the morning, investigators went to David's home to execute a search warrant. This area quickly had many police officers appearing. David and Jason were questioned, but investigators found nothing suspicious about their statements or actions. Many witnesses were interviewed, and they all confirmed that Jamie and David had a troubled relationship. Additionally, their house is often active at night, which causes more concern. For hours, investigators searched the backyard hoping to find clues, but they found nothing. For Arthur, it was a relief that no body was discovered in the yard. He and the other family members still held hope that Jamie was alive. Meanwhile, David pretended to be concerned and helped with the search. However, Jamie's case was not the only one the police were investigating. In September, the investigation into a burned forklift led authorities to identify David as the prime suspect. During questioning, agents uncovered digital photographs of stolen items, including a refrigerator and a stove, which matched the model numbers of appliances stolen from a trailer. Carly Schurer was interrogated by the police, and she revealed that David had confessed to her about the arson. Jason also confirmed to the agents that he saw David bringing the stolen appliances to his home. This information made David's situation much more complicated. He ultimately had no choice but to admit his guilt, leading to his arrest. David was then sentenced to 10 years and 2 months in prison for arson and second-degree burglary. A year after Jamie went missing, police received an anonymous tip suggesting they search around Jamie's house again. Investigators believed someone must have information about the case, so they quickly followed up on the tip. However, after digging for most of the day, they found nothing. Months passed, and nearly 2 years since Jamie went missing, when a public works crew in Snohomish County found a suitcase while picking up trash along the road. Inside, detectives quickly determined that the person in the suitcase had been murdered. However, due to the advanced decomposition, it was challenging to identify the victim or confirm gender. The forensic team sent samples for lab testing, and after 2 months, it was confirmed that the remains belonged to Jamie Haggard. Evidence pointed to David as the main suspect. GPS data from a stolen car showed that he had driven near the location where Jamie's remains were found. Additionally, police discovered that the blanket used to wrap the remains belonged to Jason and had been stolen by David in an attempt to frame Jason. As a result, David was charged with murder. On Monday, October 28, 2019, David Haggard was charged with second-degree murder. The following day, a jury found him guilty, and his bail was set at $2 million. On Friday, December 5, 2019, David appeared in the King County courtroom for his sentencing hearing. Prosecutors asked for the maximum sentence of 22 years in prison. Meanwhile, the defense argued that the sentence should be lighter, stressing that David should not be punished so harshly. Throughout the trial, David maintained his innocence and claimed he was not the one who committed the crime. He criticized the justice system for punishing innocent people and expressed his love for his younger sister Jamie. He insisting he could never harm her. When Stephanie spoke emotionally about her sister Jamie in court, David broke down in tears. The senior assistant prosecutor said that David had put Jamie's family, which was also his family, through pain for nearly 2 years by keeping the truth about her death from them. Ultimately, David was sentenced to 15 years in prison, followed by 3 years of community supervision. during which he would receive evaluation and treatment for his addictions. During this time, Jamie's children, Dylan and Madison Rose, mistakenly believe that their mother's absence is due to their father, Jake, not allowing them to contact her. Fortunately, Jake remarried, and his new wife adopted the girls, Dylan Va Madison, raising them as her own. 40 years ago, an American teenager was found bludgeoned to death in a cemetery in New Jersey. Her face was so badly injured that it was impossible to identify her at the time. The American public began to refer to her as Princess Doe, the Jane Doe who had died too young. For 4 decades, her real name has been a mystery until now. Hi and welcome to Mysterious 7. I'm Michael, and today's episode, I'm going to take you guys through the story of how Princess Doe was killed, how her identity was revealed, and how her killer was finally caught. Let's get right into it. Princess Doe was a previously unidentified American teenager from West Babylon, New York. She was found murdered in Cedar Ridge Cemetery in Blairstown, New Jersey on July 15, 1982. Her face had been bludgeoned beyond recognition. Her case gained national attention, and the public took a special interest in unraveling her story and finding answers. Thursday, July 15, 1982 at around 8 a.m., gravedigger George Keyes discovered the body of a young girl in the rear section of the Cedar Ridge Cemetery in Blairstown, New Jersey. The body was found lying on its back just over a steep bank that leads to a creek below. The victim's face had been beaten beyond recognition with a yet-to-be-determined object. Due to the significant decomposition of her body, even her eye color could not be confirmed. The young girl was dressed in a red short-sleeve shirt. A peasant-style skirt was found lying on top of the victim's legs. No footwear or undergarments were found. No conclusive evidence was found, but this was difficult to determine because of how much the body was decayed. A golden cross necklace was found tangled in the victim's hair. 2 earrings were found in her left ear. Red nail polish was found on the right hand only, and she had no surgical scars, distinct birthmarks, or tattoos. Scars or marks on the head or face area could not be known due to the condition of the body. Forensic anthropologists determined that the victim was not pregnant and had never given birth, and was most likely between the ages of 18 and 14 years old at the time of her death. Toxicology did not reveal any traces of drugs, but was not entirely conclusive because of the time elapsed between the death and the discovery of the body. It is believed that the body was discovered after 2 to 3 days or possibly even weeks of exposure to the elements. This was especially difficult to determine because of the hot and humid weather in the area at that time. The forensic examination indicated that the girl had attempted to fight back or defend herself from her attacker, as injuries indicating trauma to her hands and arms were visible. The girl's body was buried in the Cedar Ridge Cemetery, not far from where she was discovered in January 1983. Donated funds were used to pay for the victim's coffin and headstone. The headstone was engraved with the text, "Princess Doe, missing from home, dead among strangers, remembered by all." For many years, Princess Doe was thought to be Diane Janiskai, a missing teenager from San Jose, California who vanished on July 30, 1979. This theory was propagated by several law enforcement officials in the state of New Jersey, who went as far as to hold a press conference identifying Diane Dye as Princess Doe. However, Lieutenant Eric Krantz, the Princess Doe case's original lead investigator, maintained that Diane Dye was not a viable candidate for Princess Doe's identity. Krantz's feelings were shared by Diane's family and investigators in California, who were particularly angered by the conduct of the New Jersey law enforcement. In February 2003, Princess Doe's DNA was compared with a DNA sample from Diane's mother, Patricia, and it was conclusively determined that Princess Doe was not Diane Dye. After seeing images of the girl's clothing in the newspaper, a witness named Anne-Marie Latimer reported to officials that she remembered seeing a girl wearing the same clothing as Princess Doe purchasing cigarettes on July 13, 1982, just 2 days before her body was found. Latimer stated that she was shopping with her daughter at a supermarket across from the cemetery and observed and was able to describe the victim's clothing. The shirt and skirt themselves were traced to a manufacturer in the Midwestern United States, although the brand labels were missing. 3 people reported after viewing the photos that they had bought similar clothes at a Long Island store, which is now closed. On September 22, 1999, the body of Princess Doe was exhumed from the Cedar Ridge Cemetery in Blairstown so that DNA samples could be taken. The body was reburied in the same location. After a 2012 photo composite of the victim was released, it generated new tips as it resembled several missing girls from across the country. One theory was submitted that Princess Stone may have been a runaway and could have been an individual using false names while employed at a hotel in Ocean City, Maryland. In February 2012, a sample of her hair and a tooth were examined through isotope analysis and indicated that the victim was most likely born in the United States, at least 7 to 10 months in the Midwestern or Northeastern United States. The tooth sample indicated she could be from Arizona. It is also believed that the girl had spent a long time in Long Island, New York. Lieutenant Krams, now retired, toying the name Princess Doe early in the investigations and also managed to get the case covered extensively in the media. The case was used as the impetus for recording unidentified crime victims in the MCIC database at the national level. Princess Doe became the first such case entered by the FBI director. After extensive print media coverage in 1982, Lieutenant Krams, who was the original lead investigator from the Blairstown Police Department, was contacted by HBO regarding the Princess Doe case and asked if the channel could chronicle the case in an upcoming documentary entitled Missing. Krantz agreed, and the segment was filmed over several weeks. Krantz was shown following leads as they came in. The documentary featured actual footage of the recovery of Princess Doe's body, along with footage shot by HBO of Princess Doe's 1983 funeral. The case was also featured on America's Most Wanted in February 2012 in hopes of generating new information about the case. The same year, the most recent reconstruction was broadcast on CNN. On July 15, 2012, a memorial service was held for the 30th anniversary of Princess Doe being discovered at the top of the ravine where her remains were found. Over 100 citizens attended, as well as several reporters and cameras. The victim's clothing as well as her photo reconstructions were on display for public viewing. On October 12, 2014, Princess Doe was honored at a missing persons rally in the area. In the years between the first discovery in the body and the final identification, several theories cropped up. The first one was that Princess Doe was actually Diane Dye, a young girl missing from California, which has now been definitively disproved. Secondly, the killer of Princess Doe was already imprisoned for another homicide. A man called John Rees was briefly suspected as he was convicted of killing another woman in nearby Belvedere, New Jersey, but there was no real evidence of a connection with Princess Doe. The third theory was that Princess Doe was either a runaway that was known to work in the Ocean City, Maryland area, or a prostitute who worked at the local truck stop. The information for these two possibilities was highly inconclusive. Nobody from the local area came forward to identify Princess Doe on or off the record. It seems unlikely that not one single person would come forward if she was known in the area. The fourth and disturbing theory was that Princess Doe was killed by a Blairstown police officer, and that is why the case was never solved. But this claim is completely unsubstantiated. There are retired local law enforcement officers who still follow and contribute to the case even after 40 years. The fifth theory was that Princess Doe was a victim of a serial killer known to operate in the area, such as John Kleiss, Henry Lee Lucas, or Joel Rifkin. Though local law enforcement was aware of these claims, none were found to be credible. A sixth theory was that Princess Doe was an out-of-state teenager who worked at an area camp. Again, this was never proven. And now we come to the seventh theory, that Princess Doe was killed by a man named Arthur Kinlaw. For many years, this was the most current theory. Many of the facts fit the case, and this theory was explored on the America's Most Wanted website. Several New York Newsday articles referenced this theory that was published in 1999 and February. Mr. Kinlaw was already imprisoned for other crimes. But since Princess Doe's body wasn't identified, his involvement in her murder could not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Princess Doe's body was re-exhumed in November 2020 using a grant, and she underwent DNA extraction for genetic genealogy. In 2021, investigators received the news that Astria Forensics agreed to extract DNA and construct a DNA profile. On February 10, 2022, Astria Forensics relayed to investigators that the creation of a DNA data file was successful. The results were sent to the NCMEC's consulting genealogist from Innovative Forensics Investigations. The managing officer was Jennifer Moore, who agreed to perform unlimited genealogy testing free of charge. On February 22, 2022, Innovative Forensics announced to investigators that they had found a candidate for Princess Doe. Investigators went to West Battle on New York, where they met Robert Alagnac Jr., Princess Doe's brother. They also collected a DNA sample from Princess Doe's sister, which mitotyping technology used to build a mitochondrial DNA profile. The Union County Prosecutor's Office Forensic Laboratory assisted by creating an STR-DNA profile through the victim's sister's DNA sample. Mitotyping technology sent their results to the Union County Prosecutor's Office Forensic Laboratory, then sent both the mitochondrial DNA and STR-DNA profiles through the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification. On April 29, 2022, the center identified Princess Doe as Dawn Alagnac. Her identity was formally announced on July 15, 2022, the 40th anniversary of her discovery. Robert Alagnac Jr. said that Alagnac left their home at her mother's request, and she was never seen or heard from again. Way back in 1999, evidence came to light that Arthur and Donna Kinlaw may have been involved in Princess Doe's murder. Donna was arrested in California for attempting to commit welfare fraud by using the name Eliana, which was traced to a Long Island native. When the police questioned her, she gave them details about the murder of Linda, and her testimony put the Kinlaws behind bars. Donna gave details about 2 murders Arthur had committed of 2 other female victims who remain unidentified today. After Arthur was faced with a death sentence, Donna told authorities that Kinlaw had killed another woman, a sex worker, earlier in 1982. She told police that she was with Arthur in the cemetery and witnessed him commit the murder. Another report states that Donna Kinlaw said that in July 1982, her husband brought home a teenage girl, left home, and returned without her. He later apparently disposed of his clothing and cleaned his vehicle. Afterward, he threatened his wife, claiming if she did not attend her job, he would take her life as he did to the girl he brought home. However, a lack of cooperation meant that Arthur Kinlaw was not charged. Lieutenant Stephen Spears, who worked on the case as a member of the Warren County Prosecutor's Office, from which he is now retired, stated that Kinlaw claimed responsibility for her death, but I have no physical evidence to confirm that. And without the identity of Princess Doe, I have no way of connecting the dots, so to speak, putting her in a place where he could have been or would have been at the same time. Spears also reported that he doubted the confession because the Kinlaws could not provide a name for Princess Doe, even though they claimed to have been with her for some time. Even though he questioned the credibility of their statements, Spears does not believe the victim was native to Long Island, New York. However, Donna Kinlaw was interviewed by a forensic artist who created a sketch of the girl she claimed to have met, which does resemble the most recent composite. Arthur Kinlaw remained incarcerated for 2 counts of second-degree murder. Following the 2022 investigation of Princess Doe as Dawn Alagnac, Arthur Kinlaw was reconsidered as a suspect and later charged with Alagnac's murder. Dawn Alagnac was born on August 5, 1964. She had been a junior at Connequot High School in Bohemia, New York, where she had lived with her mother and sister, authorities said, but she soon moved out of the family home. According to her brother, she was thrown out of her home by her mom. She ended up getting killed in a cemetery, leaving no clue as to her real identity. But for more than 20 years, the name of her suspected killer was no secret. In 1999, the wife of Arthur Kinlaw, the convicted pimp who today is serving time for the murder of many other Long Island women, tied her husband not only to those deaths, but to the brutal slaying of the girl in the Blairstown Cemetery. In an interview with Newsday at the time, Donna Kinlaw recounted how her husband in the summer of 1982 brought a girl of about 18 years old back to their Central Islay home. She told the newspaper as well as police that her husband left with the woman, but later returned home alone, appearing shaken. About 2 weeks later, according to Newsday, she read that police in Belvedere, New Jersey had found the body of a dead girl who fit the description of the girl who was in their house that night. He kept saying, "What does it say? What does it say? Does it say who the person was who got killed?" she said her husband asked. From the story she read aloud to her husband, Donna Kinlaw told Newsday that she remembered that the New Jersey police named the dead girl Princess Jane Doe. Not long afterward, investigators exhumed her body to recover the murder victim's femur bone in hopes of using her DNA to identify her. And in fact, investigators acknowledged that Arthur Kinlaw confessed to the New Jersey murder in written statements dating back to February 2005. But it was not until April of this year that Don Olenet was positively identified. Arthur Kinlaw, now 68, is currently imprisoned in Sullivan County, New York on 2 other first-degree murder convictions from February. Among them was a teenager he knew only as Linda in April 1984 in the Bronx, Newsday reported. "I strangled her with my hand," said Kinlaw. "She was hit about the head by me with a bat." Arthur Kinlaw has now been charged with 1 count of homicide as the result of the subsequent investigation, witness statements, and his confession of Olenyok's murder. It is believed that after Don Olenyok refused his demands to go into prostitution, he drove her to New Jersey. They both ended up in Blairstown, where Kinlaw murdered her in the Cedar Ridge Cemetery. Neither Olenyok nor Kinlaw had a connection with the town. Kinlaw remains imprisoned at the Sullivan Correctional Facility in Fallsburg, New York. Investigators are now looking to piece together Dawn Olenyok's movements in the time leading up to her death. The DNA Doe Project, also DNA Doe Project Incorporated or DDP, is an American nonprofit volunteer organization formed to identify unidentified deceased persons, more commonly known as John or Jane Doe, by using forensic genealogy. Their volunteers identified victims of automobile accidents, homicides, and unusual circumstances, such as persons who committed suicide under an alias. The group was founded in February 2017 by Colleen Fitzpatrick and Margaret Press. Unraveling the mystery of Princess Doe has been a sensational success for genealogical DNA testing of exactly this kind. Sometimes the smallest things make the biggest impact. And for the case of Princess Doe, that was exactly what happened. A molar root weighing just 200 kilograms would hold the answers that had eluded investigators for close to 40 years. With the help of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, Princess Doe's Mueller and eyelash were submitted to Astria Forensics in 2021 for possible DNA extraction. What is so special about Astria is that they can extract DNA from samples that are degraded or otherwise would provide no value, said Carol Schweitzer, a forensic supervisor at NCMEC. "We knew that if anyone could get the information that was needed, Astria could, and they did." Kelly Kincaid, CEO of Astria Forensics, told NCMEC that they were lucky to find that the DNA was exceptionally well preserved and allowed for millions of pieces of information to be gathered to complete the DNA profile. This single DNA extract contained hundreds of millions of unique human DNA fragments, said Kelly. "With these sequencing data, we were able to reconstruct her whole genome single nucleotide polymorphisms or SNP profile. This resulted in Astria being able to deliver genotype files to NCMEC and the Warren County Prosecutor's Office that could go on and be used to complete Princess Doe's genealogy. This technology that would not have been possible 40 years ago was just the break the investigators had been hoping for to identify Princess Doe's identity." Once Astria finished the sequencing, Innovative Forensic Investigations, or IFI, started to work on investigative genetic genealogy techniques to build a family tree that would ultimately lead to the true identity of Princess Doe, or who we now know as Dawn Olenyok. "This work was only possible because of the collaborative effort of each agency," said Jennifer Moore, CEO of IFI. "Our team brings forward a diverse set of skills that allows us to help find answers to cases." Echoing Moore's sentiment in today's press conference, Prosecutor Pfeiffer reiterated that science and technology made the impossible possible in this case. Dawn's case was deeply personal for the investigators involved, and their push for answers and justice never wavered. Dawn's family expressed deep gratitude to everyone who worked to find answers in Dawn's case. "This is a very big deal for my family," said Dawn's cousin. "I'd like to thank Blair staff for treating my cousin like she was one of their own. Touches our family deeply. My cousin is always in my heart," he said while tapping the photo of Dawn pinned to his chest. "Blairstown, David Taruona gave up. We were greatly appreciative of that." Since Princess Doe was the first unidentified persons case to be entered into NCIC, the National Crime Information Center, by the director of the FBI, William Webster, on June 30th, 1983. This was a historic moment for missing and unidentified persons that has continued to play a crucial role in investigations since. The entry in NCIC has remained current and alive until today, when she will be removed. The tenacity of law enforcement has never stopped, and they continue to pour resources and new technology into solving this case. And it's thanks to the collaboration between police authorities and genealogical DNA testing experts that Princess Doe was publicly identified on the 40th anniversary of the discovery of her body as Dawn Ulinick. So what do you guys think about this 40-year-old case finally getting resolved? Do you still have any theories about Princess Doe? Let us know in the comments section. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. Let's continue. Kate Waring was born in Charleston, South Carolina. She had 2 siblings and loving parents who tried to give their children the best of everything. From a young age, Kate showed a deep affection for animals and began volunteering at various shelters during her teenage years. She was also a dancer, had many friends, and was a very positive person. Everyone thought she had grown up in a very good environment, and to some extent this was true, but one day everything changed. Just before going to college, Kate confided in her parents that someone close to their family had abused her when she was younger. She apparently did not reveal the identity of the individual, as this information is not found anywhere. The revelation was a real shock to Kate's parents. They had no idea what their daughter had been going through for years. After sharing this terrible secret, her mother and father did everything they could to help her, but the consequences of such trauma only seemed to worsen over time. Initially, Kate struggled with alcohol and later with illegal substances. At one point, her parents suggested she undergo therapy, which she accepted. They also encouraged her to move back home and live with her family, which supposedly would also help her cope with her problems. By then, Kate was an adult and lived separately, but despite everything, she agreed to return home. At first, it seemed that therapy was truly having a positive effect, but Kate continued to be unable to shake off the heavy burden of the past and start living life to the fullest. The psychiatrist she visited diagnosed her with depression, but at one point, everything changed. Her father, who was always concerned and striving to help her, suggested taking a trip to any part of the world she chose. Kate was excited by the idea and soon decided she wanted to travel beyond the Arctic Circle. Her dream was to see polar bears, and despite her sad experience, she still felt a great love for animals. They began to look for suitable tours and soon bought tickets for a trip to the Arctic Circle by boat. Kate was eager to embark on this exciting journey. At that point, her parents saw her depressive state being replaced by a cheerful and positive attitude. When they finally took the trip, Kate was delighted. She and her parents had a great time, and she experienced many positive emotions on the boat that took them to the Arctic Circle, where Kate met another Russian tourist. They kept in touch throughout the trip and continued writing to each other afterward. Kate grew fond of him, and sometime after returning home, she decided to go to Russia. There they reunited, and she even considered staying longer in the country, but was prevented from doing so by visa issues, forcing Kate to return home. Despite this, it seemed that Kate had finally managed to overcome her depression. She planned to resolve her visa issues back home and even started writing a book for her children. It seemed her life was finally getting better. However, on Saturday, June 12, 2009, everything changed. That day, Kate was alone at home while her family was away on a business trip. Kate would always call her father to say everything was fine, but this time she didn't. Concerned, her father tried to call her, but there was no answer. After some time, he asked someone to check on their daughter at home. Given her past problems with alcohol and illegal substances, the parents were worried. Upon arriving home, this person did not find Kate, but strangely, the light in her room was on. It seemed as though Kate had just stepped out and would return soon, but Kate did not appear. It was also discovered that Kate had left important medication at home, which she needed to take regularly. Despite their anxiety, her parents decided not to panic and to wait for her return, considering that Kate was 28 years old at the time and capable of living her own life. Her father decided to wait until Monday, after which he planned to call the police. On Monday morning, the father received a call from the bank. An employee informed him that a man had attempted to cash a check for over $4,000 signed by Kate Waring. They couldn't reach Kate herself, and her father was listed as a co-signer on her account. The situation seemed extremely odd. The father knew for certain that his daughter only had a few $100s in her account. That was why the bank security decided to contact him. However, Kate's signature on the check appeared authentic. They also provided the name of the man who had brought in the check, Ethan Mack. The father did not recognize him, but since the bank authenticated Kate's signature, he assumed the man was an acquaintance of his daughter. Nevertheless, he decided to contact the police as Kate was still unreachable. Detectives began to investigate the woman's disappearance and first questioned Ethan Mack. He claimed to have known Kate for years and that she had written the check to settle old debts. According to Ethan, he frequently gave Kate money for clothing, jewelry, and other purchases. Conversations with Kate's friends revealed that she had been friends with Ethan for an extended period. They indicated that there had never been a romantic relationship between the two, but they were always close. Ethan claimed that he and Kate met on Friday night and went out for dinner at a restaurant. Afterwards, he drove her home and left for his own affairs. He even showed detectives correspondence with Kate, which confirmed his account of their dinner. Ethan allowed the detectives to search his house, where he lived with his mother, as well as his car. Nothing suspicious was found during the search, but the police still found the situation regarding a check to be odd and were not quick to dismiss him as a suspect. Eventually, Ethan called the police station, forcefully requesting to be left alone. The police tried to reconstruct the timeline of the Friday night when Kate was last seen. She had seen her therapist in the afternoon, then went to the gym. Afterwards, she entered a store and bought a bottle of wine. Security cameras captured her talking to someone on the phone at that time. According to the investigation, it is possible that she was speaking with Ethan, who later picked her up, and they went to a restaurant. Kate's parents recalled another disturbing fact on the day she disappeared. Kate had told them she was having some problems but declined to specify the nature of these issues. Her parents did not recall this conversation until a few days later. Unfortunately, this information did not aid the search. As weeks passed, Kate remained unlocated. Her parents felt the police were not doing enough, considering Kate's troubled past. In August, however, the case was revitalized when it was taken up by a group of former police officers led by a lawyer named Andy Savage. This group had been privately investigating unresolved cases, and Kate Waring's case caught their interest. The team consisted of 5 individuals, each with extensive police experience. One of them, former Detective James Randolph, first examined Kate's bedroom and noted 2 suspicious elements. Firstly, he was struck by a packet of medication that Kate regularly took. Her parents confirmed she would never intentionally stop taking her medication, so the fact that the packet was left at home was highly concerning. Secondly, he found Chinese currency on Kate's bed, which was peculiar because her parents had no idea where she had obtained it or why she needed it. Another team member, Bobby Mitter, who specialized in gathering online information about individuals and tracking them, was then involved. His skills proved invaluable. He quickly found that on the night of her disappearance, around 10 p.m., Kate had called her friend James, who did not answer the phone. She then left him a very troubling voicemail claiming someone had stolen her credit cards and revealed that her phone was last active at 1:53 a.m. when, for some reason, she called her own voicemail member. Lewis discovered that the call was made from the area of James Island, which was a few kilometers from Kate's house. Another team member, former homicide detective Eugene Fraser, learned something intriguing. He spoke with several acquaintances living in James Island and found it odd that Ethan Mack, who had voluntarily let the police inspect his and his mother's home, did not actually live there. Instead, he rented an apartment in a nearby building. Eugene was fortunate to uncover these details since one of his acquaintances happened to be the landlord of the apartment Ethan had rented. Digging deeper, the team of detectives realized the police had not conducted a proper investigation into Ethan. They had only performed a superficial check of his mother's house. The team decided to investigate on their own and found that Ethan had a girlfriend named Heather Camp. When they asked Kate's parents if they knew the woman, her mother recalled a strange story. Kate had met Heather about a month before she disappeared on a train from Washington, D.C., where Kate had been having issues with her visa for Russia. After meeting her on the train, Heather told Kate that she had been robbed of her wallet and now had nothing to live on. Kate agreed to help and lent her a significant amount of money. Heather claimed she had landed a job as a pediatric surgeon in South Carolina and was supposed to start in the coming days. Later, Heather announced that her daughter had died in a car crash in New Jersey, and her behavior appeared completely irrational. She did not go there, and her demeanor suggested that her daughter's death did not affect her greatly. The detective team discovered another curious fact. Heather was facing a fraud case in Indiana. The charge was that she had been posing as a licensed doctor by falsifying the necessary documents. The team thus gathered an impressive set of data that forced them to look at the case from a different angle. They passed all this information to the police, but the police were completely reluctant to continue the investigation. The team realized that the only way to get the police to take action was to present incontrovertible evidence that implicated Heather in Kate's disappearance. To achieve this, the team took extreme measures. First, they asked the person who rented the apartment to Ethan Mack to install a hidden camera in front of his apartment door. Moreover, they installed a hidden GPS tracker in Ethan's car. This allowed the team to monitor his movements and see what he was doing. It didn't take long to bear fruit. After examining Ethan's travel patterns, the detectives discovered that he had stopped at numerous pawn shops around the city. They followed his trail and found out that at each of these pawn shops, the man was selling various pieces of jewelry in small batches. Unfortunately, they couldn't ascertain if the jewelry belonged to Kate, but the detectives felt they were getting closer to a clue. After some time, they encountered a serious problem. The landlord of the apartment where Ethan and Heather were staying informed them that he was going to evict them for non-payment. The teen realized that if he did, they would lose the chance to watch their behavior and movements. So they made an effort to persuade the landlord not to do it. Along with this, the detectives urgently devised a new plan. They asked the landlord to give Ethan and Heather an extra period to pay the rent, but with one condition. Both had to sign an agreement committing to clear this debt in any case. This strategy worked. As soon as the landlord gave the team this contract, they sent it immediately to the laboratory. The objective was simple: to compare the handwriting of Ethan and Heather with Kate's signature on the check for $4,000, and here they had a pleasant breakthrough. The handwriting expert confirmed with absolute certainty that the signature on the check was from the same person who had signed Heather's name on the contract. This meant that it was Heather who had forged Kate's signature. But the team was well aware that the sluggish police would still not want to listen to them. They had to find something else and devised a new plan. They convinced the landlord to go along with it, and he told Ethan that the apartment needed to be treated for insects. The team leader put on an exterminator's suit and went to the apartment with the landlord. Before, the detectives waited until Ethan had left the apartment. Realizing that his car had moved away from the house, the investigator and the landlord entered. They faced an unpleasant surprise. Ethan was at home. It turned out Heather was driving his car, but it was too late to cancel the whole operation. So the investigator had to change the plan. They kept insisting on the necessity of fumigating and asked Ethan to wait outside the apartment while the dangerous chemicals were sprayed. Ethan, suspecting nothing, agreed and left. At the same time, the investigator began to carefully search the apartment for any evidence that could link Ethan to Kate's disappearance. He noticed Ethan's backpack and examined its contents. There awaited their first clue: Chinese money. As we recall, the same notes were on Kate's bed, but that's where their luck ran out. He couldn't find any other potential clues. He and the landlord pretended to complete the treatment and left. The team needed a new plan again. Upon reviewing the footage from the camera in front of Ethan's apartment, they realized that there was a man who entered very often. It turned out to be a neighbor of the couple named Terry Williams. The detective speculated that he might know something about Ethan and Heather's involvement in Kate's disappearance. So the team took a risky step. They decided to offer Williams a significant sum of money if he told the police what his friends had done to Kate. They took the bag of money and went to Williams's apartment with this offer. But here the detectives were met with a quite unexpected twist. At the time when Williams was approached and informed of the situation, Heather was at her own home and overheard everything. Apparently, there was a discussion involving Ethan and Williams. When the detectives started speaking with her lover, Heather panicked. She called Ethan and hysterically explained what had happened. The investigation team did not expect this and spent the following days trying to figure out what to do next. Then, another surprise occurred. Williams called them and invited them to his house to talk. The detectives arrived at his apartment and Williams spoke up. He claimed that Ethan and Heather had not directly told him anything, but he suspected that the couple had done something wrong to Kate. He then took an iPod from the shelf and revealed that Heather had given it to him shortly after Kate's disappearance and Williams had assumed that the player belonged to Kate. The team examined the iPod and, thanks to its serial number, was able to confirm that it belonged to Kate. This set of clues was sufficient for them to return to the police department. This time, the local police could no longer dismiss the case. After reviewing all the evidence the team had uncovered, they finally arrested Ethan and Heather. During the initial interrogation, Heather agreed to cooperate with the investigation in exchange for a reduced sentence. She claimed that Kate's body was on Wagamala Island, about 20 miles from her house. The police sent a search team and scoured the area all day, but Kate's body was not there. It soon became clear that Heather had misled them. Then Andy Savage decided to employ another tactic. He realized that Heather was probably directly involved in Kate's murder, so he met with her and promised to help. Andy offered her a deal. He would do what was necessary to get her off the forgery charges, and in return, she would have to reveal the exact location of Kate's body. Heather, believing it was her only chance, agreed. She indicated that Kate's body was still on the outskirts of Wadmalaw Island and gave a detailed description of the location. The team of detectives decided to go there without the police and faced disappointment. They did not find Kate, but they returned the next day and finally made a discovery. They found the remains of the young woman. The forensic doctors could not determine the cause of death, but the culprit soon began to confess. In August 2009, Heather signed a confession for murder, obstruction of justice, and bank check forgery. The police discovered that she had been committing fraud for years and had selected Kate as her next victim during a trip from Washington. Later, she met Ethan and started a relationship with him. As for Ethan, he was not quick to plead guilty and his trial began in October 2010. Based on Heather's testimony, the prosecution reconstructed the events of the disappearance. According to her story, on the day Kate disappeared, she found out that Heather had deceived her and also stolen her credit cards. Kate threatened to tell her father, who would likely involve the police. Heather told Ethan, who took her side despite his long friendship with Kate. According to the investigation, Kate was not just having dinner with Ethan that night. Heather was also present. It seems that the pair was trying to negotiate with Kate to prevent her from revealing the deception. At the restaurant, Heather may have promised Kate to return the credit cards and the money that had been at Ethan's apartment. When the three arrived there, Heather and Ethan might have waited for the right moment to end with her life. The court questioned Heather's version of events and eventually sentenced her to 39 years in prison. As for Ethan, he was slightly luckier. He was sentenced to 25 years, this difference being that Heather was also charged with fraud. The case of Alexandria Koschel. Alexandria Ally Koschel was born on September 11, 1997 in St. Louis, Missouri. From an early age, her warm and caring personality drew people to her. She had a remarkable ability to make others feel at ease and happy, which made her a well-loved figure in her community. Ally's friendly nature allowed her to connect with people from all backgrounds. She was never afraid to approach someone new and start a conversation. Her kind and compassionate heart was evident in her willingness to help others, whether it was by lending a hand or simply listening to those in need. During her time at Lindbergh High School, Ally was an active student who participated in track and cheerleading. It was there that she met her best friend, Maddie Norris, and they formed a lifelong bond. Their friendship was built on mutual trust and a deep emotional connection, going beyond a typical friendship to become more like sisters. After graduating from high school, Ally enrolled at the University of Mississippi, also known as Ole Miss, in Oxford, Mississippi. Although several boys had asked her to prom, she didn't have a date. Luckily, her friend Maddie stepped in and offered to be her date. At Ole Miss, Ally joined the Alpha Phi sorority as a founding member and became the president of the Ole Miss Golf Club. She also immersed herself in the university's rich traditions, including its mascot, the Ole Miss Rebels. At a campus party, Ally met Eliza Brick, and they instantly clicked as if they'd known each other for years. Ally's passion for capturing stunning sunset shots became a mission. One night, while out at a bar in downtown Oxford, Ally met Brandon Theedle from Fort Worth, Texas. She found him cute and developed a crush on him. However, Brandon's behavior ultimately hurt Ally as she had trusted him to make an effort to connect with her and her best friend, Maddie. In July 2019, Ally's parents, Cindy and Keith, visited her in Oxford for a few days before her senior year at Ole Mississippi. They were excited to see their daughter thriving at the university and experience her life there. On their scheduled departure day, July 19th, Cindy called Ally around 7 p.m. Still half asleep from a nap, Ally mentioned her plans to go out with friends that evening. Unbeknownst to Cindy, this ordinary conversation would be her last with her daughter. About 30 minutes from Oxford lies Sardis Lake, a vast area popular for its hunting camps and recreational spots. On June 20th, 2019, an officer was tasked with patrolling the lake in the early morning hours when it was still dark and eerily quiet. While driving around the lake, the officer came across something unusual near a picnic table. Upon closer inspection, he was met with a grisly scene: a young woman's lifeless body riddled with at least 9 gunshot wounds. The discovery of the body, later identified as Ally at Sardis Lake, prompted authorities to notify her parents, Cindy and Keith. However, the couple was far away in St. Louis, unaware of the tragedy that had unfolded. A middle-of-the-night phone call shattered their peace, informing them of the devastating news that their daughter had fallen victim to a homicide. After hearing the tragic news, Ally's friends took to social media to mourn her loss and call for justice. They created the hashtag Justice for Ally to bring their voices together and make their demands for justice louder. In their social media posts, Ally's friends shared happy memories of her and the positive impact she had on their lives. These heartfelt tributes aimed to celebrate Ally's memory and offer sympathy to her family. After Ally's tragic murder, her friends and community mourned the loss of a vibrant and joyful person. Basandra Kendrick, a recent University of Mississippi graduate and close friend, expressed her sorrow. Brash, another recent graduate who worked in student housing, described Ally as someone with an infectious happiness and a positive outlook. According to Brash, Ally always had a big smile on her face, reflecting her bright spirit. Brash met Ally while working as a community desk assistant in Crosby Hall, the largest residence hall on campus. Ally would often stop by and chat with Brashi when they were on duty. Brashi remembered Ally as a sweet girl who lived life to the fullest and cherished every moment. Ally's sorority, Alpha F, issued a statement after her murder, expressing shock and sadness at the loss of one of their members. They extended their deepest sympathies to Ally's family during this incredibly difficult time and hoped for comfort for their sisters. Anna Pachow, another close friend from the University of Mississippi, posted on Facebook to express her heartfelt condolences for the loss of her friend. She described Ally as the most genuine and uplifting person she had ever known, emphasizing the significant impact Ally had on the lives of those fortunate enough to have met her. Emily Groh, a fellow cheerleader of Ally at Lindbergh High School, took to Twitter to express her shock and sadness over Ally's murder. She cherished the time they spent together on the squad, praising Ally's bright and positive attitude. Emily regretted not having had the chance to get to know Ally better. At the Sardis Lake crime scene where Ally's body was found, investigators discovered several cans of White Claw seltzer, and ballistic expert was called in to analyze the scene and piece together what had happened. The expert's findings revealed that the killer had initially sat across from Ally on the picnic table benches when they fired the first shot. However, after the first shot, the killer stood up and began circling the table, moving closer to Ally with each step. The expert theorized that with each step, the killer fired Ally again. One of the rounds fired by the killer missed its target and got stuck in the wooden picnic table. Crime scene investigators searched Ally's apartment, looking for any clues that could help identify and catch her killer. During the search, they found her Apple Watch, but surprisingly, her phone was nowhere to be found. Yet, some of her messages from the previous night had mysteriously synced with her watch. The investigators examined the content of these messages and discovered that Ally had been chatting with Brandon at length. The messages revealed that Ally and Brandon had planned to meet up. The detective in charge of Ali's murder case contacted Brandon on Sunday, the day after her murder, and asked him to come to the police station for an interview. Brandon told the detective he was unavailable that day, but offered to meet the next morning at 8:30 a.m. However, Brandon failed to show up for the scheduled interview. Following his no-show, the police began tracking his cell phone. The phone's location data showed that Brandon was driving on Interstate 55 heading towards Memphis. The police issued an arrest warrant for Brandon, suspecting he was fleeing, and Broadcaster B on the lookout alert for his vehicle, which was easily recognizable due to its unique license plate. 2 hours later, the Memphis Fugitive Task Force spotted Brandon's car at a gas station where he was sitting at a pump. The agents apprehended Brandon and notified the Mississippi police. Upon searching Brandon's vehicle, investigators found a .40 caliber gun. Additionally, when Brandon exited the car, they noticed bloodstains on his clothing. Once Brandon was arrested and extradited to Mississippi, detectives started reconstructing his activities in the days preceding Ally's murder. On Saturday, July 20th, Brandon spent the day with friends, going bowling. The next day, he visited another friend's house, bringing a 6-pack of beer and his .40 caliber gun. The friend reported that they talked for a while, but when he woke up on Monday, Brandon had left. During the investigation, detectives found that Brandon had no history of physical fights or violence. They also gathered information from Brandon's friends and allies' loved ones, who said that the couple had met at a local bar in Oxford during their freshman year and started dating casually. However, their relationship took a turn for the worse during their sophomore year. Ally's loved ones noticed that she became more invested in the relationship than Brandon, causing tension between them. This led to Brandon blocking Ali's attempts to contact him because she would often go out, get drunk, and call him. 1 year after their initial separation, Brandon and Ali rekindled their romance during the summer before her senior year. They decided to give their relationship another chance and started dating again. However, their reunion was short-lived as Ali was tragically murdered, and Brandon was subsequently charged with capital murder, which carries the death penalty. Capital murder is the most severe criminal offense, and the state accused Brandon of kidnapping Ally by luring her to Sardis Lake. The news of Brandon's arrest sent shockwaves throughout Oxford, with the details of Ally's murder being widely reported. The arrest sparked widespread speculation and rumors among community members who exchanged various theories. Reporters flooded the town, seeking interviews and information from those closest to Ally and Brandon. This media frenzy brought both positive and negative attention to Oxford, as outsiders watched with a mix of fascination and concern. In September 2019, Brandon pleaded not guilty to Ally's murder. As detectives built their case, they reviewed the couple's text messages. In April 2019, 3 months before her murder, Ally was preparing for spring semester finals and considering the possibility of being pregnant. On April 14th, Ally sent Brandon a photo of an inconclusive home pregnancy test. Brandon responded, saying they would wait to confirm the pregnancy. But if it was true, he was against keeping the baby. He suggested Ally could get an abortion pill. Ally, however, was unsure about ending the pregnancy. She mentioned the possibility of meeting someone who would love her and the baby. Despite Ally's doubts, Brandon remained firm in his decision, telling Ally he was serious and that having a child would ruin his life. Detectives found CCTV footage showing Ali leaving a bar on Oxford Square around 11:45 p.m. on July 18th. About an hour later, around 1:30 a.m., Ali met up with Brandon, who drove them to Sardis Lake. According to Brandon's lawyers, both Ali and Brandon had been drinking throughout the day. Brandon's lawyers claim that when they arrived at Sardis Lake, they sat at a picnic table, listened to music, and at some point, Brandon got up to do drugs by his truck. He then returned to Ollie, went back to his car, and got his .40 caliber gun. A shooting allegedly took place across the lake, according to Brandon's lawyer. After the incident, Brandon sat back down and talked with Ally for a while. However, things suddenly took a deadly turn when Brandon shot and killed her. Brandon's lawyer argues that his actions were caused by his intoxication from drugs and alcohol. Detectives and Ally's family saw the incident differently. They suspected Brandon of murder because they thought he believed Ally was pregnant, and this would ruin his life. In their view, the killing was a deliberate, cold-blooded, and well-planned act. On August 27, 2021, Brandon accepted a plea deal, spared from the death penalty, and pleaded guilty to first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Ally's loved ones, wearing her favorite color pink, filled the courtroom to show their support. After the judge announced the sentence, Brandon addressed Ally's family, expressing remorse for his actions and asking for their forgiveness. He acknowledged the immense pain he caused and hoped they could find it in their hearts to pardon him. Ally's autopsy report concluded that she was not pregnant at the time of her murder. However, this does not rule out the possibility that Ally was pregnant at some point. Ally's mother, Cindy, firmly believes that Ally was pregnant and lost the baby. A memorial was set up at Sardis Lake, where Ally was murdered by her family and friends. Her parents, Cindy and Keith, hold on to memories of their daughter, even though the silence is still painful for them. Every time Ally's friends see a pink sunset, they think of her. They have devoted themselves to keeping her memory alive, working to spread her positivity and make sure she is never forgotten. Ruth Penelope Penny Bell, known to most as Penny, was born on February 28, 1948, in Somerset, England. Her childhood was a mix of highs and lows. As a teenager, family problems intensified, leading 16-year-old Penny to leave home to start a new life. Despite her young age and lack of resources, she managed to forge ahead, buoyed by her energetic and friendly personality. Eventually, Penny married, and at the age of 30, in 1978, she gave birth to a son named Matthew. Details about her early adult life are sparse, including information about her first marriage, which was relatively short. In 1981, Penny married Alistair Bell, a successful real estate agent. They had been friends before their marriage, and Alistair readily accepted Matthew, raising him as his own son. To outsiders, they appeared to be a stable and prosperous couple. In 1982, Penny and Alistair welcomed their daughter, Lauren, Penny's second child and the first from her marriage with Bell. The family seemed to be thriving, settling into a comfortable home. The Bells' finances improved significantly, and in October 1987, they moved with their two children to a house valued at £500,000, approximately $626,000 in Bakerswood, in Buckinghamshire, an area regarded as a haven for celebrities at the time. Their life seemed idyllic, with a harmonious home free of any obvious strife. They enjoyed the privileges and comforts their financial situation afforded them. By the early 1990s, Penny had established herself as a successful businesswoman. She was highly organized, managing her busy schedule meticulously. Alistair also did well professionally, and though their family home was comfortably equipped, in the summer of 1991, the Bells hired a renovation team to refresh their home's aesthetics. They could easily afford the renovation expenses. Little did they know that their seemingly perfect world was about to collapse, and a tragic event would soon expose family secrets that no one could have imagined. June 6, 1991 began like any other day for the Bells. Alistair left the house at 8:30 a.m., as usual, to drop his son at school before heading to work. He bid farewell to his wife, who appeared radiant and cheerful as always. The night before, Alistair had noticed Penny seemed worried, but she assured him she was just exhausted. Alistair believed her as she fell asleep quickly. He thought the stress of the home renovations was taking a toll on her energy. As Alistair left with his son in the car, he noticed Penny didn't give her usual hand wave goodbye, but he attributed this to her being preoccupied with many things, including the disruptions caused by the renovation work. Later that morning, around 9:40 a.m., Penny left her home and got into her Arctic Blue Jaguar XJS. Before departing, she briefly spoke with the workers renovating her property, informing them she was in a hurry due to an appointment at 9:50 a.m. Strangely, Penny hadn't mentioned this commitment to her husband, nor had she recorded it in her diary or any other documents. She left hastily for this mysterious meeting. The morning proceeded as usual until, later that day around noon, a shocking discovery at the parking lot of the Gurnall Leisure Centre in Greenford, London forever changed the course of events. A passerby reported to the police the sight of a woman's bloodied body inside a parked car. The vehicle was identified as a blue Jaguar. Responding officers immediately noticed multiple stab wounds on the victim's body. Inside the car were the woman's belongings, quickly identifying her as 43-year-old Ruth Penelope Penny Bell. As the investigation began, her body was sent to the coroner's office, where it was determined she had been stabbed approximately 50 times in the chest and arms in what police described as a frenzied attack. Within the crime scene, the central console of the vehicle contained samples of wallpaper intended for the Bell's bedroom. Investigators found it peculiar that Penny had received these samples 15 days earlier, yet she had never shown them to her family. It appeared Penny might have been showing the wallpaper to someone in the car, or perhaps this person intentionally placed them there to stage the scene and mislead investigators. The only person Penny had discussed the wallpaper with was the interior decorator working at her home. That morning, she mentioned seeking the second opinion about the color, which is why she had them with her. Forensic investigations revealed more details about the brutal attack. It was determined that the assailant had stabbed Penny from the passenger seat, then exited the vehicle and attacked her again from the driver's window. Despite the implications, no one witnessed the attack. Police tried to reconstruct Penny's last movements that day and discovered that on June 3, 1991, 3 days before her murder, she had withdrawn £8,500, about $10,600 in cash from the joint bank account she shared with her husband. The purpose of this large cash withdrawal was unknown, especially since she had never withdrawn such a significant sum before. The police believed Penny had this money when she died, but it was not found in the car. Although robbery could be considered a motive, Penny's purse and wallet were still in the vehicle, making it strange for a thief to attack the victim so viciously. On June 8, 1991, the police held a press conference where it was reported that the parking lot of Gurnall Leisure Centre was very crowded at the time of the crime. The lot had 153 spaces and was almost full. However, the killer had an advantage. Penny's car was parked in front of a natural hedge barrier, obstructing the view from the front. This location might have been chosen by the killer for its potential to attack and escape unnoticed. Investigators believed the murderer would have been heavily bloodstained after the merciless attack, and it was likely that someone had seen them, as it would have been difficult to go unnoticed. Police requested the community's help, asking anyone who observed anything unusual to come forward. However, no witnesses reported seeing anyone covered in blood near the crime scene. Witnesses did, however, report sightings of Penny on the morning of her death. Around 9:45 a.m., a woman walking her dog near Penny's home saw a man in a brown or bronze car waiting on the side of the road. She stated that a blue Jaguar pulled up next to the car and a man got into the passenger seat. Penny's blue Jaguar was quite distinctive, making it highly likely that it was her. The man was described as around 40 years old, of medium build, wearing a light shirt and dark trousers. Penny's usual route to the office was via the A40. A truck driver reported seeing the car matching the Jaguar's description in Greenford just before 10:30 a.m. He noticed the car was moving very slowly and had a passenger in the front seat. The driver seemed to be trying to park, but the passenger kept correcting the direction, steering the car back onto the road. As the witness passed the car, he saw the man's hand on the wheel and noticed a gold chain on his right wrist. Several other witnesses reported seeing the same blue car with its hazard lights on, moving very slowly and occasionally veering into the opposite lane. Despite these observations, no one paid much attention or stopped to see if the driver needed help. Others claimed to have seen Penny's car in the Gurnall Leisure Centre parking lot. However, the car was strategically parked near a hedge, limiting visibility from the front. A woman walking through the parking lot noticed the windshield wipers moving on a dry, sunny day and the hazard lights flashing, but she did not look inside the car. These sightings in the public pool parking lot happened less than an hour after Penny left her house. Another witness saw the blue Jaguar with a dark-haired man in the passenger seat. He watched the car enter the parking lot and saw the driver, presumably Penny, look at him and silently mouth a plea for help, though he heard nothing. Despite this, he ignored the call for help and continued on his way. Around 10:45 a.m., a witness saw a man leaving the swimming pool parking lot on foot. He was described as elegantly dressed and not carrying the swim bag, suggesting he wasn't there to swim. It was noted that one side of his face appeared disfigured. Penny had been stabbed multiple times, but the witness did not see any blood on the man's clothes. Similarly, a driver reported seeing a car speeding along Greenford Road. She said she pulled in front of it, thinking there was enough time, but the car quickly closed the distance due to its high speed. The driver signaled with his lights and shouted for her to move aside. Initially, she didn't let him pass but became frightened and stopped. The police were perplexed by these testimonies and the general indifference of those who noticed something amiss but did nothing. Investigators firmly believed that Penny knew her killer. During their examination, they found fingerprints in Penny's car belonging to a man named John Richmond, a former neighbor of Penny and Alastair in Whitmore Road in Harrow, before the family moved in 1987. John, who had a criminal record for forgery and smuggling, was arrested in April 1992 and held in police custody until July 1992. He was eventually released after the police decided not to press charges. In December 1994, John contacted the Daily Sun newspaper, claiming he was the person Penny had planned to meet on the morning of her murder, but that they had parted ways before she was killed. He also claimed her death was a contract killing and that he knew the perpetrator. He offered to reveal the name in exchange for £80,000, about $100,000, however. Authorities suspected this was an attempt to recoup losses from a recent bankruptcy. Instead of paying John for the information, the Daily Sun contacted the police. Without anything to corroborate his claims or conclusively link him to Penny's murder, the police assumed his statements were false and driven by financial interest, and no charges were brought against him. Alastair, Penny's husband, was also considered a suspect, being the primary beneficiary of his wife's estate and life insurance. However, there was no evidence linking him to the murder, and he had a solid alibi confirmed by co-workers. Media speculation also arose about Alastair's homosexual affair, suggesting his lover might have killed Penny out of jealousy. Penny was aware of her husband's bisexuality. When they met, Alastair was in a relationship with another man, who even participated in their wedding ceremony. Police rigorously questioned Alastair about this, but later ruled him out as a suspect. It was also revealed that until 1982, when daughter Lauren was born, Penny had volunteered at Samaritans, a charity offering emotional support to people dealing with issues like anxiety, distress, and suicidal thoughts. The police considered the possibility that Penny might have acted as a counselor to someone mentally unstable, leading to the murder. However, this theory did not hold up. The investigation concluded it was very likely Penny knew her killer, but establishing a motive proved challenging. The robbery theory didn't fit the scene, though the whereabouts of the money she withdrew the day before remained unknown. There was no evidence of sexual assault, yet the frenzied nature of the attack suggested a personal motive. In 1993, John Bradley, a former royal stewardess, was similarly murdered with a knife as she got into her BMW in East London. Newspapers nationwide quickly reported the similarities between the two murders. Both victims were successful business executives in their 40s and died within 5 kilometers of each other. Like in Penny's case, Jean was not sexually assaulted and her purse remained intact in her car. A witness saw the suspected murderer fleeing the scene and chased him but lost him in an underground parking lot. Blood and DNA traces found at the crime scene did not match Jen. However, investigators could not link the samples to anyone and found no connection between the two murders. To this day, the murder of Jen Bradley remains unsolved. Following the failed attempt to link Penny's case with James, the police resumed their investigation. They considered convicted murderer Robert Napper as a suspect but ultimately ruled him out. The officers later announced that up to 30 people who might have been in the parking lot at the time of the businesswoman's murder had not yet come forward to report if they saw anything on the morning of June 6, 1991. Alistair Bell made a public plea for witnesses, but it was in vain. During the investigation, over 8,000 people were interviewed and more than 2,500 written statements were recorded. Although Michael Flynn, a business associate of Alistair and Penny, offered a reward of £20,000, approximately $25,000 for evidence leading to a conviction, the case grew cold. The tragedy of Penny Bell's murder didn't end in June 1991. 10 years later, when Lauren was 19, her father Alistair told her he no longer had the capacity to love and asked her to leave the family home. Her older brother Matthew had left for boarding school a few years earlier. Over the years, Lauren has given several interviews, expressing that everything in her family seemed to break apart from the moment her mother died. She described her mother as the glue that held everyone close, and since her passing, friends and family drifted apart, which she found deeply saddening. Lauren remarked that contrary to the belief that families come together in the wake of tragedy, her family experienced the opposite. She lamented that while similar cases often see families holding candlelight vigils and trying to love each other more, the Bells mourned differently. She said that since 1992, her father has been a prisoner of his own grief, no longer seeing or speaking to anyone and still living in the family home. Lauren noted that the lack of maintenance on the grounds of their once imposing property made it appear abandoned. In 2022, Lauren, now a mother herself, gave an interview. She revealed that she had become a detective in an attempt to solve the mystery of what happened to Penny. She enlisted the support of former Metropolitan Police Detective Brian Edwards, who led the initial investigation into the murder and retired in 1999. The two teamed up since 2021, marking 30 years since Penny's murder, and are determined to solve the mystery surrounding the horrendous crime. Lauren announced they would offer a reward of €20,000 for any information that could help identify the perpetrator and bring them to justice. Retired Detective Edwards stated to the same media outlet that Penny's case had always troubled him, and when Lauren contacted him, he did not hesitate to get involved again. Together, they are scrutinizing every detail of Penny's life to find new evidence, hopeful they will uncover the culprit and, with police support, bring the killer to justice. More than 2 decades after Penny Bell's bloodied body was found in her distinctive blue Jaguar, the case remains one of the most enduring and enigmatic unsolved crimes in the United Kingdom during the 20th century. The case of Lorena Bobbitt. It's said that a humiliated and insulted woman is capable of anything, with the most terrifying in this list being revenge, cruel, ingenious, and sometimes unpredictable. Much in this regard depends on the lady's level of sanity, but one must not overlook the depth of her hurt. This destructive emotion can be carefully hidden within a woman for years, but if it erupts, it will sweep away everything in its path. The story of the Bobbitt spouses in the early 90s shook the world, and their surname became a byword, spawning the verb to bobbit, which means to cut or to chop. This case drew heightened public attention, not just to the issues of domestic violence, but also to such a delicate subject as marital assault, which many try to sidestep. Lorena Leonor Bobbitt was born on May 15, 1970 in the town of Bucale, located in eastern Ecuador near the province of Chimborazo. She was the youngest child in a simple and very modest family. When she was in elementary school, her family moved to Venezuela and settled in Caracas. Lorena grew up quite clever. She performed well in school, was diligent and goal-oriented. In her teenage years, she lost her father, and her relationship with her mother, Elvia Gallo, was quite strained. As soon as she graduated from school, she decided to move to the United States to live with her cousin, Jana Basutti. Her relative gladly took her in and helped her with the paperwork for a student visa. However, she was a very conservative woman. So Lorena, living in her house, had to abide by a strict set of rules, just like Jana's own children, and also take on some of the household duties. Despite everything, the young woman decided to stay in the U.S., as she realized that it offered her far more opportunities than Latin America. She had long been attracted to the beauty industry, so Gallo decided to train as a manicurist. Moreover, Basudi owned her own beauty salon located in the city center, had extensive experience in the field, and was eager to help her niece learn the profession by allowing her to observe the work of the specialists and practice on her own. Later, her aunt arranged for her to work part-time in her salon. About 8 months after she moved to the new country, the young woman had settled in, enrolled in college, and was working as a manicurist in her relative's salon while gradually saving money. In September 1988, Lorena was preparing to go to a party with several of her friends. Her aunt gave her strict instructions on how to behave and what time she needed to be home, and she promised that everything would be fine. The modest young beauty was nervous as it was her first time preparing to go to a nightlife establishment late at night. She chose a relatively modest outfit, unlike her friends, applied makeup, and styled her hair fashionably. Upon arriving at the nightclub, she was struck by the carefree and festive atmosphere. Inside, the venue was filled with young people dancing, having fun, and socializing. And Lorena couldn't help but think that such a place might be where she could meet the man of her dreams. This thought proved to be prophetic. A few minutes later, she noticed a very attractive young man intently looking at her and smiling. He waved at her and she waved back. Then the young man approached her and introduced himself. He was John Bobbitt, and he could not take his eyes off the young beauty with the quite exotic appearance. The guy was handsome, tall, and charismatic. He cracked jokes and skillfully paid compliments, so she couldn't resist his charm. They spent the evening dancing and chatting, and afterwards, the new acquaintance walked Lorena to her aunt's home. As they said goodbye, he asked for her home phone number and promised to call soon. John Wayne Bobbitt was born on March 24, 1967, in Buffalo in the northwestern part of New York State. He was the youngest of 3 children in his family. At the age of 3, the boy lost his father, who tragically died, and his mother, unable to cope with the shock, ended up in a psychiatric clinic after a serious nervous breakdown. All 3 children were taken into the care of their religious aunt and uncle, who wanted to help their relatives in this difficult situation. The boy was still very young at the time, but the events that occurred undoubtedly left a mark on his life. The aunt and uncle raised the children with strictness in accordance with religious canons. They all attended church every Sunday and engaged in charity work, trying to help those around them. John was not an outstanding student, but overall he did fairly well in school. As a teenager, he decided to pursue a future in military service. After undergoing the necessary training and special preparation at a military academy, the young man joined the ranks of the Marines, where he proved himself as a brave, disciplined, and determined young man. However, after a few years, the strict regime and the need to obey in the army began to weigh on him. After leaving the service with some military experience and skills, he was hired as a security guard at one of the city's popular establishments. But he later changed jobs frequently, not staying long at any. The day after they met, John, as promised, called Lorena to ask her out on a date. The young couple simply walked through the park, engaging in easy conversation about various topics, and John made it clear that he wanted to continue their relationship. Lorraine was not opposed to this, but according to the rules set by her aunt, she had to introduce her boyfriend to her before they could start a serious relationship. John accepted all the conditions, and on the appointed day, he came to dinner at the home of his beloved's relative. Bobbitt was very sweet, courteous, and considerate, yet he made an effort to appear serious. He managed to make a good impression on the strict Jana, and after a serious one-on-one conversation with the young man, the woman allowed her niece to continue seeing John. 6 months after the start of their romantic relationship, the suitor proposed to Lorena, and she accepted. She was overjoyed, having always dreamed of a family, children, and a home of her own. The couple began preparing for the most important event of their lives, and in June 1989, shortly after Gallo turned 19, they made their union official. The wedding celebration was quite modest as the young couple did not have the money for a lavish ceremony, and they chose to spend their savings on a honeymoon by the warm ocean coast. They were happy, but the only shadow over the celebration was the absence of the bride and groom's parents. Instead, their aunts and uncles came to share the joyous moment with them. After the wedding and a delightful honeymoon, The couple moved to Virginia and settled in a quiet and cozy area of the city called Manassas. The first few months of their life together were like a real fairy tale. They enjoyed each other's company, showing mutual tenderness, care, and love. But as the new year of 1990 approached, the situation began to change for the worse. At first, Lorena tried not to pay much attention to some of her young husband's remarks and rudeness, thinking it was just a so-called adjustment period. But one day, when she served cold soup for dinner, her husband simply threw the plate on the floor and then started yelling at his wife, insulting her and calling her a terrible homemaker. She tried to argue, pointing out that John Wayne, he closely monitored where she went and who she spoke to. At home, she had to follow the rules he set, and intimacy between them occurred only when John wanted it, regardless of Lena's wishes. The poor girl couldn't share her problems with anyone as she found the situation shameful and humiliating. On June 22, 1993, John, along with his longtime military buddy, decided to go out to an entertainment venue. The men partied and drank until late at night while Lorena was at home alone. She did not wait up for her husband and went to the bedroom around midnight, soon falling asleep. Around 3 in the morning, a drunk and aroused John returned home. He didn't waste any time and ripped the shirt off his sleeping wife. Lorena hardly understood what was happening when her husband forcefully took advantage of her. She begged him to stop and not to do this, crying. But he was completely indifferent to her pleas and tears. After it was over, John simply collapsed next to her and fell asleep. Lorena, trembling and sobbing, made her way to the kitchen. She poured herself some water and took a few sips to calm down. But then her gaze fell on a stand with large, sharp kitchen knives. Her hand reached out on its own and pulled out a carving knife. Out of her mind, she went back to the bedroom, where her husband lay on his back, snoring drunkenly. She grabbed his genitalia with her left hand, squeezed hard, and sharply cut through with the knife, severing a large part of it. John jumped up, screaming in agony, while Lorena simply walked out of the room, went to the garage, and got into her car, speeding away through the deserted nighttime streets of the city. She only came to her senses at an intersection when she saw a red light at the traffic signal. At that moment, she looked at her blood-stained hands and realized that she was still holding the severed part of John's body in her left hand. She rolled down the window and threw the detested piece of flesh out, then continued driving. Lorena headed to the home of a close friend who was stunned by her nighttime visit and the state she was in. After Lorena told her what had happened, her friend, realizing the gravity of the situation, called the police herself and summoned a medical team to the house where the injured Bobbitt was. Precision surgery was required. Throughout this ordeal, John was desperately trying to stop the bleeding by pressing a sheet against his wound. Notably, the groin vein is a major vessel, and its injury nearly always results in death from blood loss. However, John was somewhat fortunate, if one could say that, because a clot had formed, significantly slowing the blood loss. The responding medics arrived in time to transport him to the nearest hospital, where he received immediate medical attention. The question then arose about the whereabouts of the severed part of his genitalia, as it was still possible to reattach it to its original place with restoration of its initial physiological functions. Lorena indicated the approximate area of the road where she had discarded her husband's anatomical fragment, and after an extensive search, the police were able to find it. The amputated organ was cleansed with antiseptic, then placed in a special container with medical ice, and urgently transported to the hospital, where the injured party was already being treated. The surgeon who arrived from the state capital was astounded by the complexity of the situation, as he had never encountered such a case before. But he proceeded with the operation anyway. He performed a unique surgery for that time, which lasted more than 9 hours and was more than successful. Despite the traumatic amputation of the organ and the fact that it had lain on the road for over an hour, all tissues and vessels were successfully reattached, and the patient quickly began to recover. Public outcry ensued. That same night, Lorena was arrested and taken to the police station for questioning, as well as to clarify all the circumstances and motives of her actions. She immediately confessed to everything and shared her harrowing story that had driven her to such a desperate act. She recounted how 4 years of marriage had turned into a real nightmare for her, with her husband regularly abusing her both emotionally and physically and forcing intimacy only when he desired. Mrs. Bobbitt also mentioned how, about a year ago, her husband had forced her to terminate a pregnancy despite her deep desire to have a child, and that abortion had been a traumatizing event for her. Regarding the incident itself, she said she remembered very little of that night and had acted as if she were in a fog. Lorena recounted how her husband had come home drunk and simply taken advantage of her, and although she tried to resist, he ignored her. After the incident, she went to the kitchen for water, and the next thing she remembered was her husband's scream, the roar of the car engine, and the part of his genitalia that she was clutching in her hand as she sat behind the wheel. The case caused a significant stir in the press and was actively covered by the media. Many women like Lorena, who had suffered from domestic violence, as well as feminist organizations which were gaining strength and popularity at the time, rallied to her side. In the early 90s, wives who were subjected to emotional and physical abuse by their husbands typically remained silent about their plight. Society was still inclined to blame the victims themselves, suggesting that they provoked conflicts or behaved improperly. It was assumed that a wife should be submissive and obey her husband in everything. And if the husband was dissatisfied and resorted to violence, it was considered the wife's fault. It was her fault. Intimacy in marriage was considered a duty of the wife, not open to discussion. On the other hand, almost all men sided with John. Many feared that Lorena's act might prove contagious, prompting other women suffering from physical and intimate violence in marriage to also take up knives. According to official statistics, there were several million such women in the country at that time. Trials and sentences of the spouses, two parallel court cases, began almost simultaneously. Lorena officially charged her husband only with taking advantage of her on that fateful night. Although in court, she detailed the years of regular abuse and beatings, emotional violence and humiliations she endured, as well as the abortion she was forced to undergo against her while under her husband's coercion. John's testimony was confused. He denied all allegations against him, but much of what Lorena said was corroborated by facts. For instance, it was confirmed that he did not have steady employment or a stable source of income, yet he loved spending time in entertainment venues, often forcibly or deceitfully taking money from his wife to do so. Additionally, Lorena's friends confirmed that they had repeatedly seen bruises and scrapes on her body, and she had been in a depressed state for a long time, though she tried not to complain. The court concluded that the husband had indeed abused his wife both emotionally and physically throughout their marriage, driving her to desperation. However, regarding the charge of intimate violence that occurred on the night of June 23, 1993, there was not enough evidence, and thus John was acquitted. He presented several versions of what happened that evening, and the jury, composed of 9 women and 3 men, found him not guilty. In the fall of that year, Lorena's trial began in September 1993. She was charged with inflicting severe bodily harm on her spouse. Her lawyers argued that she acted while suffering from PTSD caused by the ongoing emotional and physical abuse from her husband. A psychiatric evaluation was ordered, which confirmed that she acted in a state of distress, unaware of her actions, and therefore could not be held responsible for what she had done. In early January of the following year, after nearly 8 hours of deliberation, the jury decided that Lorena could not be held criminally responsible for her actions, as she was in a state of insanity at the time of the offense. However, she was required to undergo a 6-week treatment program at a specialized clinic, after which she was able to return to her previous life. The spouses officially divorced only in 1995, after which Lorena reverted to her maiden name. What became of John later? John remained indignant for a long time that his wife faced no punishment for her actions. He decided to fully capitalize on his sudden notoriety, aiming to extract as much money as possible from such scandalous fame. John founded his own music band called Severed Parts, but the group was short-lived as it failed to garner any public interest. When offered a substantial fee to star in adult films in the late 90s, he did not hesitate to accept. Thus, he appeared in explicit films titled Frankenpenis, a play on Frankenstein, and John Wayne Bobbitt Uncut. John acted in several more films of a similar genre, but interest in him and his reattached organ quickly waned. For a long time, John was eager to appear on various talk shows and gave interviews extensively. But over the years, such offers became less frequent, and the story gradually faded from memory. John then found work as a bartender in an entertainment venue in Las Vegas. And by his 50s, he was struggling to make ends meet by taking jobs as a mover, driver, and pizza delivery man. In 1999, he received a suspended sentence for theft. Regarding his personal life, during the high-profile court case that the entire country followed, journalists discovered that Bobbitt had an illegitimate son named Andrew, born in 1992 to one of his lovers, Beatrice Williams. In 1994, John was brought to trial for assaulting his new girlfriend, Christina Elliott, who worked as a dancer in a nightclub. He spent 15 days in jail for this and received probation. In the early 2000s, John was arrested 3 times for assaulting his then-wife, Joanna Farrell. This time, he was imprisoned for a year for violating his probation. They officially divorced in February 2004. What happened to Lorena? Unlike her former husband, Lorena did not take pride in her scandalous notoriety and tried to stay out of the limelight. In 1996, she decided to return to her native Ecuador, where her mother, Elia, was living at the time. However, just 6 months later, Lorena made the news again when her mother accused her of assault. The conflict was resolved without going to court, and the women continued to live together. A year later, Lorena returned to the USA, where she opened her own small beauty salon in Washington. In February 2007, she founded a foundation called Lena's Red Wagon, which focused on helping women who had suffered from domestic violence. Soon after, Lorena agreed to give an interview for the first time in a long time and appeared on CBS News Morning Show, where she discussed her life post-incident. She also appeared on the popular Oprah Winfrey talk show in the mid-2000s. Lorena remarried, and her new husband was a man named Dave Bellinger, with whom she had a daughter in February 2006. She preferred not to recall her marriage to Bob at all and claimed she did not follow his life after their divorce. In February 2009, nearly 15 years after their sensational legal battles had ended, the former spouses met face-to-face for the first time on the show, Insider. John apologized to Lorena for the way he had treated her during their marriage and declared that he still loved her despite everything. Lorena was visibly moved by his words and confirmed that every year on Valentine's Day, her ex-husband still sends her flowers and cards. Stephanie Bennett was born on August 30th, 1979 in the small American town of Rocky Mount, Virginia. After her parents divorced during her childhood, Stephanie lived with her mother. Despite the divorce, her father lived nearby and Stephanie would see him nearly every day. Later on, her father remarried, giving Stephanie a stepsister named Diana. Upon finishing high school, Stephanie attended Roanoke College, which was 350 kilometers from her home. In her senior year, she met a young man named Walter and they started dating. After college, the couple split but continued their relationship even as they moved to different cities. Stephanie moved to Raleigh, North Carolina, alongside her stepsister Diana and a mutual friend named Emily. The three shared an apartment in the Bridgeport residential complex located in a quiet, peaceful area on the outskirts of the city. Stephanie secured a job at IBM while her boyfriend moved to Greenville, South Carolina to pursue an engineering degree. After living in Raleigh for about a year and with Stephanie recently having turned 23, she, her stepsister, and her friend were planning to relocate to different cities. Stephanie intended to move to Greenville to be with Walter, and the couple had already begun looking for a place to live together. In May, Stephanie visited Greenville, where she and Walter viewed several apartments and chose one suitable for them. Upon her return to Raleigh, she found that Emily had moved to another city and Diana had left for a few days to attend a funeral. On the night of May 20th, Stephanie came home from work and spoke on the phone with Walter, who was to fax her the lease agreement for the new apartment for her signature. They agreed that Walter would send it the following day when Stephanie could use the fax machine at her workplace. The next day, Walter was unable to reach Stephanie by phone, either at work or at home. After several unsuccessful attempts and Stephanie failing to show up for work, her friends and family became concerned and contacted the police. When the police arrived at her apartment, they found Stephanie deceased on the floor of her bedroom. Upon finding identification documents and confirming through a photograph, they identified Stephanie as the victim. Investigators noted a dirty clothes hamper under the window of Emily's bedroom, which had been moved. They surmised that the killer could have entered the apartment through the window. Additionally, they found the home phone in Emily's bedroom closet with its cord cut, suggesting the perpetrator had hidden there and disabled the phone to prevent the victim from using it. After speaking with Diana, the police learned that several items were missing from the apartment. The perpetrator had taken $8 from Stephanie's wallet, 2 recorders, and the clothes hamper from Stephanie's room, presumably to carry the stolen items. Forensic experts found DNA evidence on the victim and took a sample, but it did not match any records in the FBI database. The cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation. Notably, the murder weapon was not found at the scene, leading to the belief that the killer had taken it. Investigators interviewed other residents of the apartment complex, hoping someone might have seen the killer. During these interviews, it came to light that for several months, residents have reported someone lurking around and peeping through windows at the complex. The manager was questioned, but the complex administration could not locate the suspect. Notably, at least once, this individual was seen at Stephanie's window. Moreover, a few months before, an unknown man attacked a woman jogging near the lake by the complex. After this incident, Stephanie was scared to stay alone in her apartment and wished to move to Greenville as soon as possible. Investigators examined the complex's surroundings and found something peculiar. In the bushes, they discovered several dozen women's underwear, later identified as belonging to Stephanie. The police theorized that the murderer might have taken these from the apartment but then discarded them in the bushes for some reason. However, this theory was soon disproved. It turned out that a teenager living in the adjacent apartment regularly entered Stephanie's room and stole her underwear, then discarded them in the bushes. The young man admitted this when questioned by investigators, but denied any involvement in the murder. His DNA did not match the sample from the crime scene, so he was no longer considered a suspect. The police thought that the man who had been spying on women through the apartment windows was the most obvious candidate for the murder. After speaking with everyone who had seen this man, the detectives created a composite sketch and published it in the newspapers, but without success. As standard procedure, investigators checked Stephanie's boyfriend, who voluntarily provided a DNA sample that did not match the murderer's. Additionally, at the time of the murder, Walter was several hundred kilometers away and could not physically have been at the scene. Subsequently, the police asked all the men in the complex to voluntarily provide a DNA sample. This also yielded no results. No match was found among the 283 DNA profiles received, and at this point there were no significant leads. Detectives organized surveillance of the apartment complex in hopes of catching the man who had been spying on residents. To their surprise, they soon succeeded. On June 3rd, police observed a man approaching several ground floor windows and looking inside the homes. While at one of the windows, this man began to masturbate and the police immediately arrested him. This individual turned out to be Christopher Lee, who had been convicted multiple times for peeping and stalking women, including a 3-year prison sentence for harassment in February. The detectives thought they had finally caught the killer, but were disappointed. Christopher's DNA did not match the sample found on Stephanie's body. He was charged with peeping but was no longer considered a suspect in the murder. The police continued working on the case without any significant leads. A year later, the lead detective heard about a lab in Florida that could determine a person's ethnic ancestry based on their DNA. Despite doubts about this technology, he did not want to miss an opportunity. So he sent the DNA of 4 of his colleagues of different ethnic backgrounds as a test. The experts completed the task with 100% accuracy, and the detective then submitted the killer's DNA from Stephanie's case. At the lab, they determined that the DNA owner was Caucasian, but this information did not significantly aid the police. In August 2003, the victim's father offered a $100,000 reward for any information leading to the capture of the killer. Stephanie's mother wrote a letter published in local newspapers, imploring people to share any information with the police that could help identify the suspect. This generated some new leads, but they led nowhere. In April 2004, based on numerous witness accounts, the detectives decided to re-interview all residents of the complex. They learned that the man arrested for peeping might not be the only one lurking around the complex buildings and looking through others' windows. Having identified the first man and possessing his photos, the investigators wanted to speak again with residents who had seen a man spying around. Unfortunately, none had seen his face. He often appeared during the dark hours, wearing a hood over his head. Some witnesses mentioned they had seen him without a hood, but could only make out his long hair. Detectives interviewed dozens of individuals until they finally found someone who had seen this person near Stephanie Bennett's window before her murder. This witness already had given a statement to the police, but now remembered something else. He saw the man a few days after the incident. The man was walking his dog near a wooded area behind the residential complex, recognizable by his hoodie. The witness watched the man until he disappeared among the trees with his Labrador. It seemed the witness had either forgotten this detail or hadn't thought it related to the murder, so the police didn't have this information during the initial interrogations. 2 years after Stephanie's death, detectives learned they should be looking for a man with a Labrador who, since he walked the dog in that area, likely lived nearby. Detectives found an interesting fact. There was another residential complex behind the wooded area where the man was spotted. Assuming the dog owner might live there, the police inquired with the complex staff if they knew of a man with a Labrador. They were immediately given the name Drew Planton, a 35-year-old regarded as somewhat odd by complex employees. He was described as reclusive, hardly speaking to anyone, never making eye contact and always wearing loose-fitting clothing, presumably to avoid drawing attention to himself. Upon further investigation, they spoke with an elderly resident who kept an eye on the complex's goings-on. When told they were investigating Stephanie Bennett's murder, she expressed surprise that no one had been arrested, mentioning that boy with the big dog as a known figure. The residents had suspected this man but had not reported their suspicions to the police. Drew had since moved elsewhere in the city. The detectives attempted to contact him at his new apartment but received no response despite repeated visits at various times. While searching for Drew, the police interviewed his neighbors who shared alarming details. A woman living above him saw Drew with a young man shortly after Stephanie's murder, and Drew was reportedly telling the young man not to talk to the police. This led investigators to believe that the young man might have been involved in the theft of undergarments from the victim's apartment. Other women had felt menaced by Drew. They observed him while jogging or in secluded places, watching closely or even following them. Unable to contact Drew at home, detectives found his workplace and approached him there. Drew, a chemist in a fertilizer production lab, denied knowledge of Stephanie Bennett's murder, which was odd considering his close proximity to the crime scene. He was uncooperative, but agreed to answer questions at his home at a scheduled time. When detectives met with him at his apartment, he denied ever walking his dog near Stephanie's complex. Given the numerous witnesses who had seen him in the area, the detectives immediately suspected he was lying. He also claimed not to wear glasses, contrary to his driver's license information and witness descriptions of a man peering into apartment windows wearing glasses. Predictably, Drew refused to voluntarily provide a DNA sample. The detectives decided to surveil him in hopes of obtaining a DNA sample by other means, but this proved challenging as he left no items behind that could be analyzed in a lab. For example, during lunchtime, he would leave work, sit in his car, and simply stare at a fixed point. Didn't the man eat anything? As a result, detectives were unable to retrieve any object with his DNA. Detectives observed as Drew discarded an empty water bottle into a trash container. They retrieved it and took it to the laboratory. However, the experts were unable to obtain a DNA sample from it. According to one account, Drew deliberately took a clean bottle and threw it away on the street, knowing he was under surveillance. After that, the police decided to try and obtain his trash, but they also failed in this endeavor. For several days, they never saw him take out the trash. Notably, the man's neighbors also couldn't recall ever seeing him with a trash bag. Later, the investigators sought assistance from Drew's boss. She agreed to help them obtain an item from his workplace that might contain his DNA. She observed him for several days, but was never able to retrieve any object. Drew rarely ate at work, never discarded anything, and not a single hair could be found in his office. Given that the man had long hair, this seemed odd. The investigators were already convinced that Drew was meticulously eliminating any traces so they couldn't obtain his DNA. Once, the boss saw him pick up his hair and tie it with an elastic band. After that, he meticulously picked up any strands that had fallen to the floor. Then the woman decided to invite him to lunch at a cafe to supposedly discuss some work matters. But even there, the man was extremely cautious. Eating mostly with his hands, he stored all used napkins in his pocket and even took the straw and the glass with his drink. For dessert, he ordered banana pudding and Drew finally used a fork. However, after using it, he cleaned the fork with a damp napkin for 15 minutes, eliminating any possibility of obtaining a DNA sample from the utensil. Despite this, the investigators took the fork and brought it to the laboratory. The experts were able to find small DNA samples that showed a partial match with the DNA at the crime scene of Stephanie Bennett. However, the result was too inconclusive as more biological material was needed for a complete comparison. In the end, the detectives obtained a search warrant for Drew's workplace, hoping to find an item containing his DNA. The investigators were also concerned that the man might flee once he realized they were executing the search warrant, so they decided to conduct it at night. Among the suspect's belongings, they found gloves he was supposed to use while working with chemicals. The detectives suspected that his DNA might be inside the gloves, so they took them and replaced them with another pair. They still feared that Drew might flee if he realized the police had his DNA. Experts found biological material inside the gloves and the DNA analysis showed a complete match. Finally, the detectives were confident that Drew was responsible for the murder of Stephanie Bennett and had undeniable evidence in their hands. On October 18, 2005, the police quietly surrounded the laboratory where the man worked and waited for him to exit. The investigators feared that attempting to arrest him inside the building might lead to him taking a colleague as a hostage or attacking them. These fears were not unfounded, as when the man left the building, they immediately arrested him. They found a loaded firearm in his possession, indicating he was well aware that the police were close to capturing him and had no intention of surrendering easily. During the interrogation, which lasted more than 6 hours, Drew did not say a word, refused food and water, and barely moved. In the end, detectives had to place him in a wheelchair to move him around. With a search warrant for his apartment, the investigators found a stash of stolen clothing belonging to Stephanie. Additionally, they discovered 9 pistols, 2 rifles, 40 knives, a pair of handcuffs, and a machete. They also found lock-picking tools and handcuffs. The detectives came across a notebook with dozens of women's names, which they immediately started to trace to ensure their safety. It turned out that one of the women was the same resident of his apartment complex who had complained about Drew during the interrogation. She said that the man watched her on the street and she felt consistently uncomfortable. Her fears were confirmed when the police found her underwear and tampons in Drew's house. Moreover, there was a copy of her high school graduation videotape. It turned out that Drew had entered her apartment, taken the tape, made a copy, and returned it. All this time, he had kept these items even after moving. In his apartment, they also found a check made out to the woman who was murdered in 1999. The investigators discovered that at that time, Drew lived in the same city. Additionally, the woman had been killed with a firearm of a quite rare caliber. But it was precisely that weapon, found in the man's collection during the search, that made Drew a suspect in this case. However, he first had to stand trial for the murder of Stephanie Bennett. A month after his arrest, the prosecution officially announced that they would seek the death penalty. The trial was set to begin the following year, and Drew spent that time in solitary confinement, but the trial never took place. On January 1, 2006, Drew was found dead in his cell, despite all the precautions that were in place. The investigators had no doubt that Drew had killed Stephanie Bennett, but after searching his house, the inevitable question arose, how many other victims might this person have had? At the very least, it was probable that he had been behind the murder of a woman in 1999. The detectives were almost certain that Drew might have been involved in other crimes as well. After carefully studying his background, the police uncovered several interesting details. Drew was raised in a complete family with 3 siblings. His father constantly humiliated and beat the children until their mother fled with them to another state. As a result, Drew became a very introverted teenager, a trait that intensified over time. Despite this, he received a good education and found a decent job as a chemist. His colleagues said that he was very intelligent, but his social skills were practically non-existent. He had no friends, did not talk to anyone at work, and always tried to keep as far away from the group as possible. Interestingly, Drew's biological brother also had a criminal record. He spied on women with a hidden camera and received a suspended sentence. In February 2008, Drew's mother sued the state government, accusing the authorities of allowing her son's death. However, the judge concluded that the prison guards had taken all necessary precautions and could not have stopped the man. Stephanie Bennett's father tried to sue the management of the apartment complex for ignoring residents' reports of a man who was spying, as well as for not paying enough attention to the safety of residents on the premises. According to him, there was insufficient lighting around the buildings in the dark and anyone could walk there unnoticed. He also found out that the window of his daughter's apartment was broken, but the complex's management did not rush to fix this problem, despite it being their direct duty. In the end, however, he withdrew these accusations without commenting on his decision. Thus, this complex and puzzling case was finally resolved. The police still wonder today how many other victims might Drew have had. The available information suggests that the man was prone to committing serial crimes, but after his death, it became practically impossible to know the truth. The case of Bianca Roberson. Bianca Roberson, born on October 17, 1998, Bianca grew up to be a remarkable individual. She excelled at Bayard Rustin High School, earning straight A's and graduating with honors. Her impressive academic record earned her a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University in Florida, where she planned to major in criminal justice and pursue her dream of becoming an FBI forensic agent. Bianca was a multi-talented young woman who had been involved in various activities throughout her life. She was a Girl Scout, a cheerleader, and a basketball player. She also had a passion for music, taking lessons in flute, violin, clarinet, and guitar. Additionally, she was an artist. Bianca lived with her mother and maternal grandmother, Josephine Perry, and was excited to experience the independence and challenges of dorm life. However, her plans were tragically cut short. On June 28, 2017, Bianca, her mother, and grandmother went shopping at Walmart to prepare for her upcoming move to Florida. Bianca Roberson was tragically killed in a car accident on a road she knew well. The incident occurred just 10 minutes after she left a Walmart parking lot. Witnesses quickly called 911, and first responders rushed to the scene. Unfortunately, paramedics were unable to save Bianca, and she was pronounced dead at the scene. Initial observations suggested that Bianca's severe head injuries were caused by her car veering off the road. However, as police interviewed eyewitnesses, a crucial detail emerged. A witness reported that Bianca's car had collided with a red pickup truck, which had fled the scene without stopping. As she drove home to meet her granddaughter, Bianca's grandmother was worried about the traffic and wondered if it might be related to Bianca. However, she had no idea that the cause of the traffic jam was actually a car crash involving Bianca. When she arrived home, she was met with devastating news. 2 police officers were waiting to inform her that Bianca had been killed in the accident. For Michelle, Bianca's mother, the news was almost too much to bear. Losing a child is every parent's worst nightmare. Michelle, a nurse from Delaware County, was still grieving the loss of her 22-year-old son, M.L. James Rowley, who had passed away from a heart condition in February 2013. She had hoped that time would ease her pain, but instead, it had only intensified with the loss of her daughter. Michelle Robertson is struggling to cope with the loss of her second child. "I'm just existing," she said, feeling lost and without purpose. Her children were her reason for getting up in the morning, and now she feels like a mom without kids. After her divorce from Rodney Robertson in February 2006, they managed to put aside their differences and work together as amicable co-parents thanks to their daughter Bianca. Michelle acknowledged that their divorce was not easy, but Bianca's presence helped to calm the tension. Bianca didn't like it when I spoke harshly to her mother, and she would correct me, he said. Bianca's love for her family, especially her father, brought them closer together. Rodney admitted that Bianca was his favorite, and her devotion to family was inspiring. Bianca's father proudly said that his daughter was one step closer to achieving her dream of becoming an FBI forensic specialist. Bianca was excited to be on her own, but her future career was her main focus. Her hard work had paid off, as she had received a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University, one of the 3 schools that had accepted her out of the 4 she had applied to. Bianca's father said she had also been accepted to Coastal Carolina and the University of Georgia. Investigators were seeking CCTV footage to confirm the initial belief that Bianca's car veered off the road after colliding with a red pickup truck. If this were the case, it would imply that Bianca's death was no accident, but rather a deliberate act that required the police to identify a perpetrator. However, the truth revealed during the investigation proved even more stunning. While awaiting the CCTV footage, a significant development in the case occurred. It was initially assumed that Bianca's death resulted from her car crashing and hitting her head. Yet, during the autopsy, forensic experts made a startling discovery. There was a bullet in Bianca's head. This revelation drastically altered the course of the investigation. What initially seemed like an accident and later a collision with a red pickup truck was revealed to be a death caused by a gunshot wound to the head. The autopsy report's findings prompted detectives to meet with Bianca's family, bringing devastating news that her death was no accident. This revelation sent shockwaves, especially for her mother, Michelle, who couldn't fathom why anyone would harm her daughter. Bianca had a close-knit relationship with those around her, and her family couldn't identify anyone who might have wished her harm. Desperate for answers, the Robertson family relied on investigators to identify the person responsible for Bianca's tragic death. Upon reviewing the security footage from the Walmart her family visited on the day of her death, detectives found no suspicious activity. The detectives closely examined the family's actions from the moment they left their cars to loaded their purchases into Bianca's car and left. The investigation suggested that the motive for Bianca's death might be linked to an incident that occurred while she was driving home on the highway. Bianca's mother recalled, "We packed all the bags into Bianca's car," referring to the February 2009 Chevy Malibu they had purchased for her 16th birthday from CarMax. Michelle recalled that her mother had chosen the car Bianca was driving when she first got her permit. According to Michelle, Bianca's mother said that Bianca had gotten everything she wanted, but Michelle didn't think of her as spoiled. Instead, she believed Bianca was simply loved and also willing to work for the things she desired. In fact, Bianca started her first job at McDonald's when she was 15 and soon switched to a dietary aid position at the White Horse Village retirement community in Delaware County. Michelle remembered that she had received a large number of letters and cards from the residents at White Horse Village who adored Bianca. After the police obtained traffic footage from CCTV cameras, Michelle pointed out that there were no cameras at the exact location where Bianca veered off the road. However, there was a camera about a mile away. To help illustrate the location, Michelle suggested looking at Google Maps. According to the map, Bianca lost control of her car where 2 lanes merged into one. When investigators reviewed the recording, they found evidence that supported the account of Bianca's encounter with the driver of the red pickup truck. The footage showed their cars traveling side by side, approaching a point where their lanes merged into one. It's possible that the conflict began when one driver failed to yield to the other. Given the tragic outcome, investigators inferred that the driver of the red pickup truck might have been the one who fired the shot. However, the poor quality of the footage made it impossible to read the pickup truck's license plates or see the driver's face. Nevertheless, from that point on, the driver of the pickup truck became the primary suspect in Bianca Roberson's death. Detectives were tasked with identifying the man, but they only had a blurry image to work with. After inquiring with Bianca's family members, it became clear that none of them knew anyone who owned a red pickup truck. The police then re-interviewed the witnesses who were present at the scene and those who had called 911, but unfortunately, none of them had caught a glimpse of the vehicle's license plate. The Bianca Roberson family has received an outpouring of support from friends, strangers, and people of all ages since Bianca's passing. A vigil was held just 2 days after her death, and many have reached out to share their stories and condolences. Bianca's family describes her as a selfless and compassionate person who always put the needs of others before her own. According to her mother, Michelle, Bianca would often take in children who were in need, even if it meant sneaking them into their home without permission. When confronted about her actions, Bianca would simply say that she wanted to help others in the same way she would want someone to help her if she were in a similar situation. This kind of empathy and kindness was evident in many aspects of Bianca's life, including the time she witnessed a car accident and immediately asked her mother if they could stop to help. A kind-hearted woman's first instinct was to invite those eating alone to join her family for dinner. In the aftermath of Bianca's car accident, investigators analyzed footage from distant cameras to determine the direction of the red pickup truck involved in the incident. To gather more details about the truck, including its brand, model, and license plate, they required higher quality footage. The police sought the public's assistance through the media, asking anyone with information about the truck to come forward. Following the accident, the pickup truck turned towards Poi Pike. To find evidence, detectives visited nearby houses and shops searching for cameras that might have captured the truck. After an extensive search, they found a camera with good quality footage taken around 5 minutes after witnesses called 911 to report Bianca's car accident. Upon analyzing this footage, detectives saw the red pickup truck driving by shortly after the incident. The investigation continued, but the license plate of the suspect's car remained unknown, and it was unclear if the car in the footage was the same one or just a similar vehicle. However, 2 days after the incident, a new lead emerged when a woman contacted the police, claiming to have seen the car they were searching for. She also reported seeing the driver's face. She described the car as a red pickup truck that overtook her, stopped at the Poi Pike intersection, and then turned left. This information was crucial in narrowing down the search area and also revealed that the pickup truck in the footage was not the actual suspect's vehicle, but rather a similar-looking truck. Her description helped a forensic artist create a sketch of the suspect, who was identified as a white male, 25 to 35 years old, with brown hair and a stubble beard. The police released the suspect sketch, hoping someone would recognize the person and come forward. They showed the sketch to Bianca's family, but no one recognized the individual. As the investigation continued, detectives began to consider the possibility that Bianca's death was a hate crime. To gather more evidence, the police canvassed the area where the red pickup truck was last seen, visiting homes and businesses near the intersection where it turned left. They were searching for a high-quality surveillance recording that could provide answers to their questions. Their efforts paid off when a homeowner, who lived less than half a mile from the intersection, provided the police with a recording from their driveway surveillance camera. By estimating the time it would take to drive from the crime scene to the homeowner's location, the police quickly found the relevant footage. Although the new footage was of better quality than the previous one, its angle made it impossible for the police to identify the car or its driver. The police worked hard to find another recording from a closer camera, and they got lucky. Although the license plate was not visible, they were able to identify some unique features of the car. These features included a sticker on the right side window, a vertical dent on the passenger door, and damage to the hood. With these details, the police had a much better chance of finding the car. The police sought the public's help in finding the truck and its driver by offering a $5,000 reward for any information that could aid in the investigation. They were confident that someone would recognize the distinctive vehicle. 3 days after Bianca Roberson's death, a lawyer contacted the police station on behalf of a client who wanted to turn himself in, stating that his client was connected to the incident that resulted in Bianca's death. The incident occurred on a recent Wednesday at approximately 5:30 p.m. Bianca Roberson, an 18-year-old who had just graduated from Westchester Ruston High School, was driving on Route 100, a 2-lane highway, on her way to Jacksonville University. Her life was full of promise, with a loving family and a bright future ahead. As she approached the merge with Route 202, the road narrowed from 2 lanes to 1. A common merge on a southeastern Pennsylvania highway turned deadly last Wednesday when a dispute over positioning escalated into violence. Bianca Roberson was merging from 2 lanes to 1 when a man in a red pickup truck, also merging, became agitated and shot her in the head. The suspect, 28-year-old David Desper of Pennsylvania, surrendered to police with his lawyer. Although he refused to testify, he consented to a search of his home and revealed the location of his pickup truck. David was subsequently arrested and charged with Bianca Roberson's murder. The police tracked down the suspect's vehicle, a pickup truck, at a location David had previously mentioned. Unique features on the truck, such as stickers on the windows and damage to the body, made it unmistakably clear that it was the same truck involved in the crime. The investigators searched Davidge's residence and found the firearm that was used to shoot and kill Bianca Roberson. Despite this major breakthrough in the case, the authorities remained baffled as to the killer's motivation. Over 800 loved ones and members of the community attended a heart-wrenching farewell ceremony at the St. Paul's Baptist Church in the suburban Westchester borough, which lies approximately 25 miles. During the funeral service, many people paid tribute to she, including her brothers, officials from her high school, the chief admissions officer from the university she was set to attend, and friends. In his eulogy, Pastor Wayne Croft Sr. drew a comparison between the shooter and two other infamous cases: George Zimmerman, who shot and killed Trayvon Martin, a black teenager, in Florida in February 2012 and was acquitted of murder in February 2013, and Michael Dunn, who shot and killed Jordan Davis, another black teenager, in Florida in 2012 after a dispute over music. Dunn was convicted and sentenced to life in prison plus 90 years. The pastor expressed the sentiment of the black community, stating that regardless of whether Bianca's murder was a result of road rage or racism, the fact remains that a brilliant young black woman's life was lost. During the trial in September 2018, David Desper was asked to explain his motive for committing the crime. Instead of providing an answer, he requested forgiveness from Bianca's family. For Bianca's parents, the thought of facing their daughter's alleged killer was daunting. To show their support and unity, Rodney had arranged for family members and friends to wear T-shirts with Bianca's face on the front as they gathered at the Chester County Government Services Center. The family of Bianca Roberson wore bracelets with a poignant message: Bianca Roberson, a rose in God's garden. They also held a banner that read "Justice for Bianca Nicole Roberson," a reminder of the tragic event that took her life on June 28, 2017. Rodney, Bianca's father, expressed his uncertainty about how he would react when he saw the man responsible for his daughter's murder. "I don't know what I'll do when I see him," he said. "The man who held the gun that took my daughter's life, he just took her dreams away. He had no right to do that." Michelle, Bianca's mother, struggled to come to terms with the loss of her child. "I want to hold her, comfort her, and bring her back," she said through tears. The prosecutor argued that the traffic conflict occurred because Bianca failed to yield when their lanes merged into one. In response, David Desper rolled down the passenger side window and fired a shot. Realizing the severity of his actions, David Desper fled the scene, leaving his pickup truck with a friend in Pennsylvania, and attempted to escape to Delaware. However, after his sketch and the distinctive features of his pickup truck were publicized in the news, David Desper decided to hire a lawyer and surrender. The police investigated his social media accounts and interviewed his friends, but found no evidence to suggest that the crime was motivated by bias. As a result, David Desper was not charged with a hate crime. District Attorney Hogan stated that there was no indication that the crime was racially motivated or a hate crime. However, many people disagreed with this assessment. Before the sentencing, the defense portrayed David Desper as harmless and immature for his age, describing him as a big kid who enjoyed playing with cars in his free time. They argued that David Desper had essentially handed the case to the government by turning himself in. The defense claimed that David Desper was driving home when another car startled him, causing him to fire the gun. They maintained that David Desper was not a menacing individual. Prosecutor Chris Miller countered that a 28-year-old man driving with a loaded firearm is not a big kid. He emphasized that David Desper's actions were those of a responsible adult. Ironically, David Desper's own mother had shared a Facebook post about the police searching for the person who murdered Bianca Roberson, unaware that the suspect was her own son. Wendy Desper expressed her love for Bianca's family and apologized for her son's actions. "I'm so sorry for what my son did," she said, as her son wept. Rodney Robertson struggled to speak through tears as he addressed his daughter's killer. "I have simple questions for the defendant," he said. "Why did you shoot my daughter? Was it because of her youth, her race, her gender, or just because you wanted to go first on the road? Was it simply because you were having a bad day?" Rodney continued, "All my dreams for Bianca were coming true until the day the defendant took her life. Now all I have left of Bianca are my memories." David Desper pleaded guilty to third-degree murder. The court sentenced him to 40 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 20 years. Judge and Marie Wecraft became emotional as she announced the sentence, telling Desper, "I don't believe you were afraid. I believe it was anger." County Judge Annery Wecraft imposed the maximum sentence of 20 to 40 years for that grade of homicide. David Desper attempted to appeal the sentence, but his appeal was denied. The case of Brittany Gregory. Brittany Gregory was born on April 1, 1988 in Brick Township and is the youngest of 5 children. Due to her parents' divorce, she had to live with her father but still maintained a close relationship with all of her siblings, especially her older sister Brianna, who is 4 years older than her. Brittany was a model student in school, and her teachers believed that she had the potential to become a scholar. However, her passion and dreams were focused on something completely different. She had an ambition to become a forensic scientist and study evidence at crime scenes. At home, Brittany enjoyed her role as the youngest child in the family. According to her mother, Brittany was spoiled, but she was not vain or arrogant. Brittany was a fan of pop culture, and her idol was none other than the queen of pop, Britney Spears. Her bedroom was decorated with posters of Britney Spears. Aside from music, Brittany enjoys watching cartoons, especially SpongeBob SquarePants. And she can't stop watching TV shows about forensic science, a career she aspires to pursue. Brittany's love for forensic science often brings her closer to her mother. They share a passion for watching TV shows about the subject and often call each other to discuss episodes as they watch them. Brittany, 16, and her 20-year-old sister Brianna live with their father, Joe Dunn, and his girlfriend, Lori Peterson, in a small house near their school. Their house is down the street and near a wooded area. At the time, Brittany was in a 2-year relationship with her 18-year-old boyfriend, John Fitzgerald, a nice guy whose family approved of the relationship, and they were considered the perfect couple. On Sunday, July 11, 2004, Brittany's mother, Deborah, and her sister, Brianna, were visiting her brother and his wife, who had a newborn daughter in the town of South Toms River, 15 miles from their home. That evening, Brittany called her mother on her cell phone at approximately 8:30 p.m. to ask for a ride to John's house. However, Brittany seemed upset. Her mother explained that she was out of town and couldn't drive Brittany, but said that her sister Brianna could be there in about an hour. Brittany agreed to wait for her sister. Approximately 45 minutes after Brittany called, Brianna was free and attempted to call her back. However, her call went unanswered, leading Brianna to assume that Brittany was either asleep or had gone to John's house with someone else. The next morning, when Brianna returned home, she found Brittany was gone, but all of her belongings, including her phone, were still in the house. This seemed unusual, as Brittany rarely left her phone behind and often informed her family of her plans. Brianna contacted Brittany's friends, but none of them knew of her sister's whereabouts. After failing to reach Brittany, Brianna decided to call John. According to John, he last spoke to Brittany on the phone on Sunday morning and they had not seen or spoken to each other since. Lori Peterson, a family friend who lived with them, said she returned home around 10 p.m. Sunday and did not find Brittany there. Brianna reported her sister missing to the police, sensing that something was wrong. Initially, the police did not believe that Brittany had actually disappeared, thinking that she might have run away or been with friends. However, Brianna explained that she had contacted Brittany's friends and boyfriend, none of whom had any information on her whereabouts. Brianna was convinced that her sister Brittany had not run away from home because she was a diligent student and spent most of her time at the library. Brittany also never left the house without notice, and all of her personal belongings, including her phone and money, were still at home. Initially, the police suspected that Brittany had run away, but after speaking with Brianna, they began a thorough investigation. First, they went to Brittany's house to check her room for clues. They confirmed that her purse, containing her phone, ID, and makeup was still there, but they did not find anything unusual. The police interviewed everyone who lived in the house and eventually ruled out the possibility that Brittany's relatives were involved in her disappearance. Next, they expanded their search to the surrounding area, checking nearby homes, examining property, and interviewing neighbors. They are looking for potential witnesses who may have seen or heard something suspicious. While searching, officers found that Brittany's house was located at the end of the road, near a wooded area. When they spoke to neighbors, they did not see anything suspicious, except for a woman who claimed to have seen Brittany walking down the road, heading toward the wooded area. Numerous police interviews with her family, neighbor, and teachers revealed that no one had anything bad to say about Brittany. Everyone spoke very highly of her. However, her sister, Brianna, mentioned that Brittany and her boyfriend, John, had been arguing frequently recently, including one on the day she went missing. This argument upset Brittany, and she wanted to visit John that evening to make up. In order to better understand John's relationship with Brittany, the police asked him to come to the police station for questioning. At the station, John reported that his last phone conversation with Brittany took place on Sunday morning. At the time, he was at the beach with friends, which upset Brittany because she was not there. The argument resulted in them not speaking to each other since then. John also revealed that he and Brittany had recently broken up. Although she knew he was dating someone else, Brittany had a hard time accepting the breakup. According to John, he had no plans to see Brittany on the night she went missing and did not know she would come to his house. He attributed the breakup to a rumor that Brittany kissed another guy at a party, which he did not witness. However, this rumor prompted him to end their relationship and start dating someone else. John last saw Brittany on July 10th, the day before she disappeared, when she gave him a letter. In the letter, Brittany expressed her desire to make amends. After receiving permission from John, the police examined the letter, which contained Brittany's apology for her actions and her desire to remain friends with John. John appeared genuinely concerned and worried about Brittany's disappearance. Despite initial suspicions, the police had no evidence linking him to her disappearance. After passing a lie detector test, he was cleared as a suspect. However, John did provide the police with one important detail. He revealed that Brittany often took a shortcut through the woods behind her father's house to visit him. This new information adds complexity to the case, leading police to consider the possibility that Brittany attempted to reach John's house, a mile away, by walking through the woods on the night she disappeared. It was nighttime when Brittany went missing, making it likely that she got lost in the dark woods along the route she had taken. In order to find her, the police launched a search in the woods near her home. However, being in the woods at night is scary and dangerous, and the question of why a young girl would not be afraid to walk through the woods in the dark is puzzling. The search in the woods lasted for 3 days but yielded no results. Just when the investigation seemed to be stalled, the police received information from a woman who claimed to have been in a nearby park the night Brittany went missing. The woman said that she had been with her brother in the quiet, deserted park, with no cars in sight except one, a Chevrolet pickup truck with distinctive wheels that had driven past. The woman had noticed the car and even remembered its license plate number. After verifying the information, the police discovered that the car belonged to Anthony Geiger, 23. To determine if Anthony was involved in Brittany's disappearance, the police began to look into his past. Their findings revealed that Anthony was the ex-boyfriend of Bobby Joe, Brittany's older sister. According to Bobby Joe, they had broken up a month earlier due to Anthony's excessive jealousy, especially his excessive attention to Brittany. She began to suspect that Anthony, 23, had feelings for her younger sister Brittany, which eventually led her to end the relationship with him. Brittany's friends recalled that Anthony often looked at Brittany strangely and tried to flirt with her. During their last meeting at lunch, Anthony tried to flirt with Brittany again. This aroused the police's suspicions, so they brought Anthony in for questioning in connection with Brittany's disappearance. Anthony claimed that he was not in the area on the evening of July 11th until the following day, July 12th, after police had begun searching for Brittany. Although he admitted to being friends with Brittany and seeing her regularly at gatherings, he maintained that they were just friends and denied any attempts to flirt with her. Anthony claimed that he considered Brittany too young for him and only saw her as a friend. According to Anthony, He was at home with his new girlfriend on the evening of July 11th. His girlfriend confirmed his alibi, but because his home was close to Brittany's, police still considered him a suspect. Police returned to examine a letter Brittany had written to John and noticed disturbing signs that she was saying goodbye to her lover, raising concerns that she may have been planning to harm herself after breaking up with her boyfriend. Brittany's parents, however, disagreed with this theory, describing their daughter as intelligent and determined. They believed that Brittany's passion for life and ambitious plans were unlikely to be derailed by a breakup. As the investigation stalled, police turned to the media to gather information from witnesses and enlisted the help of nearby police departments. Brittany's parents also joined the search effort. As they grew increasingly frustrated with waiting and doing nothing, they decided to take action by canvassing the neighborhood, going door to door and asking locals about Brittany. The police returned to the starting point of the investigation, Brittany's home. It was puzzling that she had left her phone behind, especially since she had planned to meet her boyfriend. This led to new questions. Was she kidnapped from her own home? If so, was the perpetrator someone she knew and trusted? During a thorough search of the house, the police found something important in Brittany's room, namely her diary, which contained a handwritten letter. The police considered the contents of the letter to be extremely important because it revealed the truth about Brittany's family relationships, which had been shrouded in secrecy. In the letter, Brittany described her life in detail. She wrote about her friendships, boyfriends, schoolwork, and her difficulties with her family. Specifically, she wrote that she came from a dysfunctional family, that she visited her brother in prison every Sunday, that her mother was a drug addict and abandoned her when she was 9 years old, and that she now lived with her father, with whom she was not very close, and his various girlfriends. Despite acknowledging her own shortcomings and past mistakes, Brittany expressed her determination to break free from the cycle of dysfunctional family life. Her goal was to become a forensic scientist and make a positive impact by helping solve crimes. After reading the letter, the police investigation shifted its focus to Brittany's family, who were not initially considered suspects. Police began investigating each family member and discovered that a male massage parlor, which was actually a front for prostitution, was being operated from their home by Lori Peterson, a friend of Brittany's father. Neighbors knew that Lori did not provide legitimate massages but only intimate services for money, which she openly advertised by handing out business cards in the area. Neighbors also reported that suspicious people often gathered at Brittany's father's home to use illegal drugs. Several men, most of whom Lori did not know, came to use her services. It is possible that one of her clients abducted Brittany from her home. After Brittany went missing, more than 100 police were tasked with identifying everyone who had visited Joe Dunn's home over the past month. A week after Brittany went missing, on July 18th, police made a breakthrough when they arrested a suspect in connection with the murder. However, at the time of the arrest, Brittany's body had not been found, making the news extremely difficult for her family to accept, as they still held out hope that she was still alive. When police released a photo of the suspect, Brittany's mother, Deborah, recognized the man as 38-year-old Jack Fuller, a family friend of 20 years. Jack regularly attended family gatherings and had developed a close relationship with the family over time, to the point where his daughter was engaged to Brittany's brother, who is currently in custody. Her mother, Deborah, was shocked by the news, finding it hard to believe that Jack could be involved in such a crime. The fact that his children were friends with Brittany made the allegations even harder to accept, and the family continued to hold out hope that Brittany was still alive. Jack had a lengthy criminal history, with numerous incidents and arrests over the years. His crimes included breaking into vehicles, homes, and sheds, as well as using and selling drugs. He was known to be aggressive, once threatening someone with a baseball bat and fighting with police during a scuffle. Jack also had a habit of lying to police about his identity, which he did after being arrested for driving under the influence. Court records show that he was arrested more than a dozen times over a 10-year period and had served time in state prison for theft and violating his parole. Neighbors said they feared Jack and often chose not to report his crimes because of threats. He was sentenced to 5.5 years in prison at his most recent trial, but was released about a year before Brittany went missing. Brittany's parents believed Jack might have stolen money or jewelry to buy drugs, but they did not believe he would harm their daughter. However, after Jack was arrested, police revealed how they were able to connect him to Brittany's disappearance. The key piece of evidence began with a phone call to the police station. The caller reported that Jack had confided in him a few days earlier about having back pain after burying a body in sandy soil. According to the caller, Jack was confident that the body's location would not be discovered and even asked for advice on how deep to bury it to avoid being smelled by animals. The police invited the informant to the police station and asked him to wear a wiretap to meet Jack Fuller and talk to him about the crimes, including the murder. The informant agreed and wore a wiretap to the meeting. During the conversation, Jack confessed to the murder, saying that he had buried the victim's body in a remote location that would never be found. However, he did not mention the victim's name. In addition, Jack said that he needed to kill someone else who knew too much. Pointing to his friend Tommy, the police were sure that Tommy knew something important that could help solve the case. Otherwise, Jack would not want to eliminate him. The police took Tommy to the police station for questioning, but he initially refused to cooperate, claiming that he had no information about the case. However, the police knew he was not telling the truth. The police played Tommy a recorded conversation between Jack and another person, in which Jack revealed his desire to harm Tommy because he was likely to reveal information. Realizing that his safety was in danger, Tommy decided to work with the police. He explained that on the night Brittany went missing, he and Jack had been driving around the neighborhood smoking marijuana. They stopped in front of Brittany's house, and Jack decided to go in to talk to Brittany's father about some issues. When he entered, Jack discovered that Brittany was the only person there. 5 minutes after Jack left, he returned to the car with Brittany, who was sitting in the back seat. Tommy said he was confused by her sudden appearance and asked what was going on, but Brittany remained silent, avoiding eye contact. Jack only said that he would drive Tommy home. When they arrived at Tommy's house, Brittany got out of the back seat and moved into the front passenger seat after Tommy got out of the car. Jack then drove away with Brittany. The next day, Jack did not mention the events of the previous day when he met Tommy again. That day, Jack took his car to the car wash, where he washed it thoroughly inside and out. This behavior was unusual for Jack, as he had never done this before. The car wash attendant even joked about washing the car thoroughly, but Jack reacted aggressively, warning the attendant to mind his own business or he would be in danger. Tommy discovered that Brittany was missing and immediately suspected Jack of being involved. He directly asked Jack what happened to her, but Jack's response was aggressive and evasive. Jack claimed to have taken Brittany home, but his attitude was threatening, warning Tommy to ignore it or he would be in trouble. The police found Jack's behavior suspicious and decided to arrest him. Upon arrival, they found Jack holding a can of gasoline, apparently preparing to set the car on fire to destroy potential evidence. During the search, blood was found in the car, and forensics determined that it was Brittany's blood. After the police found out that Jack had visited a car wash after a trip with Brittany, they went there and confiscated the vacuum cleaner he was using. A major discovery was made when criminologists found blood-stained sand inside a vacuum cleaner, and subsequent testing confirmed that the blood was Brittany's. However, despite this incriminating evidence, Jack refused to confess to Brittany's abduction and murder. He also refused to discuss the matter further. The police interviewed all of Jack's acquaintances. Most of them believed that Jack was capable of murder, describing him as a reckless man. Many described him as someone who would do anything. Although Jack did not work anywhere, he always had money. A major revelation came during the investigation. A patrol officer reported seeing Jack's car parked on the side of the road near the woods on the night Brittany disappeared. At the time, police were unaware of Brittany's disappearance and approached Jack, who claimed he was looking for his dog that had run off into the woods. With this information, the search for the body focused on the area where police had seen Jack's car. A comprehensive search effort was launched, involving officers, canine units, helicopters, and volunteers. Unfortunately, despite these efforts, the search was unsuccessful in locating Brittany's body. Police believe Brittany needed a ride to her boyfriend's house that night and asked Jack for help. Jack agreed, but instead of taking her to her destination, he dropped off his friend Tommy and took advantage of the situation to attack and kill Brittany. Police needed to find her body to build a case against Jack. While police were trying to get Jack to confess, a vital witness came forward. A woman who had previously been held hostage by Jack for months contacted police, claiming that she might know where he had hidden Brittany's body. The woman was a former drug addict, and Jack had held her hostage for months before she escaped. She had learned of Jack's habits during her captivity and knew his usual haunts. She remembered him showing her a location near power lines, which he claimed would be the perfect place to dump the body without being detected. Initially, police were skeptical of the woman's claims but began questioning her. She provided detailed information about the location, including its location in Lakewood and the condition of the soil. This information caught the attention of police as it matched an earlier tip from an informant who reported that Jack had complained about the difficulty of burying a body in sandy soil. Police conducted a search in the area identified by the woman, about 3 miles from Brittany's residence. The search effort, involving more than 100 people each day, continued for several days despite initially being fruitless. However, a major breakthrough came when experts compared sand found in Jack's vacuum cleaner at the car wash with soil in the search area, confirming a perfect match. The discovery fueled police's determination to continue searching the densely wooded area on the border of Monmouth and Ocean counties. On the morning of Tuesday, July 27, 2004, 15 days after Brittany was reported missing, she was found by 3 New Jersey canine officers who had brought their dogs along on a weekend search to help. Brittany's body was found in a ditch, and a collar with Brittany's name on it was found around her neck. Police knew right away that they had finally found her. The medical examiner confirmed the body's identity as Brittany Gregory through an autopsy. However, due to significant decomposition and multiple injuries, including strangulation and severe head trauma, the medical examiner was unable to determine a sole cause of death. A prosecutor clarified that head trauma was not the primary cause of death. Brittany's body showed no obvious signs of sexual assault, but the medical examiner did not rule out rape. Jack eventually accepted the plea deal after discussing the option with his attorney, a decision that was also supported by Brittany's family, who wanted to avoid a lengthy and grueling trial. Brittany's mother explained that her primary motivation for the deal was not to seek the death penalty for Jack, as she believed that would be too easy an outcome for him. Instead, she wanted Jack to spend the rest of his life in prison, reflecting on his actions and suffering the consequences of his actions. According to Jack, the chain of events that led to the incident began when Brittany asked him to drive her to her boyfriend's house, which Jack agreed to. After dropping off his companion, Tommy, Jack was going to take Brittany to her destination. However, he stopped on the side of the road and started smoking marijuana, which angered Brittany. She screamed and slapped him on the hand. This provoked a violent reaction from Jack, who began punching Brittany. Jack confessed to punching Brittany in the face and head at least twice because she tried to interfere with his marijuana smoking. After the attack, Brittany began gasping for air and making gurgling noises, while Jack continued to get high as blood poured from her nose and mouth. When he finally turned to her, Brittany had stopped breathing. He realized she was dead and decided to dispose of her body. However, Jack's testimony was not credible because the medical examiner found signs of strangulation that Jack did not mention. Additionally, he did not explain why he removed all of Brittany's clothes. The prosecution believed the crime was sexually motivated, and the jury indicted Jack on February 9, 2005, for murder. Jack Fuller pleaded guilty on October 18, 2005, to intentionally causing serious injury resulting in death. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison without parole on January 13th. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. Let's continue. Maria Balin Bernal was born on March 14, 1988, in Quito, Ecuador. Maria studied law at the Central University, where she graduated as a lawyer. She later obtained a specialization and a master's in criminal law from the Andean University Simon Bolivar, and also held a master's in oral litigation from the California Western School of Law. She was pursuing another master's degree in criminal procedural law at an Ecuadorian university. Additionally, she worked for Defensa Penal Group, part of a team of 6 women primarily handling criminal cases. In 2017, Maria married Lieutenant Herman Casares, a police officer. They met after he helped rescue her and her family during a robbery. Following this traumatic event, they continued to communicate and eventually fell in love, moving together to southern Quito. Despite having a child from a previous relationship and being a dedicated mother, Maria successfully balanced her time between her family and career. She became a respected litigator, especially known for her extensive knowledge of criminal procedures. One of her most prominent cases was representing the family of Alejandro Palas, who died in March 2021 after being hit by a patrol car from the Metropolitan Transit Agency of Quito. Maria demonstrated the agent's responsibility in the incident, attributing it to an intensive maneuver that prevented Palas from avoiding the accident. She also handled cases of sexual assault, gender violence, police defense, and alimony, aware that her role as a criminal lawyer had earned her enemies. In mid-2022, she named 2 individuals on TikTok, holding them responsible if anything were to happen to her. On the morning of Sunday, September 11th, Maria entered the General Alberto Enriquez Gallo Police School in north of Quito to bring a hamburger to her husband, Lieutenant Casares, who was on duty inside the school. That night, there was a party at the police facility, attended by officers and cadets, unknown to Maria. Upon entering the police school to find her husband, she was surprised to discover him in his room with Cadet Jocelyn Sanchez, who immediately left the scene. The timeline of the events of September 11th is still unclear, with many details omitted by the police. However, according to some witnesses, Maria and Casares had a violent argument in his dormitory that night. Subsequent to Maria Bellén's disappearance, Cadet Sanchez, who was involved in the incident, later recounted disturbing details. According to Sanchez, Lieutenant Casares assaulted Maria Belén for at least 20 minutes, during which Maria Belén screamed in pain and pleaded for help. It was also revealed that a cadet, alarmed by Maria Bellén's cries and requests for assistance, alerted a superior officer about the fight. However, the superior ordered the cadet not to intervene, insisting that no one should get involved in a husband and wife's problems. Despite at least 20 police members hearing the commotion, no one intervened to help the defenseless woman, and nothing was known of her whereabouts after that night. Cadet Sanchez recalled that Maria Bellén's screams suddenly stopped, followed by a profound silence. Shortly thereafter, she heard Casares leaving the bedroom. Sanchez reported hearing Casares dragging something heavy, bumping against the stairs of the police residence. Although the police school's sentry logged Maria Bellén's entry, her exit was never recorded. On September 12th, Maria Bellén's mother, Elizabeth, received a life-altering call. Around 2 p.m., Casares contacted her to inquire if Maria Belén was with her. According to Casares, his wife hadn't returned home following an argument while heading to their residence. He claimed that Maria Belén exited their car and took a taxi. Elizabeth pressured Casares to report Maria Bellén's disappearance to the authorities, but he excused himself, saying his superiors wouldn't allow him to leave work for this task. Elizabeth, undeterred, requested one of Cosra's superiors to permit him to file the report. That evening around 5:30, Maria Bellén's disappearance was officially reported. The next morning, Casares provided a version of events to the police and was even taken to the avenue where he claimed his wife got into a taxi. However, he couldn't pinpoint the exact location where she supposedly crossed the busy avenue, an unlikely place for a taxi to stop in the middle of the night. In an interview with an Ecuadorian digital media outlet, Elizabeth recounted that when Maria Bellén's disappearance was reported, police officers found small blood spots on Casares' mattress in his dormitory. When officers prepared to collect a sample, Casares objected, stating a judicial order was needed for such a procedure and insisting on the presence of his lawyer during any examinations. These events unfolded in front of Elizabeth, who actively followed the official search for her missing daughter from the beginning. Doubts about Casares' involvement grew. He was detained for 8 hours for investigative purposes, as the law allows, but was released after his statement because the prosecutor found insufficient grounds for pretrial detention. The following morning, Casares did not report to work at the police station. Neighbors reported that between 10:40 p.m. on September 13th and 4 a.m. on September 14th, Cáceres fled. Elizabeth recounted these events during her appearance before the National Assembly of Ecuador on September 27th, highlighting the irregularities in the case. Following the main suspect's escape, the prosecutor's office criticized the police for not surveilling Cáceres adequately. Following the disappearance of Maria Belén, the police institution reported that the order for surveillance of Lieutenant Cáceres, the main suspect, was issued after he had already fled. Maria's mother, Elizabeth, believed that the security forces and judicial system failed to ensure safety and due process, allowing the suspect to escape. Of the 20 police officials present at the party on the night of Maria's disappearance, including high-ranking ones who ordered others to remain silent, only Cadet Sanchez was arrested. She was accused of having heard the entire incident and not acting. Sanchez's lawyer told the media that she and Lieutenant Cáceres had a special friendship and denied any romantic relationship. Security cameras at the police school showed that Cáceres left the premises twice on the night of September 11th. The first time he was gone for 15 minutes, but the second time he was away for at least 4 hours. During this interval, Cáceres contacted a cadet identified as Nadesha M., a friend of Sanchez, whose house was searched by authorities on September 22nd. After Maria's disappearance, the Ecuadorian government offered a $20,000 reward for Cáceres' capture. Public scrutiny fell on Diego Ordóñez, the security secretary, and Patricio Carrillo, the interior minister, for their handling of the case. Ordóñez emphasized the importance of safeguarding the police's institutional reputation, while Carrillo had left the country amidst the case's uproar. In response to public pressure and protests demanding the truth about Maria's disappearance, Carrillo announced that the police school would be led by women. The police also started administrative processes against 12 members, ranging from colonel to sergeant, but no further arrests were made, leaving only Sanchez in custody. Elizabeth consistently demanded the truth about her daughter's fate, expressing frustration over the lack of case resolution on social media. Carrillo, then the interior minister, promised to resign if Maria was not found within 30 days. Subsequently, a large police contingent was deployed to search for Maria. Elizabeth criticized the police for not effectively searching for her daughter and recounted searching through garbage dumps and ravines herself. On September 21st, human remains were found near the police school. Later that day, President Guillermo Lasso and Minister Carrillo confirmed Maria's femicide via Twitter, vowing to bring the perpetrators to justice and offering condolences to her family. Carrillo apologized to Maria's family at a press conference covered by major media outlets. The case continued to draw significant public attention and scrutiny over the handling of the investigation and the search for the responsible parties. While Minister Carrillo was addressing the media, hundreds of citizens gathered in Quito to demand that the state not let the femicide of Maria Belén go unpunished, and to show her mother that she was not alone. The march, which traveled one of the city's main avenues and reached the police headquarters, was led by feminist organizations and accompanied by relatives of thousands of disappeared people in Ecuador. Amidst posters and photographs of Maria Belén, the demonstrators sang Canción San Mito, which has become an anthem of the feminist movement in the region with adaptations for the Ecuadorian case. A feminist activist who followed Maria Belén's case and publicly spoke about the police's actions and government blunders told the international news agency Infobae that the presence of hundreds of women on the streets was due to feeling mocked, vulnerable, and, above all, fed up. In a statement, 29 feminist organizations declared themselves in permanent mobilization until the full truth about the disappearance and femicide of Maria Belén was known. They rejected Minister Carrillo's version, which labeled the case as a crime of passion, minimizing the institutional complicities within the police that concealed the aggression, failed to intervene, and allowed the main suspects escape. On September 22nd, the Central University of Ecuador's theater, where Maria Belén earned her law degree, was filled with family, friends, activists, journalists, and citizens attending the wake in her honor. Elizabeth arrived at noon, accompanied by the funeral procession carrying her daughter's coffin. Mourning amidst media flashes and microphones, Elizabeth called for independent experts to investigate her daughter's case and demanded to know the truth. Maria Belén's son also attended the wake, and on September 23rd, Maria Belén was buried. Maria Belén Bernal's disappearance and murder have raised questions about police training and suspicions of a possible cover-up by Caçarã's officers and subordinates. The case has sparked a debate on whether Maria Belén's femicide should be considered a state crime. The incident shook Ecuador to the extent that on September 23rd, President Lazo, who described the lawyer's murder as femicide, asked for Minister Carrillo's resignation as Interior Minister, effective immediately. He also ordered the dismissal of 2 police generals, the National Director of Police Judicial Investigation and the head of Citizen Security and Public Order. Additionally, President Lazo requested the resignation of the entire police high command and gave the police commander, Fausto Salinas, a week to deliver definitive results leading to Caçarã's capture. Since Maria Belén's body was found, suspicions about the investigators' inefficiency have increased. The police stated that the remains were wrapped in a blanket and buried in a steep hill. However, photographs of the site show a blanket in perfect condition, which, according to the official version, should have been buried for at least 10 days with a decomposing body. Salinas, the police commander, provided details of the autopsy and part of the investigations to an Ecuadorian radio station. However, Police Commander Salinas' statement that Maria died by strangulation has raised suspicions, especially since bloodstains were found in Caçarã's room and car when luminol was applied. This has led feminist organizations and several lawyers to argue that the police are both judge and party in this case, leading to calls for an impartial entity to ensure the investigation is conducted with the utmost transparency. While the police prioritize finding Caçarães and debates continue over state responsibility, the international community awaits the involvement of international experts and oversight by the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights in the investigation. Maria Belén's family is shattered. Her mother insists that Maria Belén should not become just another statistic among the 206 femicides recorded in Ecuador until September 3, 2022. Before the National Assembly, she demanded speed and transparency in the investigation. Protection was also requested for Maria Belén's best friend, who, since September 15th, had heard strong rumors about the location of the body, found only days later on September 21st. This suggests that authorities did not give due attention to this crucial information. Furthermore, this friend, whose identity is being protected, has received threatening calls from the police. Recent information indicates that Lieutenant Caçarães left Ecuador on the same day the police and prosecutor's office refused to detain him. Surveillance cameras captured him riding his motorcycle across Ecuador to the Colombian border. In Colombia, he traveled to Medellin, where he was last seen in his motorcycle, as reported by Colombian and Ecuadorian media on October 5, 2022. On December 30, 2022, he was arrested in Palomino, La Guajira, Colombia, while working as a bartender. Caçarães, the main suspect in Maria Belén's femicide, was identified through his use of Ecuadorian slang, leading to his capture. He now faces 34 years and 8 months in prison, the maximum penalty in Ecuador for femicide as reported by local media. The case of David Viennes. In California, a man jumped off a cliff into the raging waves. A woman who knew him watched in amazement. The jumper was David Viennes, a successful businessman and celebrity chef who owned a popular restaurant chain. What could have motivated such a successful man to take such a drastic action? The situation was more complicated than it seemed, as David was the prime suspect in a serious criminal case at the time of his jump. According to his friends, David Viennes was charismatic, intelligent, and attracted attention wherever he went. David began dating Dawn in the early 90s while working as a chef at a restaurant where she worked as a waitress. At the time, he had 3 children from previous relationships who lived with their mother, but he remained involved in their lives. David focused on the future, leaving behind his past problems and mistakes. David and Dawn's relationship progressed quickly, leading to their marriage in 1997. At that time, David owned a successful chain of restaurants, which provided him with both fame and a stable income. They tied the knot in Lomita, California, a small town with a population of 20,000 known for its safety and low crime rates, making it an ideal setting for their wedding. A close family friend, Joko Knights, who ran a small auto repair shop, became someone they trusted deeply. Through their friendship, Joko learned some private details about their lives, including that David had a domineering personality and that Dawn sometimes struggled with alcohol. Dawn's addiction escalated to the point where she began drinking early in the morning, hiding the bottles so her husband wouldn't find out she had been drinking. She drank to cope with David's cruelty. To hide her finances from her husband, she asked a family friend named Joe to keep her money. According to him, she last gave him money on October 18, 2009, and Dawn had saved over $1,000. The following Monday, Dawn did not show up for work. Her car was parked near her house, but she was missing. Worried, Joe asked David where his wife was, and David replied that she had left the house. He explained that she felt pressured by her husband, so she wanted to go to alcohol withdrawal. Joe is skeptical of David's answer. He begins to monitor David's behavior and realizes that Katie Galvin, one of the waitresses, is having an affair with him. Katie used to work at David's restaurant, and she is now trying to replace Dawn. Dawn is still unreachable, her phone is turned off, and her car is still parked at home. This raises the question, where could Dawn have gone without a car? Joe observes that Dawn's belongings are thrown out. After failing to contact Dawn, her friends filed a police report. David kept telling everyone the same story. They had an argument, and she left, taking only her expensive Louis Vuitton bag. It was strange that she left her car behind, since it was necessary to get around in that small town, which had no airport or train station. She would have needed her own transportation to leave. It seemed unlikely that a rich woman like Dawn would take the intercity bus. While investigating David's past, police found out that he was not only a skilled cook, but also sold large quantities of weed. He had been involved in this activity before February 2009. His restaurant business was thriving, so he didn't need to closely oversee it. This gave him the opportunity to focus on distributing drugs to small dealers. In February 2005, David was arrested for drug trafficking, revealing that this was not his first offense. He had been convicted of similar activities in 1993. David worked as a police informant, always available and assisting when needed. This cooperation led to the dismantling of a citywide drug trafficking network, for which he served only 1 year in prison. In February 2008, after being released from prison, David got married and moved to Lomita with Dawn, where they lived until the unfortunate events of February 2009. When his wife mysteriously disappeared, he asked his daughter, Jackie, to accompany him to the restaurant to help with the business. Jackie helped with the business, while Katie was his mistress and aspired to be Mrs. David in the future. Jackie was 19 years old at the time. David kept telling everyone the same story about his wife, Dawn's disappearance, that they had a fight and she left him. However, Jackie suspected that her father was not telling the truth. Jackie directly asked her father where Dawn was. David shocked her by admitting that he had accidentally killed Dawn and asked his daughter to keep quiet and not call the police. Jackie agreed. Meanwhile, the police began to suspect David. In response, he took drastic action by asking his new girlfriend Katie to send text messages from Dawn's phone, pretending that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. David thought that once the police saw these messages, they would close the case. However, these messages only raised suspicions. This was because Dawn always signed her messages with the nickname Pixie, but Katie made a mistake and wrote the nickname wrong. The police obtained a search warrant for the David family home and conducted an inspection. They discovered blood in the bedroom and another room, but the stains were old and showed signs of attempted removal, making them unusable as evidence. 16 months after the Dawn's disappearance, it was impossible to find proof of the David's guilt. Although the police were almost certain that the David had killed Dawn, they lacked solid evidence against him. The only lead was the blood found in the house, which ultimately led nowhere. Reporters closely followed the case from the beginning, as it was a novel event in the area. This media attention benefited the investigation by keeping the suspect on edge, as people under pressure tend to make mistakes. One day, a reporter visited a restaurant and loudly claimed that David's entire house was covered in blood. This was a bluff, but it had the effect. David became anxious, and the reporter was expelled from the restaurant. The police decided to question David's daughter, Jackie. 2 police officers met her and took a confession from her. Jackie told them what had happened and then called her father, warning him that the police would be coming to arrest him until a warrant was issued. The press learned of the details and published the story on February 23, 2011. Overwhelmed, David confessed everything to his girlfriend, Katie Galvin. He claimed it was an accident and expressed that he did not want to spend the rest of his life in prison, saying that ending his life was the better option. After saying this, he rushed to his car, and Katie followed him. Despite the situation, Katie felt calm, believing that he would not harm her. They reached the cliff where David had left Katie in the car. He ran and jumped off the cliff. Amazingly, the 25-meter fall was not fatal for David. He survived. However, David's body had many broken bones. He was rescued from the cliff by a helicopter and taken to the hospital. If he had jumped head first, he would have died, but fate had other plans. A few days later, he confessed to the police from his hospital bed. He mentioned that the most recent conflict with his wife was due to Dawn's bad habits. She was not only abusing alcohol but also addicted to illegal drugs. His daughter confirmed his testimony. David explained that their conflict on the night of the incident was due to illegal substances. He came home after midnight, exhausted from working 90 hours a week. All he wanted was to relax, but he anticipated that his wife would return under the influence of drugs and alcohol. Since she wasn't home yet, he locked the bedroom door to avoid being disturbed and went to sleep. Later, when his wife returned and tried to enter the bedroom, he told her to sleep in another room and not to bother him. The Dawn became angry and burst into the bedroom, breaking the lock, and started hitting David in the face. Afterwards, she ran into the living room. David followed Dawn, saw the substances she had, took them away, and threw them in the sink. In response, she acted aggressively and lunged at him. To protect himself, David used table tape to bind her hands to prevent her from moving, attacking, or throwing anything at him. He mentioned that he had to deal with his wife's psychosis this way more than once. He restrained her and left her there until the effects of the substances faded. While she screamed in anger, David just wanted peace and ended up taping her mouth shut. He went to bed around 3 in the morning. In the morning, as was his habit, he rolled over to his wife's side but found her gone. He fell asleep again, forgetting that she was still tied up in the living room. When he woke up and went downstairs, he found Dawn dead. David realized that under the influence of drugs, she had started to feel nauseous and choked because her mouth was taped shut. In despair, he felt that his life was over, but he didn't want to spend the rest of his life in prison, so he decided to dispose of her body. He carefully packed it and took it to his restaurant. David describes how he used a large vat in the restaurant to dip his wife in water and boil her for 4 days to tenderize the meat. He then cut her body into pieces, put them in garbage bags, and dumped them in a dumpster. When the garbage truck collects the restaurant's food waste, the remains of a boiled human being would likely go unnoticed because they would be unrecognizable. It is hard to understand how this could have happened when the restaurant was open at the time. During the investigation, restaurant staff claimed that they did not remember anything suspicious. The story seemed unbelievable and many people doubted David's testimony. Nearly 2 years later, David, now in a wheelchair, appeared in court. After the first hearing, he dismissed his lawyer, believing that the lawyer was not effectively handling his case. The prosecution suggested a possible motive for the murder. David had previously complained that Dawn had stolen about $200 from the restaurant cash register. During the trial, David claimed that after 17 years of marriage, he would never intentionally harm his wife, especially over such a small amount of money. He found it ridiculous to be charged with first-degree murder for such a trivial reason. David maintained that he had always provided for his wife, buying her expensive clothes. However, the prosecutor portrayed David as a cold-blooded and cruel killer who had planned the murder in advance. The Dawn feared her husband and saved money to leave him, but she ran out of time. The jury deliberated for over 5 hours on the case. David Viennes was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. He will be eligible for parole in 2023 after serving 15 years. Currently, he remains incarcerated but could be released at any time. The remains of Don Viennes have never been located. Despite extensive searches at the dump, David claimed he hid his wife's skull and jawbone in his mother's attic, but the police were unable to find any evidence there. The Petit family was indeed seen as a model family, fulfilling the best expectations with their stable economic background and exemplary children. They were genuinely admired by those around them. The father, William Petit, was born and raised in Connecticut and stood out in almost every sport during high school, particularly in basketball, where he was a natural leader. In addition to his athletic prowess, he was also the most intelligent of his class, as evidenced by his completion of a law degree at Dartmouth University. However, his true calling was not law. He wanted to help people, care for the sick, and make the world a better place. So, after graduating, he decided to pursue a career in medicine at the University of Pittsburgh. During his third year of residency at the Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh, William met Jennifer Hawk, a nurse in the oncology area and co-director of the health center of a pre-graduate internship. They soon fell in love, and those who knew them affirmed they were perfect for each other. They got married in 1985. 4 years later, they welcomed their first daughter, Haley, and the pregnancy spurred them to form a large family, leading them to buy a house in Cheshire, Connecticut. On November 17, 1995, their second daughter, Michaela, was born. After recovering from childbirth, Jennifer continued her work as a nurse and co-director of the internship. Unfortunately, she later developed multiple sclerosis, an incurable disease she battled for the rest of her life. However, her family never ceased to support her. At the age of 10, their eldest daughter began fundraising for the National Multiple Sclerosis Society, which would raise significant funds over the years. Michaela also excelled academically and planned to take over the fundraising efforts when her sister went to college to continue helping her community. She had spent the summer learning to cook and often enjoyed preparing meals for her family. Tragically, this routine activity would lead the family to a fateful encounter with their perpetrator. One July night in February 2007, Michaela was preparing dinner for her family, but needed more ingredients for her recipe, so she and her mother went to the nearest market. At the same place was Joshua Komisarchevsky, who had recently been released from prison. Komisarchevsky's childhood was traumatic and complicated. Born to teenage parents, he was put up for adoption a week after birth by his mother and was adopted by the Komisarchevsky family, known for their reputation as distinguished artists in Europe. They were a religious family and very strict with him. Despite his high IQ, he struggled in school, leading his parents to homeschool him. During his trial, he claimed that he was sexually abused by a cousin in his childhood, but his family chose to keep it quiet. This led him to develop a rebellious and chaotic personality. By the age of 14, Joshua Komisarchevsky had been accused of abusing his sister, and it was around this time that he committed his first burglary, marking the start of his career as a thief. In February 2002, he was arrested for the first time on 18 charges of burglary and theft and was subsequently sentenced to 9 years in prison. During the trial, he made a chilling statement saying, "I like to listen to people while they sleep. I like the feeling of invading their privacy and security." He was released on parole in February 2007 at the age of 27. Officials in charge considered him a danger to society, being a calculating criminal with perverted tendencies. However, the jury did not heed the warnings and declared Joshua ostensibly fit for release. After his release, he stayed in a residence for ex-convicts, where he met his accomplice, Stephen Hayes. Hayes had spent a significant portion of his life in prison, first being incarcerated at the age of 16 in the year 1980. Over the years, he was frequently arrested for violent robbery and burglary. He was sentenced in February 2004 and again granted parole in February 2006, which led him to the Singh halfway house where he met Komisarchevsky. Returning to the night of July 22, 2007, Michaela Padgett was preparing dinner for her family, but realized she needed more ingredients for her recipe. She asked her mother to take her to the nearest market to shop. Little did they know they were being observed by Komisarchevsky, who meticulously noted every detail, the make and model of their vehicle, their faces, and Michaela's blonde hair. After shopping, the Padgett family returned home, unaware that they were being followed. Shortly afterwards, Hayes sent a text message to Komazarjevsky that read, "I'm chopping at the bit to get started. Need a margarita soon." Hayes then texted, "We still on?" Komazarjevsky replied, "Yes." Hayes's next text asked, "Soon?" To which Komazarjevsky replied, "I'm putting the kid to bed, hold your horses." Hayes replied, "Dude, the horses want to get loose." Komazarjevsky discreetly trailed the family in his car, learning the exact location of their home before withdrawing from the scene. The family enjoyed what seemed like a peaceful and normal dinner, unaware that it would be their last moment together. In the early hours, while everyone slept except for the father, William Petit, who had dozed off in the living room, their peace was shattered by strange noises inside the house. The next thing William remembered was a sense of grogginess, pain, and an inability to formulate a coherent thought. Komazarjevsky and Hayes had entered the house through an unlocked door and initially planned to rob the family. However, the night took a tragic turn. They found a baseball bat in the house and used it to repeatedly beat William, who remained conscious despite the assault. He heard one of the intruders say, "If he moves, shoot him." William was then tied up with zip ties and ropes, immobilized and bound to a pole in the basement. The intruders then went upstairs to find Haley's room, where she was sleeping. Haley and Michaela Petit were tied by their hands and feet to their bedposts, and their heads were covered with pillowcases. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, Jennifer Pritted had fallen asleep. The intruders quietly entered the room and woke her up. Without much effort, they tied Jennifer's hands and feet. Feeling in control of the house, the intruders took their time to inspect it, even smoking cigarettes in the living room. After collecting jewelry, cash, and other valuables, they decided to leave. It seemed the ordeal was over for the Petit family as they heard the burglars leaving. However, their torment was far from over. After selling the stolen items at a pawn shop and realizing they hadn't gotten as much money as expected, the ex-convicts, motivated by greed, decided to return to the house. They then found a check register with $40,000. They decided to steal $15,000. They also had stopped to fill a couple of gasoline cans before returning, as seen in surveillance camera footage. Back at the house, they told Jennifer their plan, threatening to kill her entire family if she didn't cooperate. Desperate but thinking of her daughter's safety, Jennifer agreed to accompany Stephen to the bank the next morning. Meanwhile, Joshua took advantage of Jennifer's absence, entering Michaela's room, untying her and beginning to undress her. He took photos with his cell phone and assaulted her, recording the act. Afterward, he took her to the bathroom to clean her, ensuring no DNA evidence was left, then ordered her to put her pajamas back on and tied her up again. Evidence that Komazarjevsky raped Michaela came from her autopsy, during which state medical examiner Dr. Wayne Carver found his DNA in her body. At the bank, everything seemingly went well, but Stephen failed to notice what Jennifer did while in the coup. Before approaching the teller, she wrote a note on a flyer asking for help. The note read, "My name is Jennifer Hawk Petit. I need to withdraw $15,000 from my savings account. My family is in danger. Please call the police or they will be killed." The teller decided to give her the money, even though Jennifer had no identification. With the cash in hand, Jennifer left the bank to return to the car with her captor, while the bank employee immediately called the police to report the incident. The manager told the dispatcher of the 911 line that Hawk Petit had indicated that the home invaders were bien nice and that she believed they only wanted money. The Cheshire police responded to the bank's report by assessing the situation and setting up a vehicle perimeter without revealing their presence. The police, now aware of the situation, observed from a distance without intervening. Back at the house, Joshua told his accomplice what he had done to Michaela, suggesting he could do the same to Jennifer. Without hesitation, Stephen subdued Jennifer, pressed her body to the ground, and began to undress her. William was able to hear his wife's assault upstairs. He yelled up and heard one of the invaders say, "Don't worry, it's all going to be over in a couple of minutes." Meanwhile, William Petit, regaining consciousness and hearing his wife's screams, managed to free himself and crawl to the basement stairs, eventually making it to the backyard. He later said, "I thought it's now or never because in my mind at that moment, I thought they were going to shoot all of us." In a minute, Joshua went to check on William, only to find that he had escaped. Hayes said in her confession that while he was raping Hawk Petit on the living room floor, Thomas Arjewski entered and announced that William had escaped. Hearing this, Stephen strangled Jennifer to death while continuing to assault her. Soon after, they heard William shouting for help. His neighbor, who initially didn't recognize him due to the injuries, called 911 immediately. Realizing the police would soon be called, the intruders decided to eliminate all evidence. Haves and Arjewski doused Jennifer's lifeless body and parts of the house, including the daughters' bedrooms and daughters themselves, with gasoline. Investigators would later find the accelerant on the Petit sisters' beds and on the clothing they were wearing. Hayes and Thomas Arjewski started a fire and flooded the scene. Unaware that the authorities had blocked the area a few miles ahead, they collided with a police vehicle within 5 minutes. After they were surrounded by the police, the two perpetrators were pulled from their vehicle and arrested. They were immediately identified as ex-convicts. Meanwhile, the fire in the house was rapidly growing. An ambulance arrived and transported the gravely injured father, Dr. William Petit, to the nearest hospital. Shortly afterward, firefighters attempted to combat the blaze and, upon extinguishing it, discovered a horrific scene in the remnants of the house. The first body found was that of Jennifer, completely charred with remnants of rope around her ankles. Upon reaching the second floor, they found Michaela tied to her bed, completely consumed by the fire. Haley, surprisingly, had managed to force her restraints and attempted to escape, but collapsed just a few meters away, having inhaled too much smoke. William had been able to free himself of his restraints, exit the house, and crawl to a neighbor's yard for help. The neighbor initially did not recognize him due to the severity of his injuries. Both Hayes and Komisarchevsky confessed to the murders. Detectives testified that Hayes smelled of gasoline throughout her interrogation. Each assailant claimed that the other was the driving force and mastermind behind the home invasion. Komisarchevsky also blamed William for the murders. In Komisarchevsky's diary, which was later entered into evidence, he called William a coward and claimed that he could have saved his family if he wanted to. Stephen Hayes' trial began on September 1330, with a jury of 7 women and 5 men. The defense argued that Joshua Komisarchevsky was the mastermind behind the crime and responsible for escalating its violent nature, while prosecutors held that both Hayes and Komisarchevsky shared responsibility. On October 5th, after about 5 hours of deliberation, the jury found Hayes guilty. The sentencing phase began on October 18th, with the jury initially split over recommending life imprisonment or death. Hayes' defense argued that life imprisonment without parole would be a harsher punishment. On November 8th, the jury recommended the death sentence for Hayes on each of the 6 capital felony counts. Hayes had previously attempted to negotiate a plea bargain for a life sentence, but prosecutors sought the death penalty. Dr. William Petit, the sole survivor, commented on the verdict, and the Connecticut State Judicial Branch offered post-traumatic stress assistance to jurors due to the disturbing nature of the trial. For the first time in state history, the Connecticut State Judicial Branch offered post-traumatic stress assistance to jurors who served for 2 months on the triple murder trial because they had been required to look at disturbing images and hear grisly testimony. On December 2, 2010, Hayes apologized for the pain and suffering he had caused the Priddett family and added that death for me will be a welcome relief, and I hope it will bring some peace and comfort to those who I have hurt so much. Judge John Blue imposed 6 death sentences and an additional 106 years for other crimes. However, Hayes' death sentence was commuted to life imprisonment in August 2015 when Connecticut abolished capital punishment. Joshua Komisarchewski's trial began on September 1931. His attorneys offered a guilty plea in exchange for a life sentence, but prosecutors aimed for the death penalty, arguing that Komisarchevsky was a confused man led by Hayes. Komisarchevsky was found guilty on October 1331, and the jury recommended the death penalty on December 9, 2011. During his sentencing, Komisarchevsky spoke about his shame and hurt caused by the crime, insisting that he did not intend to kill anyone. Judge Blue set July 2032 as Komisarchevsky's execution date, echoing his responsibility for the crime. However, like Hayes, Komisarjevsky's death sentence was converted to life imprisonment in August 2015 after Connecticut abolished the death penalty. The trials and subsequent sentencing of Hayes and Komisarjevsky marked a significant and harrowing chapter in Connecticut's legal history. The brutal nature of the crimes and the trial's emotional toll on all involved, including the jurors, highlighted the complexities and challenges of the legal system in dealing with such heinous acts. Dr. Petit's statements during the trials underscored the lasting impact of the crime on surviving family members and the community, which continues to honor the memory of the victims. The only survivor, Dr. William Petit, was discharged from the hospital 4 days after his admission to attend the funeral of his family. Haunted by guilt and the torment of having survived, he later established a foundation to help children and young victims of violence, raising hundreds of thousands of dollars. Subsequently, as a member of the Republican Party, he ventured into politics and became a state representative. The murders of the Petit family left a deep impact on the community, which gathers annually to pay tribute to them. Questions remain among family members and the public about whether the authorities acted correctly in their response to the situation. The time spent by the authorities observing the situation from a distance could have been crucial in preventing the tragedy. The case of Jessica Lunsford. In the quiet town of Homosassa, Florida, a young girl named Jessica Marie Lunsford was abducted from her home in the middle of the night. She was just 9 years old, full of innocence and dreams for the future. Her abduction sent shock waves through the community and exposed a grave failure in the system meant to protect children. As news of Jessica's disappearance spread, a massive search effort was launched. Law enforcement, volunteers, and concerned citizens thoroughly searched the area, desperately hoping to bring her back safely. Jessica's family and friends, filled with anguish and fear, clung to hope while recounting stories of her contagious laughter, vibrant personality, and the joy she had brought into their lives. Days had passed, turning into weeks, and the search grew more intense. The tragedy of Jessica's disappearance highlighted the importance of community vigilance and the need for swift action in cases involving missing children. Law enforcement agencies worked tirelessly to uncover the truth, following leads and leaving no stone unturned. Their dedication to finding Jessica and bringing those responsible to justice became paramount. This is the story of Jessica Marie Lunsford, a young girl whose life was tragically cut short, but whose memory continues to inspire change. Jessica Marie Lunsford was born on October 6, 1995, and lived most of her life in North Carolina with her parents, Mark and Angela. When she was born, she had a few older teenage siblings. She was considered a miracle baby, as her mother Angela had suffered a few miscarriages before her birth. However, her parents divorced a year after she was born, and her father was granted full custody. For most of her life, she was the only child living with her father, and the two were very close, like best friends. Mark worked in construction and sometimes couldn't afford a babysitter, so he would bring his daughter to work with him. She would hang out, talk to his coworkers, and play with wood chips, and everyone loved her. Eventually, her grandparents moved to Homosassa, Florida, to be with them. They would go shopping and play games together. They would also take her out and go to karaoke, as Jessica wanted to be a musician. She was inspired by her two favorite artists, Pink and Shania Twain. Her career interests changed frequently because she loved to do many things, including acting and working in fashion. Her dream of working in fashion was inspired by her grandmother, who often took her shopping to fabric stores and also sewed clothes for her dolls. Jessica was an outgoing, affectionate, and friendly girl who loved hugs and cuddling and treated everyone with love and kindness. One day, when Jessica was 9 years old, her father had a date with a woman he had not dated since his divorce from Angela, so he was very happy about it. He left Jessica with her grandparents, who would put her to bed when he wasn't home. He went out to meet his date and ended up staying the night at her house. When he showed up the following morning to take Jessica to school, he heard Jessica's alarm ringing and was surprised that she hadn't shut it off yet. He then went to her room and found her bed empty. Her school clothes were untouched. She was nowhere in the house, and she wasn't outside. That's when he realized he had forgotten to lock the door after he had left. Mark became anxious and contacted the police to report that Jessica was missing. After finishing the call, he reached out to every person he knew and inquired if they had seen or heard from her. Her grandparents had not seen her since they had put her to bed, and her grandfather did not check on her when he woke up at 3 a.m. to use the bathroom. The police issued a nationwide alert about the missing 9-year-old girl and received assistance from 100 people who went out to search for her. The police asked if it was possible that she had run away to look for her mother, whom she had not seen for 4 years. But Mark said she would never do that. She would never just go off searching for her mother. And besides, her mother lived in a different state. Police tried to rule out every possible scenario before assuming it was an abduction case. They also asked if she might have engaged in any online conversations with strangers, as this was the early 2000s when online chat rooms and the associated dangers were becoming a new problem. Mark said no. She's 9 years old and does not participate in any of that online internet activity. Mark also noticed that a purple dolphin stuffed animal, which he had one for Jessica at a fair just a few weeks earlier and which Jessica loved, was missing. This led the police to confirm that it was most likely a case of abduction. The police accessed the sex offender registry and conducted a search for all sex offenders and pedophiles in the area, performing door-to-door interviews to gather information, check for any suspicious activity, and obtain alibis. The investigators had a significant task ahead of them as their registry search identified 208 sex offenders they needed to look into. Mark and Jessica's grandfather were questioned and considered possible suspects. It was distressing for them to sit through 3 days of repeated interrogation and questioning about whether they were involved in Jessica's disappearance, if they had harmed her, given her away, or were in any way responsible. They were deeply concerned as they cared greatly for Jessica. Her father was her closest friend, and her grandfather adored her. Being treated as suspects was heartbreaking. They both underwent polygraph tests, which they passed, even though such tests are not entirely reliable and are not admissible as evidence in court. Angela had not seen her daughter in years and had even remarried and had a child. She had not heard anything about Jessica missing. The police were running out of leads, and everything had started to feel hopeless until they visited the home of 46-year-old John Cooey, one of the sex offenders. John Cooey was a dangerous man who had several convictions, including a dozen robbery charges, and was also a registered sex offender. During the investigation, he had an outstanding warrant for his arrest for being in possession of cannabis. When the police went to his home, they found out that he had relocated without informing the police, which is a federal violation. Sex offenders are required to inform the police whenever they relocate so that the information can be updated in the sex offender registry. With a few family members, the police went to the trailer where John's sister lived. His sister informed the police that he was living with them, but she was not sure where he was at the moment. Nevertheless, what the police did not know was that they were just a few feet away from Jessica at that time, while she was still alive. During the period, they were questioning John's family concerning his whereabouts. The police entered the house and looked through some doors, but they were not allowed to search further at that moment. The frightened young girl was sitting in the dark closet of John's bedroom, not making any noise, as she was instructed by him to remain quiet and stay in the closet regardless of what occurred. It is unfortunate that Jessica was very close to being rescued. If only the closet door had been opened after the weekend when Jessica had first gone missing. Police came to check on John once again. His niece had given him money for a bus ticket, but didn't know where he was going. John was a prime suspect, as he had been running away just a few days after Jessica had originally gone missing, which raised red flags for the police, along with the fact that his sister's trailer was located around 100 yards away from Jessica's home. They finally found John at a homeless shelter, where he had used his real name to sign in. He told the police he was there to find work. He was questioned about Jessica, but claimed he had no idea what happened to the girl and had never known of her existence until he saw the news. The police had to release him at that particular time, as they had no grounds to hold him. They released him on March 12th, a few weeks after Jessica had gone missing. The officers later obtained a search warrant to look through his sister's trailer. In his bedroom, inside his closet, the police found a mattress DNA. Testing on the mattress matched that of Jessica's. John was immediately arrested and charged with the kidnapping and murder of Jessica Lansford. On March 18, 2005, John Cooley made a confession to the police. He had initially intended to break in and rob the home, but he made too much noise, and Jessica woke up and saw him. Panicked, he was afraid that she would inform on him as she had seen his face. Without thinking, he grabbed her and put his hand over her mouth, telling her not to scream. He informed her that she had to go with him, but before leaving, she requested if she could get her preferred stuffed animal, which he agreed to. She returned with the purple dolphins that her father had won for her at the fair. Once they reached his home, he sexually assaulted her and told her to stay in his bed and not leave the room, and they fell asleep. The following morning, he sexually assaulted her again, instructing her not to make any noise and never come out under any circumstances, as there would be negative consequences if she did. Then he left for work. When he returned home, he discovered that the police were asking questions and knew he had to take action. He was unsure whether to let her go back home because he feared returning to prison. Instead, when the house was empty, he sexually assaulted Jessica one last time and told her he would take her back home to her father, but she had to comply with his demands. He opened 2 large plastic garbage bags and told her to get inside along with her stuffed animal. He informed her that he would drop her off at her house, and she could break free from the bags. However, he dug a hole approximately 3 feet deep, buried her alive, and then escaped. It was very sad because John would have been caught digging a hole and placing her body inside it if the view wasn't completely blocked off by a giant tent that the police put up near Jessica's home in case something happened and they were needed right away. This had the opposite effect. Jessica could have been saved, but the chance was gone. After retrieving the body from the ground, the medical examiner discovered that Jessica had used her last breath of strength to try and free herself by poking 2 of her fingers through the plastic bags, and her 2 fingers were skeletonized. The medical examiner said that she had run out of air and suffocated after roughly 1 to 3 minutes of being on the ground, and the rest of the body had averaged to severe decomposition. Initially, the judge had ruled that John's confession would be inadmissible in court as he confessed without his lawyer present. However, the trial court decided that all evidence gathered after the confession, including the discovery of the body, autopsy report, and incriminating statements made by him to investigators and a jail guard, would be admissible in court. John's trial had to be held in Miami as they could not find an impartial jury in Hammasasa. On March 7, 2007, John was found guilty of the following crimes: first-degree murder, kidnapping, assault or battery on a person, burglary, and sexual battery. He was sentenced to death. But on September 30, 2009, before his sentence could be carried out, he died of natural causes approximately 2 years after murdering Jessica. Jessica's family, who endured unimaginable pain and grief, became advocates for stronger laws and measures to protect children. Their unwavering commitment to ensuring that no other family experiences such a tragedy is a testament to their love for Jessica. Jessica will be remembered as a sociable, caring, and warm-hearted girl who loved hugs and embraced and treated everyone with love and generosity. Jessica's story sparked a nationwide conversation about the safety of our children, prompting communities to come together, demanding reforms, and raising awareness about the importance of protecting and cherishing every child. The investigation into Jessica's abduction led to changes in legislation, ensuring that sex offenders are closely monitored and that law enforcement agencies have the necessary tools to prevent similar incidents from occurring in the future. As we remember Jessica, we honor her memory by continuing to work towards a world where every child can grow up in safety and security. Her spirit lives on through the actions and advocacy of those inspired by her story. Marlene Warren was born on April 15, 1950, in Michigan, USA. Growing up without a father, she dreamt of having a large and close-knit family from a young age. This dream soon became a reality when she married a man named John, with whom she had 2 children. However, years later, the family faced an unexpected tragedy when John suddenly passed away from an illness, leaving Marlene alone with her 2 young children. Marlene dedicated herself to work, striving to support her children on her own. 6 years after her husband's death, Marlene met a man named Michael Warren. They soon married, and Michael was involved in the used car business. After marrying, he started his own business in this sector. By this time, Marlene was earning good money and chose to invest in Michael's business, also assisting in its management. The business thrived and the couple expanded it, buying several properties to rent out, improving their financial situation significantly. The family moved to Wellington, a luxurious suburb of Miami, where they bought a large house. Although their life seemed almost perfect, another tragedy struck in 1988 when Marlene's eldest son died in a car accident, deeply affecting her and her younger son, Joseph. After her son's death, Marlene considered selling the rental properties. While the business was profitable, it was also a constant source of worry. Issues with tenants not paying rent or losing their income were common, and Marlene, being kind-hearted and empathetic due to her own past struggles, found it difficult to evict people. However, she and Michael couldn't afford to let people live in their properties for free. Eventually, Marlene wanted to get out of the business to avoid these moral dilemmas. 2 years had passed since her son's death, and the family was beginning to recover and return to normalcy. However, on the morning of May 26, 1990, something terrible and unexpected occurred. Marlene was at home with her son and 3 of his friends who had come over for breakfast. Their kitchen had a view of the driveway. Suddenly, the doorbell rang and Marlene went to answer it. Her son saw a white Chrysler parked in front of their house. When Marlene opened the front door, she was greeted by a person dressed as a clown, holding 2 balloons and a bouquet of flowers. Marlene commented, "How cute," but then something unexpected happened. The clown, who appeared at Marlene Warren's doorstep, suddenly pulled out a gun and shot her in the head. Marlene's son and his friends, who were in the house, rushed to the hallway, only to be met with the shocking sight of Marlene bleeding on the ground. The clown, dressed in full costume, stared at them for a few seconds before returning to the white Chrysler and driving away. Marlene's son, despite having an injured leg, urged his friend to drive after the clown, but they were unable to locate the vehicle. Marlene was quickly taken to the hospital in an unconscious state, and the police began their investigation. They first spoke with everyone in the house at the time of the attack. Marlene's son could not identify the assailant due to the costume, gloves, and wig, noting only that the attacker had very dark eyes. His friends added that the clown was quite tall and that the work shoes worn were strikingly different from the costume. A neighbor walking their dog near Marlene's house also saw the clown but couldn't provide significant information to the police. The investigators started looking for a white Chrysler and sought other evidence. Their first suspicion fell on Michael, Marlene's husband, who had left for a Miami racetrack that morning and was not at home during the attack. Despite having reasons to believe he was involved, such as the family's fondness for clowns and an anonymous tip to investigate Michael and a 26-year-old woman named Sheila Keene, the police found that Michael was around 110 kilometers away from home, making it physically impossible for him to commit the crime. Sheila Keene, who worked at Michael's used car business, was rumored to be having a secret affair with him. This relationship had been speculated by some colleagues. If Michael was in a relationship with another woman and wanted to leave Marlene, he faced a significant financial loss in a divorce, as most of the family assets were in Marlene's name. Despite the lack of concrete evidence linking Michael and Sheila to the crime, the police still consider their involvement probable. Given the disguise used by the assailant, the police considered whether Sheila could have been the clown. Witnesses couldn't confirm the attacker's gender, and Sheila was known for her assertive character. She handled clients who were late on rental payments, often needing to repossess cars, a job in which she was unyielding and for which she carried a .38 caliber pistol, the same caliber used to shoot Marlene. After the bullet was removed from Marlene's head, it was determined to be from a .38 caliber gun, raising further suspicions about Sheila's potential involvement in the crime. The police revisited Sheila Keene to inspect her firearm, but Sheila claimed that her gun had either been stolen or lost months before Marlene Warren's shooting, leaving the detectives with no solid leads. During their investigation, they learned that Sheila was divorced and that after leaving her husband's house, Sheila moved into a rented apartment, and there were suspicions that Michael Warren, Marlene's husband, was paying for this accommodation. An interesting discovery awaited the police in their investigation regarding the whereabouts of the clown costume, balloons, and flowers used in the crime. 2 days before the attack on Marlene, a woman had entered a costume shop near Sheila's apartment. The shop was closed at the time, but the woman insisted on being served. She urgently requested a clown costume, a wig, face makeup, and a red nose. Despite being told to return the next day as the shop was closing, the woman persisted and the employees eventually sold her the items. There were no surveillance cameras in the store, so the police had to rely on the employee's verbal description of the woman, who they described as tall and thin with dark hair. When shown photographs by the detectives, the employees indicated that the woman resembled Sheila. The investigation also traced the balloons and flowers to a supermarket located about a kilometer from Sheila's apartment. The seller reported that a woman matching the description given by the costume shop employees had purchased these items just a few hours before Marlene was shot. He added that the customer behaved rudely and somewhat masculinely. 2 days into the investigation, on May 28th, the police were informed that Marlene had succumbed to her injuries and the case was reclassified as a murder. The detectives continued their investigation, seeking more evidence against Sheila. They obtained a warrant to search her apartment. Concurrently, they received a tip about a white Chrysler parked 13 kilometers from Marlene's residence. Upon inspection, the investigators confirmed it was the same vehicle driven by the assailant. Inside, they found long dark hairs and orange fibers that appeared to be from a clown wig. During a search of Sheila's apartment, the police found identical orange particles and work boots that matched the description given by witnesses, similar to those worn by the clown. However, due to the absence of routine DNA analysis at that time, all the evidence against Sheila was circumstantial, which could lead to her acquittal in court. Detectives then turned their attention to how the clown had acquired the car used to reach Marlene's house. They uncovered that about 1.5 months before Marlene's murder, a man had mistakenly rented a car from one of Michael Warren's main competitors. When this mix-up was reported to Michael, his reaction was notably strange. Rather than informing a customer about a mistaken car rental from one of his competitors, Michael Warren told the man to just leave the car in the parking lot and put the keys inside. Michael then asked an employee to take him and Sheila to the parking lot and instructed the employee to keep quiet about the incident. The employee witnessed Michael and Sheila leaving in the same way Chrysler. This happened shortly after a serious disagreement between Michael and his competitors, where Michael had been giving his competitors a negative image in his advertisements, which they disliked. Detectives decided to investigate Michael's business further and found numerous legal infractions, including tax and insurance manipulation. They also found evidence suggesting that Michael had used illegal methods to repossess cars, even when clients had paid on time and met all conditions. During this investigation, police spoke with an employee who recalled an interesting incident where Michael and Marlene had an argument at work. After Marlene left, Michael asked the employee how much it would cost to make his wife disappear. Although this sounded suspicious, detectives still had no evidence linking Michael to the murder. Nevertheless, he was arrested for various business manipulations and initially sentenced to 8 years in prison, but was released after 4 years. In February 2002, Michael married Sheila and moved to another state. Although detectives could never prove Michael's involvement in the murder, they continued to monitor him. After moving, Sheila began introducing herself to new acquaintances as a police officer and had dyed her hair from dark to blonde. She and Michael opened a restaurant and seemed to have built a good life. However, rumors began circulating among their employees that Sheila had murdered Michael's ex-wife. Apparently, an employee stumbled upon information about the crime and discovered that the police had suspected them. Still, without definitive proof, the case remained unresolved until it was reopened in 2013. A new investigative team requested a re-examination of all available evidence as DNA testing and other forensic technologies had significantly advanced since 1990. It took several years to re-examine the evidence. First, the orange fibers found in Sheila's apartment. The car and the crime scene were compared, showing they were almost identical. The most significant lead came later when experts took DNA samples from several hairs found in the white Chrysler and compared them to Sheila's DNA, which matched perfectly. This provided irrefutable evidence that Sheila had been in the same car the clown used to drive to Marlene's house. Sheila was arrested in 2017, then 54 years old, and continued to deny her guilt. She was denied bail and awaited trial in jail. Michael insisted he had nothing to do with Marlene's murder and believed Sheila was innocent as well. He hired expensive lawyers for her, and the trial had been prolonged for years. In preparation for the trial, the police uncovered some previously unknown facts. About a year after Marlene Warren's murder, an attorney who had worked with Michael Warren on business matters contacted them. He revealed that approximately a year before the murder, Michael had asked him a very strange question. If a husband kills his wife, what happens to the property registered in her name? Would it go to the husband? The attorney was surprised by this question, but advised Michael that if the husband arranged for an acquaintance to commit the murder and the court couldn't link the husband to the killer, he would inherit the woman's assets. Furthermore, the attorney shockingly advised Michael that if the murderer wore some kind of disguise, like a clown's, they would likely never be identified and thus escape punishment. Another shocking confession came from a man whose deceased father had worked for Michael at the time of the murder. He confessed that his father had helped carry out illegal plans for extra money, such as rolling back odometers to sell cars at higher prices. On the day of the murder, Michael asked his father to dispose of the gun and the car used by the murderer after abandoning the Chrysler in the parking lot. Before dying, the man's father revealed that the second car was hidden in a river canal. The police found the car in the canal, confirming the witness's truthfulness, although no evidence survived. Sheila's trial was repeatedly postponed until a final date was set for May 12, 2023. However, on April 25th, something unexpected happened. Sheila pleaded guilty to avoid the death penalty she would have faced as she lost the murder trial. Her lawyer stated that Sheila was innocent of the murder, but feared for her life and thus accepted responsibility for someone else's crime. She was sentenced to 12 years in prison for second-degree murder, with about 5.5 years deducted for the time already served and further reduced for good behavior. She was expected to spend an additional 16 to 24 months in prison. As for Michael, his involvement has not been proven and he remains free. It's unlikely he will ever be charged with his wife's murder, as there is no direct evidence against him. Marlene's son, the sole member of his family, thanked the detectives for uncovering the truth and keeping the case alive for years. Despite the profound tragedy of his mother's death, he overcame his grief, opened his own small construction business, and rebuilt his life. The case of Danielle Jennings. Danielle Jennings was born on September 16, 1978, in Columbia, South Carolina, United States. She grew up in Stockton, Georgia, with her mother and stepfather. Known for her cheerful and outgoing personality, Danielle faced adulthood early. At the age of 16, she became pregnant but was determined to be a good mother. Danielle's relationship with Carl, the father of her child, ended in divorce. In 1996, she gave birth to her son Tristan. At the age of 17, and despite the difficulties ahead, Danielle was determined to provide the best life for herself and her son. Then she met Luis Payano, a man who would become Tristan's father. Danielle and Luis had known each other since they were teenagers, initially as friends, but their relationship developed into love. Luis took care of Danielle and Tristan, and for a time it seemed like all their problems had been solved. The couple moved in together, and Danielle secured an office job at a landscaping company, a position she was proud to have obtained. In December 1998, Luis proposed to Danielle, and she happily accepted. Her life was on the right track, with a loving son, a fiancé, and promising career prospects. On March 15, 1999, Luis returned home from work to find his fiancée, 20-year-old Danielle Jennings, lying lifeless on the bed in their Ashley Lakes apartment in Norcross, Georgia. Their young son, Tristan, was at daycare at the time. Luis immediately realized Danielle was dead due to her skin color and called 911. When the police arrived, Luis was waiting for them and reported what he had found. He explained that upon entering the apartment, he saw Danielle lying face down on the bed, and when he turned her over, he discovered she was dead. The police naturally suspected Luis, and they took him in for questioning while a team of officers thoroughly examined the crime scene. Danielle was found lying on her back on the bed. fully clothed with a sock around her neck. This suggested that the perpetrator intended to kill her, leaving no chance for survival. The fact that the stocking was tied at the back indicated that the perpetrator was behind Danielle when they strangled her. The crime scene showed signs of disarray, with the bed messed up and a dresser drawer open. It's possible that the perpetrator took the stocking from Danielle's drawer. The contents of her purse had been dumped and rummaged through, leading police to consider the possibility of a robbery gone wrong. However, several valuable items, including cameras and jewelry, were left untouched. This led police to speculate that the perpetrator may have intended to steal something but encountered Danielle and decided to kill her to avoid being identified as a witness. The lack of forced entry at the front door and the locked sliding glass door in the backyard raised suspicions that the crime scene might have been staged. Despite searching the surrounding area, police found no evidence. After investigating the crime scene, police discovered that Danielle may have let the killer into her home voluntarily, or that the killer had a key to the apartment. As a result, the prime suspect became Danielle's fiancé, Luis Payano. When police started questioning Luis, he displayed intense emotions. The police were aware that romantic relationships can sometimes escalate into anger, leading to devastating consequences. To begin the interrogation, they asked Luis about his whereabouts on the day of Danielle's death. Luis claimed he spent the entire day at work. He last saw Danielle when they both left their apartment at 6:45 a.m., but she returned briefly to retrieve something. According to Luis, Danielle was anxious about an important meeting with management at work and seemed slightly distracted. He also mentioned that Danielle called him at 11:30 a.m. to invite him to lunch, but he declined due to his heavy workload. Luis tried to contact Danielle later that day but couldn't reach her. Concerned, he called her coworkers, who told him she had gone out for lunch but failed to return to work. Luis then contacted their home, where he spoke to someone named Lisa, who also hadn't heard from Danielle. Luis left work to check on Danielle at their home in the Ashley Lakes apartments. When he arrived, he found something unsettling. The front door was unlocked. Upon entering, he saw a jar on the floor. During the investigation into Danielle's death, police questioned Luis about his relationship with her. They asked if the couple had frequent arguments or domestic problems. Luis insisted that their relationship was good and that they loved each other very much. Clearly feeling confused, he became frustrated with the questioning, believing that the police were wasting their time by focusing on him. He insisted that they should find the real culprit, who was still at large. Police also spoke to Danielle's friends and family, all of whom sided with Luis. Luis and Danielle were madly in love and were planning their wedding. However, their happiness did not last long. During the investigation into Danielle's case, Luis's co-workers confirmed that he had been at work all day, providing him with a solid alibi and eliminating him as a suspect. During the interrogation, Luis said that Danielle's co-worker Jeff was showing her too much attention and she was unhappy about it. The police immediately went to Danielle's workplace and spoke to her boss. Danielle's boss confirmed to the police that Danielle had complained about an employee named Jeff. Jeff was a middle-aged man who was a manager at the company. Danielle complained to her boss that Jeff was constantly hanging around her, interfering with her work, and behaving inappropriately. There was a significant age difference between Danielle and Jeff. He was 40 years old and she was 20. Jeff invited Danielle to lunch and Danielle told him that she had a fiancé. She refused to go to lunch with Jeff. The company where Danielle worked took her complaints seriously. On the day of her murder, she had a meeting regarding a complaint she had filed with management against Jeff. She was very nervous about it. She feared that her career might be in jeopardy because she was a new employee and Jeff was her manager. Her co-workers mentioned that Danielle had gone home for lunch after this meeting but had not returned. That gave the police a time frame for when Danielle's attack occurred. The investigation revealed Jeff's involvement, especially when it was discovered that he was absent from the office at the time of the crime and did not return until later in the evening. Police focused on Jeff as a suspect, possibly following Danielle home and attacking her when she opened the door, which would explain the lack of signs of entry. Jeff was called in for questioning and asked to describe his relationship with Danielle. He admitted that he invited her to lunch but denied his involvement in her death. Jeff didn't deny liking her. However, he claimed he had not behaved inappropriately towards Danielle and was surprised when she filed a complaint against him. The investigators asked him if Danielle's complaint was a reason for wanting to harm her. His first reaction to this question was anger. He was adamant that he wasn't the one who took her life. Jeff claimed that he couldn't have been the one who attacked Danielle because he had an alibi. According to him, he was with another colleague, and they were driving around the city solving some work issues. They had been together all day, so he couldn't be the one who took Danielle's life. Jeff told investigators the name of the coworker whom he claimed he was with at the time of the crime. The detectives met with this man, and he confirmed Jeff's words. Thus, they excluded another person from the list of suspects. The next day, investigators received the autopsy report and examined it in the hope of getting some clues that would help them track down the perpetrator. The cause of Danielle's death was asphyxia. It seemed evident that Danielle's attack had taken her by surprise. The investigators concluded that someone had come up to her from behind and pulled the stocking tight until she lost consciousness. After that, the perpetrator tied the stocking in a knot so Danielle could not regain consciousness. There were no defensive injuries on her body. In fact, there were no injuries at all except for the ligature mark on her neck. Perhaps Danielle didn't even see the face of the one who attacked her. The police found no evidence at the crime scene that could help identify the perpetrator. No shoe prints, no DNA, no fingerprints, no hair. There was no evidence to send to the laboratory for analysis. Since the police had no new suspects, they returned to the version that what happened was a robbery that went wrong. They asked Louise to go through the apartment with them again. He carefully examined everything and said that nothing was missing from the apartment. All the things seemed to be in their usual places. However, a few days later, Lou called the police and said he could not find Danielle's wedding ring. He also drew the attention of investigators to another strange detail. The stocking that someone strangled Danielle with did not belong to her. According to Louise, she didn't wear stockings at all. It meant that whoever had done it had brought the stocking with them. Lacking any evidence, the investigators decided to look into Danielle's past. Perhaps what happened to her was connected with her past. They asked her friends about her previous relationships, in particular, her relationship with Carl, the father of her son Tristan. Her best friend told the police about Danielle's ex-boyfriend Eddie. She started dating him when she was already pregnant. Eddie was a violent guy, and as their relationship progressed, he became more domineering and tried to control all aspects of her life. It got to the point where he forbade her to see her friends and family. The relationship with Eddie deteriorated even more after Danielle gave birth to her son. Soon after, Eddie started using illegal substances, and Danielle decided it was time to end this relationship. She moved out and tried to start a new life, but Eddie had other plans. He did not accept rejection and behaved unpredictably. As a result, Danielle had to seek a restraining order against him. He violated it several times, called Danielle, parked near her house, and once even showed up at her work. Danielle's family told investigators that Eddie had called her several times in recent months. He told her to meet with him, but she always hung up. Eddie was the perfect suspect, so detectives tracked him down and brought him in for questioning. The man was hostile, and he wasn't eager to go to the police station. However, Eddie had an alibi. He said that Eddie was towing cars out of state at the time of the murder and that Eddie's boss, along with service logs and other receipts, could back him up. When the police confirmed his alibi, they released Eddie. 3 days after Danielle died, Danielle's neighbor, Kirk, called the police and told them about something that had happened to Kirk the week before the murder. Ms. Kirk said that recently in the apartment complex, residents often encounter a maintenance worker. The maintenance worker said he came to do a repair order. However, Ms. Kirk said that she felt very uncomfortable the whole time he was there because he kept staring at Kirk as if he was more concerned with her than completing the repair order. The same thing happened to another woman. The maintenance worker insisted that he was there to change a light bulb when the landlord said there were no bulbs to change. He mumbled and staggered, "Maybe I have the wrong apartment," then backed up and walked away. Police investigations revealed that the complex had several maintenance workers, but the one who matched the descriptions of both women was Calvin Oliver, 42. According to records, Calvin had only started working at the complex in September 1998. At the time of Danielle's murder, 10 residents had reported cash, checks, and other valuables, including jewelry, computers, and guns, missing from their apartments without evidence of forced entry. Some even suggested that someone on the maintenance staff was responsible. Calvin Oliver was brought in for questioning by the police, who initially asked him about a series of burglaries at the Ashley Lakes apartments. Calvin denied any involvement in the burglaries. When asked about Danielle Jennings, he said he had heard about what happened to her but did not know her. The only thing he confessed was that he had worked in her apartment. The police were about to release Calvin for lack of concrete evidence when they ran a final check of Calvin's database. The results were horrifying. They discovered that Calvin had an outstanding warrant in another jurisdiction for failing to appear in court on a theft charge related to the theft of a personal check. According to Georgia Department of Correction records, Calvin had a long-standing adult criminal record dating back to 1974. His convictions included multiple residential burglaries, armed robbery, robbery by force, and at least one count of forcibly pressuring a woman into intimate contact at knife point. As a result, Calvin spent the majority of his life incarcerated. Given his extensive criminal history, it's surprising he was able to get a job at Ashley Lakes Apartments. The police took Calvin Oliver into custody, which allowed them to thoroughly investigate his potential involvement in Danielle Jennings's death. As part of their ongoing inquiry into a string of thefts at Ashley Lakes' apartments, the police obtained a search warrant for Oliver's apartment. During the search, they discovered stolen items from other residents, and the police discovered Danielle's wedding ring in his home. This discovery directly linked Oliver to Danielle's death. When the police questioned him about the wedding ring, Calvin claimed that he had stolen it about 3 weeks before Danielle's death. However, this claim was proven false. Calvin became a suspect and refused to cooperate with police after being caught lying. At trial, the prosecution argued that Calvin killed Danielle after she caught him breaking into her home. After a 5-day trial that ended on October 13, 2000, the jury returned a guilty verdict on all counts. As a result, Calvin Oliver received a life sentence for the murder of Danielle Jennings and an additional 20 years for the burglary. A subsequent investigation revealed that Ashley Lake Apartments management knew about Calviner's history of run-ins with the law and his lengthy criminal record. Despite this knowledge, they failed to conduct thorough background checks and failed to warn other residents when a series of burglaries occurred. When these facts came to light, Danielle's family filed a lawsuit against Ashley Lake Apartments that they argue that the evidence demonstrates a reckless disregard for the safety of others. After a trial, a jury returned a verdict of more than $13 million for Danielle's wrongful death. The complex's key policy was also flawed, prosecutors said. Employees had access to house keys, and the lockboxes containing keys to the complex's 240 apartments were often left unsecured. Calvin Oliver is now serving a life sentence in prison. The story of Rachel Marie Runyon began on June 23, 1979, when she was born in the serene landscapes of Weber County, Utah, United States. She was the only girl in the family of Jeff and Elaine Runyon. The couple's firstborn was named Justin, and the youngest child was Nathan. The 3 siblings lived in harmony, promising laughter and shared memories. According to reviews of her life in 1981, Rachel, with her innate grace, the 2-year-old girl, ascended to the realm of childhood royalty by being crowned Little Miss Sunset. With her golden hair and radiant smile, she captivated attention at every local event. But little Rachel not only had physical beauty, her inner nobility was much greater according to her mother Elaine. She was a gentle and kind girl who was often seen on the periphery of playgrounds. She was extremely observant and analytical and knew how to stay away from the rough games between Justin and the other boys. She had the habit of sucking her thumb while observing the mischief of others. That gave her an even sweeter and also funny appearance, which aroused much sympathy. Her mother occasionally teased her about her future, predicting that she would have rabbit or beaver teeth, to which Rachel responded with a naughty giggle. The Runyon family chose to settle in Sunset, a community only about 6,000 inhabitants back then, which seemed a safe paradise to raise their children. Their modest home was located near the Doxey Elementary School playground. For the three little Runions, that park became their place of laughter and fun. Trusting that they were doing their best for their children, Jeff and Elaine decided to install a gate in the fence of their own yard, opening a direct passage to the favorite place site of the three children. Despite the apparent tranquility of sunset, Jeff and Elaine were always vigilant, tirelessly warning their children about the risks of trusting strangers. They insisted on the importance of staying in safe places and, above all, taught them never to follow someone unknown, no matter what they offered. Their commitment to their children's safety was unquestionable. In the late morning of August 26, 1982, 3-year-old Rachel, her brother Nathan, and the eldest 5-year-old Justin asked their mother for a simple request. They wanted her permission to go to the playground of Doxey Elementary School, less than 5 meters from their home. Although Elaine had always been cautious about letting her children play without her supervision, the proximity of the playground and the need to finish preparing lunch led her to agree to the request. As no precautions seemed excessive to her, the mother watched them from the kitchen window while preparing food. However, when lunchtime came around at approximately 12:55 p.m., only Nathan and Justin returned home. The voice of little Justin trembled as he told his mother what had happened moments before. He described how a young man had forcibly taken Rachel from the park. The man first attempted to lure all three children, promising ice creams and chewing gums from a nearby store. While playing in the open air, the man approached them, trying to persuade them to get into his car, claiming to have the gum-flavored ice cream they longed for. In hell innocence, Rachel mentioned her favorite ice cream flavor, and Justin, acting as the protective older brother, warned his sister not to pay attention to the stranger's offer. Then Rachel started to walk away, but the man was quicker, roughly grabbing and carrying her over his shoulder, silencing her screams as he took her to his vehicle. Justin and Nathan, paralyzed by fear, hadn't fully recovered when their mother called them to eat. Instantly, Elaine found herself in the midst of her worst nightmare. With her heart racing, she hurried to the store the man mentioned, questioning employees and shoppers with heartbreaking urgency. However, her inquiries yielded no results. No one remembered seeing Rachel or the man. 20 minutes after Rachel's disappearance, Elaine was at the Sunset Police Department, sporting the kidnapping. With immense distress, Elaine barely managed to speak, and the search for answers became a painful and uncertain journey. The Sunset Police acted promptly, initiating a plan involving vehicle checks around the city. Despite their efforts, the suspect was not apprehended, nor was Rachel recovered. With time pressing, a special team of 10 investigators from various law enforcement agencies in Utah gathered under the direction of Sheriff Brent Johnston, intending to solve the child's mysterious abduction. Descriptions provided by Justin and another 10-year-old child at the park gave investigators critical details. They described a light-skinned African-American man, around 30 to 35 years old, with distinctive afro hair and a marked mustache. He drove an old dark blue 4-door vehicle, embellished with wooden strips on the sides. This man had been seen in the park, interacting with various children and having a cup of coffee for at least 15 minutes before taking Rachel against her will. His strategy was to avoid immediate alarm and prevent children from screaming in his presence by engaging them in playful activities. The children's sharp memories allowed the police to create a detailed composite sketch. However, the three children were the only direct witnesses, as no security camera have recorded the incident in the school playground. Despite persistent calls by a police and the media, no one reported seeing a man with those characteristics. Subsequent efforts by the law enforcement agencies involved forensic analysis and rigorous door-to-door investigations supported by a committee of neighbors, many of whom offered monetary contributions for an improvised search. The Runyon family embarked on a heartbreaking journey to find their beloved daughter. With limited resources but unwavering will, both the family and the community volunteers launched various methods to find Rachel. A national flyer campaign displaying the girl's image was meticulously orchestrated, and friends and neighbors joined in a race against time, calming local neighborhoods in a frantic search. The case of Rachel Runyon saw thousands of missing person posters disseminated to raise public awareness regarding her disappearance. The public's response was overwhelming, providing investigators with myriad clues about Rachel's possible location and the potential identity of the abductor. Despite the determination in pursuing every lead, the outcomes were predominantly disheartening. A week after the harrowing disappearance, Rachel's parents, Jeff and Elaine, traveled to New York to attend a press conference with the intent to sustain media attention and emphasize the urgency of their daughter's return. Jeff, in a courageous plea, conveyed the profound damage the abductor had inflicted on their daughter and themselves, urging anyone with information to come forward. Elaine, with visible anguish, suggested the possibility of Rachel being sold after her abduction, and she appealed to potential adoptive parents to ensure they were not adopting her missing daughter. The family's relentless dedication was soon met with a harsh reality of mounting financial costs, reaching $10,000 in and postage expenses alone within 3 weeks. The long-term sustainability of such immense physical, emotional, and financial exertion was seemingly impossible. On September 3rd, the distressed parents brought their appeals to the Today Show, offering a reward of $20,000 primarily sourced from community donations, aiming to gather more information on Rachel's whereabouts. The community of Sunset demonstrated immense solidarity, contributing an additional $20,000 to the reward, totaling $40,000, a substantial incentive for Rachel's safe return at that time. The unexpected discovery on September 19, 1982, obliterated the enduring hopes of those searching for Rachel and left her loved ones heartbroken. A family traveling in Mountain Green, Utah, discovered the partially covered body of a small girl, later identified as Rachel, despite the advanced decomposition. The mystery surrounding her death persisted, as the exact cause remained undetermined, with asphyxiation not ruled out. Following the painful confirmation of Rachel's fate, Jeff and Elaine organized a proper farewell, attended by over 300 people. Rachel was finally laid to rest at the Washington Heights Memorial Park in Ogden, Utah. In the midst of devastation, Elaine transformed her pain into efficacy for child safety and legal improvements for child abduction, fostering awareness and change in a world that had brought her immeasurable sorrow. With her heart shattered but resolved unbroken, Elaine became a steadfast support, offering counsel, guidance, and solace to other parents, plunged into the turmoil of their children's disappearances. As accounts of this case highlight, Rachel's legacy surpassed her individual tragedy. Her kidnapping and the horrifying manner of her death echoed through the halls of power, serving as catalysts for substantial change. In October 1982, legislation was enacted at the federal level, granting parents of missing children access to an information exchange hub managed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI. This hub began accumulating and archiving fingerprint and blood type records of over 300,000 children from Utah, aiming to forge an indispensable resource in combating child abductions. It may seem grim to assert that the agonizing loss of Rachel to an unapprehended abductor wasn't futile, but that is indeed the case. The state of Utah introduced the Rachel Alert System in April 2002, intended to notify residents about active child abduction and missing children cases. This system emerged as a ray of hope. It was only initiated when rigorous criteria were fulfilled, such as the child being a minor or mentally disabled, immediate danger, and not running away voluntarily. Detailed physical descriptions of the child were also mandatory. The Rachel Alert was activated only twice, during the disappearance of Elizabeth Smart in June 2002 and the kidnapping of Nicholas Triplett, a 3-month-old, in January 2003. Both children were eventually recovered alive. After Elizabeth Smart's safe return, realizing the efficacy of such alert systems, 41 states adopted the Amber Alert System, named for another girl, Amber Hagerman. In April 2003, Utah transitioned from the Rachel Alert to the Amber Alert System to comply with national standards. However, this didn't signify that the 3-year-old would be forgotten. To honor her memory, the Attorney General's office instituted the Rachel Runyon Award for citizens who aid in recovering a child by contacting the law enforcement when an alert is issued. Elaine was also invited to participate in the award ceremonies. Currently, the Amber Alert System undergoes testing twice a year in Utah on January 13th and August 26th, the dates marking the anniversary of Rachel's abduction. Although Rachel's murderer remains of large in the case unsolved, Lieutenant Phil Instead's vow that it will not be forgotten persists. Phil, the first to respond to Elaine's urgent call following her daughter's abduction, has continually supported the Runyon family. Over the years, he repeatedly reassured them of Sunset Police Department's unwavering commitment to find the individual responsible for Rachel's abduction and subsequent tragic death. In February 2007, the case was officially reopened, and the police have been collaborating closely with the Utah Attorney General's office in their quest to apprehend and bring the perpetrator to justice. At the time, a $58,000 reward was offered to anyone delivering information, leading to the arrest and conviction of the perpetrator. With the reward seemingly not alluring enough to elicit crucial information, hopes of identifying the perpetrator are heavily dependent on substantial advancements in forensic technology since 1982. Strategies like the potential exhumation of Rachel's body to collect more evidence were also considered. In February 2007, DNA testing on items found near the location of the remains provided initial results but didn't significantly advance the investigation. Regardless of the hurdles and uncertainties, the Runyon family maintains hope that justice will eventually be served. The scope of suspects has varied over the years. In 2012, it was disclosed that Vassos was an inmate in a Pennsylvania prison, a former resident of Sunset in 1982. While no formal charges were levied against him, he was deemed a person of interest in relation to the little girl's kidnapping and homicide. Another potential suspect is a man with a criminal background located in New Mexico. Chief Kenneborn of Sunset Police has noted that evidence does point toward this individual's possible guilt, but it's currently inadequate for a formal arrest. Despite the obstacles, the quest for justice for Rachel is ongoing, and the resolve of her family and the authorities remains unyielding. In May 2016, the park, a silent witness to her abduction, was renamed Rachel Runyon Memorial Park. On August 26th, during a ceremony filled with emotion, it became a tangible tribute to the little girl's memory. Her commemorative stone, bearing her image and a brief recount of her story, stands within the park's boundaries, the engraving on the stone commemorating her short-lived life. This was not the only significant act in Rachel's memory. In March 2017, Rachel Runyon's Missing and Exploited Children's Day became law in Utah, aiming to emphasize child safety in the community annually, inspired by Rachel's story. In 2019, there was renewed hope in Rachel's case when private investigator Jason Jensen began working with the Runyon family. Jensen, co-founder of Utah's Cold Case Coalition, focused on a different crime from the 1970s. Witnesses in this unrelated case have provided incorrect information about the suspect's appearance, leading Jason to reconsider the descriptions given in Rachel's case. Specifically, he pondered if Justin, Rachel's brother, could have misinterpreted the racial identity of the abductor due to his young age and the predominantly white neighborhood they lived in, where interactions with African Americans were limited. Jason discussed with Elaine the possibility that Rachel's brother might have observed a Latino man abducting his sister. Justin never associated the abductor with being African American. He remembered him having a dark complexion and a distinct mustache with a gap or separation in the middle. The authorities, however, had prioritized the description provided by another older child present at the park that day. According to Jason, this misinterpretation possibly misdirected the investigation for almost 4 decades. Correcting this information brought the possibility of identifying a new person of interest, bringing the case closer to a possible resolution. Jason also provided more details about the suspect's car, a 1973 blue painted car with wood panels on the sides, allowing for more focused search efforts. Soon after the release of the updated sketch of the suspect, a woman came forward with a promising lead stating that her uncle, who had a history of sexual assault and abuse and was in and out of prison, resembled the sketch. He had been released from prison in 1981 and lived in the area at the time of Rachel's abduction, driving a blue painted car with wood panels, exactly like the one Jason thought was used in Rachel's abduction. However, he had passed away, so without a confession or DNA, there wasn't enough evidence to connect him to Rachel's murder. While the police allegedly took a DNA sample from his daughter to compare with the evidence collected in February 2007, the results have not been disclosed. Elaine, since the incident, has devoted her life and Rachel's legacy to preventing other children from suffering the same fate by educating children and parents about the dangers of abductions and crimes. Every year, on the anniversary of Rachel's abduction, Her family holds small ceremonies at the park from which she was taken, now named after her. The case remains unsolved, and these events are used to urge the community to approach the Sunset Police if they have any information about her disappearance or the perpetrator's whereabouts. Bill and Peggy Stevenson, both 74 years old in February 2011, were childhood sweethearts and active members of the local religious community. Bill was known for his work with the Truckers' Chapel ministry at a truck stop, and Peggy was an organist at their church in the Oak Brook community of Kentucky. When Bill and Peggy failed to attend church services over Memorial Day weekend in 2011, family and friends immediately knew something was wrong. Their son-in-law went to check on them at their home in Florence, Kentucky, and found a very disturbing scene. Bill and Peggy had been stabbed and bludgeoned to death. In a strange twist, the assailants staged a bizarre scene in the house by posing the victims' bodies and rearranging items in every single room. Photos in the home were positioned in a way that suggested the killer liked certain people and disliked others, though investigators felt the scene seemed scripted. They believed the killer appeared comfortable in the couple's home, staying for hours after the murders. While law enforcement has not shared many details about the nature of the scene, Detective Coy Cox said he wouldn't call it a satanic ritual or sacrifice, but he believes the killer was trying to communicate something. The bodies were surrounded by odd items. There were symbols. There were items used at the scene to indicate strong feelings or opinions about the victims, Bill and Peggy, Cox said. Additionally, medical examiners were able to determine the exact time of death using a medical device in one of the victims. This revealed that one of the post-mortem injuries occurred at least 2 hours after the victim had already died. The scene was cleaned after the murders, and no weapons were found. However, officers were able to find DNA in several areas of the scene, locations that make them confident it belongs to the killer. Although the DNA was entered into CODIs, no matches have been found. It was also not suitable for genealogy or phenotyping, which could suggest that the DNA came from more than one person. There was no evidence of forced entry into the Stevensons' condo, and neighbors reported no suspicious activity. Like most condo communities, other homes were just feet away. Police felt confident about one suspect, the couple's nephew, Charles Steve Stevenson. In February 2013, Steve was arrested for the murder of a 67-year-old woman in Aurora, Indiana. That victim had been beaten with a frying pan and a pepper grinder found at the scene. However, the DNA from the Florence crime scene did not match Steve, and he was eliminated as a suspect. Detective Coy Cox has since visited more than a dozen states to follow up on tips, largely because Bill Stevenson had extensive contact with passing truckers. Cox has even reached out to psychics in hopes of a breakthrough, but so far, nothing has emerged. The Stevensons' children insist their parents had no enemies. Still, the crime scene has led investigators to believe the killer deliberately targeted the couple. They were loving, kind, humble, would help anybody that needed anything, their daughter Beth said. So, who killed Bill and Peggy Stevenson? Did Bill meet his killer through his truck stop ministry? Did these community volunteers help the wrong person? Why would anyone target such a beloved couple? These are the questions we hope will be answered soon. But as of today, this case remains unsolved. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. Let's continue. 6-year-old Kelly Holland Jr. went missing on February 12, 1982 from Knox County, Kentucky. The day that Kelly went missing, his school was canceled due to a heavy snowstorm that occurred the day before. He was at home with his mother, Judy Moore, in a very rural area of eastern Kentucky. Kelly lived with his mother and her boyfriend, Kirk Campbell. His mother states that at around 11 a.m. that morning, Kelly went outside to play. His mother went to check on him around 4 p.m. After checking on him, she went to a neighbor's house to answer a phone call as the family did not have a phone of their own. When she returned, Kelly was no longer in the yard, and when she didn't see him, she assumed he had gone to a friend's house. When it was dinner time around 6 p.m. and Kelly had not returned, she went outside to call him in for dinner but didn't receive an answer. She would then go back inside and eat dinner without him. She said she assumed he had gone to a friend's house nearby to watch the Dukes of Hazzard, since they didn't own a TV. Judy later went to the friend's house to get Kelly, only to find out that Kelly had never been there that day. Judy says when she realized her son was missing, she went to her boyfriend's grandmother's home and asked to use the phone to call police. She stated, strangely, she wasn't permitted by her boyfriend's grandmother to call the police until midnight, about 6 hours after his disappearance. This is one of the most perplexing and frustrating points of the case. Why would someone that presumably knew Kelly not allow his mother to call the police and tell them he was missing? Then again, why didn't she just go to another neighbor's house to use the phone? Family members and neighbors began searching the area for Kelly as word got around of what was going on. However, Judy would say the official police search didn't begin until dawn the next day. Initially, law enforcement believed that Kelly had simply wandered off, possibly to one of the abandoned mines located in the area, and possibly had frozen to death. Over the next few weeks, police searched in water wells, creeks, and the nearby abandoned mines. They even checked under porches and in sheds and storage buildings but found no signs of Kelly. Kelly's parents divorced several years before his disappearance. His older brother and sister were living with their grandmother in Jackson, Kentucky because Judy had a hard time caring for them. It is rumored that Kelly's mother and her boyfriend had possible drug addictions and may have been abusing him. Authorities believe someone local was involved in Kelly's disappearance. Many of the neighbors in the area in 1982 had criminal records. While there was a grand jury investigation and Judy was a suspect from the beginning, she has never been charged. Her own sister reported at one point that Judy had killed Kelly and she helped bury the body, but according to Judy in a recent interview, she denied the allegations and says she has nothing to do with her child's disappearance. His case is now classified as a possible abduction. After his disappearance, there were tips that placed him in Florida, possibly in the cities of Tampa or Thanatosasa. According to Judy, one of his school teachers had told her at one point that a school district in Florida had called and requested his school and medical records. Unfortunately, a fire has since destroyed most of the school's records, so none of this information could be verified. However, why wouldn't Judy give this information to the police? Judy has never been ruled out as a suspect in the case of Kelly's disappearance. And at one point, investigators received a tip and dug up Judy's concrete porch looking for Kelly but found nothing. Judy, however, has stated that his father Bobby might have taken him or knew someone who had taken him. However, Kelly's father has since passed away. While the reported sightings in Florida have never been considered credible, if any of them are true, who would have taken him to Florida? It doesn't make sense for his father to be involved since he was living in Kentucky. At February 2010, Kelly's sister Margaret, who was 10 at the time of the disappearance, said that her aunt, who recently died, told the family about a letter she was leaving behind. Nothing has ever been said about the letter again, so it either doesn't exist, didn't pertain to Kelly's disappearance, or the family felt it shouldn't be shared with anyone. There are multiple conflicting accounts of what happened that day, most likely because the person giving the information keeps changing the story. For instance, was Judy's boyfriend, Kirk Campbell, at the house that day, or was she there alone? Also, there is conflicting information on whether the parents at the friend's house said they hadn't seen Kelly at all, or that he was there and they sent him home when it started to snow again. There are a lot of strange details in this case with lots of unanswered questions, but after watching the interview with Kelly's mother, I personally don't believe she had anything to do with it. However, sadly, as of today, this case remains unsolved. Alice Faye Jefferson was a 20-year-old Army wife and mother of two who disappeared from Fort Campbell, Kentucky, sometime between 1974 and 1975. She lived on post with her husband, Lee Andrew Jefferson, a soldier who was assigned there between March 1973 and July 1975. The day of her disappearance, her two children, 6-year-old Paula and 5-year-old Johnny, walked home from school after no one came to pick them up. Upon their arrival home, they knocked on the door for a long period of time with no answer. Eventually, Jefferson, the children's stepfather, answered the door, sweating and agitated, claiming that he had been asleep. While Alice's car and clothes were still there, she was nowhere to be found. Lee claimed Alice had left and possibly gone to Nashville. However, he wouldn't let the children into their bedroom and made them sleep with him. A few days later, he packed some bags, loaded his stepchildren up, and dropped them off at Alice's parents' house in North Little Rock, Arkansas. That was the last time the children saw Lee. An official police report was not filed on this case until 2013, nearly 40 years later. However, both Lee and Alice's parents claimed to have tried to file a police report right after she went missing. Her parents said they called the Kentucky State Police and were told that it wasn't in their district, so they tried the Tennessee State Police. Nearly 40 years after her disappearance, when her children got the help of a private investigator, the wheels began turning. The U.S. Army stepped in, confirming they opened an investigation, but that investigation turned cold. The Army stated in an email, "At this point, we have exhausted all leads in the case and are not actively investigating. However, if new information is discovered, we stand ready to reopen the case and thoroughly investigate all credible information." But the mystery remains. What happened to Alice? Her social security number has not been used since that time, meaning she never got a job, never opened a bank account, and never paid her taxes. Her children believe they know what happened. "I believe Lee Andrew Jefferson killed my mother in the bedroom and dumped her body, and he has gotten away with it," Paula said. Lee has never faced charges in her case and continues to maintain she simply left him. Lee Jefferson now lives in Lebanon, Pennsylvania. The remains of an African-American woman were found in 1975 30 miles from the base in Tennessee but had not been identified. However, a DNA profile does exist, and Paula says the Army took a DNA swab from her and her brother, but there was no match. Her children still seek answers to this day, but unfortunately, this case remains unsolved. 49-year-old Bradley McLaughlin Ross was last seen on January 28, 2006 in Prospect, Kentucky. Brad was supposed to meet his girlfriend for dinner and then attend a motocross racing event at 8 p.m., but he never showed. A friend would speak with Brad around 4:47 p.m. on the phone, and then a surveillance camera would show Brad purchasing gas at a gas station on Lexington Road around 5:30 p.m. He has never been heard from or seen again. Brad would be reported missing the following day. 3 days after his disappearance, his Chevrolet 2500 extended cab pickup truck, which has the words Cardinal Professional Tree Service written on it, was found on the sidewalk in the 600 block of South 35th Street in downtown Louisville. The gas tank was empty, the keys were on the front seat, and the doors were open. There were no indications of a struggle, but a pair of Reebok sneakers that were possibly Brad's were found in the bed of the truck. This leaves an unanswered question. Why was his gas tank empty if he had stopped for gas the last night he was seen? Ross owned his own successful business, Cardinal Professional Tree Service. He is described as having a kind of boisterous personality and as a very friendly individual who was well known and well liked in his neighborhood. The day after his disappearance, he had several appointments scheduled with customers. All the appointments were missed, and it is believed that if Brad had left on his own, he would have made arrangements to cover those appointments. Family and friends say it is uncharacteristic of Brad to leave without warning or neglect his business obligations, and he had no medical conditions that would cause him to wander off. Brad was a graduate of Wagner High School and started his tree business when he was in his early 20s. Although there is no hard evidence of foul play in his case, his disappearance is considered suspicious. A search and rescue team has searched the Ohio River from the 2nd Street Bridge to New Albany, Indiana, for clues as to his whereabouts. However, nothing was ever found, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Elena Sanchez Hawkins was found murdered in her Elizabethtown, Kentucky home on January 8, 1992. She was only 29 years old. That morning, Elena's husband, Michael Hawkins, called her from work at around 7 a.m. to make sure she was awake to get their oldest son on the school bus. After Elena put their son on the school bus at 7:30 a.m., sometime between then and 10 a.m., something horrible would occur. Michael called the home again at 10 a.m. but received no answer. He called again, And this time the 3-year-old answered the phone and spoke some heart-shattering words. "Mama is bleeding." Michael rushed home and found Elena with her hands bound behind her back and her throat cut. She had been brutally and sexually assaulted and died as a result of blood loss. Her murder has been described by authorities as especially brutal. No evidence of forced entry was found at the home, and authorities have said there were no obvious signs of a struggle either, leading them to believe that it might have been someone she knew. Elena was described as a bit of a loner. She didn't have a lot of friends and instead was very close with her family. Her husband was quickly eliminated as he was, in fact, at work when the murder occurred. One witness told authorities that on the morning of the murder, she had seen a black Datsun truck at the house. The truck was modified in a way that should have made it easily identifiable. However, they were never able to find the vehicle. Her son, who had been in the home that day, wasn't harmed but kept talking about the man, though a full description was never able to be developed. Investigators have said that while evidence in the crime was found and kept, a good portion was tested at the time, and very little remains. There was renewed interest in the case in February 2008 when, in neighboring Breckinridge County, a woman was brutally attacked, raped, and left for dead in what was described as eerily similar to the 1992 unsolved murder of Elena. However, this victim survived and identified her attacker as her neighbor, Ernest D. Pine. Ernest Pine was a 58-year-old retired military man who was married and had no previous arrests. He was charged, pleaded guilty, and sentenced to 17 years in prison. He has been named as a person of interest in Elena's murder, but has never been questioned or formally named a suspect. In addition, Pine was living in Elizabethtown in 1992 at the time of Elena's murder. Ernest Pine is eligible for parole in 2025. Authorities have not conclusively linked the two cases and haven't outright named this attacker as a suspect in Elena's case, but call him a person of interest. Between advances in technology, the vehicle description, and law enforcement still available, this case seems like it could be solved. Michael Hawkins died on April 25, 2004 at age 42, never knowing who killed his wife. As of today, this case remains unsolved. Molly Bish was born on August 2, 1983 in Warren, Massachusetts. She was the youngest of 3 children in the Bish family. With her siblings Heather and John Jr., Molly was a bright, responsible, dearly loved, and active girl. The Bish family originally hailed from Detroit, Michigan, but they moved to Massachusetts in search of a better future. The reason for their relocation was a disturbing crime that had occurred in their Detroit neighborhood. A young woman had been kidnapped on her way home from work and later found murdered. The Bish couple thought Warren would be a much safer place to raise their children, and for the next 15 years, it seemed they were right. Molly, always seeking new activities, took a summer job as a lifeguard at Commons Pond in Warren. She was excited about the opportunity, as it had been her brother John Jr.'s former job, and he had requested that Molly be given the chance to continue in his place. Molly was fully committed to the job and wanted to perform it to the best of her ability to make her brother proud. On June 26, 2000, Molly's mother, Magi, accompanied her to the pond for her 7th day of work. When they arrived at the parking lot, Magi noticed a strange man sitting in a new white car, smoking a cigarette. His presence made her uncomfortable. She looked at him, but he didn't acknowledge her. Magi walked Molly to her lifeguard station and stayed a little longer, hoping the man would be gone by the time she returned to the parking lot. However, when she got back to her car, the stranger was still there. They locked eyes for several seconds. Fearing for Molly's safety, Magi waited in her vehicle for several minutes until the unknown man finally left. On June 27, 2000, Molly's 8th day on the job, she and her mother stopped at a local store just before 10 a.m. Molly purchased everything she needed for her shift. When they arrived at the isolated pond, surrounded mostly by woods, Magi dropped her daughter off. Molly hurried to her station since she was running a bit late. She quickly set up her chair, towel, and work equipment just after 10 a.m. Swimming lessons were scheduled to begin soon, and she wanted everything in order to welcome the children. The beach was officially open, but Molly was alone. It seemed everyone was running late that day. No houses overlooked the water, and the beach wasn't visible from the road. which ended in a dead end. In all directions, there were only trees. At 10 a.m., Sandra and her children arrived to set up camp, followed by other families. They looked around for Molly but couldn't find her at her workstation. That morning, Molly hadn't used her police radio, which was part of her daily routine. Besides the open first aid kit, there was nothing to indicate she had been active. Her shoes were neatly placed in front of her chair. When swimming lessons ended, one of the parents contacted the park commissioner to report that Molly had disappeared, as it was uncharacteristic of her to leave her workstation unattended. The park commissioner arrived at the beach shortly after 11 a.m., and at 11:44, he used his two-way radio to inform police that the young girl had not shown up. He also examined her personal belongings left at the scene. From that point onward, some irregular events occurred that raised suspicions. At some point between noon and the afternoon, the commissioner ran into John Jr. at a hardware store and, for an unknown reason, didn't mention that Molly had disappeared. Another irregularity was that police didn't contact Molly's mother until 1 p.m., 3 hours after Magi had dropped her off at her job. Part of the reason for the delay, according to some accounts, was the assumption that Molly might have gotten a ride to visit a friend, which seemed logical given her belongings were left behind. Alarmed after receiving the call, Magi hurried to the pond and found Molly's sandals, chair, first aid kit, radio, and lunch by the shore, but there was no sign of her. Hours later, after the scene had been trampled by beachgoers, children, dogs, and curious onlookers, police realized their initial assessments might have been wrong. The first theory, that Molly had gone off with friends, made sense for an ordinary teenager, but not for someone as responsible as she was. A second theory, that she had drowned, then gained traction. Warren was the kind of small town where nothing much happened. With its picturesque houses and natural beauty, it seemed like a safe place to raise a family, part of the reason the Bish couple had moved there. Police began their investigation by analyzing Molly's belongings and work tools, and something chilling occurred. The unknown man became a suspect because witnesses had seen him touch and examine everything at the disappearance scene, without gloves or care. Magi informed officers that she had seen the man lurking around the pond in the days before. The sheriff's office began an investigation. A local worker testified that he had seen the same man in the white sedan, but not in the pond's main parking lot. The car was parked near a nearby cemetery connected to the pond by a short path. On the morning of June 27th, a truck was delivering sand to the beach. The driver was questioned and said he saw the man parked in the lot just before Magi and Molly arrived. Police searched the pond and surrounding woods but found no trace of Molly. Although there were no signs of struggle at the scene, both police and her family believed she had been abducted. A composite sketch of the man, described as around 50 years old, brown hair, dark eyes, and a heavy smoker, was created based on descriptions from Magi and other witnesses. Simultaneously, a broad investigation was launched, including examination of local sex offenders. None matched the suspect's description. Molly's case became the largest and most costly search for a missing person in Massachusetts history. The abduction gained significant media attention. Her family created a website and email chain to spread awareness. Over 30,000 people received emails about her disappearance. In February 2001, Magi contacted a renowned sketch artist who agreed to create a composite drawing of the man she had seen. They met at a local bed and breakfast and spent 9 hours working on the sketch. Magi later asked the artist to include a cigarette in the man's hand. When she saw the final version, she was certain it matched the man she had seen. In May 2003, a hunter found a blue swimsuit and contacted police, knowing Molly had been wearing one when she vanished. The lead prompted a renewed search. Finally, on June 9, 2003, Molly's body was found in dense woods on Whiskey Hill, a little over 8 kilometers from her home. The official cause of death was not released, but she had been murdered and buried in thick vegetation. The case soon went cold. In February 2005, a man resembling the sketch was investigated for an attempted abduction but was never linked to Molly's case. In February 2007, a registered sex offender matched the suspect's description after attempting to assault a jogger near Warren, but no charges were filed. In February 2009, Rodney Stanger became a prime suspect. He had recently been convicted of murder and lived near Warren at the time of Molly's disappearance. He fished at Commons Pond, hunted in the area where Molly was found, and drove a white car. He also resembled the suspect's sketch, but he was never charged. Police couldn't establish enough evidence. In November 2011, another suspect emerged, Gerald Battistoni, a confidential informant. He attempted suicide after learning he was under investigation. He had a long criminal history and lived near the area. His DNA was tested in Texas, but he died in 2014 without being charged. In 2016, enhanced DNA testing was announced for 24 untested samples. A year later, investigators followed a lead to a campground, where the alleged abduction car was said to be buried. A new suspect had lived there and owned a similar car. A witness claimed the man had scratches on his face and said something bad had happened the night Molly vanished. The man denied involvement, and no charges followed. In 2019, more advanced testing was conducted. On June 3, 2021, Worcester County District Attorney Joseph Early announced that Francis P. Sumner Sr. was a new person of interest. He had died in 2016 but had an extensive criminal record, including convictions for kidnapping and rape. He lived near Molly, resembled the composite sketch, and had been released from prison in 1998, 2 years before Molly vanished. Police received corroborated tips linking him to the case. They obtained a DNA sample from his son, who was in federal prison, to help confirm a match. Heather, Molly's sister, stated that if Francis had been on the sex offender registry, he might have been investigated sooner. She believes authorities are doing their best with the information they now have. The Bish family hopes for a resolution after decades of pain. While Molly's killer has not yet been apprehended, the case remains open. As of 2023, a $100,000 reward is still being offered for information leading to an arrest and conviction. Molly's disappearance transformed her parents into advocates for child safety. Through their efforts, they hope to prevent other children from falling victim to predators. On December 18, 1996, a groundskeeper at the Pleasant Valley Memorial Park Cemetery in Annandale, Virginia, made a horrific discovery. In the infant section of the cemetery, the groundskeeper discovered the body of a white female aged anywhere between 50 and 70 with auburn or red curly hair. The woman was laid out on a plastic sheet with a small 8-inch Christmas tree that was decorated with gold balls and red ribbons. As she remains unidentified, many have taken to calling her the Christmas Tree Lady or the Annandale Jane Doe. The Fairfax County coroner discovered that the woman had taken her own life just hours before she was discovered. She had a blood alcohol level of 0.14 from drinking brandy and was also found to have taken Valium. The victim had 2 empty juice bottles and a new roll of masking tape in her backpack. At the time of her passing, she was listening to a cassette tape of The 2,000-Year-Old Man, which is a dark comedy by Mel Brooks and Carl Reiner. In her backpack, she also had 2 cassette tapes, Monty Python and the Holy Grail and Jeff Foxworthy's You Might Be a Redneck. She had placed a plastic bag over her head and tied it off with tape, which caused her to suffocate. The Christmas Tree Lady left little information behind, and she made it clear she did not want to be identified. On her person, she left a note saying, "Died by own hand. Prefer no autopsy. Please order cremation with funds provided. Thank you, Jane Doe." Enclosed with the note were 2 $50 bills, one intended for the coroner and one for the cemetery. A typed note in her possession read, "Now I lay me down to sleep, soon to drift to the eternal deep. And though I die and shall not wake, sleep sweeter will be than this life I forsake." As she was found in the infant section of the cemetery, many have speculated that she was the mother of one of the deceased children. According to reports, Jane Doe was not laid in front of any specific grave but in an open area. Most of the headstones nearby where she was found were fairly recent. She had no receipts in her pockets for investigators to trace her movements. The site would also probably not be known to drifters. Her fingernails were painted red, and a pair of bifocal glasses was found near her body. She was 5 feet tall, 157 pounds, with an 8-inch scar on her stomach, possibly from a C-section. Dentals, fingerprints, and DNA are available. However, as of today, her identity still remains a mystery. Brittany Renee Williams was an adorable 7-year-old girl who went missing around February from Henrico, Virginia. Her mother, Rose Thompson, discovered she contracted AIDS 3 months before giving birth to Brittany and passed the deadly disease to her daughter. During the first few years of the child's life, she was often in foster care due to Thompson's chaotic lifestyle. Brittany's mother signed custody over to a woman named Kim E. Parker Wright before she died of AIDS in 1996. Parker ran a charity that provided long-term care for kids with AIDS and other serious medical conditions. Parker was using the donations, Social Security, and Medicaid benefits to live off of and was not taking care of the children properly. Visitors to the house noted it was filthy, and multiple people who knew Parker repeatedly reported her for child abuse and neglect, but nothing was ever done. The last person besides Parker to see Brittany was a doctor whom Brittany visited in August 2000. Around that same time, Parker asked Brittany's aunt, Brenda Martin, to take the child, saying she was troublesome and had lived longer than she had expected her to, and she couldn't handle her anymore. Brittany's aunt declined, saying she couldn't handle the girl's medical needs. Within 2 days, Parker was saying that she'd given Brittany to 2 women in California. This went on for years, and despite numerous court appearances, there was no follow-up done to find the actual whereabouts of Brittany. Brittany's aunt wanted to keep in touch with her, but Parker refused to provide contact information for the women. In November 2000, Parker was arrested for truancy because Brittany had not returned to school for the 2001 to 2002 school year. She told the judge that Brittany was no longer in her custody, and the charges were dismissed. She told the same judge that Brittany was living with relatives, and there was no follow-up from the court. Parker continued to collect the child's $500 monthly benefit check from the Virginia Department of Children and Families until February, using the money to renovate her home. In January 2003, custody of Brittany was given to the local social services department, and they were ordered to find her. The police opened a missing child case. Parker protested that she could not tell what she did not know. In March 2003, investigators located the 2 women Parker said she gave Brittany to. They were both volunteers with Rainbow Kids Incorporated and had been planning to have Brittany visit them in California, but the plans had not been finalized by the time she disappeared, and she never came to see them. Neither of them had ever had custody of Brittany or knew where she was. Brittany was described as a bright and sensitive girl. Her aunt spent a lot of time with her niece. She states she was caring and concerned about things with her AIDS. She dropped a plate and cut her hand. I went to help her and she said, "No, you can't do that because of the blood. I'll take care of it." In April 2003, Parker was indicted on 73 felony charges, mostly fraud and money laundering, relating to Brittany's case. Authorities alleged she accepted over $16,000 from private individuals and the government for the care of Brittany when the girl was not living in her home, and that she illegally attempted to conceal the sources of the money. Parker pleaded guilty to 1 count of mail fraud and 1 count of wire fraud in July 2003. She was then charged with 3 counts of medical assistance payment fraud for allowing Brittany's Medicaid payments to continue needlessly. Medicaid paid about $8,000 in insurance premiums for Brittany after she left Parker's care. In May 2003, authorities thoroughly searched Parker's home and drained her septic system looking for Brittany's remains or any sign that she had died there. Her Social Security number and Medicaid insurance card have not been used in any state since her disappearance. Investigators believe she is no longer alive because, without using her Medicaid benefits, she would have had no way to get the medicine she needed to sustain her life. Brittany remains missing, and as of today, the case remains unsolved. Caitlin Akins was last seen on December 5, 2015. She was visiting her sister's newborn, and some old friends in her hometown of Springfield, Virginia. She had a flight scheduled that day at 5:40 p.m. from Reagan National Airport to her home in Arizona, but she never made it. Caitlin needed a ride to the airport, but her sister Gabby was busy with the baby, and her mother had to be at work before 10 a.m., so she agreed to get a ride from her former stepfather, James Brenton. Lisa dropped Caitlin off at James's house in Partlow, Virginia at 9:20 a.m. Lisa reminded James of Caitlin's flight time and then left. James had to be at work at 3 p.m., so he intended to drop her off early. This is where things start to get very strange. At 11:56 a.m., Caitlin's fiancée, Amber, received a text message that read, "Something came up. I'm not coming back today. I'll let you know when I get a new flight. I won't be able to text for a bit." At 1:52 p.m., James sent a text to Lisa telling her that he had dropped Caitlin off and followed up with more details, saying, "I dropped her at the Springfield metro station. She was going to take the metro to the airport since there is a stop at Reagan." According to James, Caitlin wanted to spend some time at a mall before going to the airport, so he dropped her off at the Springfield town center. The story goes she was going to walk from the mall to the Franconia Springfield metro station and take a train to the airport. Lisa was very concerned about this plan because Caitlin had not been on the metro since she was a child, and Lisa felt it was odd for James to agree to this request. Then, strangely, Lisa received a text message from Caitlin 8 minutes later saying, "I'm at the airport, battery dying, so won't be able to text for a bit." How is this possible if she was dropped at the Springfield town center at 1:52 p.m.? It takes a total of 19 minutes to go from the Franconia Springfield station to Reagan National Airport. The only explanation might be that James didn't text Lisa right away. But why did Amber receive a message 2 hours earlier saying Caitlin wasn't going to make the original flight? Initially, Lisa was relieved to hear from Caitlin, but that quickly faded when Amber called her and informed her of the earlier text she received about taking a later flight. Lisa then tried calling and texting Caitlin but didn't hear back until 7:15 p.m., which was well past the time of her scheduled flight. The text message she received read, "I'm staying with a friend. I need some time alone." Shortly thereafter, Amber received a final message from Caitlin sent on Facebook, "I can't come back. I cheated on you." All further attempts to get in touch with Caitlin went unanswered until finally, her phone simply stopped ringing. The biggest find in the case was made 2 days later, on December 7th, by a road crew worker. In a drainage ditch in the 6600 block of River Road near Fredericksburg, about 44 miles away from the Springfield metro station, they found Caitlin's blue suitcase. It was roughed up and missing a wheel, according to police. It was clearly thrown out the window of a moving vehicle. Inside were Caitlin's wallet, cash, debit cards, and plane ticket home. Her phone, clothes, and high school diploma, which she needed for her cosmetology school, were missing. Did James drop Caitlin off at the Springfield Mall? Initially, the police said they were able to corroborate this claim, but later they said they needed to look further into it and tighten up the timeline. There is no evidence, neither surveillance footage nor witnesses, that places Caitlin, James, or his vehicle anywhere near Springfield Mall or anywhere else for that matter. Investigators also found that James, who had told Lisa that he had to drop Caitlin off earlier because he started work at 3 p.m., never went to work that day. He called in and said he wouldn't be coming. When searching his house, police found a password-protected phone, but James has repeatedly refused to provide the password. He also has refused to take a polygraph test. Still, despite an extensive search of his house, vehicles, and other belongings, no physical evidence was found connecting James with Caitlin's disappearance. Authorities do not believe she left on her own accord, and they were able to prove that James never dropped her off at the mall like he said he did. The police investigated location data from the phones of James and Caitlin. At 1:52 p.m., when James texted Lisa that he had dropped Caitlin off at the Springfield Mall, his phone pinged near his home. At 2 p.m., when Caitlin texted Lisa that she was at the airport, her phone pinged from the area surrounding James's home, 30 miles away from the Springfield metro station. And when the final text was sent from Caitlin's phone at 7:15 p.m., it pinged off a cell tower in Stafford, less than 15 miles from where her luggage was found. Caitlin had allegedly confided in her closest friend, Kevin, telling him that James had been verbally abusive when she was growing up. However, he didn't know of any physical abuse that had occurred. He also said that the night before her disappearance, Caitlin had gotten drunk with friends who forced themselves on her. The following day, she told Kevin in a message that she felt very guilty about it. Caitlin is considered missing under suspicious circumstances, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. 22-year-old Shane Donahue was last seen leaving his parents' house in Nokesville, Virginia, on March 22, 2010. He was with his friend Timothy Hickerson and left in a Hickerson Brothers electric box truck. They were supposed to be going to Shane's home, which was very close to where his parents lived. However, after leaving his parents' house, he was never heard from again. Shane was the middle child of parents Brian and Donna Donahue and generally had dinner with them just about every night. He also always made a point to call his parents every single day, so they definitely knew something was wrong when he stopped answering his phone. Timothy, the friend Shane was with on the evening of March 22nd, was a member of a well-known family in the Nokesville area. They owned the Hickerson Brothers Electric Service Company. However, even though they ran a decent business, Timothy had trouble with the law. A year after Shane's disappearance, he would be charged and sentenced to 4 years in prison for breaking into 2 gun stores and stealing from a third. Shane also came from a good home but had minor troubles in his past. 2 years before he disappeared, his roommate was arrested by the FBI for narcotics distribution, and it is rumored that Shane was part of the operation. He also had 2 convictions for the possession of marijuana. Could his disappearance have been related to drugs? On the day Shane disappeared, he was working a job at Colgan Air, where he was installing ceiling tiles. He had employed his friend Timothy to assist with the job since Shane didn't own a vehicle and usually needed friends to drive him around. The job paid $5,000, and he would give Timothy $1,000 of it for helping. That evening, after leaving his parents' house, he was with Timothy, and Timothy is believed to be the last person known to have been with Shane before he disappeared. He is a person of interest in the case, but as of today, he has never been charged. Shane owned 2 phones, and it was discovered that both either simultaneously went dead or were turned off at 4 p.m. that evening. Police would search his duplex where he lived and used luminol to check for blood. His parents paid for cadaver dogs, and searches were made of the Nokesville area lakes, parks, and ponds. In April of 2013, police again searched Shane's home, and a septic tank on the property was drained. However, none of this led to any evidence being found. There hasn't been any activity on Shane's bank account, nothing on his phones, and no calls to his family members. Rumor has it that Timothy and a guy named Craig Madong broke into Shane's house sometime shortly before his disappearance and stole money and medications while Shane was at a party. Timothy claimed he would make it right by giving Shane a ride to Colgan Air and helping him install the ceiling tiles. However, after the job and visiting his parents, he was never heard from again. So who is this Craig Madong, and was he involved? Could all this be over money and drugs? Many believe Shane was murdered by Timothy, possibly for the money he received from the job that day, or that Timothy at least knows what happened to him. All the limited evidence points towards Timothy. However, without a body, there doesn't appear to be enough to charge him. At this point, and after so many years, both Donna and Brian believe Shane is most likely deceased and have already purchased a burial plot for him. As of today, the case remains unsolved. Sweethearts Heidi Lynn Childs and David Lee Metzler were Virginia Tech sophomores from the Lynchburg area who were shot to death on the night of August 26, 2009. They were 18 and 19 years old, respectively. The two met in high school and had dated for 4 years, continuing their romance at Virginia Tech. Heidi was majoring in biochemistry and David in industrial systems engineering. Heidi was a devout Christian and reportedly had a strong Christian relationship with Metzler. 2. On the summer evening in August, David told his friends that he was going to take Heidi on a special date. David was going to have a bonfire, play songs on the guitar that he had written for her, and chill at Caldwell Fields, a popular hangout for tech students which is located about 15 miles from campus. Heidi told her roommates she wouldn't be gone too long because she had homework. The couple took the guitars they played together during Heritage Baptist services and left Heidi's apartment around 8 p.m., heading to the idyllic campground in Montgomery County. The area has no phone service and little to no people on most days. About 8 a.m. the next morning, a man walking his dog found the teens' bodies in the recreation area's parking lot on Craig Creek Road. David was inside his Toyota Camry and Heidi was on the ground outside. Investigators have not said how many times or where either was shot or released many other details about the killings. Since then, investigators have remained unable to point to a motive, saying the shootings were likely random. On the third anniversary of the homicide in February 2012, Sheriff Tommy Witt revealed that his detectives had found DNA evidence at the scene that possibly belongs to the killer. Many people who live in or frequent the area have had their DNA tested, but so far no match has been made. No one really knows who was there or what exactly happened that night. Detectives said the shooter took Heidi's purse containing her cell phone, camera, Virginia Tech lanyard, ID, and credit card. The items are still missing to this day. In February 2009, police brought in recruits from the New River Criminal Justice Training Academy to help search for more clues about the couple's slaying at Caldwell Fields. Heidi and David are buried side by side in Virginia Memorial Park in Bedford County, and as of today, their case remains unsolved. Natalia Lorena Silveira Alfonso came into this world on December 31, 1995, in the country of Paraguay. She was raised by her mother, Rosa Alfonso, and they were a close-knit family that always supported each other. During her teenage years, Natalia's life took a challenging turn when her father was diagnosed with a terminal illness. While this news was a devastating blow to the family, Natalia took it upon herself to help them navigate the difficult situation. She cared for her father until his passing in 2015. After completing her high school studies, Natalia enrolled in a degree program in accounting. While she excelled in her studies and was highly regarded by her teachers, she soon realized that her true passion lay in becoming a notary. In 2016, she switched her major to law, aspiring to become a lawyer. However, her educational pursuits were interrupted when she became pregnant by her then partner. Their daughter was born healthy and Natalia adored her from the moment she arrived. But her relationship with her partner was not going well, and she had to move back in with her mother due to financial constraints. Financial pressures forced Natalia to leave university and find work. Concurrently, she began taking courses in makeup and hairstyling, always eager to learn something new. By 2018, Natalia was 22 years old and had resumed her second year of law school. She managed to balance her studies with work and became the main provider for her family. Her daily routine involved attending classes, going to work, and returning home to be with her daughter. During her daughter's bedtime, Natalia would dedicate herself to her studies. Despite her busy life, Natalia found time to spend with her friends and even ventured into dating. She informed her potential romantic interests that she wanted to take things slowly, given her past experiences. On April 10/38, Natalia said her usual morning goodbyes to her mother and daughter. It was a Friday and she looked forward to meeting her friends after work. She promised to return later that evening, but this promise would remain unfulfilled. As hours passed, Rosa began to worry about her daughter's absence. She tried to reach Natalia on her phone, but received no response. In the early hours of the morning, Rosa received a call from an unknown number. She answered and it was the police. They informed Rosa that a charred body had been discovered inside a red Toyota, which was registered to Natalia. Initially, Rosa refused to believe that it could be her daughter and suggested that Natalia might have been the victim of a robbery. She believed that the person inside the car was not her daughter. However, the concerned police officers insisted that she come to the judicial morgue. In a state of shock, Rosa made her way to the morgue. Once there, she saw the body and had to confront the painful truth she had been denying. It was Natalia. She recognized her daughter by her tongue piercing and an unmistakable tattoo. Despite the horrific circumstances, Rosa managed to regain her composure and asked about the cause of death. The forensic physician who had conducted the examination explained that Natalia had died of asphyxia caused by acute lung edema, followed by burning. But there was more to the grim story. Natalia had also suffered a gunshot wound to the skull, indicating that she had been unconscious when she was set on fire. It was evident that someone had trapped Natalia in the car. Both her mother and the police shared the same burning question: who could commit such a heinous act? Investigators reviewed security camera footage near the intersection where Natalia's car had been found. The footage revealed a thin man with black hair and square glasses approaching Natalia's vehicle carrying a white bag. He got into the car, reversed it, exited at 1838, and entered a gray Toyota Corolla with license plate BXU 473. He drove away as the explosion occurred. They decided to review the rest of the neighborhood's cameras, especially those at gas stations, in an effort to locate where the man had purchased the fuel and gather more information about his identity. They came across the cameras at a gas station located near the explosion. They observed that the same man had spent around 20 minutes inside the establishment. While this information was useful, it wasn't enough to identify the suspect. Neither Natalia's mother nor her sister could recognize him. The investigators conducted interviews with several individuals to piece together what had happened the previous night. The first person interviewed was Natalia's boyfriend. He mentioned that he had spoken to Natalia around 7:30 in the evening as they had plans to meet. She had informed him that she had a work meeting before. Although her late work commitment had raised eyebrows, he chose not to press further, as their relationship was relatively new and he didn't want to make her uncomfortable. He was quickly ruled out as a suspect. Later on, they interviewed a security guard from a motel called Roxy, located near where the vehicle was found. They showed him photographs of Ulysses and Natalia's car. The employee recognized both the young man and the vehicle, providing a new lead in the investigation. Natalia had been a regular visitor to the motel. They also spoke to a cleaning staff member who remembered seeing Ulysses but noted that he had entered the motel alone. When she cleaned the room, it was in pristine condition, with only a bottle of Sprite inside. Luminal tests on the room's floor revealed no traces of blood, indicating that the attack had not occurred there. The investigators decided it was time to visit the suspect's residence. However, when they arrived at his home, they discovered that he was not there. They tracked his card movements and noticed that he had purchased tickets at 5 in the morning to travel to Buenos Aires at 11:30 a.m., where he was currently located. The day after Natalia's disappearance, the Paraguayan radio station received a startling call. The caller identified himself as Ulysses Núñez, a 28-year-old radio station worker. He confessed to a chilling secret that had been haunting him. He had murdered Natalia Silveira, the girl everyone was talking about. He proceeded to narrate his version of the events. Ulysses had met Natalia in 2016 when they became friends on Facebook. Although he lived in the Sunsong, he traveled to San Lorenzo to meet her in person. They continued to see each other and Ulysses fell deeply in love. However, his happiness was short-lived when he stumbled upon a WhatsApp group of escorts where several men claimed to have been with her, some even sharing pictures. This discovery infuriated him. He couldn't believe that the girl he was seeing was involved with other men for money. In his words, he began preparing to react. They continued to go on dates, and on several occasions, he questioned her about seeing other men. However, Natalia always denied it. Ulysses had already planned to murder her and carried a weapon, but he had never used it. Meanwhile, the men in the WhatsApp group continued to share their experiences with Natalia. In April 2018, Ulysses decided he had endured enough. On the 9th of that month, he arranged to meet Natalia at 5 p.m. As Ulysses was leaving from Asunción, he received a message from Natalia asking to postpone their meeting by an hour. He reluctantly agreed. However, while he was en route to San Lorenzo, Natalia called him again, requesting that they meet at 7 p.m. Ulysses opened the WhatsApp group and found that his suspicions were confirmed. Natalia had seen other men before their encounter. He was furious and didn't want to endure another moment. At the scheduled meeting time, Ulysses maintained his composure. He told Natalia that he had parked his car a distance away and asked if she could pick him up. She agreed. At 7:30 p.m., they headed to a motel within San Lorenzo. Natalia continued to look at her phone and smile, which ignited Ulysses' jealousy. After their intimate encounter, Natalia went to take a shower. While she was in the bathroom, Ulysses decided to check her phone to find out why she had been so preoccupied. He discovered a conversation with a man expressing how much he missed her and how eager he was to see her. When Natalia emerged from the bathroom, she looked completely different. She had applied makeup, straightened her hair, and changed her clothes. According to Ulysses, she had never looked so alluring, which infuriated him. He couldn't understand why she hadn't made such an effort for him. As they left the motel, they walked to Natalia's car. Once inside, Ulysses told her he had a gift for her. She didn't have a chance to respond as he suddenly pulled out his 9mm pistol and shot her in the head. The bullet pierced the window and the sound reverberated through the entire block. At that moment, all the neighbors on the block rushed out of their homes to see where the gunshot had come from. Ulysses began to grow nervous. He couldn't leave the car there as his fingerprints were all over it. He started driving around the nearby streets. Around 9:20 p.m., Ulysses arrived at the motel. He left Natalia's body in the car and requested a room just for himself. Once inside the room, he went to the bathroom to vomit. Afterward, he changed his clothes, attempted to wash the ones he had been wearing, and ordered room service. He had a Sprite and contemplated his next move. An hour and 10 minutes later, Ulysses returned to Natalia's car. She remained unconscious. He drove to a dark area of the city not far from where he had left his own car. Afterward, he returned to the car and drove to the intersection of Primero de Mayo and Yugoslavia streets. Once parked, he closed the door and threw the key into a vacant lot. He retrieved the gasoline container from the trunk and doused the car. Finally, he set it on fire with Natalia still inside. Quickly, he headed to his own vehicle and fled the scene, disappearing into the night. That same morning, Ulysses went to the bus terminal in Asunción, where he purchased a ticket destined for Buenos Aires, Argentina. He arrived at Puerto Falcon on the same day at 1:52 p.m., but his conscience tormented him. Despite the radio show host's astonishment, she continued the interview as if nothing had happened. Her only concern was to ensure that the conversation was being recorded. When Ulysses finished his story, the host asked if he intended to turn himself in, to which he replied hesitantly, "I killed someone and I'm going to rot in jail. What guarantees do they offer me? I'll definitely go to prison and they'll tear me apart." After the call ended, the host contacted the police to share the interview and Ulysses' confession. It was consistent with the security camera footage confirming his guilt. Fabio Sanabria, the officer in charge of the operation, ordered the search for Ulysses in Argentina. The search didn't last long, as on the 14th of the same month, Ulysses requested to speak with the head of public relations for the police and asked her to come to the primary zone of Puerto Falcon. Once there, he confessed to the police chief, just as he had done on the radio. He was arrested that same day and subsequently taken to the police investigations headquarters. Despite Ulysses' confession, the public opinion was divided. Media reports portrayed him as a quiet, Christian, and hardworking young man. He had even been an altar boy and had considered becoming a priest at one point. His mother was well known in Asunción for helping homeless women and encouraging those in the escort industry to turn their lives around. This led to a sense of empathy for him. The fact that journalists referred to Natalia as Ulysses' girlfriend didn't help matters. Many people started to speculate that Natalia was an opportunist who had played with the young man's heart, even suggesting that she got what she deserved. Rosa gave several interviews in which she vehemently denied that her daughter had been involved in escort services and claimed that much of Ulysses' account was false. In addition to dealing with the media exposure, Natalia's family had to navigate a torturous legal process. While the formal charges against Ulysses were filed in 2019, the trial was suspended 4 times by the panel itself, supposedly due to their need to attend to other minor cases such as fraud. The judges weren't giving the case the importance it deserved. What made matters worse was that Natalia's family showed up each time, only to discover that the hearing had been postponed. They were informed that their daughter would spend more days without justice, and the wound in their hearts grew deeper. The COVID-19 pandemic further delayed the process. It wasn't until December 9, 2021 that the trial finally began. The sentencing tribunal agreed that there was sufficient evidence showing that Ulysses had shot Natalia before locking her in the vehicle and setting it on fire with her inside. They indicated that he was completely obsessed and had acted alone. Ulysses, through his lawyer, went so far as to apologize to Natalia's family and all women who might have identified with her. However, the defense employed the narrative that had resonated in the media. They claimed that Ulysses was a diligent and hardworking young man who had made a mistake. They requested a sentence of only 10 years, much less than what is typically imposed for such cases. This caused a complete outrage from Rosa and others who argued that Natalia was also diligent and hardworking, but hadn't committed any crimes. Despite the defense's attempt at manipulation, the Criminal Appeals Court sentenced Ulysses to 30 years in prison for Natalia's case. The defendant's attorney filed an appeal, arguing that the evidence was insufficient and requesting a new trial or even his client's acquittal. Natalia's family attorney expressed her complete indignation at this request, stating that seeking annulment and a retrial would mean subjecting Natalia's family to a painful process once again. On the 20th of the same month, the Justice Tribunal concurred that the judge had imposed a lawful criminal penalty within the legal framework for the crime of femicide. They noted that the principles of sound judgment, the rules of experience, and the principles of science have been respected in reaching the conclusion. The appealed judgment was deemed justified. Just like that, Natalia can now rest in peace. However, her family, both Rosa and her sister, miss her every day. Natalia's daughter, who is now 7 years old, currently lives with her father. While she regularly sees her grandmother and grows up in a loving environment, she will always miss her mother. The stigmatization of Natalia's profession, which led many people to condone what happened, demonstrates the importance of always being honest and never toying with another person's feelings. While nothing justifies the actions of this individual, not everyone channels their emotions in the same way. And unfortunately, some people may cross the line between good and evil. When this line is crossed, terrible things can happen. 29-year-old Sue Roop was last seen in Bentry, West Virginia, on the morning of February 12, 1979. She left a note at home for her children telling them to go to a neighbor's residence if she wasn't home by the time they got back from school. A neighbor saw her get into a blue vehicle, either a truck with a camper top or a van, at 8:30 a.m. She has never been heard from again. Life had been difficult for Sue in the time leading up to her disappearance. She won custody of her children and child support following a bitter divorce after she found out her husband, Raymond Rupp, was having an affair with their teenage babysitter. In the divorce, Sue was awarded custody of their 3 children, Susie, Jessica, and Raymond Jr., along with child support, with the checks coming sporadically, and Sue was struggling to make ends meet. Perhaps most concerning is a series of unfortunate incidents that had recently taken place. She had sustained a serious gash to her head after being run off the road in her vehicle. Her house burned down mysteriously while the children were at their father's, and Sue was spending the night with her sister, and Raymond had taken her to court, attempting to get a portion of the insurance money. She was forced to move with her children into an apartment above a local restaurant. But things were starting to look up. She was expecting to receive $3,000 from the sale of some property in March. She also had a new boyfriend, Peter Brown, who was away in the military, and they wrote letters to each other almost every single day. Monday, February 12, 1979, seemed like an ordinary day for Sue. The mother of 3 prepared the girls for school. Her son had spent the weekend with his father. Sue promised the girls that she would pick up Valentines and they would make Valentine's Day boxes that evening. When Sue's children got home from school that day, they were expecting to make the Valentine's Day boxes with their mother. Instead, they found a note on the front door from their mother instructing them to go to the neighbor Carol's apartment if she wasn't home. They chose to stay home, eager to work on their Valentine's Day projects. Eventually, their father, Raymond, arrived, and according to sources, he suspiciously told them that their mother had abandoned them. Other members of the family were eventually alerted of Sue's disappearance. When they came to search the apartment, they found her purse and clothes, along with a money order from Peter. Raymond later said he stopped by the house to pay some back child support as he had just gotten his income tax return. When Sue did not return by Valentine's Day, her father, Eugene McMillian, filed a missing person report with the Gauley Bridge Detachment of the West Virginia State Police. Raymond stated he last saw her on February 10th, 2 days before her disappearance, when he picked up their son for the weekend. In April, the McMillian family turned over a series of letters to the police that Sue had written to Peter. The letters indicated some troubling information. She wrote that Raymond was 3 months behind in child support, and she planned to take legal action, but that she was very afraid of him. She also said someone had forged 2 checks on her bank account, and she knew who had done it and planned on confronting them. After his divorce from Susan, Raymond had married Christina Hudnall, the babysitter he had been unfaithful with. However, the marriage wouldn't last and they would later divorce. In February 2017, Christina said that in 1980, Raymond had told her that he had, in fact, killed Susan. She stated he told her he left home that day in their vehicle but then got into someone else's car, whom she didn't know, and he was driving that car when he killed Susan. For the next 3 decades, Raymond was tried and convicted of a variety of crimes, including the murder of 71-year-old Charles Wood, breaking and entering, possession of a firearm, drug possession, and grand larceny. However, police were never able to prove any involvement in the disappearance of Sue. 9 years later, Sue's family had her declared legally dead. In December of 1993, when a body was found on Bolt Mountain, her family had hoped that it was Sue's and they could get some closure. Detective Steve Tanner began his attempt to match the skeletal remains and the articles found with it with descriptions from missing persons reports. The more he learned about the body, the more he became convinced that the remains were those of Sue. Examination by the medical examiner revealed that the body was that of a female, 5'4" in height, approximately 30 to 45 years of age. Sue was 29 years old and 5'1" at the time of her disappearance. The hip-hugger pants and platform shoes found with the body were indicative of the 70s style. Family members recall that Sue wore a gold ring with a small diamond. The body discovered on Bolt Mountain was found with a gold ring bearing a 1/8 carat diamond. Tanner was convinced that the watch found with the Bolt Mountain body provided one of the strongest links to Sue. The watch was distinctive in that it had a gold face and an undersized silver band. A confidential source had identified the watch as belonging to Sue but would not make an official statement due to fear of the killer. To confirm the link, Detective Tanner transferred a photograph of Sue wearing her watch and the watch from the body to the FBI, asking if it was possible to determine if it was the same watch that Sue was wearing. Although FBI examiners indicated that the watches were very similar, the photograph was not clear enough for a positive identification. However, the body matched in gender, race, size, age, and clothing and jewelry were in the right style, but he had nothing that he could take to court to prove that the body on Bolt Mountain was that of Sue Roop. In 1995, Detective Tanner was hopeful due to a new process known as mitochondrial DNA testing. This testing could compare the DNA of the skeletal remains to the DNA of Sue's mother and daughters to determine whether the body was in fact Sue's. In 1995, the Raleigh County Commission approved the $5,000 funding for the test. The first tests conducted were inconclusive. Although nothing in the DNA test eliminated Sue as a possibility, there was also not enough evidence to prove that it was her skeleton. In 1996, the skeletal remains were sent to one of the leading DNA specialists in the nation, Dr. Mark Stonking of Penn State University, for additional mitochondrial DNA testing. Tanner received yet another disappointing answer. The body matched the DNA of Sue Roop's family in 25 of 26 points. Dr. Stonking felt that the mismatch on the 1 point could be attributed to contamination or other factors. Dr. Stonking made the following recommendation in his report. If there is sufficient compelling other evidence to support the claim that the remains are those of Sue Roop, then the DNA analysis should be repeated on an independent sample. Today, Sheriff Steve Tanner continues his battle to bring closure to the family of Sue Roop and justice to her murderer. But as of today, this case remains unsolved. On June 2, 1987, Norma and Jeff Hensdall picked up their daughter Tammy Daniel outside the El Cid Club in Beckley, West Virginia, at around 3 a.m. They drove Tammy to her home in Stanford, West Virginia, and dropped her off after trying to talk her into staying the night with them. However, and couldn't find Tammy, so they assumed Jean had woken up and let her in. They left and never saw their daughter again. The next day, Tammy's parents went back to her home, and she was gone. Jean said he had asked her to leave, and he didn't know where she was. For For days later, when no one had heard from Tammy, her parents reported her missing. Gene had borrowed a vacuum from a neighbor on June 3rd, after Tammy's disappearance. When he returned it, it had a foul smell, and there was a sticky substance on it. The police took the vacuum for testing and determined it was blood-stained, and the blood was Tammy's type. When they searched Gene and Tammy's home, they found a stain on the bedroom carpet and possible blood on the carpet padding and the floor underneath. Gene could offer no explanation on how it got there. Gene has always maintained his innocence in Tammy's disappearance and said he thought she left of her own accord. In January 1989, Gene was convicted of murdering Walter Morgan in a July 1988 shooting. He admitted to the shooting but claimed self-defense at the trial. He served a prison sentence and has since been released. Gene was indicted for Tammy's murder in the 1990s. However, the indictment was dismissed for lack of evidence. There was also another problem with the case. Fred Zane was the lead serologist, which is a bodily fluid scientist, at the time of the case. Zane eventually became known for using flawed methods in testing bodily fluids, and it was eventually discovered that he misstated evidence, falsified lab requests, and reported impossible results to the courts. So even if Gene was convicted, they could use Zane's flawed methods as a way to have the conviction overturned. In the months prior to Tammy's disappearance, she'd been photographed with blackened eyes and had to undergo a splenectomy to remove a damaged spleen. Tammy has never been found, but foul play is suspected in her case due to the circumstances involved. She has since been declared legally dead, and as of today, the case remains unsolved. On October 24, 1987, 21-year-old Melissa Moreland left her home in Berkeley Springs near Paw Paw, West Virginia, where she lived with her parents. Her parents were under the assumption that she would be spending the night with a friend, completely unaware that as she left the house, it would be the last time they would ever see her. At this time, the identity of whom Melissa was supposed to be staying with is unknown. The last time anyone reported seeing her was later that night with friends at a former High's gas station located on Winchester Street. Although Melissa lived with her parents at the time, she was known to leave for a few days in a row to stay with friends. Therefore, she wasn't immediately reported missing. In November 1985, almost 2 years prior to her disappearance, Melissa was attacked by Dwight David Walls. He also assaulted another woman. Both females testified against him in court, and he was charged with sexual abuse and assault, but reached a plea agreement with the prosecution and pleaded guilty to unlawful wounding. Walls was sentenced to a year in jail, but he could have faced up to 40 years in prison if he was convicted of the original charges. He was pardoned and released only 4 months into his sentence. Melissa disappeared several months later. It isn't clear whether her disappearance is related to the prior assault or whether Walls is a suspect in her case. An in-depth investigation was conducted by then-Sheriff William Spitzer into her disappearance and then later by Sergeant Larry Bradley of the West Virginia State Police during the 90s. Dozens of people were interviewed during the reinvestigation. Several leads were followed and locations searched for a possible body, but nothing was ever found. Along with Sergeant Robert Cooper of the West Virginia State Police, the cold case was reopened but would be unsuccessful in solving it. In February 2014, Sheriff Casey Borer, an investigator in Frederick County, Virginia, and a captain from the Hampshire County Sheriff's Department received information and searched a location near Augusta, West Virginia, but found nothing. The sheriff says someone somewhere knows something about the case. Her father has since died, not knowing what happened to his daughter. Little information is available in her case, and she has basically vanished, but authorities do believe that she is most likely deceased by now. As of today, the case remains unsolved. "24-year-old Luke Stout went missing on July 18, 2012 after leaving his home on Hickory Flat Road outside of Buchanan, West Virginia. Luke was still living with his mother, Elizabeth, because she was terminally ill, and he provided care for her, with Luke's 3 brothers stepping in sometimes to help. Luke had forgotten to pay his car insurance, so it had subsequently lapsed, and he had been using a bicycle for transportation. A day or two before his disappearance, The handlebars on his bicycle had broken while he was out riding. He abandoned the bike in Buchanan but planned to return for it later. On the day of his disappearance, Luke planned to meet with his friend Dylan and bring him a green bicycle frame with one tire on it in exchange for his help fixing his abandoned bicycle. Luke's mother claims that Dylan called and told Luke he was sending a ride and to go to the end of the driveway and wait. Luke told his mother he didn't know who the driver was, but Dylan said the driver would see the bike and recognize him. The person who was sent to pick up Luke has never been identified. A few days after his disappearance, his brothers found his bicycle leaning against a trailer behind a CVS in Buchanan. It had not been repaired. There is no information as to whether Luke knew the person who lived there, though he would have been familiar with the area. The brothers notified police, assuming an officer would want to question nearby residents about possible knowledge of Luke. They were met with disappointment, as the police simply told them that they should load up the bike and take it home. It was obvious that the bike's handlebars hadn't been fixed. So whatever happened to Luke that day, we know he never made it to town to fix his bicycle. It's also unknown who left the bicycle in that trailer park. Could have been Luke, but it also could have been the clue that broke the case wide open. But the police were not dispatched to the area as requested. To the family's knowledge, they never questioned the friend Dylan, whom he was supposed to be meeting up with either. Prior to his disappearance, Luke told people that Rodolfo Vilgomez Correa, also known as Chino, had threatened him and held a gun to his forehead. His mother described a barrel mark on his forehead that she had seen. Luke had attempted to file a report with the police but was turned away. Correa pleaded guilty in February 2015 in connection with the January 2012 disappearance and murder of Joshua Oberg. The victim's body wasn't found until July 23, 2012, 5 days after Luke's disappearance. Because Oberg was having an affair with Correa's wife, Correa hired 2 of his wife's cousins to kill him. He was sentenced to 40 years in prison. Correa was also in a lot of trouble for multiple firearms found in his possession and re-entering the United States illegally. Luke also knew Correa's wife, and there were rumors that they were seeing each other at some point prior to his disappearance. This has not been verified, and Correa has not been linked to his case. Elizabeth and Luke's brother, Kenny, went to a Buchanan City Council meeting and made pleas for information on the case, but it led to a confrontation with Mayor Kenneth Davidson. Elizabeth wanted to know why only one search had taken place and why the FBI had not been involved since Correa had put a gun to her son's head. Davidson said he didn't want to respond because he didn't know anything about the case. But then he said, "The police's story and your story don't match up." Elizabeth questioned the mayor on how he could know the stories didn't add up if he didn't know anything about the case. Ultimately, Elizabeth and Kenny were escorted out of the building after Kenny began to have an outburst. It's uncharacteristic of Luke to leave without warning. His family also says several local organizations offered to help, but the West Virginia State Police refused. Luke was very devoted to his family and to taking care of his terminally ill mother. However, as of today, his case remains unsolved. "15-year-old Michael Allen Dillard was last seen on January 12, 2018 helping his mother carry in wood at their home in Calvin, West Virginia at 4:30 p.m. He ran behind the house and has never been heard from again. He was carrying only $2, and he left his cell phone behind. Michael's older sister, Brittany, stated that on January 10th, 2 days before his disappearance, her brother said he was having the best day of his life. He had hung out with a friend, gone to church, and was in a really good mood. The next day, Thursday, the good mood continued. But by the time he came home from school on January 12th, he seemed depressed. He and his mother went to his sister's home a few miles away, but he would barely speak to her. When he and his mother returned to their house, and after helping carry things inside, he suddenly ran behind the house without saying a word and never returned. Within a few minutes, his mother called his father to come home, and by 5 p.m., they had called police to report him missing. Sergeant Bruce Clendenin with the West Virginia State Police said that officers responded to the Dillards' house right away. There was a storm coming, and they knew they only had a few hours until it was too dark to see. The overnight temperatures in the area dropped to 22 degrees below zero, and it was raining and foggy. Michael's family looked for him all night but never found him. Police searches using helicopters, dive teams, bloodhounds, and search crews turned up empty. Although a week and a half had passed, Michael's jacket was found about 300 yards from his house. Private investigator John Bonazzo said, "The jacket that was found concerns me. It could have either been planted there later because that area had already been searched, or there's also a phenomenon called paradoxical undressing that occurs during hypothermia where people start to undress because the body tricks you into thinking." Bonazzo said hypothermia is definitely a possibility in this case because of the harsh winter weather conditions that night. Michael had suffered from severe depression in the past and spent almost a year in a treatment center for his condition. He was released from the treatment facility on December 19th, only 3 weeks prior to his disappearance. Some agencies classify Michael as a runaway, but his family still seeks answers. As of today, this case remains unsolved. Gloria Martinez Ruiz was born on January 29, 1975, and was the eldest daughter of Alvaro Martinez and Isabel Ruiz, who later had another daughter. The family lived in the city of Alicante, Spain. Gloria had brown wavy hair, a slender build, and some minor vision problems, but nothing serious enough to affect her daily life. Her childhood was typical for a girl from Alicante, attending school and playing with other kids in her free time. This normalcy continued until she turned 14, when Gloria began experiencing insomnia, which resulted in fatigue and nervousness during her daily activities. Around the same time, she was also struggling with eating disorders. She had issues with her self-image and occasionally didn't consume the necessary nutrients for her health and growth. In addition, she had experienced isolated psychotic episodes, but fortunately, they didn't prevent her from leading a relatively normal life. Despite these challenges, Gloria maintained good academic performance and had plans to pursue higher education in the future. In fact, in 1992, Gloria was an intelligent young woman who was enrolled in a university orientation course. This was a non-compulsory education program in Spain, part of the educational system established by the General Education Law of 1970. It consisted of a single year, equivalent to the final year of high school, and Gloria saw it as an advantage for her university admission. Beyond formal education, Gloria also enjoyed playing musical instruments and was in her 7th year of piano studies at the Alicante Conservatory. Apart from the described challenges, she led a fairly normal life with hardworking parents and a younger sister. Since Gloria's first episodes of insomnia and anxiety, Alvaro and Isabel had done everything they could to seek help for her. They loved their daughter and saw great potential in her, so they contacted Dr. Maria Victoria Soler, a psychiatrist who treated Gloria for 3 years. Despite their efforts and many hours in therapy, Gloria's condition did not improve. She continued to suffer from insomnia, and the resulting exhaustion, along with the anxiety it generated, was taking a toll on her. It was then that Maria Victoria recommended Gloria's admission to the Torres de San Luis Clinic. This clinic, which aimed to be a restful haven for celebrities, charged its patients a monthly fee of 1 million pesetas, equivalent to 6,000 euros at the time. The facility was surrounded by a dense forest, difficult to access at night, and lacked artificial lighting. According to some reports, one of the reasons Maria Victoria suggested Gloria's admission was her connection to the board of directors of the company that owned the Torres de San Luis Clinic. The complex, in which the doctor had a stake, was intended for stressed patients, rest cures, and generally non-severe medical conditions. It featured expansive bungalow-style accommodations, a pool, sports facilities, and gardens. Originally designed for high-income clients who seemingly never arrived, the clinic was in financial trouble, and Gloria was the only patient it had managed to attract. Eager for Gloria to achieve the improvement she needed, Alvaro and Isabel eventually became convinced by the psychiatrist's recommendations. She assured them that the medical techniques used were the most advanced of the time, a claim echoed by the institution's promotional materials. In short, the specialist portrayed it as a top-notch facility. Although it represented a significant financial commitment for the parents, they were willing to do anything for Gloria's well-being. On October 29, 1992, when Alvaro and Isabel bid farewell to their teenage daughter at the entrance of the center, they were heartbroken. Her mother had even requested to stay with her on the first night, but this was denied as it went against the facility's rules. So, with heavy hearts, Isabel and Alvaro left their elder daughter, who was still a minor, at the center. The girl settled into bungalow V1 on the ground floor. Initially, Gloria had the presence of her psychiatrist, who also served as the clinic's deputy director. However, starting at 3 in the afternoon, the teenager was left without the assistance of a mental health professional. There was only one nurse and one assistant, both in their 20s with limited experience. Along with these two, Gloria was also in the company of a couple of people responsible for maintenance and cooking. They were the only 5 occupants of the vast complex, located somewhat in the middle of nowhere. According to the clinical records, within a few hours of her admission, Gloria experienced a severe nervous crisis that necessitated restraints. She was tied to the bed, hands and feet, during the early hours of her stay. According to medical records, this measure was taken to prevent her from harming herself. In the late afternoon, still under the influence of medication, Gloria was taken to the cafeteria by the nurses, but the young girl had no appetite and only consumed a fruit juice. While in the cafeteria, Gloria left behind a note with irregular and shaky handwriting, which read, "I'm afraid to think that I'm dying, and the only light is near me, my God." It seemed that her confinement was not proving to be psychologically restorative for Gloria, who had been suffering from debilitating insomnia and had undergone a sleep cure. However, at this point, she found herself heavily medicated and bound to a bed. Within a few hours of being admitted to the clinic, due to the immense tension and fear of being injected with more drugs, the young girl urinated on herself, and her underwear needed changing. As it later became known, an assistant left her a pair of blue pants and a white shirt because Gloria didn't have another change of clothes. When night fell, in order to ensure that Gloria remained calm, she was administered 4 doses of powerful medications, including antipsychotics. With this combination, Gloria calmed down, but according to her caregivers, she experienced another episode around 1:30 in the morning. In the midst of the crisis, she requested that her restraints be loosened so she could use the bathroom. The young women attending to her agreed to untie her, but, as per their account, her state of nervousness remained so heightened that she continued to be agitated. When she realized that the nurse was approaching with a syringe, intending to administer another injection, she became even more anxious. At this point, the assistants decided to call the maintenance couple to help calm her down. However, according to the nurse's account, Gloria managed to break free from her caregivers and escaped by jumping out of her room's window. Subsequently, she leaped over the clinic's wall, and her whereabouts became unknown. Despite the incident occurring at around 1:30 in the morning, the family was not immediately notified. Gloria's parents were informed of the situation after 8 in the morning when they contacted the civil guard to report her disappearance. They learned that no one from the clinic had alerted the authorities at the time of the incident. The parents vehemently rejected the version of events provided by the mental health center staff. They argued that it was impossible for Gloria, heavily sedated, to have escaped from the nurses, jumped over the high clinic wall, and fled barefoot at night. Moreover, she wouldn't have done all this without her glasses, as she had severe myopia, a condition that made it impossible for her to see images or objects clearly beyond 30 or 40 centimeters from her eyes. Meanwhile, when the neighbors in the area were questioned by the authorities, they claimed to have heard footsteps that disturbed their dogs that early morning. A gas station worker located 3 kilometers from the clinic reported having seen a young girl, fair-skinned with curly black hair, making a call from a public telephone that same morning. The description provided by the man matched Gloria's, which led investigators to believe that despite her visual difficulties, she had managed to leave the clinic. In the following days, the Civil Guard conducted an extensive search in the surrounding forests, drained ditches, and emptied septic tanks, but found no traces of Gloria. Despite the parents' efforts to speak with various media outlets to keep her case from fading into obscurity, the disappearance of another girl, which occurred 2 weeks later, diverted all media attention. The only ones who continued to focus on the case were the Civil Guard officers who tirelessly pursued any leads that could lead to Gloria. They searched 2 landfills in the area, irrigation canals with diving teams, excavated certain areas, and examined adjacent lands. The search would pause and resume whenever new information emerged, and this pattern persisted for many years. They combed various areas of the province in an attempt to find her, but all their efforts proved fruitless. Meanwhile, Gloria's parents were dealing with the pain of her absence and an overwhelming sense of guilt because the truth was that they had never wanted to send Gloria to this rest therapy. They had only agreed due to the insistence of the psychiatrist who had prescribed it, arguing that it would help with the insomnia and anxiety issues she had been experiencing for the past 3 years. As investigators continued to search for leads to solve the case, the next lead to follow was a man who claimed to have seen Gloria and been with her, along with a group of young French individuals at a campsite in Altia in the days following her disappearance. The Civil Guard even traveled to the French border, but they did not locate the girl. Additionally, a friend of Alvaro, the girl's father, claimed to have seen her on a public bus in Alicante, but this sighting could not be confirmed. So, a couple of years passed with unsuccessful sightings. Alvaro and Isabel had accepted from the beginning that it was likely they would not find her alive, and with each passing year, the uncertainty and pain grew worse for them. Since her disappearance, there had been speculation that Gloria had never left the clinic. Conspiracy theories suggested that the girl may have suffered from an overdose due to malpractice, which resulted in her death. This led to the disposal of her body. Much was said about a boiler present on the premises. The chief investigator, Damien Caravaca, took charge of the case in 1994, 2 years after the disappearance, when the Judicial Police Department was established in the Altia precinct. He emphatically stated that when he took over the investigation, they meticulously examined the boiler and found no remains. He also mentioned that in order to incinerate a body there, it would have to be done in very small pieces, and such an operation would have been evident during the clinic's inspection. Among the many rumors that circulated in the media at the time, there was one related to the girl's clothing. Some reports claimed that the investigation team entered the facility 2 years later after it had ceased operations to conduct a search and inspection. According to some newspapers, those involved in the investigation found underwear and a belt belonging to Gloria in a bag in a septic tank. However, years later, Damien clarified that the garments were indeed inside a bag but not in a septic tank. Instead, they were found in lockers where the personal belongings of each patient were stored. He indicated that this discovery was of little importance and did not constitute any irregularity. As is often the case in such situations, psychics also became involved and offered their assistance, but they did not provide any significant contributions. The investigative team repeatedly questioned witnesses who claimed to have seen Gloria. Additionally, over the years, whenever unidentified remains were discovered in Altia, DNA samples were compared with Gloria's, but she remained unaccounted for. The Civil Guard also closely monitored any earth-moving activities due to rainfall, but Gloria still did not resurface. The numerous calls that alerted the authorities over the years about the alleged presence of the young girl proved fruitless. Extensive searches in the vicinity of that rest clinic yielded no clues, not even a trace of the teenager's supposed escape. The case had gone cold, and Gloria's parents continued to wait for news of their daughter. In mid-July 1999, a handwritten letter with no return address arrived at the office of the lawyer who was handling the case of Gloria's strange disappearance. The document raised hopes of finding answers. In the letter, an anonymous writer claimed to have seen Gloria on TV a few hours after her disappearance. According to the witness, she saw Gloria outside the home of a young, slender nurse who lived with another woman. The The manuscript detailed how the two women supposedly took the girl from the house, nearly unconscious, and claimed they were taking her to a hospital. The sender of the letter confessed that since the events in 1992, she had carried the burden of silence in her conscience. She concluded with an apology and justified her silence over all those years, explaining that her husband had advised her not to speak about the case because it was not their concern. She added that after 7 years of silence, although she believed it was a dangerous matter, she was willing to speak out so that Gloria's family wouldn't suffer any longer. The lawyer declared to the media that he placed the letter in a protective envelope to preserve any fingerprints and forwarded it to the Benidorm court, but it received no immediate attention. He also mentioned that he had initially chosen to act cautiously and not disclose the information to the media to avoid jeopardizing the investigation. However, due to the lack of action by the Benidorm court, he decided to make the fact public as it was the only lead they had in the case. Following this development, posters with Gloria's image were distributed again, and efforts to locate the young girl were renewed. Gloria's parents, Alvaro and Isabel, requested that this lead be thoroughly investigated, as it was the only glimmer of hope, and they insisted that their daughter's case should remain open and active until Gloria was found. However, the civil guard's investigation concluded that the letter was also a false alarm, and there were inconsistencies in the testimony. Ultimately, nothing was known about Gloria, and the case seemed to be back at square one. He questioned how it could be credible for one of the nurses to claim that Gloria jumped out of the window and disappeared after climbing the fence. As the years passed, the possibility of pursuing the case through criminal proceedings became increasingly remote. In fact, the judge closed the case without finding evidence of criminality in the disappearance of 17-year-old Gloria. However, Gloria's family did not sit idly by and proceeded with a civil lawsuit. In February 2008, it was revealed that the Provincial Court of Alicante had ruled in favor of Gloria's parents in the civil case against both the company that managed the stress treatment center, which was not actually a psychiatric clinic, contrary to what the prescribing psychiatrist had claimed, and the specialist herself. They were ordered to pay €60,000 in compensation. This penalty was imposed because the clinic and the specialist were held responsible for the lack of security at the facilities. The court also considered that there was insufficient qualified personnel to care for the patient. Later on, the compensation was increased to €104,000 as it was deemed that the psychological harm to Gloria's parents exceeded what they would have experienced if they had found their daughter deceased, categorizing the damage as incalculable. It was a small victory for Alvaro and Isabel, but at the same time, it was a grim reminder that the case had closed without criminal accountability. The young girl everyone missed never returned to the familiar place where they had shared so many laughs when they were a family of 4 members and not 3. In 2017, marking the 25th anniversary of Gloria's disappearance, the investigative team of a media outlet aired a program reviewing the entire investigation carried out to locate the young girl. The program contacted a nurse who had worked at the clinic and had resigned just before Gloria's admission. She shared her experience as the first nurse hired to work at the facility. She recalled that when she started the job, she was told that the center would host movie and television stars to relax and rest, but they never mentioned that it was related to mental health. She remembered that on her first day, she found the place beautiful but noticed that there were no tools for conducting electrocardiograms. There were no oxygen tanks, and they didn't even have a first aid kit, so nothing could be resolved. The healthcare professional stated on camera that the place was a sham, and the only thing they did there was administer pills. The former nurse mentioned that she couldn't forget Dr. Maria Victoria Soler, one of the owners of the rest home clinic who ordered Gloria's admission. However, she didn't provide details about why she found her unforgettable. The parents' lawyer also participated in the program and mentioned that even though decades had passed, he still had all the documentation of the case. He recalled Dr. Maria Victoria's statement, where she claimed that Gloria was calm upon arrival at the clinic and said goodbye to her parents. However, once they left, she started to hallucinate. According to the doctor, she had to administer more medication, but it had no effect. She then decided to give her a higher dose and instructed the staff to administer the same treatment every 6 hours, keeping her tied to the bed. Sergio Oliveros, a consulted psychiatrist, stated that according to the reports, Gloria was given 2 types of neuroleptics, which are medications used to treat psychosis. He clarified that when they are administered together, it's known as a delirium cocktail and is only used in very specific cases. ***. He described it as a bomb that sedates the patient, puts them to sleep, and makes them easily manageable. In his experience, someone who received the dose that Gloria did could be asleep for anywhere from 2 to 10 hours. A graphologist believed that the last lines, confused and disordered, written by Gloria on a piece of paper in the cafeteria the afternoon before she disappeared, indicated that she wrote under the influence of some type of narcotic. The parents' lawyer insisted that Gloria was not in a condition to be left alone. She had to be accompanied by the nurses and was later tied to the bed. ***. It was nighttime, and the girl had already spent 15 hours inside the supposed clinic, with her caregivers instructed to medicate her every 6 hours. He questioned how it could be credible for one of the nurses to claim that Gloria jumped out of the window and disappeared after climbing the fence. He pressed further, asking if Gloria could have scaled a wall while medicated in almost complete darkness and with the severe myopia she had suffered from since childhood. Furthermore, he pointed out that there was never any evidence that the teenager had left the premises. The investigative team also revealed that in 2017, the psychiatrist who had ordered Gloria's admission was still practicing and had a clinic in the center of Alicante, but allegedly refused to give statements to the media. ***. In 2017, the newspaper El Mundo also covered Gloria's case. They interviewed the agent who had been leading the investigation since 1994. He stated that he still had Gloria's photo in his work agenda and expressed that for him, the investigation remained open, as he had never forgotten about her. He also revealed some previously unknown aspects of the case and dispelled numerous speculations that had circulated in the media over the years. Until then, the prevailing belief had been that Gloria couldn't have climbed the clinic's wall because it was over 2 meters tall. ***. However, he explained that the wall measured 2 meters from the outside, but was easily scalable from the inside due to certain elements that facilitated access. According to the investigation, Gloria went missing at night and made her way to a gas station in Altia, which was no more than 3 kilometers from the clinic. He indicated that the young girl might have reached it by following the lights of the highway and the city. For him, the testimony of the gas station worker, who claimed to have seen a girl matching Gloria's physical description, wearing blue pants and a white shirt, consistent with what the assistant had provided, was crucial. He admitted that the case had left a lasting impact on him, denied that it was closed, and asserted that the investigation remained active and vigilant for any new developments. ***. The police had not forgotten and would never forget Gloria. The painful memory of a promising young woman remained alive in her family, especially in her neighborhood. Her parents kept Gloria's name on the mailbox as if more than 30 years hadn't passed since she left that house and never returned. That bright student who played the piano and had no serious illnesses, as stated by the psychiatrist who treated her, had ventured down an irreversible path. What was supposed to be a short therapy for sleep issues had ended in an unsolved disappearance. On August 14, 2005, 20-year-old Amanda K. Jones disappeared from Festus, Missouri. Amanda was 8.5 months pregnant when she vanished. On the day of her disappearance, Amanda met Brian Westfall, the alleged father of her unborn child, at the Hillsborough Civic Center at around 1 p.m. to discuss custody details. Roughly 15 minutes into their meeting at 1:15 p.m., she took a call from her former sister-in-law. After their meeting, they were supposed to go have lunch together at the Off the Hook restaurant. However, she has never been heard from or seen again. After 3 hours of trying to reach their daughter, Amanda's family became very concerned. They reached out to Amanda's friends, but they hadn't heard from her either. Her parents drove to her house to see if she was there. However, Amanda was nowhere to be found. At this point, Brian Westfall is most likely the last person to have ever seen Amanda. Brian and Amanda had dated briefly after meeting at a Christmas party in February 2004, but their relationship didn't last long, and Brian didn't hear from her again until February 2005, when she told him she was pregnant. Brian stated he didn't believe Amanda's unborn child was his, and he didn't want to continue his relationship with her. Amanda told friends she was considering seeking child support from Brian. She met him on the day of her disappearance to discuss his role in the baby's life and what, if any, type of child support she could expect from him. However, on the day they met, Brian would once again tell Amanda he was not the father of her unborn child. Brian's version of events that day changed a few times within 24 hours. First, he said they never made it to lunch because Amanda got upset when he said he wasn't the father of her unborn child. So, according to Brian, she went to the restroom, and when she came out, she no longer wanted to go to lunch. Brian stated he left the Civic Center, and Amanda stayed behind. However, Amanda's mother, Bertha, said that Brian told her that he and Amanda did go to lunch but went their separate ways around 2 p.m. A few hours later, she spoke to Brian again, and this time he said Amanda had gotten upset while having lunch at the restaurant, and he left while she was upset and in the restroom. He would tell Investigate, Amanda's friends and family went to the Civic Center and found her blue 1997 Pontiac Sunfire still sitting in the parking lot, unlocked and abandoned. At this point, they called the Jefferson County Police Department and reported her missing. Police found her purse inside the vehicle, but her keys, wallet, and cell phone were missing. They also checked her cell phone records and found that the last time she used her phone was when she took the incoming call at 1:15 p.m. At this point, police began questioning many aspects of Brian's story. For instance, the police report showed that Amanda's cell phone records indicated she did not receive or make any phone calls after her quick phone call with her former sister-in-law. However, Brian stated he saw her on her phone later while she was sitting in her car. Even more, the authorities found it inconceivable that anyone, especially a woman 34 weeks pregnant, could sit in a car on a hot and humid August day for 3 hours. It is also important to note that the air conditioning in Amanda's car was broken at the time of her disappearance, making this even more impossible. Also, it was very suspicious that Brian had initially told Amanda's mother they had gone to lunch together as planned and hadn't just stayed in the parking lot. Brian was somewhat cooperative with the investigation and maintains his innocence in Amanda's disappearance. He did allow investigators to search his home, but he limited the places they were allowed to search, and that is the only time they have searched his property. Not only did Amanda have a close and loving relationship with her then 4-year-old daughter, Hannah, but Amanda and her family were also thrilled about the arrival of her second child. Amanda also enjoyed her job as a loan administrator at Eagle Bank and was well loved by everyone who knew her. Detective Doc Coombs, who has worked the case since February 2011, is adamant that Amanda did not leave of her own free will. Her loved ones stated it was very uncharacteristic of her to leave without warning, and she could not walk easily because of her pregnancy. While her former husband, Scott Jones, was questioned by police, he is not considered a suspect in her case and has since passed away as of November 2007. After his death, their daughter was placed in the care of Amanda's parents. Brian is still considered by many people to be the prime suspect in Amanda's disappearance. Not only is Brian the last person known to have seen Amanda, but he is also said to have been far from excited about his impending fatherhood. He apparently had a longtime girlfriend when he and Amanda had connected. There has been no activity on her cell phone or credit cards since her disappearance and no evidence that she checked into any hospital to deliver her baby. Her last known credit card purchase was at a drugstore, where she bought a soda and hairspray hours before she went missing. As of today, her case remains unsolved. Bianca Noel Piper was 13 years old and in the 8th grade at Winfield Middle School when she went missing on March 10, 2005 in Foley, Missouri. Bianca suffered from ADHD and severe bipolar disorder. She had mood swings, aggressive tendencies, anxiety attacks, and difficulty with self-control because of her conditions. Bianca had been in counseling since she was 4 years old. If she did not take her daily medication, she could possibly suffer from hallucinations and be very aggressive. Bianca's mother, Shannon Tanner, claimed that a therapist had advised her to drive Bianca a distance from home and make her walk back alone to deal with her aggression. So when Bianca and her mother had a fight on the evening of March 10th about Bianca not washing the dishes and Bianca had a tantrum, her mother dropped her off at McIntosh Hill Road, a mile from their home, about 6:15 p.m., leaving her with a flashlight. Bianca and her mother had tried the treatment only once prior and it had been helpful, so Bianca requested that it be done again. She also asked to be dropped off further from home than she had before. She never arrived home and has never been heard from again. Her mother would report her missing at 8:20 p.m. That night in February 2005, the temperatures dipped very low, so at first emergency personnel believed she may have gotten lost and froze to death. The road was a gravel road without lights, which is why her mother gave her the flashlight. All Bianca was wearing at the time of her disappearance was a shirt, a hoodie, jeans, and tennis shoes. However, since an extensive search turned up no signs of Bianca, authorities now think she may have been abducted. She has no history of running away from home. Her mother and her mother's live-in boyfriend have both passed polygraph tests and her biological father was extensively interviewed, but none of her family members are considered suspects in the case. Searchers covered the area for weeks and even the best dog teams in the country couldn't find a trace of her. Investigators interviewed every registered sex offender in Lincoln County within the first 24 hours after her disappearance, eventually clearing all of them. The case files contained more than 200 exhausted leads, including interviews with more than 20 self-described psychics. Many leads came into police after two other missing children, Sean Hornbeck and Ben Omby, were found alive in Kirkwood after their abductions by pizzeria manager Michael Devlin. Authorities initially suspected Devlin could be linked to other missing child cases and formed a multi-jurisdictional task force to investigate this theory. In October 2007, the task force was dissolved with no arrests made in Bianca's case. Bianca's father died in February 2009, but her mother and sister are still alive and looking for her. Phoenix Lucille Colton was last seen sitting in her car in her driveway on Country Brook Drive in the Spanish Lake area of St. Louis, Missouri, on December 18, 2011. Her father saw her drive away at 2:20 p.m., not knowing he might never see his daughter again. She was only 23 years old at the time of her disappearance. Phoenix came from a religious family that regularly attended church together. She had been homeschooled, was a member of the handbell choir, was a regional fencing champion, played the piano, and was even taking violin lessons. While Phoenix had previously attended the University of Missouri, St. Louis, her family later discovered that she had dropped out of her classes and was no longer enrolled. On the afternoon of December 18th, after going to church, Phoenix was seen sitting in the driveway of her parents' home in her black four-door 1998 Chevy Blazer, using her cell phone. Her father, Lawrence, last saw his daughter as she was pulling out of their driveway. Although it was unusual that she hadn't informed anyone where she was heading, he didn't think much about it and assumed Phoenix was going to a friend's house or to the nearby convenience store that she frequented. In the early morning hours of December 19th, her mother, Goldia, could not shake the feeling that something was wrong with her daughter. Phoenix never stayed out past 1:20 a.m. Later that day, Goldia contacted police to report her missing. While the officer who was dispatched to their home claimed there was currently nothing he could do, given that Phoenix was legally an adult, he agreed to run the license plate on her car but found nothing. The only advice he gave the Coltons was to call local hospitals, which they spent the rest of the day doing. Unbeknownst to her parents, at 5:30 p.m. the previous day, 3 hours after Phoenix left her driveway, the Blazer was found abandoned near the intersection of 9th Street and St. Clair Avenue, a 25-minute drive from her home. It was still running, and the driver's side door was open. There was no sign of Phoenix at the scene, and she has never been heard from again. The police had the vehicle towed but did not realize it belonged to a missing person. The Blazer was originally impounded a little more than 2 hours after Phoenix was last seen driving it, and the officer who ran the plates the following day discovered nothing. The Coltons were never officially notified by authorities about their vehicle. The police report later obtained by the Coltons' private investigator includes conflicting information. In one section, it is reported that there was an adult female victim. In another, it was noted that there was no driver. A second report has a filing date listed 2 weeks after the impounding. The Coltons' private investigator notified them that the responding officer was advised by his union representative to speak with no one. That same officer who arrived on the scene claimed he found nothing in the car. However, Phoenix's driver's license, purse, glasses, and shoes were in the car. All the paperwork needed to identify the vehicle's owner, including the Coltons' home address, was found in the glove box. Investigators asked Phoenix's parents to look through her room in hopes of finding clues. Stuffed in a notebook was a strange note. When Phoenix's parents originally looked at the note, they didn't think it was in her handwriting. However, they later started poring over old notebooks to determine if they might be wrong. Goldia eventually concluded that she had initially been mistaken and that the note was, in fact, written by Phoenix. She deciphered the note's contents and informed the police. Goldia believed Phoenix might have written it either before a church service or afterward, when Phoenix dropped Goldia off at the parlor for fellowship and waited in her vehicle. According to Goldia, the message was along the lines of, "We think you need to make up your mind before February 2012, or else I will show you what I can do about your parents." In an interview on Real Talk with Tamara, Goldia explained that she didn't believe the note was to or from somebody, but that her daughter was jotting down something to relay to her. Phoenix's writing style on that paper was consistent with how she wrote in her school books when hurriedly taking notes. The Coltons soon made another alarming discovery. Through one of Phoenix's friends, they learned that she had a boyfriend with whom she had lived for a short while. At the time she went missing, Phoenix was living with her parents, but at age 18, she had moved out briefly, and they believed she was living with a female roommate. Phoenix's friend was sure this mystery boyfriend would know her whereabouts, as they were still dating, but he denied knowing anything. He also told detectives that he hadn't spoken to Phoenix before her disappearance. However, phone records indicate otherwise. On December 17th, records show about 10 calls between them, with one incoming call lasting 116 minutes. On December 18th, he called Phoenix at 9:41 a.m., and they spoke for 6 minutes. That afternoon at 1:46 p.m., Phoenix called him, and the call lasted 1 minute. It doesn't appear the boyfriend is a suspect, but he suspiciously claimed he had no prior contact with Phoenix and has never reached out to her family. As far as anyone knows, Phoenix had no reason to be in the neighborhood where her car was found. Was she meeting someone there? If so, why? Does the note her mother found have any connection to her disappearance? As of today, this case remains unsolved. 29-year-old Judy Wardrop, known by her middle name, Tulane, was last seen at her job at the Bethany Motel in Bethany, Missouri, on December 10, 1984. The Bethany Motel was her family's business, founded by her father. The motel was a small establishment with only 18 rooms and had previously been the Bethany skating rink. Her father, James Wardrop, a local carpenter, had built the rink and later converted it. The motel's location was ideal. While outside the city limits, it was near Highway 69. She arrived for her shift that morning, bringing her dog, a Lhasa Apso named Moppet. Since taking over the motel, Judy and her sister, Janet, had found the job time-consuming. The two young women oversaw all operations, from checking in guests to maintaining rooms. They alternated shifts, leaving little personal time. In her spare moments, Judy maintained a relationship with her boyfriend, Irving Pavlock, a divorced welder several years her senior. Pavlock resided in Texas, and though Judy's father disapproved of him, the relationship continued. Judy also enjoyed riding her motorcycle and loved animals. On the morning of December 10th, Judy's sister, Janet, left early for a photography class in Kansas City and didn't return until that evening for her motel shift. When Janet arrived, there was no sign of Judy. This was highly uncharacteristic. The sisters were the motel's only employees, and Judy was responsible. She wouldn't have left the motel unattended for long. Judy's car remained in the parking lot. Her purse, ID, clothing, jewelry, the .38 caliber Smith & Wesson the women kept, and money in the cash drawer were all untouched. The only trace of Judy was a half-drunk cup of coffee in a room she had apparently been cleaning. Judy's dog, Moppet, also vanished with her. Janet called police, who launched a search, but nothing was found. None of the motel's guests reported seeing or hearing anything unusual that day. Though Judy's mother had struggled with depression and died by suicide years earlier, Judy had never shown signs of depression. She had already bought Christmas gifts for her family. Judy's sister believes she would have contacted her if possible. James Wardrop died in February 2010, never learning his daughter's fate. As of today, her case remains unsolved. Robert Wayne Donnell was brutally murdered on June 11, 1994 in St. Genevieve, Missouri. The 30-year-old construction worker from DeSoto was found severely burned in the back of his white Chevy pickup on Roth Road near the Jefferson County line. His body was charred beyond recognition. At the time of his death, Robert was survived by 3 sons, the youngest under 2 years old. Described as a likable, low-key man with no known enemies, his murder baffled investigators. Despite numerous interviews and leads, the case stalled with little evidence. Robert had been adopted as a child. Years after his death, DNA testing allowed his children to connect with their biological grandparents, forging bonds with a previously unknown family. Today, information about the case remains scarce. Robert's son, Matt Donnell, confirms both the St. Genevieve County Sheriff's Office and Missouri State Highway Patrol pursued multiple leads without identifying a suspect. The family continues seeking answers, but the case remains unsolved. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.